farm. Like how you can just, it's hard for someone to go. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it's difficult for someone to go from, programming and putting their music out on the internet today to what it was that Michael Jackson had to do. That very entry was so hard for him. I mean, since this guy was the leader of the Jackson 5 when he was 5, like his entire life led up, and this is what he focused on, and it was all focused on that. So it made the great Michael Jackson. Now, I want to do this comparison of Disney, Steve, and Henry Ford, and what Yeezy is. It's really hard to make houses. It's like a corrupt industry. Also, you got contract. How many times have you started on a house and contractors like start overcharging for stuff, and the budget ends up being twice the amount, and it's twice as long? Look, if you had a relationship, this is why relationships are a better currency than money. If you had a relationship with the contractors, if you were part of their family, your house would be done quick. I feel like it's a practical joke on rich people how long houses take to build. I was in the airport and there was a first class line that was super slow, and there was a coach area with like 8 openings and there was no one in it. And then I hopped out, and this other gentleman hopped out with me and went through that line, and we went through. But the rich people with the Hermes belts didn't want to lose their position so bad that they would rather wait in the first class line than to have the time back and go through that. Now, this gentleman is a surgeon that works on people's hearts through their feet. So it's like that kind of engineer, surgeon, doctor mentality. It's like, yeah, I got money because this is what I'm doing, but I'm here to serve, and I have a mentality that I'm not better than the person that's in coach, which is the reason why we were the only two that went through that. How do you segue off of this when I just go into this? Like, how do you refine a question? What are you thinking of over there right now?
There's no loving this. Yeah, there's no reason to worry about it. Yeah. You have this thought. You seem to have so many different thoughts and so many different things going on simultaneously. Like, how do you organize your day? Do you have like ritual? Do you have things?
I drive my children to school. Drive my kids to school, and I stay at school with them all day. And I'm in the kitchen, like working with the top chefs on the planet to create this, these healthy menus, and I'm working with the farmers. So the school that I'm at is also, it's like this new, I don't want to, no disrespect to NASA, I was going to say new NASA, but of humanity, that we're anchoring it around our children. So that's what my day consists of. But then I also, in the past couple months, have been going to Atlanta for 2 days a week or 3 days a week because I'm building this 120,000. I'm not supposed to say that I'm building. We're building a soundstage, but it was funny because I go back and forth on content. Should I work in content? Should I work in tech? I have all these like website ideas and tech ideas, and sometimes I'll say I'm cursed by tech. Like I'm not, I don't have any curses, or God lets me break the curses and break the chains. I'd rather say. I don't know if content is my calling, like messaging. Like, let me show you what a school of the future looks like. Let me show you monasteries of the future. Let me show you farms of the future. It's like, but we're 20 years past the future. Like, it's 2020. Like, we're supposed to be in the future by 2000. So it's my job to pull the future into now. And that's something I struggle with when I talk about the different things that I'm doing, getting into the idea of doing like content for Netflix or content for Hulu, and like what that content, because I believe we're in the movie. I believe we're in the game. We're in like Grand Theft Auto. It's just too many things that align, and we can terraform. What we can do is be like, if you're a Grand Theft Auto character, just started redesigning the world himself, like painting his own world. We have this opportunity to make life as fun as these second lives. But if you look at how the politics, just general unhappiness, misery, control, the speed that contractors go, the farmers that wouldn't finish the farm, the way we are with each other, is why people feel like, look, everyone's going to go into like this Ready Player One second life. And I believe that our first life can be just as imaginative, and it will be. So that's and I have a bunch of friends that work in the gaming industry, and I have friends that work in the content industry, and I'm anchoring on real life to make real life as awesome as games, to make real life as awesome as movies.
So,
did I answer the question of my schedule every day?
Yeah, but I mean, you just basically go on what you feel like working on. You basically just start your day. You do your stuff with your kids, and then whatever these ideas you have, you just nourish them. You just encourage them. You just feed whatever thoughts are in your head.
Well, yeah, but what I was expressing on that last symphony I gave you was that I do have this challenge. That's where I'm designing. I'm actually designing what I'm doing with my time, saying, should I be even taking a meeting? Like when I take a meeting, this is how I know if it's a good or bad meeting. If someone's talking to me and I just get sleepy, I know that that's not what I should do. But if someone's talking, I'm, energized. I like saying the word energized over the word excited, because this is what they do to all of us. They get us excited and anxiety kind of go together. Like someone can say, hey, I got you a new car, and it's across the street. And you get so excited, you run across the street, get hit by a car, trying to run to your new. But if you're energized about having the car, perhaps you look both ways. See, I play this dictionary game with this small Webster Pocket Dictionary, and we'll go to a page and say, go to page with the word help on it. And we say, highlight all the words you think are positive. And then we talk about afterwards, why do you think that's positive? So the word help is it's like a bad leg on a table. You think you could stand on it, but if you stand right there, that table could flip over. The fourth definition in the word help is to ignore. And it actually makes sense. Like if you have a meeting, right, here's the answer when you know the meeting didn't do good. It didn't go well. The person says it then, how can I help? That means they don't want to do nothing. They just give you a phone number. Right. The word is to ensure. And then there's a lot of words that end with URE that are very powerful. Future, sure, pure, endure. And that goes into like the rhyme, because I'm literally trying to figure out the video game at all times to see where these things parallel. I know this can get into like a riff for people like, okay, yeah, we're losing what you're saying right now. But look at that. Look at the dictionary. Look at these words. I have friends that English is their second or third or eighth language, and they say that English is the hardest language to learn because there's so many words to that mean the same thing. It tears me to my core that my daughter has to learn TWO, the difference between TWO, TOO, and TO. I want to just be like, just draw the number 2. Like, just make it like, sometimes I don't know when, the difference. I'm like a terrible speller. And I believe that there's like curriculums that are European curriculums that don't even apply to our genes of, who we are as people, like African descent people. We don't even talk like that. Like, this is a skill set, but I'm still talking white, basically. Like, you'll see like a black pastor, give this amazing like sermon, or like marry someone. I was at a wedding, and this guy, they said, wow, he speaks so well. What do you mean well? He speaks super white. Like, that's what the definition of well. Right.
It's just sounds that you use to communicate ideas, right?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I bumped into a friend of mine. Actually, Matt Williams is at Givenchy. I wasn't expecting to see. I wasn't expecting to see him. I wasn't expecting to see him, and we're at the Mercer lobby, and he caught me off guard, and I was like, I didn't use words when I saw him. I like almost communicated in a different language, like a language like joy or happiness. Only 30% of our communication is verbal. That's why the mask just really throw me off, because I can't tell what someone is thinking and feeling, because a lot of times, half the time, people don't say what they're thinking and feeling, and I have to decode. But with the mask, I can only hear what they're saying.
That's the problem with social media too, right?
Yes, things are black and white, and things being taken out of context. I mean, that's the reason why people love the show. That they're like, "Yo, we got the yay Joe Rogan. We can hear him go into all of these riffs.
Yeah,
and we can feel him. You can see, how I'm looking. You can see my energy and the way I'm saying it too.
Yeah.
So,
and you see people sitting down having an actual conversation, a real conversation.
Yeah, and a conversation where anybody that comes on the show, you don't have like this. Like sometimes with reporters, they have like people that are media, they have like a complex. You don't have a complex. You're like, yo, let's first off get this straight. Like if I could whip your ass. I'm Joe Rogan. I'm a professional fighter. Now let's start the conversation, which I think is another reason. Like with Nick Cannon, he's like, man, I married Mariah Carey. I did all these, and both of these interviews have been very positive because people aren't carrying something already, like some form of chip on their shoulder, where they gotta like every sentence. Sometimes I talk to reporters. It's like they're saying the thing they wanted to say to this guy in high school that they never got to complete the conversation, and they're taking it out on me. I'm like,
yeah. I think there's a lot of people that have conversations with people and they want to create a viral moment too. It's not just a conversation. They have an agenda. It's almost like you were talking about the Disney Star Wars movies. That it's not a work of art. It's a formula. Like 2 + 2 is 4. Let's put those together. We'll make some money. Instead of the original Star Wars, which was the hero's journey, which was like a Joseph Campbell book. It's like there was a beauty and a purity to it. It's an expression. Someone comes up with an idea and they bring it to fruition, and then you get to watch and you're like, wow, it moves you. The new movies don't move you.
And it was a crew of leaders, of thought leaders that is it Brian De Palma that told George to put the words at the beginning? Because it's like you really, all I've been feeling like is like when I talk up to this point, I've just been making THX, and then the toys from Star Wars have not come out first, which would be like, like the Yeezys or something like that. And now so I'm making the whole Star Wars in real life, like backwards, like the product came first, kind of like Disney. Like Disney, Mickey Mouse became super popular before he was able to get all of his Imagineers in. I want to point out, when people talk about being, self-absorbed or the center of your own universe, what's the main character in Star Wars name?
Skywalker.
Who created Star Wars?
George Lucas. Yeah.
George Lucas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the main character in Star Wars. He kissed his sister.
It was awesome. Yeah, there's something about things that are pure, right, versus things that are attempting to recreate something that people are going to like. There's a difference, and it's in music as well, right? Like your music resonates with people because it's obviously coming from your mind, whereas some people are creating songs that they think are going to be hits. They're creating top 40.
It's coming from my heart and my gut, but when it's the most pure, it's coming from God, and I'm being used as a channel. It's like when Tanya Hardin hit the triple flip. She had all that skill, and then at some point, it's not called a triple. I'm about to say triple Lindy like it's Rodney Dangerfield or something, but it's like there's these moments where we do things that seem like superhero level, and I think that's what M. Night Shyamalan was laying out for us with Unbreakable, Glass, and what was the other one with the guy with the multiple personalities? It's like he's got 3 of these films that are like showing us, hey, you're superheroes. You can believe it. The greatest disabler of our like going to, why did I register so late to run for president? COVID. I remember, like I had the virus, and I was sitting, quarantined in my house, and my cousin texted me about being prepared to run for president, and I just completely put it off to the side because I was like shivering and having shakes and taking hot showers and eating soup and just sleeping. I don't think it was that bad. I think it was a mild case. And then it was just this calling on my heart. And I remember talking to really elitist, writers. I was trying to avoid saying white supremacists, but elite, the liberal elites are so, boy, who you gonna vote on? Who are you to run for office, and why would you sign up for office? If you can't even get on ballots. That's, people are saying that to me, and I could get on the ballots. It's like there's black mothers that go into a hospital, and the doctor will tell them that there's something wrong with their child to get them. This is happening to this date. And then when people say, are you a pawn for the Republicans? The reason why I think that people are asking me that is because the Democrats do create black pawns. They do have celebrities that they'll sit down and meet with and say, you're going to be an advocate for the Democratic Party, and everyone's and I'm not trying to take any sides of Republicans or Democrats. I'm just saying, why were people so much thinking that I was a form of a pawn? And then the idea that liberals will say the funny thing is liberals, I think, and I don't know if I could classify myself as liberal, but I'm definitely kind of liberal elite. I wrote My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. I've had some of the best writing, so that would put me in that tourist. I see a Kenyan home and be like, that's beautiful right there. I'm not I gotta have one of the most racist things that liberals who pride themselves on not being racist said to me is you're gonna split the black. That makes it like black people can make decisions for ourselves, and that don't know white people know me. I'm only liberals. They literally make it seem like only people will vote for me.
Right.
Think about that statement. The nuance of institutionalized racism, and this would be like somebody from the art world. They just have a place where no one has really been able to embrace the idea of blacks not being in a block and staying in one place, right. Or blacks having to vote. Yeah, or blacks having an opinion, like us not being on boards, or us being handlers for other black people, meaning if we work at a label or we work at a big corporation, it's our job to go talk to the other black people, to calm other black people down, but we're working for, Universal or Vivendi or whatever the organizations were. I was thinking about buying my master's, and I realized that was too small of a thought. I'm going to buy Universal. They're only a $33 billion organization. I'm one of the greatest product producers that ever existed. I'm a child. I'm 43 years old. I was $53 million in debt, 4 years ago. And now it's proven that I'm the new Michael Jordan of products. I went to Adidas, and we were a $15 billion organization, losing $2 billion before COVID hit. Our market cap was $68 billion. I went to the Gap, and I partnered with the Gap, and our stock jumped 45% in 2 hours. The organization made $2 billion in 2 hours, and now we've doubled. The Gap was market cap was lower than Yeezy. It was $3 billion when I first got there. Now it's $7-8 billion, and we haven't even released the product yet. But what I loved, I sat there and I did the deal without getting on the board. And I looked at my cousin, and I didn't want to sign the deal without being on the board. And I looked at him and said, I'm doing this for you. Meaning, like, this is part of a relay race. It would just be a given that if someone of color was to your position, my position of influence, will be on the board. But Michael Jordan had to break down walls, and Michael Jackson had to break down walls for us to break down the next walls. And the next walls are the boardroom, because you know what the boardroom is? It's an opinion. See, people are fine for us to play basketball and, you know, rap and make clothes, but the society as it's set up is not really used to or fine with us actually having an opinion. And I can understand why, because what is our opinion based on if we grew up thinking we were slaves? If our opinion isn't based on, hey, my dad taught me how to run this company. You know, my dad is smarter than me, and everything he wanted to do, black people thought he was crazy, and he had to do it with white people who thought he was incompetent because he was black. And the way these companies and the way the music industry, the way managers, and the way society generally looks at black people is the way, like, a misogynistic man looks at a hot lady. What can you give me? What can you do for me? No one, the misogynistic man, not gonna look at a hot lady and say, can you run my company? So, you know, this idea of me, you know, and I got, like, you know, I'm building my factories. I've simplified the design, and I was working with a guy that, you know, that's helping me to, you know, build some of the factories. It was an older white gentleman, and he just matter of factly says, we were sitting at his house in Malibu. It's a nice day. He just matter of factly says, Adidas will never put you on the board. And I'm like, this wall has to come down. Like, how could you not have the guy that has the best idea? So one of the great things with Universal, one of the approaches that we have is, you know, Universal, when Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre sold Beats by Dre, Universal had a chance to buy in and do different things. They sold it for $3 billion. That was half of the value of Universal at that time, was $6 billion. Due to the internet, which the music industry was afraid of in 2000, Universal now, I think, is worth $35 billion. And now they have another Steve Jobs, you know, Howard Hughes, Henry Ford, Disney, Elon kind of character within their midst. But they're so concerned about the control of the idea of artists, because they're using me as like this artist that has attracted other artists. Also, I used them. I got famous, made some money. I got to tour. You know, I became this superstar, so we use each other. Now there's just an adjustment that needs to be made in the relationship. And I can make, and I will make, products that will make more money than Universal is worth. But it's not about the money, as I said earlier. It's about the fact that even though my net worth is $5 billion, and I'm one of the most famous, most influential, God-fearing Christians on the planet, I still have to go to this man or this organization and ask him for something. And that is what it's about. You can have a company, right? When you go and do your companies, don't think because you got the most ownership that you actually have the control. If you don't have the information and the knowledge of how the distribution works, and you're not having that conversation, you don't have the control. So what I did in my organization with Universal, with Gap, and with Adidas, I told my lawyers, my managers, everything, no one can communicate with these organizations except for me. You can give me advice, but they got to talk to the boss, which is me. And right there, you start to get the information flow. Guess who's my CFO? Me. So that means I do 10 to 15 transactions. What I do is I pay, because I had open credit cards, I had checks, you know, I had people flying in and out. I had consultant agreements, like people who weren't on the salary, but they were consultants. I had, you know, people paying for flights, hotels, cars, food, Netflix, like everything just running the account. Just even right now, I cancel all my credit cards except for one credit card. This is like the Oprah Winfrey moment where she's like, man, when I started spending cash, I was like, I really realized, you know, how much I was spending, and now I've signed all my own checks. And the thing that happens in the music industry is just a lot of industries that people tell you that someone needs to do something for you. And it's like, look, this Siri, do everything for you. Know, you can do it's possible. And it's just when you ask me how do I delegate my time, it's important for me to delegate my time. If I made $210 million last year, and yeah, I have a lot of maverick ideas. I'm working on cities and homeless shelters and farms, and I'm reinvesting myself. So a lot of mavericks will, you know, spend their money on their ideas, and they'll invest in what they see the future is. And I ended up with a net worth of 10 million. I remember, you know, a month ago, people were like, you can't show your taxes because people won't understand that you're a billionaire if they see that you only netted 10 million last year. And after the Gap deal happened, my net worth went from 3.3 billion to 5 billion. And I've been asking the people around me to run the story, and they were going to run it with Bloomberg. They never ran it. I was not afraid of people looking at me like I was not a billionaire. And I said, be honest, show my taxes, show everything. And then the reports came back, oh, you're worth 5 billion. It came from me just being honest. When I want to say something about the Gap deal also, and specifically the name The Gap and my journey with that. Like at age 16, I worked at the Gap. I always saw the Gap as like being the Apple of apparel. I always had this comparison with Steve Jobs. I always felt like I was the Steve Jobs of the Gap. It was something about how clean it was and what Mickey Drexler had done in all these commercials. And like, you know, at age 16, I was working at the Gap, and I got fired for stealing. And I was actually stealing khakis. I was stealing khakis from my friend. Funny thing, look, I stole khakis from my friend when I started doing music at age 19, 18. I went and bought a chain. I came home one day, didn't see what the chain was. Come to find out, my friend was smoking crack and it stole my chain. So the guy I was stealing for ended up stealing from me. It's khakis. I was stealing some Gap khakis. I wanted those khakis that bad. So then 27 years later, you know, I give my life to God, and I start doing Sunday service. One of the things that I had to do for Sunday service, or I got to do, that was fun for me to do, was to design the wardrobe for Sunday service. And we would redesign T-shirts, and it says in the Bible that Jesus wore a seamless garment. So we started building T-shirts where the seam was only here, or only two seams on the shirt, or moving it around, and what the neck was. And I made T-shirt after T-shirt after T-shirt. In Christianity, we say we stand in the gap. So watch this. This opportunity is presented, and I always had clothes that were kind of chill, like they could be at the Gap. They were not overly fashionable. And God said, you stood in the gap, and I'm gonna have you stand in the gap for real. And I'm gonna give you favor and increase. And I know somebody where all that designing T-shirts will come in handy. I literally was designing T-shirts for Sunday service, like David working out in the field, tending to the field. You know, when Goliath came, they wanted one of his brothers and the warriors to go up against Goliath, and his father chose David. And David said, I don't need all this armor. I just need these 3 smooth stones. I just need, you know, this is how I got to see. They didn't know David had to fight a lion and had to fight a bear. So God, by him tending to the field in humility and in service to God and honor to his family, he was able to have the skill set to take down Goliath. We hit the street. You know, it's a term that I had to learn. Wall Street. We hit the street like you never ever saw it before. I used to be in San Fran asking people to invest in me. Nobody would invest in me. When I went to a wedding in San Fran with all these billionaires and investors, angel investors, you should have seen people's faces. They were like, you jumped from the 3-point line. You ran a stock by 45%. You see, think about this. You're going to split the black vote. You can't vote for them. You're only a rapper. It's like all these things that diminish me.
Yeah.
And now it's like Deadpool. Like I came back as like a superhero. And I won't let that be the kryptonite. I won't let my own ego be my kryptonite. I won't let other people's opinions be my kryptonite. I won't let these labels that people put on me be my kryptonite. And a lot of times I don't like to watch these interviews back until about, 3, 4, 5 years later, because I'm always, I'm visiting the now. I'm existing in the future and visiting the now when I'm speaking to you, and they make a lot more sense in the future because I can tell you, but he can show you. God can show you. So a lot of stuff I'm telling you, and some people are following me, some people are believing in it, and some people are just doubting it because they want to put this label, oh, he's crazy, or it's just a black guy saying it, or it's just a rapper, it's just an entertainer, it's just whatever it is. So I can say the most wild ideas out loud. It's like Veronica Cornerstone wanting to be an anchor person. And I remember she said, so Ron, I told you I wanted to be an anchor. He said, yes, I heard you. I wrote it down. Veronica Cornerstone had a very funny joke tonight. And every time I talk, it's literally like Veronica Cornerstone having a very funny joke tonight. Like when I said I was going to run for president. That was like, okay, go ahead. Would you like to interject? Do you have thoughts and ideas also that you'd like to have be a part of your interview?
Well, you went from people mad at you that you split in the black vote all the way to the Gap and all the way to Veronica. I mean,
but then I brought it back.
Yes, you did.
The vote to run it for president.
You brought it back to people doubting you and people putting limitations on you.
People are tuning in this podcast to go on the journey with us.
Yeah. So listen, they do or they don't. It's up to them.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing is you're not listening to these people that are trying to put these labels on you and tell you what to do. And you're not saddled down by fear. You're not saddled down by doubt. You're willing to take these chances. If you did become president, what would you do that was different?
I mean, pretty much everything. I was just looking at the suits last night. I was like, yo.
What would you redesign?
I don't wear white anymore. No. They had a white shirt. They had I would redesign this. I will. It's not a would. Right. It's not an if. It's not an if. No, it's just when.
Right.
We got to start with the budget. I feel like, the fact that I went from being in debt to being, I don't even like the way it sounds, the multi-billion, because we think about Steve Jobs as money is like the least of what's awesome about him, and money is just a tool. Like it's like nails. Like I got the most nails.
I feel like it's scored on the scoreboard though, so it proves not just value, but it proves effectiveness.
Yeah, and it's like you're crazy till you're right. So it proves in some way that a lot of the things I said that were crazy, I was actually right about. Yeah, looking at that budget, and I think that that's part of God's like training, like Mr. Miyagi, paint the fence, Karate Kid, Daniel's son. On that, I gave like the full description of the analogy, just in case people didn't.
What do you think you would do though if they come to you with talks about foreign policy?
People love talking about foreign policy. Is the number one question.
Yeah.
But when I talk about the budget, this paint the fence. The fact that I had to, understand $300 million of cash a year. That. You don't get trained for that. That's like astronaut training. That I have to understand how to have multiple industries. That I have to understand how to build and house and provide. I provide people with healthcare. And I had this idea of doing a zero employee org where I put everything on my partners, on Universal, on the Gap, on Adidas. But I believe this is amazing training for me as a black person. There's people who have been raised to respect a penny. But as a black person, I've been raised to look down at a penny. But the people who really hold their money respect every penny. They respect the money. And it's interesting. I had an argument with one of my managers because I made my own travel ban in my organization because when I did Sunday service a month and a half ago, there was 25 flights coming in of people I didn't know because there's criminals in my organization trying to kill Bob Marley. Not JFK or MLK me, but deplete my resources. So I created this travel.
What did explain that? What do you mean by that?
What I mean by
There's
what?
criminals in your organization. Like, what do you mean?
Meaning there's people that, okay, I fired this one CFO about 3 months ago, and up to a week ago, he still had an open credit card. Because when I dig lower and go to it, it's like always like, is this the new person that's in charge of your money? It's like, no, I'm the new person that's in charge of your money. That's in charge of my money, rather. So
That's why you became your CFO.
that's why I became, and it's the best, and it clears my thoughts, and it really helps me with design. It helps me as I'm designing what I'm doing at the Gap. It helps me what I'm how I'm designing the curriculum. It helps me in the way I'm designing the kitchen, the way I'm delegating, the way I'm working, the way I'm being a better leader, being a better listener. Wait a second. But there was some question you had. I was answering, and I gave it. Oh, before you went to foreign policies, I went to the budget. Well, I said it's like Danielson painting the fence. The fact that I've had to really look at and understand that kind of money, and this God-given anointing, being a producer, being a head of industry, to be a God-fearing and a servant of God and a producer and head of industry at the same time, it's literally like the perfect combination for a president. And to be honest, I'm literally like, every now and then, America deserves, the world deserves a leader that they can 100% trust, that whatever I'm saying to you with the information that I have in front of me, I 100% believe that. Like when I talked to when I was with the president of Haiti, and he gave us an island, me and Shervin Pishavar, that was an early angel investor at Uber, and is working on the Virgin Hyperloop right now. Really great friend of mine. He saved me. He's had me avoid deals where I was gonna give up a percentage of my company for a third of the value and different things like that. So we go to Haiti, and the president gives us this island to develop, to make a city of the future. And also, we're gonna have the farmers and the people who live there take a percentage. Take ownership of the land that they have right now. So when it raises in value, they all eat off of what the idea is. But he said that the way that he has done business with our president is so straightforward. I believe that, I know that me as president would be the best thing that ever happened for America's foreign policy. I've traveled more than any president already, and I bring people together. I put rivals on songs together to create masterpieces. I go and I empathize when I meet with leaders in Africa, when I meet with leaders in I didn't really have a good next thing. I wanted to sound good and like name leaders in I wanted to sound fire. But when see, honestly, so when I meet with leaders, I'm not trying to go in there and see how they can use my internet. I'm not trying to go in there and buy up their land and develop it and buy it up for cheap. We're going to share information. We have an idea. We just had a dual citizenship for Americans with African descent. That the ability to create environments and communities completely can change the way people act. If people are hungry, they're going to act a certain way. People have food, they're going to act a certain way. People are away from their friends and family, they're going to act a certain way. They're going to need to, they're at a college town, they need to stop by this, frat party and, drink and do that. So then you could go there, and like society is all about dismantling the family. I see things being more like a kibbutz, or, where the family can be as close and where the grandparents can be next to the children. And, these ideas I have about how communities should be are worldwide simplified ideas, and they're not based on industry. Even though I understand industry, they're based on serving God and serving families. And that's something that everyone across the globe, no matter what country in the world, whatever continent in the world, all of the moms and dads have something in common. They want the world to be better for their children. We all want the world to be better for the children. And we can show ways that we are not at odds. Think about the world is a giant piano, but we're playing off key. So for a producer to synthesize those ideas and not say, okay, we're going to shut. I spent time in China. I spent a year in China when I was in 5th grade. I used to speak Chinese, like ni hao ma, shay shay ni. Like I don't know a lot of. Yeah, my mom was an English professor. They had an exchange program where a Chinese student could come to America and she could go to, which was there was like Chinese at that time couldn't come to America as easily. So, you know, there's America's greatest export is influence and culture. China actually has like imitation Paris, imitation. They probably got imitation Calabasas at this.
They probably do.
At this point, you know, the artists define culture. That's what makes. There's an artist that designed the Statue of Liberty. There's an artist that designed the Eiffel Tower. This is the reason why I donated $100 million to James Turrell's Road and Crater project. When I went to, this is like the 8th wonder of the world, but I saw spaces that we can exist in that would be helpful for our health, our well-being. These are healthier places for us to be. We need to be like almost like Tyrellians, like our life is like a Shakespearean's. Like Shakespeare's written 30% of our language that we use. Like I say, like he must have been a really nice person. Like Da Vinci used to walk away from people when he would talk to people, and that's the reason why it's the Da Vinci Code and at the Da Vinci life, because he never was able to get it across to the level to affect us for generations to come. These people love art, but they want to put art in the box. We need to surround ourselves with the artists, because the artists are the most connected, the most truthful, and their dinosaur never got killed. Somehow the people who figured out how to make a living off of art is.
What do you mean by the dinosaur never got killed?
Meaning art class would be considered to be fun. Like every kid loves to draw.
Yeah.
Right? But some people got to grow up. And like the artists,
right,
in some way don't have to.
Yes.
Like we're all children. We're all, if you're alive, you're a child. We're all children in God's eyes, and we're all young people. Like Jesus is an old person. Like he's old. Like you know, like Adam is old. You know, if you're alive, you're young, and we're like children. And there's all these things, these sharp edges, these corners, these anxieties, these fears, these things put in our food, our diet, our diet of what we consume right here that turn us old and make us brittle and make us put that fear on our kids. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. They put that we put these evils on our children. We put racism on our children. We put fear on our children. And the children are fearless. The children, it's funny. It's like Claudio Silvestri, one of our lead architects that I work with since age 24. He built this home in Majorca with John Paulson, and he has like this golf course, which the acoustics are incredible, but it's this part where you can walk along that's 20 feet high. And I said, would you? What about the kids? What, you have a balcony, you have a banister or something? And he looked at me and said, they're smarter than we think. Wow. And meaning like, if we were never taught the missing banister theory, that we could all tightrope walk. The missing banister theory, I wrote it in my book, Thank You and You're Welcome, that I wrote with my friend Sakaya, that's actually here right now, that's that you were talking to earlier, is, look, you can walk down a straight line without worrying about anything, but you take that exact straight line and put it 20 stories high, and you know I'm going with it, and you remove the balconies, you're going to be so concerned about the idea of falling that it will make you fall. And that's where the superpower is, in removing the fear.
Yes. That's a beautiful thing to say right there.
And it's also probably the first sound biteable thing that I've said the entire
All right. Let me talk to you about, so we're serious here. So let's talk about like real presidential issues. Let's talk about like here's some things that when we talk about this country, here's some things that mean a lot to me. One, student debt. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy that we take children when they're 17, 18 years old, we send them away to college, we make them literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and then we ask them to go out into the world and try to manage this money and try to get a job that's going to pay them a fraction of what they owe for their education. I think it's crazy. I think we should figure out a way to absolve student debt. I think we should figure out a way to make education, at the very least, far less expensive than it is now. This is a big issue for people.
Absolutely. I'm completely confident that I will figure out how to get America out of debt. That I have the ability. Once I see everything, I never make the wrong decision when I'm given all the information. That's my skill set. Anything I go into, producing, rap, homes, clothing, anything. Once I'm given the right information, I apply my taste, and I have the best taste on the planet. I mean, Quincy Jones. There's a couple people that's like, okay, Quincy Jones' taste might be better than mine. But if could you imagine Quincy Jones as a president?
I could.
Yeah. Or Walt Disney, Steve Jobs. Like maybe some of these personalities are
a little volatile.
Yeah.
But that's how he gets things done.
Yeah. Like for America to be as warming and inviting as Disney World. There used to be, this dream of, people still have this dream of coming to America. They're coming to America. Like, it's the America that I grew up, even with, like, when Ronald Reagan was in office, it's like he was hanging out with Michael Jackson. And, it's like, it felt America. Plus the way the media showed things, like the American dream was alive and well. And even at the same time, in the ghetto, it was a living hell, and we were being, given, bricks were put on the street. Bricks were put on the street during the riots. Now, bricks are put on the street in the 80s, a different kind of brick. And there were guns placed, and the fathers were being taken out of the hood, and this is all this. So don't let me say like everything was perfect during that era, but the perception right now, perception is more important than it's ever been. Like what we show, it's just, I mean, it's outright. It's just. I don't even want to dwell on it. Let's keep going into what you're saying about the debt, because so I don't have, like, if you ask me about COVID, I can only give you my perspective as a civilian. I'm not talking to the same people, and I also empower the geniuses. I was talking to my man Fred and my boy Anthony about crypto and Bitcoin, yesterday, just to be prepped for this conversation, and not about the specifics of alternate currencies, which is like AC, which is like Tesla, which is like, but this at my mind just goes on these like riffs right here. But Jack Dorsey decentralized Twitter 2 months before it really hit, because he was talking to the Bitcoin guys. And these are guys that really have a perspective on what the true liberation of America and humanity will be. These guys, a lot of specifically these guys, but a lot of the tech guys were able to use the new highways, the new information highways, and create the next frontier of our existence, while the powers of our political system are still anchoring on electoral college, which was based around slavery, about the idea of slaves being 3/5 of men. And get this, it wasn't even created by pro-slaves. 3/5 of man was created by the anti-slaves in the North as a compromise. And that basically explains the existence of Black people in America to this day. The people that were on our side supposedly said we were 3/5 of men. The people that were on our side, thought of us as 3/5 of man, meaning like, yeah, come work for us, but you're 3/5 of man. So then you have electoral college and gerrymandering happening to this day, where if you have Latinos, blacks, other minorities, they're redrawing the lines to affect the vote to this day. That does not relate to the information highway that we live in today that allow all these, tech guys to become multi-billionaires and lead and lead free thought, or allow, as best as we could, a version of free thought. I know I gave you a symphony, but you see how all this really connects. We're sticking. Why don't we put the white wigs back on? They still wear the white wigs out in England. They still wear it. That's the whole thing. Just because, someone's not, wearing a KKK uniform or a white wig doesn't mean that they aren't holding on to the very core based on and built off of slavery. So when everyone's saying vote, that's the reason why my merch is vote Kanye. Because it's like, vote for who? Look, man, if you ain't gonna say who you voting on out loud, don't even wear the vote t-shirt. That's so random.
Right.
That's so random. And we always know voters like Democrat and stuff, because there's nobody as a Trump that's like wears a vote t-shirt. Isn't that funny? But it's such a... Well, go ahead.
If you do say that, yeah, you say vote is mostly vote Democrat. And if you have an American flag, mostly you're voting Trump. These are realities that we've sort of accepted.
And it's subs. It's all the subliminal stuff that's based on fear and control. Even this. Look at this. This is the 3/5 of man thing, right? Okay. The Democrats were willing to take the chance of not winning as long as the conglomerate could be completely in control of. Completely in control. You know what I'm saying? That Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie would have won.
He would have won.
This is I wore a TRUMAN. I'm saying Bernie is a superhero.
Yeah.
And
he would be the perfect person to be the opposite of what Trump represents.
Yeah.
He's an anti-capitalist. He's a guy who's a social democrat.
But the problem? They couldn't control Bernie. Because
you can't control him. He's been so consistent his whole life.
And so what I'm saying is they literally kicked. If this doesn't say something, it's like they kicked the superhero. You know what I'm saying? They
want to control. It's the same thing they did with Tulsi Gabbard. But Bernie was interesting because he's this democratic socialist, because he's got these ideas that are scary to capitalism.
It's funny because I created the birthday party, which on the next election, what's going to happen is, you guys got 300 million viewers. After this, it'll probably be 900 million because I run the stock up.
But there's a little bit of Bill Cosby in that.
No doubt. Jello pudding. Exactly. So
this is a long rant, but I really would like to talk to you about specific things.
Okay.
It was a beautiful long symphony.
But there's a
cap on it.
There's a pop, and we don't use the word cap.
The word cap here. Maybe
okay, we're
an end note.
Ding. That's actually to get her runaway. But there's a possibility that I could. It's actually technically possible for me to win now, which would be the best option for America. I would. I'm on 12 ballots, and in 17 states that you can write me in on. So if people that never voted, gotta register, voted for me, then have to take it to the House, because I would, I could possibly win now. I'm definitely 100% winning in 2024. And with that thought, I was like, okay, I got the birthday party, but I was thinking, maybe there's a possibility I would be. They said that wouldn't happen. I was thinking I would, possibly be the Democrat.
I don't think they would ever let you in like that. But I don't know. Maybe. Who knows what happens after this Joe Biden, Kamala Harris thing? Who knows? Who knows what they think?
I would be the first. I'm one of the first super famous public black free will servants of Christ since modern media has come to pass. Meaning, when I talk, I'm not talking for a conglomerate. I'm talking for myself in service to God. That's it. That's it. Like, I'm not, I'll cover my people, cover my family, but there's not some big plan or like some practice script thing where it says you go in and you say this, you do this. We want to keep selling Kodak film, so we want to stop you from bringing out the digital camera. We want to keep selling this, raising the price of gas, so we're not going to look to how to like safely harness nuclear power or to do electric power. Okay, go ahead, ask another question. I really just I quite love the sound of my own voice, as you can see. Apparently,
it's okay. So
it's this microphone.
we started. It sounds great. So we started with student debt, and we got on this long symphony.
Yeah.
Have you given thought into the idea of free education, and particularly, here's a big one for me as well: free healthcare. I think if we think of ourselves as a country, and our country as a community, we're all a bunch of people that are together. If we're going to take care of things like the fire department, if we're going to take care of things like the police department, education, we've got to take care of healthcare. We got to make it so that people get sick, they don't go bankrupt. We got to make it so that no one has to worry about being taken care of. And I don't mean to eliminate the ability for someone to hire a private specialist for surgery or anything like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying at the very least we have to cover base medical concerns for the population. It's a giant part of what it is to be a person, is to worry about your body being broken, to worry about being sick, to worry about what this is going to cost your family financially and how it can ruin people. This is a huge issue in our country, is medical health. So have you thought about that?
Absolutely. I hear you and I feel you and I feel what people are going through. I think that there is it's not just how we treat people. There's preventative measures
Yes.
that can help us from getting sick. Our diet, our locations, our jobs. There's a lot of that affects us and puts us in those situations. Our transportation, as you go into like autonomous vehicles and tram systems, like just kind of trains that are like floating malls or floating Starbucks or something, like moving, like designing our world to be the world of the future will help us with health. That's the preventative measures. And then as far as being more inventive in the way we connect holistic medicine with modern medicine. I believe in both medicines. I believe in God. I believe in God and nature. I believe in science and physics. And it's like the first simplest form of bioengineering, I think, is farming. And to be able to have, like I talk about the guys at MIT, the greatest scientists in the world. There's people who are like the Elons of the medical field, but perhaps they're sitting there on the floors, like serving on the front line, fighting COVID, where they didn't have the opportunity to create PayPal and become a billionaire and go to the next idea, or when they present it and want people to invest in these inventions that they haven't had the voice of the platform to bring this invention. There's cures to things. Like one of the things is the silver bullet, like what I went through with the medication. When they gave me the medication that made me fat, but then they said, okay, we have one that doesn't. We all know what a silver bullet is, a medication, right? So it's it's a medication that goes and just kills exactly what it's supposed to kill. But for capitalism, That's not the best medication to actually cure people. Capitalists want to keep people.
They want to treat them.
They want to treat. They want to keep you sick because that's how you keep making money. To have a guy like for me, when I say I put my life on the line, I think about Abraham Lincoln. I think about JFK to go in and sit and say, you know, the whole thing is no. Everyone is going to be more prosperous. I think is the word. Not specifically, are you going to 5x your money? Everyone's like trying to get. No, it's about prosperity, and to be able to really have real conversations with the lead heads of like Big Farm and real conversations with the heads of holistic and natural healing, to put these people in a room together. People aren't even having, they're mad at each other. They're afraid of each other. I donated to a Christian school in Cody, and I also went by and saw this other amazing school in Cody, where they have autistic children and kids with special needs in the same classrooms as regular kids. And I just saw this juxtaposition, and the head of that school is a Christian, but it's a state school, so there's no prayer in the school. And then the other school is fully Christian, but it's not a state school, so they don't have money in the school. And I wanted to have dinner with both of the principals. Come to find out, the principal, and these guys, they talk maybe at a softball game or something. The principal house is 1 block walking distance. The principal of one school's house is 1 block walking distance from the school of the other principal. That we're this close. Right now, we have the solutions, but we all have our backs to each other. We need to face each other, and like how we're facing each other right now, and have these conversations. The solutions for utopia are in front of us. But what's holding us back? Fear. People are sitting on their money. Really, they're sitting under their money. I know I'm gonna give you a ding. Okay, that's it. Next one. Well, did you get my perspective of the way I would approach?
You would bring people together to communicate and try to figure out a better strategy for healthcare. Right?
Yeah, I mean, in London,
some financial realities would have to be.
In London, when you go to the hospital. No, let me give you the American example. When I go to the hospital, I had something wrong with my foot 3 years ago. They asked me, do you want to take something? Do you want a pill? I said no. 5 doctors and nurses asked me if I want a pill. This is like worse than when you don't accept water on the plane and they just keep like, do you want some more water? I'll take the water, all right, because I don't want to be responsible for the water. Like when the plane takes off and it goes like this, and I gotta like hold it in my. I don't want no water. Like I don't. Even though my masseuse said I drink more water. So there are like people, they have Christmas parties about bonuses, about giving out more medication. So when we talk about, look at this, how much does the earth cost? There's no price on it, right? We make money. Money's not even backed by gold anymore. So it's engineering. It's where the budgets are going. And like it was the best part on one of the best parts on The Sixth Sense is when they looked at this video and it was a nanny. They saw that the nanny was like putting stuff in the porridge for the child that had passed, and then they said the ladies looked at the nanny and said, "You were keeping her sick. You were keeping her sick." Like we are sick. We are sick. Abortion culture, sex culture, capitalism. We are sick. We as a people, not just the American society, the world, we are sick, and we are keeping ourselves sick. We're all responsible. Like the Black Mirror episode, we're all responsible in some way. We all play some part. Like if I go to Pornhub and the very next thing, and backslide and do this because I've struggled with this since I was 5 years old, right? And the very next thing says something about trafficking, then I literally would have to put my hand over that part and like click the thing I'm going to, and thinking that like I'm not a part of the bigger conglomerate, that we're all, I'm not really a part of the main problem because I'm not as bad as that guy, and I'm not looking at this part, and I'm not. We all play a part of it, and we're all sick in some way, and the world has been designed to keep us sick. Like spatial engineering based off faith can save a world. Literally, like building will save the world. Spatial engineering, like engineer, not going to space, engineering our spaces, the amount of space that we need, the way that we interact with each other, how close we are to our loved ones, our families, how close we are to our jobs. We got to experience a lot of this. Some people, it wasn't good. Some people, it's better. They were connected with their children and their families in a whole different way. Like we're talking, this is my thing. We could talk about all of these important current issues. There's deeper reasons based on the slave mentality, based on fear, based on protectionism, not specifically white supremacy and racism, protectionism. People just want to protect what they have. And there's this like photograph where you're holding the little girl's holding a teddy bear, and Jesus has a giant teddy bear behind her back. Behind his back. She don't want to give up the small teddy bear for the bigger teddy bear that Jesus has waiting for her. There is prosperity for all families here on earth right now in service to God. There's happiness. There's joy. It's not a possibility. It's a probability. Just the fact that God woke me up, got me here safely, and allowed me to talk to you right now and spark the minds of the people that are anointed to change the world is already what God wanted me to do. If I didn't take a breath after this point, God had me here for this conversation right now. But I think God has more for me planned. I don't think they're gonna come for me until he done with me. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. I want to make it so if someone wanted to sample and put it in a beat, it'd be like perfect. They ain't gonna come. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. They ain't gonna come for me until they done with me. Yeah, that's all I got. Yeah,
help yourself. You're always creating. Now,
yeah. But do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, tell me what I'm saying.
What you're saying is that it's your overall philosophy, the way you're approaching life. You're approaching life that there is good for everyone. If we all work together, in the spirit of the way you think, the spirit of God, that not approach this like with a famine mentality, but approach this like there's enough for everybody. There's an abundance if we engineer it correctly, if we think about it correctly, if we all come together with the spirit of everybody helping everybody. This is the spirit of Christianity. This is the good spirit of Christianity, not the Christianity that gets despised or disparaged, or evangelists driving around in private jets. The spirit of goodness and treating each other like brothers and sisters.
Yes.
That this can be done on a national scale.
Right. Because those evangelists or the people who spread the word of God, there's people who are praying for me. We're praying. Like I said, I like to, yes, I am a genius, but one of my most genius skill sets is recognizing other geniuses and empowering them and giving them the platform. So the people that have been praying for me this whole time, for yay to work for the kingdom, look at me right here working for the kingdom, not leaning on my ego, not leaning on anything, but leaning on God in this situation, saying, let's rise up together and show people what it's like to be Christ-like. Yeah, we fall short. People love to look at the Christians that are the least Christ-like to judge Christianity as a whole. Well, a lot of people got Jordans and 23s on, and very few of them play like LeBron. They want to be like Mike.
Yes,
but it's very few people that get that close.
Christ-like. Yeah. What you're saying is beautiful. Yeah, that they do judge the people that fail.
People always go to the furthest extent. Like if you talk about abortion culture, people immediately go to rape, but don't do the math on what percentage that is. And for me, as a Christian president, as I said, I go on that. I touched on it before. I realize we're in an imperfect world. When I talk to my fellow Christians, we talk about meat, we talk about guns, we talk about in this imperfect world, there's a transition between where we are today and where we're going. Does the meat industry have a great impact on the ozone? From what I hear, it does. And we have to transition. One of the things I wanted to is a thought that came in, and thank you for allowing me to give you the thoughts that are coming into my head as opposed to trying to put me on a grid, because I'm off the grid, period. The way I think, I paint in circles. I don't paint inside of the lines, right? So I was thinking about, I forget the lady's name, starts with a T, but she changed the meat industry because she was HSP, like highly sensitive person. That's and put the cows in round bins, and that's what I'm doing when I say spatial engineering. That's what I'm doing with our spaces that I'm designing with the farms and with the school systems, the unlearned systems. What are the things that you're going to need, in the future? Because 30 years, we don't even know. We think probably the things that we're learning in school right now won't even apply to people when they're 30 years old that are learning this stuff, age. Especially with technology. And the people who design the curriculums are dead. They did way before technology.
Yeah.
So, I was in computer programming when I was 8 years old, and I used to know how to program. That's how I got into music. In 7th grade, I had an Amiga computer that had 4,096 colors. That's why I got that one. And I would program the different sprites and draw out each of the characters and animate them. And I thought that was the next frontier to because I would do animation books. I wanted to be an animator. And then I started doing the music. They had a music program. I wanted to do the music for the video games. And then I found myself running home from school all the way from 95th Street to 119th Street to go and just keep programming the music. So this is age, 12, 13, programming video games, and that being the gateway into programming music. I got a longer story about that, but I know you want to ask me some more serious stuff. So, ding.
Okay, this is a big one. The military. If you really did become president, when you do become president, you're going to have to deal with hostile governments. You're going to have to deal with hostile militaries and dictators, people in other countries that don't have a value of human life. And throughout history, we've had immense problems because of that, because of military conflicts. How do you think you will approach that? You will be the commander-in-chief of the greatest army the world's ever known. If you're in that position and we have to deal with some sort of a military action with China, what if China takes over Taiwan? What if they invade Taiwan? What if something happens with Syria? What if something happens with Iran? What if something happens with Russia? And you have to make decisions about military action. Have you thought about this?
Yes, I would. I have to say again, in COVID, I'm a civilian, and people can have all their perspectives that they could have of what they would do in that situation. But I would have the greatest professionals on the planet, the most skilled people that have all the experience that would present the information, and I would make the most sound, rational decisions, and I would follow God's will in my approach to dealing with these other countries, to dealing with these other leaders. There's something about, our president's personality and the leader of North Korea's personality, where there's a level of common respect, and that's the reason why they were able to talk. And the fear had been taken off of us. Like people who are God-fearing, self-made servants of their people. These other, scary dictators, they feel like they're that for their country. And if they see a president that they know is just taking a check or part of a bigger conglomerate, and I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to denounce any of the candidates, then it's very transactional. It's and I just said a prayer in this situation. This isn't.
You said a prayer because of what? What motivated you to say a prayer right there? The seriousness, the significance of this subject.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't jump from jokes about this to joking about people's lives.
Right.
We have to completely be still in this moment. Allow God to guide our steps and ask the right questions with the highest ranking officials possible. This isn't something that you just wing or that you just come in and say, oh, I did a bit of research. I got this political answer, or it's going to get a rise out of people. Like this is people's lives. This is a whole different, setting or mood than what this whole interview has been about. This is, people are suffering throughout all sides in Israel and in Nigeria and Haiti. We're suffering the police force in Chicago, and the people have been harmed by police and the police force. Like this all is going to take serious time. Like time is love. It's going to take that love and that time and moments of listening, moments of understanding, moments like when my wife goes and visits people in prison and she hears their stories, she says, I understand why you're in that situation. I would have did the same thing in this situation. And for us to go to foreign countries and really understand why that they're in these situations, or why the killing has gone for so long, or why the hate has gone so long. There's an empathy that I just have as an artist, that it doesn't become a 2 + 2 = 4 situation. My dad was actually a psychology major and a Christian therapist. And this therapy, we talk about therapy, period. It's like we need healing internationally, not just selfishly for America. America's number one. Internationally, we need healing. And I would lead. I would lead with love, dignity, the responsibility to our country, the coverage of our families, of our soldiers, and in full service to God and to the American people. There's a mode that I would be in that position. Like when I was a producer and I was a really young man, I was running around, hopping on trains or hopping turnstiles and stuff, and like stealing from cars, and I mean, not stealing cars, but stealing clothes from stores. And then I was selling music and going and buying leather jackets and stuff. Then dating a whole bunch of girls, going on tour, and then I had a family, and I had to adjust a lot of my mentality and behavior to grow and be the man that I needed to be. Then God called me, and I gave my life to Christ. And God is helping me to be the Christian that I need to be. And when it's in God's will that I become the leader, I will become the leader that I need to be. So right now, as I said, I'm a civilian, but my heart, my mind, and my spirit is in a place where I know that I'm being called to captain this ship. Like when Roosevelt went in, America was in shambles. When I say those things about those numbers, when I went to Adidas, when I went to Gap, like I'm the person that you actually call when things are not going so well. They have the mob movies is the guy that goes cleans up everything and like puts everything. I'm like the forensic, where in the same way how you saw my mind touch on 10 things at a time, and then I had to say 10 sentences at a time. If I could say them, or maybe narrow them down to 7. That's the way my mind takes, information in, and then it synthesizes it, and it comes out as a song, or it comes out as a product. Using that mentality as a leader, fearless, God-fearing, we will heal. We will show the world what America should be, the dream.
You said all this shit, all the things that you've said, in the most non-politician way I've ever heard anybody describe these things. I know you really mean these things. This is it's resonating with me that you're being 100% honest and natural, and that's what we're missing in politics today. I mean, it's one of the things that made people excited about Trump, is at least he was an alternative to the political talk. It was an alternative to politician speak, where they're being dishonest and disingenuous, but you just accept it. They're reading things that have been written by speech writers, but you just accept it because it says the things that you want to hear, checks the boxes that'll say, okay, you got my vote. What you're saying, though, is what you really feel and you really think, and you're not saying it like a politician. And that's what's going to resonate, and people are going to be mad at me. If you get president, you made Kanye West seem likable. You turned him into the fucking president. It made him seem like a rational choice for president. This conversation exposes a side of you that I don't think anybody's ever seen before. And a long form conversation where you realize that you are a visionary. You do have, these ideas are real. You're not posing. It's not bullshit. This is who you are. And your well thought out response, particularly to the idea of military conflict, it's very impressive, man.
Praise God. I'm glad I did that prayer.
Brother, listen, we're 3 hours into this. Let's wrap this up on a beautiful high note. So people can write you in if they want to. And we have a video on that, Brian. So Brian will play this video on how they can write you in, and we'll wrap it up here. Here it is. How to write in Kanye West on your ballot. Now, for people that are watching this on YouTube, you'll be able to watch this, and on Spotify, you'll be able to watch this. But if you're just listening, you just got to go down to the part where it says "or write in." It's pretty straightforward. Write in candidates. It'll show you where you can write it in. This video will be available. This video is on YouTube, right?
It's on his Twitter.
It's on Twitter. Okay. Write in Kanye West on your ballot. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this. I'm telling you, man, that was one of the most interesting and impressive answers to any question, because it was so obvious that you were coming from the heart, and that's what we all need right now. We all need no bullshit.
Absolutely.
Thank you, brother. It was an honor, really.
Yeah, thank you.
Pleasure. I'm glad we finally did it.
Yeah, awesome. This won't be the last time.
All right, let's do it again. Goodbye, everybody. Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes. And all the fucking people that make me feel lazy in this world, there's two that make me feel you and The Rock. You fuckers don't look like you ever sleep.
No days off. That's why I love his unattractive ass. He's he's a person that motivates me, inspires me, and the fact that we're co-workers, we're friends. I think it's a blessing. It's a blessing to be around that.
Yeah.
Because it truly it's uplifting. You know, it just makes you weed out the circle. When you're around people that truly give you some good, serve a good value to you in your life, you then look at those that don't, and you can then push away. So I'm big on personality. I'm big on energy. I'm big on will and wants. I believe that is contagious. So if you have a bunch of laziness and a bunch of bullshit around you, naturally it's going to feed off. You're going to find yourself becoming what's in your environment. So
I feel the exact same way. And when I see a guy like him,
I see that in you.
I see that in you. That's what I feel like I've seen an avatar. I see you. Yeah, but a guy like that, like I always wonder, like how much of that is like I've had sleep experts on the podcast to tell you like there's real problems if you don't get enough sleep. Like you have a much higher risk of Alzheimer's, all these other serious issues. But I see a guy like The Rock, I'm like, how the fuck does he sleep? What? Where's the room for sleep?
You know, that's true. I can't say that I've witnessed the sleep patterns. But he's a late ass, so he does. I know he's sleeping at some point. Because, like, what are we waiting on? What are we waiting on, DJ? God damn it, he's probably getting his rest, which is well deserved. But you know, when you say you had these sleep experts and stuff on, it's always a thing that I go back and forth about, because what is enough sleep? Like, I'm a person, I function high off of 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah.
6-7 hours, I'm functioning.
Yeah.
5 hours, I'm great. Do I do the 5 hour thing all the time? No. But if I have to, I'm fine. I don't need the 8 and the 9. I feel like that's too much for me. Like I'm an early riser, and now that I'm getting older, you know, if I can get in that bed by 9:30 or 10 on an off work day, I'm very happy with that. But then I'm up at 5:30.
Right.
I'm up at 5. So what is enough sleep? What did they tell you is enough sleep?
It really depends on the person. There are people that have a gene where they can just sleep 4 hours a night.
I got that.
Fine. My God.
I got that. What is that? Does that mean my
What is that
blood is
called?
gold? What is that? What is
It
it?
just means you got special genes.
Goddamn right, I'm an alien.
Yeah,
I got some shit.
There are people that just don't need as much. They can go a long time without sleep.
Diagnose me, I'm one of those people.
You might be. I bet a lot of high functioning people are, because your body tends to, you get more efficient. You know, like you're always going, you're always burning hard. So your body's like, when it's time to shut down, it's like shut down, get that 5-6 hours in. All right, back
Then
to
you
work.
good.
Let's
But
go.
I will confess this. I am an amazing cat napper. Yeah, I'm one of those guys.
That's a good move.
If you stop talking to me long enough, I'm gonna fall asleep right here. It's something about silence and just not doing anything, and I just
you're probably going on momentum all the time. You're probably going on motivation and momentum.
Okay.
And then when your body has this break, your body's like, we could use a little sleep right here.
That's 100% right.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I know for sure that's accurate, because I'll catnap in a heartbeat.
Do you feel like you've hit a good balance? So this is what I always wonder about with guys like you or guys like The Rock. When I look at your Instagram, your social media, and you're just constantly going like, God damn, do you ever feel like you do too much? Like, maybe I just need to take a little break here. Do you ever feel like that?
I think the perception definitely perceives reality. You know, what looks like so much isn't always so much, because you have a schedule. Mm-hmm. And, you know, within that schedule, there's the things that mean the most that come and act as downtime. You know, me in my house is downtime, even though it's still active and I got to be dad and I'm with the kids and the wife and this conversation and I'm running around and I'm back and forth. That still acts as downtime for me. Like I'm shutting the work off. So the phone is in the office. I'm not going back to get it until the morning. And it's all conversation. It's all TV. It's all Taco Tuesdays. It's couch and cuddling, baby time, whatever. That's my downtime because I've taken a step outside of the other shit.
That's wise.
That's what I think I do very well. I can step outside the other shit. I can separate it. So I think when you're able to do that, then you're managing your mental. You know what I mean? Like if it's always one thing all the time, that's how you fucking drive yourself crazy because you're never shutting it off.
Yeah.
And I think I do a good job of shutting this off and focusing on this. Like when I'm with my family, I'm with my family. Nothing interjects or comes in between.
That's fantastic. That's so important.
That's 100%.
That's beautiful. You
100%
figured that out? That's gigantic.
I think I figured it out.
That's it, man.
I think I figured it out.
I mean, you've got so much success. It's not like you have to be with that fucking phone all the time.
Mhm.
That's the phone is the big one, right?
Well, the phone is the gift and the curse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that we shot out the gate and saw the gift. Oh my God, it's community, it's connecting us. We're able to share, we're able to meet new people, we're able to stay in communication with old people, find new people. As an entertainer, I can engage with my fans, and this is so dope. And then after that, you get hit with the curse. And the curse is there's a high level of negativity that's out there that's on that shit. You know, there's a lot of people that are, not happy or going through things, and they interject a certain amount of negativity and hatred through these devices.
Yeah.
These devices are the easiest way to touch everybody. So when you're just consumed on that shit all day, you start to see yourself being a part of the negative shit.
Yeah.
So what I've learned to do is go, I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that shit. I don't pay that any mind. I don't read that shit for what? It's not helping me. It's not making me better. It's not pushing me to new limits. If anything, it's taking up just creative space by me literally spending time going and navigating through what I think is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
So I don't let the device beat me. And at one point, I definitely did. At one point, it was everything. It was, now I separate it.
How'd you break clear of it? What?
When you realize what it is, when you see the bad, when you see the bad side of it. I thought the other day, this is some real shit, and it really made me think. My phone died. And I'm driving, and I was using the fucking maps. And I was like, oh shit. What the fuck? How am I gonna get to where? I don't know where I'm going. And I sat and I was like, yo, how did we get from point A to point B before the map shit? What were we doing? That I used to print out directions from Google Maps. I remember that. But then before that, how did you get to the places where you were going that you didn't know how to get to? I don't even remember.
Do you remember Thomas guides? Did you ever have a Thomas guide?
I did have a Thomas guide.
When I first moved to LA, I had to get one of those.
I did have a Thomas guide. Giant
book.
100%.
Bill Burr had one until like 3 years ago.
Bill probably still uses it. Shouts out to Bill Burr. But it really fucked me up because I was like, we don't even know how to do the common, the norm anymore because the device has made everything available. And I literally had to drive to a store where I could buy a charger, charge up my phone to get back and use the map to get to where the fuck I was going because I had no idea how to get there. I didn't know no numbers by heart. I didn't know who I was gonna call. What phone? Like, yo, this was the moment where I was like, what level of success have I reached? I just pulled over and I sat there and I was like, how the fuck am I gonna get to where I'm going?
Have a spare phone, man.
I don't know what it was.
A backup phone.
It felt like the end of the world. It felt like it was over. I was like, shit.
Isn't that crazy how dependent you are?
But that's when the light bulb started to click.
Yeah.
It started to click. Like, how did we function without? I want to go backwards a little bit.
Yeah.
It's still there. I still need it. I still think it's dope with all of the things that we can do on it, but I still want to be able to put it down and step away from it. I want my kids to be able to step away from it. That's why when I come in the house, my phone is up. Because I can't bitch and complain at y'all about being on your phone if you see me doing the same thing.
Right.
So that time, those conversations, me wanting to know about your day, you talking to me about your day, your friends, who you like, who don't you like. My daughter, you, what boy, who, what, huh? No. All right, God. My son, yeah, I like somebody. Who? Oh, Jesus, here it comes. It's a great thing. And I want to be able to have those moments. And, you know, I think it's big to make sure that you prioritize that.
Are you worried about what comes next?
100%.
I'm worried that something's going to be way more intrusive than that.
It's what do you mean? It's already happened.
Yeah.
The biggest scare happened already. With the FaceTime shit that happened where
What happened?
Well, Apple on the iPhones, it was like people could listen into your
Oh yeah, if you didn't even pick up, they could FaceTime you.
They could just listen into it.
Yeah.
And you know, that was the scariest shit ever.
Yeah.
Because if it's that easy to have a bug like that, what's the thing that's not a bug that's there that you just don't know about?
Oh, there's definitely government listening to us right
100%.
now. Yeah,
100%.
recording everything everybody says, and then in case one day you do something wrong,
They go back
pull
to
you aside. Mr. Hart, we'd like you to sit down for a minute. We're gonna play you something.
100%.
Yeah.
So the fear is the next level of
Immersion.
Intrusive. You know, I think everything has become intrusive now. Like the toughest thing for me is that there is no privacy outside my home.
Right.
You know, the amount of money that you have to now spend just on security, on, you know, people to be with me, security to be on my home. You know, it's like there literally is no privacy. And it's not that I bitch and complain about it, because without the fans, without the people that support me, I wouldn't be where I am. But there's no middle ground.
Right.
You know, there is no handshakes anymore. It's how you doing?
Right.
And it's like, a handshake is so much better to get a moment. Like we can talk if that's what you want. No, yo, say it now. It's kind of weird because you're doing this to me. It's kind of weird to have a conversation. So you're just starting to see yourself become a little older and wiser, and just really see the times for what they are, and see the direction that we're going in as people, and just hope and pray that we find a middle ground, because I think right now there isn't one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm feeling now.
No, I feel it too. And especially, I mean, what you're talking about is you being super famous and losing all your privacy, but everyone's losing their privacy.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely. It's happening to you because you're very famous and because you do something that's in the public eye and people want to see you and they want to stick their camera in front of you. But there's going to come a point in time where what we're dealing with now, which is like you have to turn your phone on, you have to reach out to somebody, you have to put something up. That step's going to be out of the way, and it's just going to be people being able to access your life.
Yeah, pretty. You know the bad. Here's what I'll say that's bad. That really fucks with me. I don't like that negativity is the want.
Yeah.
Like the thing that's popular is the failure, the fuck up, you know, the fight that I can catch, the hateful moment that I can catch and post. Like the bad is being highlighted and celebrated. That's what fucks with me with the social media shit now. What really bothers me is, you know, when you see these things online, like, you know, a fight and there's a man hitting a woman and it's captured.
Right.
That's bad. The bad thing is that you watch that the video was more important than the actual help.
Right.
Or the moment to step in. And, you know, when you see these things where you're catching people do these things to kids and it's caught, the moment of what you got and what you want to post and get likes or whatever on is the focus instead of the help.
Yeah.
And that's the part that is just, I just have a hard time processing. I have a hard time processing what the likes mean to certain people.
Well, you get an extraordinary amount of attention. So it doesn't mean anything to you the way it means something to a regular person. But to a regular person, they can catch some world star video and put it up there like, dude, that's my video. That's my video. Look, my video got 5 million hits.
Yeah.
My video has gone viral. My video's everywhere. For them, it's like it's a point of excitement. That's why when they see you, they're like, oh shit, how often are they going to run into Kevin Hart at, Costco, wherever the fuck you were?
I definitely run into me on I'm in a bathroom, restaurant, and I go to the bathroom. By the way that I went to the bathroom, you could definitely tell I had the shit. I was moving fast. It was one of those abrupt, while you're eating. I'm eating bad, so I didn't eat bad in a while. My stomach immediately said, this is not going to happen today. So I get up and I go, and literally, like 3 seconds, I hear it as I'm walking. Oh, they go Kev Hart. And as I'm walking by, the guy gets up, follows me in the bathroom. And he's like, yo, I gotta get a picture, man. And I said, let me go to the bathroom. When I'm done, I'll take a picture with you. I go to the bathroom. This is a true story. Hand on the Bible. Hand on the Bible. I assume the guy is outside the bathroom. Because as I'm going, I see him and I say what I say. I get done. I go to the sink, wash my hands. He was just sitting behind the wall, and he's like, got his phone out. And I'm like, did he just take me while I was shitting? Did he put the phone over the thing? Oh, Jesus. Like, I'm about to be on. Oh, my God, it's over. This is it. This is my nightmare. Here we go. They're about to put something up of me shitting. It's the bottom of my feet. It's whatever.
Yeah.
But he just waited, and that moment was so important that he was in the bathroom. And as soon as I got come on, let's take it. I said, let's go outside the bathroom.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture. That's a bathroom. I said, I'm not going nowhere. I'm a nice guy, man. I'm going to take the picture. He's like, I just didn't want to lose you. And I'm like, there's not even a thought. There's not even a thought about it's a bathroom.
Right. How weird is that?
It's a bathroom. And this is a pretty fucking weird moment, man. This is weird. And
following you, waiting for
you
your
just
shit.
waited for me to finish shit, and I don't know what you got on your phone.
Right.
You're too big for me to ask to go through your phone, so I can't. Whatever you got. But I had to go out and take the picture, and I remember going back to the table just like, what's happening? What's happening?
Strange.
At this point, what is happening?
Yeah, that didn't exist before. I think if you were famous before, people just wanted to get an autograph or shake your hand.
We're past the autograph stage.
When was the last time you get an autograph?
It's been a while. It's been a while. I don't think I would know how to write it. I don't think I would know what to put down. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah.
And I want to make this very clear. It's not
complaining.
I don't knock it.
Yeah.
I understand. Like, once again, I want people to, more importantly, understand the fact that I welcome it.
Yeah.
I welcome the moment that I can talk and converse with the fan. But it should be that. Like, it's
normal.
Yeah.
Two people.
The moments are better when they're real. And after a real moment, you get a picture because you're like, yo, he was actually a nice guy. Or I had no idea that you would be this calm and cool. You don't even get to see how genuine of a person I am, because the first thing you do, you stick the camera in the face. And that's when people think that you're an asshole, because they have the intrusive moment that then gets met with the can you please, I'm sorry, you don't have to stick it in my face. Damn, you ain't gotta be like that. Wait a minute.
They look for that too. They look to turn on you.
Because now you get your moment.
Yeah.
You look for the negative moment.
When did shit start getting weird for you? Like, how many years in?
I don't know, it's been pretty crazy. It's been pretty crazy for like the last 4 to 5. The last 4 to 5 years. And the last 3, it's gotten insane. Because now, you're on an international level, so it's global, and the following is bigger, and it's all ages, which is really, really good. But I think for comedians, it's a different thing because you feel like comedians. You're laughing, we're in your homes, everything is met with warmth. So when you see a comedian, especially if you're a fan of a comedian, you're associating everything with funny, and you're just looking for the funny moment.
Right.
You're looking past the normal moment. It's like you almost are frowned upon if you're normal, if you just chill.
Right.
Because everyone wants the funny moment.
Right, they thought you were going to be funny all
Yeah,
the time.
it's like I'm supposed to pop lock. right on site,
Yeah.
If it's 2 a.m. and you run into me and I say, hey, how you doing, man? That's not enough.
When you work out your shit now, I've seen you at the Comedy Store, but only once. Like, where do you work out your shit?
I like to go to random comedy clubs. I think I'll go to New York first. New York has always been a home when it comes to building, put some structure within a set that you're trying to figure out. Once I got a skeleton of what I want to do, I'll just go to West Palm. I love that comedy club, the Improv down there, and
that place is great.
I'll stay for 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
And just go and run through some jokes. I'll go to Utah. I'll go to Denver.
You do the like Wise Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go to comedy clubs, just random comedy clubs that you wouldn't expect to see me at, but I'll do a hell of a run. And the goal is to get out of there with just a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to have a complete set. I just want to get a foundation. So when I'm done getting the foundation, then I'll do a little comedy club run. I'll do a full comedy club run where I just put 2 or 3 months in, and it's comedy club, and I'm doing 7 shows a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And people are shocked that I'm there and that I'm doing it. But that's my gym. That's how I work. And I end up leaving that period of time with a complete set after the first 3 or 4 months that I spent. Now after that comedy club, 3 to 4 months doing that run, then I'll take it to like a small theater. I see what my laughter feels like in the small theater, and I'll do a little run in small theaters. And then when I finally feel like it's at a point where I'm getting the laugh consistently and the punchlines are working, and I flipped it back frontwards, forward, every direction, and my story is a real roller coaster, and it has an ending where I feel like we get off the roller coaster and we're happy, and you don't feel like you were there for an hour. Is then when I go test it out in the arena. And if the laughter sounds the way it's supposed to, then I say, okay, I'm ready. If it doesn't, then I'll go back to small theaters, and then I'll go to an arena again. So not till that arena sounds the way it's supposed to, do I say I'm going on tour. So sometimes it takes me about a year and 3 months, a year and 4 months. People don't understand how hard it is to develop an hour of stand-up material. People act like you just turn on a new hour. It's an hour. To get to an hour, you're going through 4 to 5 hours of bullshit that you thought was funny.
Yeah.
To come up to that hour that you finally say, this is going to be the representation of me this year.
Yeah.
It's a lot for me to do that, especially at this level,
Well, especially while you're always doing movies and you're always busy with a bunch of other stuff, too. You don't take any breaks.
Well, I tour. I actually, when I'm touring, if there's a movie, I make the movie schedule around the tour. So my shooting days will go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, rap Thursday, maybe have a show Thursday night, and then I'm going Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes no show Sunday, sometimes show Sunday, depending on what the work schedule and the workload for the following week would look like. So I'm implementing that in. So when I say I'm out. I'm gone.
Yeah.
So I knock that movie out in 2 months, and then when I'm not, that tour schedule shifts. So the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, dedicated to family, dedicated to the office, everything. Then those weekends are touring. But that tour lasts for a year and a half. I mean, this year we did 157 shows on my Irresponsible tour.
Wow.
157 shows.
Before you decided to put it on the Netflix special.
Yeah, we did the Netflix, the taping. I think I did it 3 weeks before we were done. So we were probably at 143 shows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Then I taped it and finished the tour.
Did you always have this kind of structure? Like, how did you design
I'm a
this?
thought out individual.
Yeah, you seem like it.
I'm a well thought out individual.
Yeah,
Everything
this
is
is not
planned.
random.
No,
Yeah.
everything is planned. If you look at all my stand-up specials, there's a 2-year gap in between them. So the 2-year gap is because at the end of that second year, my new special should be coming out. When that new special should be coming out, I'm now focusing on what the next special is going to be. So that first year is all development. Like right now, I'm off. I'm not touring, but now I'm mentally in the gym and throwing all the old stuff that I talked about away. That's now thrown out. Can't repeat it, can't say it. Now talking about what the new version of myself is going to be. What do I want the conversation to be? What's my thinking? And just taking notes. So eventually now I'm going to start just popping up in random comedy clubs and trying to figure out what the next thing is. So by mid-20, I'll probably be doing comedy clubs. By the end of 20, I should have a full-fledged concept of that new hour. And by the beginning of 21, I should be ready to go out with my new hour. End of 21, film my new hour. Mid-22, that hour will come out.
That seems like a schedule a lot of people are doing now, the 2-year schedule.
It's a perfect gap.
Yeah, that's how I do. I know Louis C.K. did a year every year, and George Carlin did every year. But I think even he said it really wasn't the right way to
That's
do it.
tough. A year is tough.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a shouts out to those that can't do it. I think that's amazing. I think just for everything that I have going on and all of the different things that my hands are in within the brand, the business, I need to make sure that I'm giving 100% to those things so they have the highest opportunity to be successful.
Right.
If I'm trying to cheat it, then it's going to show.
Yeah.
It's not going to come out to the best of my ability. And with that stand up, you got a fucking magnifying glass on you. You know, you're always being judged off of what you did at one point. Just like a musician, you're always judged off of the album that everybody thought was whatever. So the biggest thing for an entertainer, artist, whatever your craft is creation. How are you recreating yourself? How are you constantly showing that you're growing? For me, the only way to do that is to talk about my life and the things that grow along with me. The only thing that grows along with me, my experiences, my family, my marriage, my mistakes, my ups, my downs. Those are the things that I can talk about forever. Because as you get older, things change, shit gets different. But it's all coming from my personal opinion of me, my view on me and how I see life. You can't lose material in that state. That's why I stay away from certain things, because those things can become boring after a while. For me, because I don't have the knowledge of everything that I should.
Like what? What kind of things?
Well, politics. I don't joke in the politics. I don't joke in anything that has to do with the slander of others or other communities. I don't do anything divisive.
Good for you.
That's my biggest thing. And you know, this past year was one that got a little weird, because I was like, yo, I've really dedicated myself to bringing people together. Like I thought that was my goal. That's my priority. I damn sure thought that's what I was doing on a global scale. Everybody, all races, shapes, sizes, whoever you are, whatever you are, you can come to a Kevin Hart show and have a good time. So when it came off as if I was a person that was divisive, that was tough.
You're talking about the Oscar shit.
The Oscar shit, yeah. Like
well, this is a time where people are just looking to be upset about things,
100%.
and they're not looking at you, Kevin Hart, as just a human being. Like who is he overall? Super positive. They're not even concentrating on that. I mean, think about how positive you are, and yet they try to concentrate on some jokes that you did 9 years ago.
It's a wake up call of understanding the times, but then more importantly, you know, for me, it was okay. I went through it. I made sure that the people of the LGBTQ community really understand that, hey guys, I apologized before, but I'm apologizing again. I'm sorry. I'm not that guy. I don't want you to think I'm that guy. Then it just became the constant conversation.
That never happened.
It just became the constant conversation. Yeah. And now it is, guys, I'm not only sorry, I don't condone anything that has to do with hate to anybody. This is no longer a conversation. So guys, I'm going to stop talking about it, because now I feel like I'm feeding into what I'm not. I know I'm not. The world and public should understand and know that I'm not, because over this time period, I've shown that I'm not. So the apology, once again, I'm sorry. Genuinely, I'm sorry. But then it never stopped. And at that point, I just made a decision, and I'm like, guys, at this point, I'm making a decision to not talk about it anymore. That doesn't mean that I'm being disrespectful to anybody. That doesn't mean that I'm shutting down anything. It means that for me, I'm going to stop talking about it, because at this point, I don't know what to do. At this point, I thought the apology is what you wanted me to do. I did it. I made sure that you understand that I'm not a hateful person. I don't condone hate. I did that. I stepped down so I don't take attention off of that night and those people that are there to be celebrated. I don't want to draw attention to myself and what's around me. I stepped down. Everything I did was for the better of good. I'm stepping away, guys, because I don't want this to be a negative night or a negative thing. And then it still became a conversation. So I waited for it to die down. I went on my radio show, gave another public apology. Made sure that he understand that I'm sorry. I hope these words didn't hurt anybody. I once again apologize. I don't condone hate to anyone. I hope that you guys can forgive me for those jokes of old. So now, I say, if you don't understand it, you don't believe it, I don't know what else to give. I don't know what else to do.
There's nothing else you can do. That's very wise of you.
Nothing.
It's very wise of you to step away like that, because if you didn't, they would probably pursue it forever.
I mean,
it becomes a point of attention. That's all it is. They just decide that this is something they're going to focus on.
What I had a good talk, and I'm gonna talk about this for a minute. A friend of mine, Lee Daniels. You know, me and Lee Daniels. Lee called me, told me what to talk to. You know who Lee Daniels is? Director, producer, the show Empire is one of his biggest shows. You know, so he calls me. He's like, "Kevin, I want to talk to you." And us talking, he's like, "Look, this is a time where you could speak up and talk about, you know, the community that's been affected by hatred and, you know, hateful crimes. You can step up and be a voice and say that you don't condone or don't stand with any type of hate or whatever. You can take that stage and do that." And I said, "Lee, I understand what you're saying." I said, "Well, why did you expect me to know what's been happening within this community in regards to hate and crimes?" I said, I'm not aware. I said, some people can just not be aware. I'm not in the know. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea.
In the gay community.
Yes, within that community. I have no idea.
Right.
When you tell me this, I'm now educated and I understand. So it's easy to simply inform.
Right.
Information is key. When people get information, they process the information. If you guys think that I condone hate, wait a minute. I don't. And anybody that does, fuck you, man. That's bad. You shouldn't. I can say that. But instead, when this happened, it was become an ally, become a voice.
Yeah.
And that's where there was just a miscommunication. That's where a back and forth kind of was established that I think people just started to take things and run with it. And I'm just not one to feed into what I feel isn't going to eventually evolve into a positive thing.
In a real conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I'm trying my best to.
It was becoming tabloid bullshit as opposed to like a real discussion.
Clickbait.
Yeah, clickbait. That's the problem. There's so much clickbait out there because it's such an effective way to get people to pay attention to things. Because as you said, people focus on failure and negative and anger.
That's what we want to see.
Controversy.
That's what we want to see. People want to see the anger.
Yeah.
And you know,
why do you think that is?
Because it's just the times. It's that's what's cool now.
Is that what it is?
What's cool is being negative. You know how you always have some people. This is a great example. How you have people. Well, me and you can talk about a movie, right? We can talk about Titanic. Wow, Titanic, one of the biggest movies of all time. Fucking great movie. He'll go, yes, it was a great movie. And one guy, for no reason, go, I fucking hated it. Why? You ain't like Titanic? Fucking bullshit. Why? Man, I know why. Now tell me, why'd you hate it? I ain't got time to talk to you about that. The cool thing is just being different. I wanna be completely opposite than all these positive people. You know what? No. That shit was ass. Why?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And what happens when one person does it, another person for no reason all go, yeah, me too. Yeah, that shit was ass, man. I ain't like it either. Did you see it? What y'all talking about? You don't even know what they're talking about. But you just want to hop on the negative train.
Right.
Because that's what's cool. It's not cool to be positive. It's not cool to be happy.
I don't know if it's a cool thing. I think it's usually people that are really frustrated with their lives.
100%. I mean, that's the factual side to it.
I did a joke before. It was like, do you think Michael Jordan leaves YouTube comments? Like, I bet he doesn't.
No. No.
That's not for winners.
No. Not at all.
The type of people that want to get mad and complain constantly about shit like that.
Do you know what it takes to do this right here?
Not much.
You know, right here,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you how I feel. Right in your comment section, Joe Rogan. You can kiss my. You know what that takes? What do you have going on that you have the time to just simply be that negative and do it in this world and universe?
It's just a mismanagement of your time. Yeah, your time is so valuable.
And I don't think people understand how valuable they can be if they use their time correctly.
Yes. Now, have you always been like this? Have you always been this ambitious?
Always? Fucking guy, man.
But always?
Always.
Really?
I find a light in every dark tunnel. I will find a goddamn light, man. I hear it all. Listen, when I tell you the weight on my back is so heavy of all the stuff that I deal with, and I'm fine. The reason why I'm fine is because I'm genuinely happy. I'm happy. And I'm not happy just because of the success. The success acts as a bonus. I'm happy because I truly know the definition and the feeling that comes with happiness. I truly know it. I felt it. I felt it when I said, yo, what really makes me happy? And I look at Heaven and Hendrix and I look at Zoe. I look at my wife. I go, yo, I didn't have the family shit when I was coming up. Yo, I got one. I got one. Look what I done did. Look what I built. These people depend on me. I provide for these people. That makes me happy. That makes me happy when my daughter comes up. Dad, you're not only my dad, you're my best friend. Yo, I'm happy. That's my world. So everything else from the outside that comes in, you're throwing shit at a bubble that can't be popped. It's a force field around me.
Yeah.
There's a force field around me because what really matters, loves me wholeheartedly. And when you have that and you understand that, you're unbreakable. So if you don't add to that force field, if you don't make my force field stronger, you don't get time from me. My team, Heartbeat Productions, the people underneath my umbrella, you're a part of my force field. You believe what I believe. We all see the same things. We want the same things. So we march with the same beat. You can't shake that when you're an individual that's seen that and understands that. If you've never felt that, if you have no idea what that feels like, then it's easy to shake it. That's why some people are easily broken. Being broken is not a hard thing. It's not a hard thing. So those that do get broken, those that do get down, those that do get depressed, I understand. I don't knock people for it. I don't knock anybody for it. What I also understand is that the encouragement that can come from so many can add value for those that may need a little push. That may need a little, hey man, pick your chin up. It's so easy to be that positive reinforcement for somebody and add value. It's so easy. But some people choose to throw that aside and kick while you're down. I try to put out the light of positivity because whoever's out there, I don't know what it could do for somebody else. Well, somebody else may just simply look at me and say, yo, the way that he embraces his kids makes me want to be a better father. Yo, the way that this man doesn't stop and the way that every day he wakes up and he's just positive regardless of what's going on makes me realize that this shit ain't so bad. The way that he gets up and says, hey, today's another day. It's a morning. Let's all be better than we were yesterday. Somebody probably needed to hear that. The more that I can give that out and I can take my platform to throw good energy out, I'm doing my part. Because so many that throw out the complete opposite.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a part of that.
That's beautiful, man.
That's true.
I believe you.
It's not forced.
Right.
It's not phony.
Yeah.
It's not fake. This shit every day. I hear it every day.
It's very contagious too.
I had a lady, right? Lady rolled down the window. She goes, "When you gonna make a good movie again?" I said, "Did you see the upside? I thought the upside was good. What's that?"
Oh shit!
It's a movie. It's one of my movies that's out. I think it's a good movie. I didn't see that. All right, man. You have a beautiful day.
That's hilarious.
All right.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. All right. Damn.
What she said? She asked a question with such conviction, like literally.
Yeah.
By the way, I could have said a lot of shit. Like she rolled the window down. You could tell she still had the crank. So I'm like, I could have said a lot of shit. I didn't. I didn't. There's a lot of things I could say to you. When you gonna make a good movie? It ain't snapping. Oh, I got one out. The upside. You see the upside? What's that? It's a movie. It's out now.
Amazing that's how she chose not you.
I see it. I get it.
She chooses to come at you with a negative.
I get it every day. When you gonna be funny again? I'm trying my best. Trying my best. If it's not working for you, hopefully I do better soon. What am I gonna feed into that? Why?
Right. Why?
For what?
Yeah.
For what? Seems to have been working thus far.
Are you getting this positive attitude towards life from life experience, or are you getting it from books? Did someone teach you how to think like this?
I'm getting it from the experiences and from the real understanding of perfection doesn't exist. It don't exist, Joe. We're in a time right now where people expect perfection. You expect perfection. I don't know where this came from. I don't know what happened that this is the criteria for living. My true understanding is, all right, you got one life. And in one life, the goal for us is to live it to the best of our ability from the beginning to what's at the end. In the beginning, middle, you're going to do things, you're going to make mistakes, you're going to fuck up. You're supposed to learn and then move forward with the understanding of what not to do. And when you move forward, life may get better, it may not, but somewhere along the lines it's going to click. And everything that I went through back here was supposed to happen so that now that I'm here, I'm able to go ahead with such a high level of knowledge, and I can make other people better. I can make myself better. I can do more for my family. Something happens. My dad is the prime example. Crazy drug addict, in and out of jail. Life was very bad. Very fucking bad for my dad. Son got successful. Son then took money, gave it to his dad. Here's your house. Here's your truck. Here's your monthly. At this age, I want you to live your life. You done made mistakes. You can't rebuild and correct the things that you've done. I'm your son. I love you. You can't go back and redo. You can't try to keep going backwards. It ain't about me. You got grandkids. Go be the best grandpa you can be for these grandkids. That's your focus now. Where's this energy devoted to? Being a grandpa for the grandkids. Don't worry about me. But something happened in your life. Something happened that took you in the direction to reap the benefits of your son's happiness and success. My energy is now contagious enough and I hand it to you. So now you're able to give that off to all these other people that you're around. Something happens, and that's in every single life. In every life. I understand that. There's a payoff for bad eventually. There's a payoff. It can't be bad, but for so long. If you got the strength and the understanding to realize that, shit will change. It will change. It's impossible. Just like poker. I don't know if you play poker or not.
I don't.
You play poker, you can run bad forever, but it will eventually turn around once you grasp the understanding of the game. Eventually, it's going to turn around. Blackjack, you're never going to beat the casino, but eventually you're going to have a good run. If you catch a run, you'll do good. Get the fuck out of there. You waited long enough for it to happen. Here it come. Catch it, leave. Anything in life will eventually turn good.
No, but this is coming just from your own personal experiences.
Own
You
personal
didn't have any
experiences.
role models that
My
spoke
mother.
to you this way?
Nancy Hart.
Did she speak to you like this? About positivity and about
My
really...
mom reinforced knowledge. My mom reinforced you don't start things and not finish them. You don't quit. There's nothing that comes out of quitting besides knowing that you didn't finish. We finish everything. You start it, finish it. If you're going to do it to try and be the best. Not be better than other people, be the best for you. If you're in school and you're going to class, I'm not asking you to get straight A's. I'm asking you to get the best grade that you can possibly get. Give me 100% all the time, and I'm a happy mother. When you half-ass me, I'm on your ass. Mom, I want to do this. I want to play baseball. Well, then you're going to play. Mom, I don't like that no more. Then why'd you start the season? Because I thought I wanted to do it. Then you're going to finish the season. You don't quit. There's other people that invested time and energy into you. You don't just quit on people. But I don't want to do it. Finish the season. Mom, I want to swim. Then you're going to finish swimming. Didn't matter what I did. I was never allowed to quit. So now in anything I do, when I pick up and say I'm going to start, I finish it. It all don't work. It all ain't the best. It all ain't knocked out the park. But I walk away saying I finished it. I did it. I did it. Right now I've been boxing.
I saw you work for Rico Verhoeven.
I'm fucking, first of all, very strong kicker.
He's a giant.
He's a huge man. Huge man. Okay?
He's a fucking beast.
He's a good guy too, man. Good guy. But I started
Viking
it.
jeans.
I started it and I said, why am I doing this? I'm not going to be a professional fighter. I'm not trying to be an amateur fighter. I'm doing it to get in shape. All right, then I started getting in shape and I said, so much that I don't know about the sport. I at least want to make sure that I'm paying homage to the people that do this for a living by really understanding and learning it. You know what? I'm going to get a real trainer. I'm going to get some real people to show me everything. So when it's all said and done and I look back after my training, I can go, I gave it 100% and look at how good I got. Look at what I'm a product of. I spar. I go get in the ring.
Really?
Yeah, just to feel it, so I can say I did it.
You know who else spars? Brian Callen. Is this
Are you serious?
No.
That's me. Yeah, that's me.
Come on.
That's me.
Dude.
That's me. It's getting there too. Look at this.
Who is teaching you?
His name is Biggs. He's in Atlanta. That's me learning how to turtle shell within punches. But you know, he's a former Golden Glove guy, really good.
Dude, you were in a cup and everything.
Well, that was after sparring session when I'm like real tired.
Damn.
Yeah, I got touched. I got my ass whipped in that ring a couple times. I go with a guy.
Worried about that at all?
No, because I don't go crazy. We headgear and I'm not in there.
For you.
But I'm not in there with guys that
are trying to hurt you.
Yes, right. I'm not in there with
just touching you.
Guys that have no concept of reality or control. Like they're just helping me understand.
Right.
Here's why you have to keep your hand up.
That is a problem with celebrities trying to spar. Like if you try to, like, you know, that's why Mickey Rourke started getting all that facial surgery.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he sparred with James Toney.
Jesus Christ.
James Toney beat the fucking shit out of him, man.
Well, that's just not a smart move right there. That's just
it's James Toney's a mean man.
Yeah, that's just you can't, like, I don't go in that space.
Have you ever seen James Toney talk shit while he spars?
No.
It's some of the most entertaining thing you'll ever find on YouTube.
He just
won't shut the fuck up
the
while he's
time.
beating your ass. He's talking shit.
Well,
Come on, bitch.
That's
Come on, bitch. What you got, bitch? Oh, this ain't shit.
That's hurtful. That's hurtful.
And he's one of the best defensive fighters ever, so he's really difficult to hit. He's got that shell going, standing right in front of you, and you can't hit him.
It's the most frustrating thing in the world.
Yeah.
I had a guy named Mikey I've been sparring with. Mikey hit me with 3 punches. I thought Mikey literally had like 6 arms. This is a true story. I said, I don't know what just happened, but I thought I had my hands up. And no matter where I put them, he just tapped me. He lets me feel it, but not to where I'm like getting knocked out. But I understand now movement. I understand pivots. I understand shoulder protection.
Right.
And that's my goal. My goal is just to understand, because I can't do anything halfway. Can't you try to fight somebody? Nope.
Right.
Nope. I just want to say that I did it and I learned and I can move and I looked the part because I put time into it.
Well, as you learn it too, and as you watch it and you start to get trained, then you start to look at a guy like a Terrence Crawford or a Lomachenko, and you go, oh, now I appreciate what you're doing. Because before you'd see like, oh, yeah, he beat that guy up. Oh, yeah, he knocked that guy out. But then you see like how he ducks under the left and fires back with the right. You're like, oh, Jesus, this is precision.
It's insane.
Yeah.
The respect that I have for people that do that on a day-to-day is through the roof. You're in, people that fight are in the most amazing shape in the universe.
Yeah.
You're in the most amazing shape ever. To move, get hit for 3 to 5 minutes around, come back, do it, come back, do it. And these fights go on and on and on. I take my hat off to you.
Yeah.
You get 3 rounds out of me, I'm breathing out my butt. I don't know where the air is coming from.
Yeah.
I'm searching for it.
It's a crazy way to make a living too,
Oh,
man.
yes.
To
I
rely
thank
on
God
your
that
body and your brain
I
like
thank
that.
God I didn't have to go down that route. And, you know, to those that do, just make sure you just put your body first. Like you said, it's hurtful when you see the damage that it can cause.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, like seeing guys as they start to deteriorate. And it's hard because nobody wants to tell them that either. Everybody wants to tell them they got one more good fight in them. And let's maybe at the end of the year, then we'll decide. But right now, we're going to train hard. And
It's tough.
it's hard, too, because there's no option. They don't. Once you've established yourself as a professional fighter and you don't have an exit strategy, you don't know what to do, you know. Now, at least, thankfully, because of the internet, guys are getting podcasts and they're starting doing commentary shows. And they're talking about fighting, and
it's the positive.
Yeah.
See what you just said there? You just found the positive.
Yes.
That's the positive within the internet. There is positive.
Oh, for
But
sure.
you just don't hear it celebrated as much.
Well, the internet is very positive for me. I mean, this show we do on the internet. I mean, not just podcasts, but YouTube videos, and also information. I know more because of the internet than I ever would have without it. There's not a doubt in my mind that I'm a more educated, more aware person because of the internet.
Yeah, you get the things that you're able to find and search, and I mean, like you said, you're able to self-educate at a very high level. These are the goods.
Yeah.
We're talking about the goods. So when you talk about positive, Kevin, how have you been?
Yeah.
Are you always like that? It's this. It's the things that I look at that are so easy.
You're not just positive, though. You're like crazy ambitious. That's the thing that gets me about you and The Rock.
For sure.
It's like the ambition's off the charts. Like, I know you're rich as fuck. Like, when do you think you got enough? You don't have enough. There's no enough.
I don't have enough because it's not over.
It's not over.
It's not over. So, you know, when you put a cap on it, you're putting a punctuation to it. And the ambition comes from seeing what's out there that can be obtained. You know, when you see what's out there.
Like what? You mean physical things? Like what
when
do you mean?
See what's out there, when you see where people are really gaining wealth and knowledge from, okay? The business relationships that you're able to acquire, the people that you're able to partner with and create certain things, different revenue streams. What I found is, as a young black guy from North Philadelphia, the biggest problem within our community is knowledge. We don't know. Debt is welcomed because it's celebrated. That's all we know. Yeah, I'm gonna get that credit card. I'm gonna fuck that credit card up, and it is what it is. They gotta figure that out. I ain't got it after that. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm getting student loans. They gave it to me. Then after that, shit, it is what it is. I'm gonna figure it out. And I put the cable bill in your name. You put it in my name. We can switch it up. Whatever they do it, then let's just put it in somebody else's name. It's welcome. The hustle is welcome. The knowledge of banks and what you can do or can't do is fucking, you don't even get it because you go to check cashing places. The reason why you go to check cash please, because I don't want to go through that shit with the banks. I don't trust that. Go right there to check cash, please. Let me get mine. Let me get mine now. Take $30, whatever. Let me get it. The knowledge isn't given. So it's not till you obtain that knowledge and understanding that you go, oh shit. Oh, this is why you put money up. Oh, this is how you increase versus decrease. Oh, this is how you earn on your money. Oh, wow. I can gain wealth by investing in what? The stock world is what? How many people partake in the stock world? And is there a part that isn't necessarily gambling? Is there a low risk part? The information isn't there.
Right.
So it's not till I got to a certain level and a certain group of people where I got it. And now that I got it, I want to give it. So now I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it to the people that I know need it most. And for me, that younger generation of black people that don't understand the cool thing is in financial longevity, not in the now. It's not in the moment for jewelry, not in the moment for the car. It's in the longevity. It's in building so at the end of the day you can say, look at what I have. Look at what I worked for. Look at what I have that's mine. Monopoly is real, but you have to have the financial understanding. And I teamed up. I got Chase right now. We're doing something called financial fitness, where it's just about me educating people on money. How to manage money, how to be smart with your money, but it's coming from a person that fucked up money. I didn't always understand it. I owed in taxes before because I didn't understand it in the beginning. I had bad credit cards wouldn't take me because I maxed out whatever. I've been there, I've done it. Thank God I was able to fix it and get on the right path. And now that I have the knowledge, I want to give it because you simply don't know. So when you say the end game is getting to a point where I've taken all the knowledge that I've been able to get over these years and really applying it and providing family wealth. When it's all said and done, the last name Hart is going to mean just more, a lot more than just Kevin Hart and comedy. Heartbeat Productions, you got Heartbeat Digital, you got Heartbeat Ventures, you got Heartbeat Real Estate. There's so many things that the last name Hart will be attached to.
You sell real estate?
Kevin Hart doesn't sell real estate. I buy real estate. I don't
I like
sell
how
it.
you talk about yourself in the third
Yes,
person.
I'm sorry about that. I don't sell it. I buy it. But the
Right.
reason why is because
Investment.
Yeah. But as you get older, you learn this. You learn it. And you know, it's such a thing when you talk about black versus white. You know, a lot of people do that. And rightfully so. Like there is racism. Racism exists. I'm not unaware of that. But there is a high volume of it that's non-existent to people that are good people. And when you can merge yourself with good people and follow the paths that you see that these good, successful people have taken, you then become a part of a world and group that nobody expected you to be in. So to me, I now have the position to do that and take all of these relationships and all this knowledge and take it back to the people that need it most. I like to share. I don't want it all by myself.
Now, are you doing this in the financial stuff? Are you doing this in videos? Are you like releasing
Not in
videos?
videos, no. We're starting. We're going to start financial fitness, like I said, with Chase, JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, very good guy, Tashonda as well. Their help leading charge is just saying, how can we get to the people that we feel need the financial information the most? So I said, put me out there, like. Let's go directly to the consumer. So from colleges, from high schools, senior classes, junior classes, going out and talking to people before they go into the next stages of their life about the things that you should know.
So you're going to speak to them?
Yeah, and just share personal information.
Are you going to put this stuff online as well, though?
Yeah, you'll be able to track and find content from it, but I'm authentic. So I said the best way to really do it is to put me in a position to be heard.
Right.
I want to be heard. Like it's a different story. What I explained to the people of JP Morgan Chase just when we were talking about this, and there's an amazing board of people that are just figuring this out and the best way to go and do it. And I said, you can't have the white guy that's never been to the hood or who's not from the hood or has no idea how the economy works here and what the real troubles are. You can't throw that man in the situation to talk to people because I'm not listening to you from the gate because you don't relate. I don't relate to you. But throwing somebody in a situation that's lived it, that's been in it, that's been fucked up in it, made it out of it and is now coming back to help,
Right.
it's a different ball game. And that's what I want to be. And, you know, we have other voices outside of myself, very powerful voices that are going to do it as well. But the purpose is to align ourselves to really make a change. So you can either be the conversation about making change, or you can be a part of the action to do it. I want to be a part of the action. And in doing it, you'll also be able to understand my drive. You'll get why I do so much. You'll get why my hand is in so much. Because I have access to it. And the question should be, why not?
Yeah.
The question shouldn't be, yo, why is he doing everything? It should be, why aren't you? Why aren't you trying to do everything? Why not?
But that's the thing about a guy like you, that it becomes contagious. Like what you were saying about surrounding yourself with positive people and people that are constantly ambitious, and that there's fuel to that. You feel good about that. That's what you're doing.
I can say, seeing you here, right? We walked around. You showed me your facility. Loved it. Beautiful facility. You talked to me about how your podcast has grown to where you are now, the success behind it. I don't leave here and go, yo, that's dope as shit. I go, hey, I need to do more work on my radio station. Laugh Out Loud Radio, I own it. It's mine. I got a show on there, but you know what? Joe fucking motivated me to do more. I want to make sure that we understand really what's out here within this radio world, because I just saw my guy in his space and I saw how happy he is with the success that he has. I don't want to be you or beat you. I want to take this energy and apply it to myself. That's the purpose of seeing.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of being smart with your eyeballs. You should be a sponge. So I'm a sponge. So I come here and I look at how you maneuver. I look at your setup. I not only bow down and congratulate you, I leave and I say, yo, man, I'm inspired, dude. That's dope as hell. Joe, I can't wait in 2 years. You're going to come and you're going to see my shit. You remember I said I was inspired, but you're going to see what I let it grow into. That's the proper way to get encouraged and motivated.
Right, as opposed to being a hater.
A hater and competitive.
Yeah.
And I'm going to beat you. It's not a competition.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that either.
No.
I share the exact same feelings.
It's not a competition at all.
Yeah.
So
and if you don't have people like that are inspiring around you, you might not know how positive it is and how
100%.
powerful it is. If you see someone that's on television or on social media and you see them, it's hard to be inspired. You don't know them, but
I can say, look at your circle, right? And in your circle, if the conversation is all about what we hate, I can't stand that song. You see that new fucking car came out? Okay, that shit is ass. I can't stand that fucking car. Yo, man, I can't stand this city. Why the fuck we even in this city? What we eat? I hate that place. It's so easy. People don't even listen to it. It's so easy. It can be the smallest shit in the world. The smallest shit, but if it's always hate, I can't stand these fucking headphones. Why we got these headphones? I hate these. Fucking hardwood tape. Why is it here? I can't stand this hardwood tape. I hate hardwood. How could you get a vertical tape? I fucking hate this shit. Fucking chairs. You ain't got better chairs? I hate these chairs. It's so easy.
Right, so easy.
It's so easy to talk about hate.
Yeah.
And so many people don't realize that in a group, you do it. You ping pong hate off of one another.
Yeah. Unless it's funny.
It can be funny hate.
Sometimes
funny
good hate.
Funny hate is just between yourselves.
Like Patrice.
Yeah, Patrice was one of the best.
Funny hate.
One of the best funny haters. Okay. You bring up a good point. Comedic hate
is a different kind of hate.
Different kind of hate.
Yeah.
Comedic hate.
Right.
Rest in peace, Patrice O'Neal.
Rest in peace.
Probably the best. Patrice used to do. Time. I remember when I would talk, and if I was saying something, you would just hear, ugh. What you talking about? He's like, ugh. What are you talking about? He's like, just the way you talk bugs me. What? Your voice, everything about your voice just makes me want to punch you in the face. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, ugh.
When he would go after you too, it kind of made you feel good too. Like if you're a comic, especially if you're a comic, like I called Opie and Anthony once. I was talking to them, and Anthony always has a gun on him. He carries a gun everywhere. Like he has a concealed carry permit and shit. And I said to him, do you ever worry that maybe you're putting out this energy and you're manifesting something like some sort of an attack on you because you're constantly dwelling on it. And you always have this gut. And Patrice goes, Joe believe in magic. Joe believe in conjuring up the world. Hey man, I'm positive energy. Just starts laughing. See, he's magic. Joe's magic. Shit on him. And I'm like, when he would go after you, man, it was like you just want to step back and watch.
I remember he got Bill Burr so mad one time. Oh, Bill used to get so fucking mad. Beautiful thing about Bill Burr when we be snapping, Bill was the guy to get mad. Like, it's not funny.
If you went out to him,
it's not, none of it's funny. Y'all laughing. Bill like, where's the punchline in it? There's no punchline. He would get so fucking mad. The Comedy Cellar, the days that we had there, man, Bill Burr, Patrice O'Neal, Keith Robinson, Jim Norton, Colin Quinn, myself. When I say we would sit at this table, for 4 to 5 hours, and it would be nothing but beautiful trashings to one another. When I say they used to give me so much shit, that's probably why it's so hard to bother me now. The trashings that I took from the age 20 to 24 in my young comedic career about how awful I was. I had a joke way in the beginning of my career because of the times. Let me preface this. This was way in the beginning of my career. This was a joke that I had about little people, midgets at the time. And it's, it was so bad. It was I got robbed by a cross-eyed midget, and the joke was I didn't know he was robbing me because I was with somebody else. So he was looking at my friend, but he was robbing me. It was like a play on being crossed. It was very, very awful joke. I remember telling this joke, and a phone book comes flying on the stage. Patrice threw a fucking phone book at me. I'm talking, we're at the Boston Comedy Club. There's people in the crowd.
Tiny little place.
All you heard was, and you sit back, it hits the floor. And I said, yo, what the fuck was that? And Patrice said, read it. There's better material in it than what you're saying now. Crowd starts laughing. He's they all when I say they used to trash me so bad, man. Give you a legendary Patrice O'Neal story. I caught Patrice jerking off in my house before. This is I moved to LA. I'm staying in the 2-bedroom apartment. I just got there. Patrice was coming out. I said, yo, you need to play sex. I got 2 bedrooms. You can come there. This is my ex-wife at the time. I come home. It's like afternoon. I was like, Patrice. I'm like, yo, you home? Patrice. I go in the back, open up the door. I said, this big ass computer. All I see is his back hunched over. It's like baby oil right here. And I come in, I'm like, yo, what you doing? He's like, yo, get out. Hey, you jerking off in my house, man? He's so sick. He's so fucking sick that he didn't stop. He said, get out. He was so concerned with finishing that he didn't even break stride. He didn't turn around, acknowledge me, nothing. Get out. You just saw his back hunched. He came out like 7 minutes later. He was like, my bad, I didn't know you was coming home. Didn't even acknowledge fucking Patrice, man. I love him to death.
Yeah, he had the most don't give a fuck of any
100%.
comic I ever met. Like 100%. The most.
100%.
Yeah.
Good and bad, though.
Yeah.
There was a good to it, and there was also some bad to, a lot of things that didn't happen for Patrice probably could have happened, but I think the level of not give a fuck prevented some of those things.
Well, he was almost too authentic.
Yes.
like his like. Did you ever see that? What was it? Charlie Sheen's roast? Whose roast was it that he did where he just tortured everybody else that was on the roast with him?
And then he got up there and afterwards
You motherfuckers aren't on my level.
Yeah.
He talking shit about me. Why am I here?
I shouldn't be here with you guys. Who the fuck is this bitch? Who is this bitch? Oh my God, Patrice has so many of those things.
Yeah,
so many things. One of the best to do it. If you are listening, you're not educated on Patrice O'Neal. Just I ask that you just watch Elephant in the Room, one of his specials.
Yeah.
Some of the funniest shit ever, man.
And so insightful.
Mm-hmm.
He was so wise.
Very
like
smart.
The way people thought and behaved. He would say shit. Like one of the things that he said that I tell people all the time. It's a brilliant thing that he said. It was I forget what controversy it was, but he was on television with some woman who was saying that you should never tell jokes about certain things, you know, and they were getting mad at someone. I think it was Opie and Anthony about a joke. And he said, you got to understand that all jokes come from the same place. The ones you like and the ones you don't like. The ones that make you laugh and the ones that make you mad. They all come from the same place. Someone's just trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they just don't work.
I had a talk with the I forgot her name. I forgot her name, but it was when I was doing all the promo for Upside, and they kept trying to break down, you know, where the jokes come from. You know, Kevin, these insensitive jokes that you told back then. Why? What makes you? Why would you even say those things? And the hardest thing for me to explain, I was like, do you think people think of jokes and while thinking of them, think that they're not going to be funny? Everything that you think of in a joke form, you're thinking of it because you think you're going to get a laugh behind it.
Yeah.
The gamble is if I get the laugh versus not get the laugh. If I don't get the laugh, the joke was not funny. If I get a laugh, then I guess I'm onto something. There isn't a bunch of thought that goes into the funny moments that we think may be great bits.
Yeah.
I wish that I had a more logical answer to put behind it. I said, but I don't, especially at that time in my career. I just thought it would be funny. The same way that some people think certain jokes funny, they aren't funny. It's a thought. Comedians are constantly throwing shit out there.
Yeah.
You're constantly rolling the dice and throwing shit out there. Half the shit you roll ain't good.
Right.
It's not going to be good. The other half may be all right. May be kind of good. But it's all with the intent of entertaining. It's not with the intent of being malicious. It's not with the intent of sparking hatred. It's all trying to make you laugh.
Yeah.
That's it. Like it's literally that simple from a thought within a comedian's mind.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And they kept trying to look for this like hard definition of why. And I was like, I don't have it. I don't have the reason why. I thought it would be funny and it wasn't. That's the downfall.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
It's
And the thing is about this art form is that up until 10, 15 years ago, there was never any discussion like this. It wasn't so when we developed and when we were coming up, there was never. It was just like, and there was always guys that would push the envelope way too far. You'd be like, Jesus Christ, you see his new bit? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And you'd be laughing.
Yeah.
You'd tell it to each other and be like, ah!
Yeah.
And it didn't matter what it was, a joke about murder or rape or whatever. Some people just, they choose those dark subjects.
Yes.
It's like they're trying to make us laugh.
Yeah.
You know, and
the comedian's comedian.
there's always going to be those.
Where you just in the back, you ooh.
Do you know Brian Holtzman?
100%.
Yeah, Brian Holtzman's that guy.
100%.
One of my funniest dudes.
And there's no way that I could say
No.
some of the stuff that I heard him say.
Do you remember Susan Smith, that lady who drowned her kids?
I know who you're talking about,
Yeah.
and I know the moment,
Yeah.
but I'm not familiar with all that involved.
Holtzman was on stage that week, and he's like, I heard those kids were bad.
Oh my
I
God.
heard they sat that close to the TV. They never put away their blocks. They always spilt their milk. Those kids will not be missed.
Yeah.
And you were just like, what in the fuck?
It was like 9/11 when 9/11 happened.
They wouldn't let him on stage.
Well,
Mitzi Shore would not let him on stage for months after 9/11. She's like, no way, keep him off the stage.
I mean, do you have the people that just are they go for that?
They go for it because they want to hear you howling in the back of the room. They know that, like, if it's comics are there in the back of the room, they're gonna laugh their fucking ass off at that shit.
And it's weird because right now within the times, I'm the comedian that chooses to be sensitive to the times. I've made the choice to say, I understand. I get why you shouldn't say certain things, or why you should avoid this, that, or this. I understand, and I am. But then there's other comedians that go, you know what? I'm on stage, I'm going to be me, and I'm not going to do that because people are telling me that this is what I'm going to go harder and do that. That just exists. It just exists. But I think it's easier to just say, I'm not a fan. That comedy isn't for me.
Right.
You know what? I don't like the taste of this particular comedian, so I'm not going to support or watch that comedian. I'm going to find another comedian that's more to my liking. I'm going to go and just turn my head. Like, I want us to get back to just understanding that you just don't have to support it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, there's a lot of fucking options.
There's so many.
Today,
there's so
never
many.
Never been more comics.
There's
like
so
high-level
many.
comics. I think about how many people are doing Netflix specials today.
There's so many.
There's never been more.
It's so many.
It's crazy.
So I don't understand why there's a push to destroy, which you just don't have to support or like.
I think it's just a bunch of people that have an ability to influence things now that didn't have an ability before. And it's like they see a window and they want to throw a rock. It's right there.
Makes sense.
I think there's something there. But I also think for us, for me in particular, I really like fucked up comedy. Mm-hmm. It's one of my, I like Quentin Tarantino movies where people get shot and killed. Yeah. I don't want anybody to get shot and killed in real life. Yeah. But I like fucked up comedy. Yeah. Do you know who Tim Dillon is?
Yes, I do.
Pull up that fucking video that him and Megan McCain. Have you seen this?
No.
Oh my God. He is a savage, dude. He goes so hard. But I saw this video. Tears are rolling down my eyes. I was crying, and I was like, okay. This guy's needed. We need this right now because during this political correct push, you got this big giant gay dude who doesn't give a fuck. He's an animal. Watch this shit.
My father died. I had a baby with him, and it will be raised in captivity. It'll be raised privately to be the greatest politician that has ever lived. My name is Megan McCain, and I'm on a news show.
You have to see this
Donald Trump, that fucking riverboat casino captain, is talking shit about my father again. My father was tortured for 100 years for this fucking country, and he came back and he started 7 wars because he's a gentleman. Fuck you, Trump. I'm going to wear my father's skin mask, and I'm going to primary Trump from the right. Come on The View, bitch. If you're that tough, come on The View. You want another Sandy Ocasio-Cortez? You want this shit? You want to fuck these tits, Trump? You want to fuck these tits? No, you don't. You want to suck cock. But I won't fuck you because the only person I'll fuck is Daddy. I'll fuck his corpse. I'll fuck Daddy's corpse. Before my father died, I had a baby.
Wait a minute.
He's an animal, bro. He's an animal.
Wait a minute.
He's wearing, folks, you don't know, he's wearing lipstick and a wig, and he's smoking a cigarette in a dress, and he's all of 300 pounds. He's such a fucking animal. He's such a fucking animal.
You want to fuck teeth?
You just want to suck cock. Oh, fuck you.
Wow.
It's only fuck Daddy.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's pretty damn. That's what
I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
it's out there.
They need that guy. We need him.
It's out there.
We need guys like that.
I mean, the biggest thing of what we were just talking about, what we said is like, it's very easy to just say, you know what, that's not for me. And find what is like.
Or to say that's for me.
Yes, everybody's humor. Everybody's humor is different. I laughed. There's a viral video of this old guy trying to hoverboard. He's like, he's got to be like 69, 70. And, his grandkids are there. And he's like, let me try it. Let me try it. And this man gets on this hoverboard and takes... If you saw Mike Tyson fall on a hoverboard, his fall was worse than Mike Tyson's. I've never seen somebody hit their head harder in my life. And I didn't laugh out of wanting to see this old man hurt himself. I laughed because it was stupid to try to get on this hoverboard in the first place. And when he got up, he tells the kids, "Why is it moving like that?" I played this video for everybody because that shit made me laugh. Some people were watching and go, "Oh, no, no." Some people were watching and go, "Oh, oh, oh." And others would just die fucking laughing because everybody's humor is different.
Yeah.
Everybody's fucking humor is different. My humor is different. Falling makes me laugh. I don't care who you are. Falling makes me laugh. I don't give a shit who you are. If you fall in front of me, no shot I'm holding that laugh. There's no shot. There's no shot. You don't stand a chance. If you fall in front of me, there's no shot that I'm not. Bust your ass. Something's got to come out.
Right.
Falling is funny. I still think it's hacky. I still think farts are funny. When my kids fart, I laugh. I still, until this day, it's the funniest shit ever to me. Nah, it goes out, man. You stink. Get out of here. Stink ass. My little son, 17 months, when he fart, I laugh. Something within just the ability to just be fucking silly and stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't always have to have a meaning behind it. Some shit is just stupid.
My 8-year-old farts on cue. She thinks it's hilarious.
First of all, that's genius.
She'll tell you, "Listen, I got to talk to you about something." That's it.
There you go.
And she starts laughing. She thinks it's hilarious. She'll fall down the couch.
It's the best thing in the world.
She can't stop laughing.
It's the best thing in the world. That's what you talking about. As a kid, that's all you got. That's your only bit as a kid. You got nothing else but farts. That's all you got. That's all you got to make people laugh. You should enjoy it.
Yeah.
You should. I
Why
still
not?
think it's funny. But falling is number one for me. Falling is number one. My wife fell down the steps. She got so mad because I didn't rush to help her. I laughed. Good. She had a wine glass. Wine was all over the walls. Oh my God. One of the worst falls I've ever seen in my damn life. Got up. Her shoe was on one step. The other shoe was all. Falling is funny. I like it.
I don't laugh at falling that much. I just deal with too many injuries. I've seen too many people get hurt.
It's just not for you.
Yeah, it's not for me. Especially old dudes falling down, hitting their head. I'm like, I start thinking about brain trauma and CTE, long-term repercussions of
After
the
the laugh,
impact.
after the laugh, I'm there. I'm right there with you.
I think your
After the
approach is
laugh,
probably better.
I'm right there with you.
There's the one that's going on today of this dude trying to come up the stairs on this other dude. Did you see that one? And the guy stomped him and sent him flying. Like, all I could think of is we don't see it in the video, but that guy's head has got to be smithereens.
Oh my God.
Like he had to hit his head the way he fell back.
Yeah, you ever seen one other guy who slipped and fell down a bunch of steps at the museum and he falls in the water? Like he just keeps going until he goes in the water. That's brilliant. Brilliant. You can't beat that.
Yeah, here's this dude. This dude's walking up the stairs, and this dude's like, "Get the fuck off my porch! Stop! Leave me alone!"
Jesus.
And he keeps coming. He's like, "Don't do it! Don't do it!" And he got boom smacked. The way he fell back, there was no hands behind him. That's all head. That's all head.
First of all, to not see that kid coming from a guy that size, it's sad.
You also have to realize a guy that size is carrying all that weight all day
that's the
long.
equivalent of a donkey kicking.
That's a
right
donkey.
there. Yes, 100%.
That's
Your
stomped.
chest is caved in right
You
there.
got stomped.
But to not see it once again,
I've always thought that about fat people. That if you're really, really fat, imagine how strong your fucking legs must be.
it's the strongest shit ever.
Yeah.
If you really get some power behind that kick,
And also, if you lost the weight, you'd have these incredible legs.
that's always a theory. Just what's under there.
I always wonder if their knees are going to shrink.
Wait, what?
Because you see someone from behind, they're like 500 pounds, like their knees are that wide. I'm like, okay, is that the bone? Like, is that fat around the bone? Like, has the bone grown really wide? Because your body does, your bones do get denser if you do like heavy weight.
Mhm.
Like, if you look at like power lifter dudes, they're dense. And
Well,
part of it is not just their frame, it's that they're constantly lifting heavy things. So your body thickens up. To
as you go. But you know, when you know people that are larger make the dedication to actually losing the weight, and they stay away from like the weights and stuff and just do cardio, it sheds off so fast.
Yeah,
But
they
it can't.
can.
Like I know a couple of friends of mine that lost like 130, 140 pounds, and like have now just fallen in love with fitness to the point where it's unbelievable, like how their body is transformed and taking a liking to the new the new process that they're now in.
Yeah, they get addicted instead of food. They get addicted to being healthy.
Exactly.
It's totally possible.
Totally possible.
I've had, I don't know how many people come up to me and said they've lost 100 pounds plus because of listening to my show and having fitness experts on and diet experts and just talking about staying the fuck away from sugar. Say, don't eat late at night.
Yeah,
Stop eating at a certain time and give yourself more than enough time to digest. Count your calories. Start exercising.
Well, with me, I think the thing with me that helps me so much is I'm not a foodie.
You're not?
I'm not a foodie, man. I'm just not the most
care.
boring guy to go eat with. I'm just making a turn. That's it. I'm literally just. All right, what is that? What is that? That's fine. Let me get that. This baked chicken, some brown rice. That's fine. I'm good.
You don't worry about eating healthy or clean?
Well, I'm a healthy eater because I'm not a foodie.
Oh,
So it's not like it doesn't matter. Like I don't have the will or want to eat the bad shit.
So if you're passing by In-N-Out Burger, nothing?
No.
Nothing.
Nah, man. I'm black. Fried chicken. Fried chicken.
Oh,
Kryptonite.
okay.
Now you show me a Popeyes.
Roscoe's?
Roscoe's is good too, but Popeyes.
Really? Popeyes over Roscoe's?
Yes, man.
I don't
Popeyes.
understand.
Popeyes is fucking. I don't know what's in that chicken batter, man.
It's pretty damn good.
God
Spicy?
Damn it.
Do you like the spicy?
Spicy set my ass on fire, but I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna do it, but I'm just not. I can consistently eat the same thing and be fine.
How is Popeyes the only one who figured out that red beans and rice is
It's
a
the
great
shit.
thing to have on the side?
It's the
Like,
shit.
no one else has it.
It's the best thing ever.
You know what I mean? Why doesn't Burger King or McDonald's have red beans
Popeyes.
and rice?
Popeyes is so good that when I was younger, I was about 22. I was on a bike. I got hit by a car, right? Not too hard to where I was damaged, but I had Popeyes in my hand, like the bag. I was riding on my bike and holding it, one hand. Bop, got hit. Never let go of the bag. Wow. That's how good Popeyes is. The bike, everything else. Boom, I'm there. Popeyes. I held on to it. Nothing was damaged. Still took it home, finished that meal.
That's incredible.
That's how good Popeyes is, 100%. So that's my cheat. My cheat is Popeyes all day. Other than that, I'm a consistent eater. I'm a healthy guy.
So do you take vitamins or supplements or anything?
I used to take multivitamins, which inspired me to start doing my own. Like right now, we got Vita
Of
Hustle.
course.
Yes, we got. I'm starting my own supplement line. Vita Hustle is
Vita Hustle,
the
love it.
multivitamin that we're putting out. But let me tell you why, though. I'm gonna tell you why I'm even getting into this space. So when I look at physical fitness and I look at this world, I notice that you have a great want and need to look like everything around you that you see. Like everybody that's a part of this world, they look so fucking great and fit when they're talking about these products and the things they can do. And I said, what I'm able to do and what I've done in my past, I'm always bringing people together of all, like in whole. Like nobody's alienated. When I did my runs with Nike and before I got signed by Nike, it was about bringing a bunch of people that never ran before and getting you guys to get up, just come run with me. Just try it. And you notice I got people out there never thought they would fucking do it, and we doing 5 miles. We're doing 10 miles, whatever. Just a group run. Something to say we did. I said, how can I create a product where I'm putting people in a position to understand there's a hustle in all of us? That's what my multivitamin is about. It's the energy, it's the recharge, it's the ability to focus, it's to approach your day with all of the tools that you basically need. It's not just about the physical fitness aspect. It's about the health. So if I can actually motivate people to take the step in the right direction of health with a line of supplements that are driven for the everyday individual that may not know or be aware, but wants to engage. But you're not in it to look like all these different people. You're in it to be the best version of yourself. How can I do that? Teamed up with a great group of people to create the best possible products that I want to do. And I said I want to be patient. So it took me 4 years. 4 years to create Vita Hustle.
And how many different products do you have?
Right now, just Vita Hustle. Vita Hustle is my only one right now.
So it's just a vitamin.
Just a multivitamin. But it's an amazing multivitamin.
Is it a single pill or is it a packet?
No, it's a jar. I should have fucking bought one. Good job.
A jar?
Jesus Christ.
So you like mix it in stuff?
No, it's a jar full of
pills.
Yes, pills.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you the dope stuff that's in it. because I don't want to not say anything and have it to where it's wrong. So I always
There it
have
is.
shit in my
He's
phone.
got it up on the screen.
Man, look
Ingredients.
how good is he, man?
Very
Jesus Christ. I get it, man. Hey, I see it.
Yep.
That's why you're here. I'm doing
Broccoli
the same
extract.
thing on my phone.
Blueberry fruit extract.
Mhm.
Scroll back up there. Boron, biotin, beta carotene, vitamin A.
Mm-hmm.
That's all good shit.
It's all good shit. It's more than a multivitamin. Okay?
Vitamin A,
It's good.
D, E. What is that stuff? Tocotrienol.
Tocotrienols.
Vitamin E family.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of that, Jim? Vitamin K.
Look it up.
All right.
Look it up.
Gastrointestinal.
The good thing, too, is that everything that's in it, it's not only is it researchable, but you'll see why.
Mhm.
Like, my biggest thing, like, as a guy that's not as familiar with the space, I said, who are the people that do it at a high level that I can incorporate into helping me build this product? So I feel like you're never going to do it by yourself. You shouldn't try to do it by yourself. And you don't cut corners. You don't go the cheap route. You don't do it wrong. So then you have to go back and do it again.
Right.
So I went and I looked at the people that were involved with creating the quote unquote best markets, the best things on the market. And I put that team together. I put up a team of like 4 to 5. And when I tell you 4 years, I spent a lot of money developing this shit. Because it wasn't right in the beginning. Had to go back. Had to do it again. It wasn't right. Had to go back. Found out the other things that made other things better. Other things great. Had to go right. Go get it again. Go try it. Go do it again. Not right. What else is out there? What do we compare it to? Until I felt that now when I launch, there's going to be a place for my product in the market where people will understand that it's exactly what I said it was. There's no lying. There is no, false presentation behind the product. Kevin Hart's multivitamin is much more than multivitamin, but more importantly, it's something for everybody. And more importantly, is to spark the hustle within all of us. And it's the first. There will be more, but it'll be after I've mastered and I've done this at the highest level. Then I move to product number 2. Then I move to product number 3. Before you know it, you're going to see a fucking whole line that Kevin Hart has slowly developed and that people can actually believe in because I'm going to be a product of my own product. That's the best thing in the world. When you're a product of your product. It has to work for me before I say it's going to work for everybody else.
So you take this stuff.
Goddamn right I take it.
How long have you been taking it?
I spent all this fucking money on it. I better take it. I've been taking the one that's launching now for about 5 to 6 months.
Nice.
I've been taking this one. I'm very happy because I actually feel the difference. And the difference is just in the energy that you have with them. It's not an energy fucking pill, but I do feel a difference in my ability to last throughout my day. Like I do a lot, man. I do a fucking lot. So I told you I'm starting at that 5:30, and I'm not shutting down till at 9:10.
I saw a video once where you were taking a video of your trainer who passed out.
Yeah.
And you were like, this lifestyle's not for everybody.
No, everybody around me shuts down. I'm a very unattractive sleeper, by the way. Shouts out to boss Ronald Everline, one of the worst sleepers you'll ever see.
So you take him with you everywhere?
Yeah, my trainer's with me everywhere.
Wow.
Everywhere.
So you train every day?
Every day.
Wow.
Every day. Sundays are light days, light cardio, maintenance is what we call it.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing the same thing all the time. We switch it up. Love switching it up. Love finding new things within fitness to make it fun. You never want to get bored within it.
So your whole purpose is just to keep your vitality up, keep your energy up. Just
to keep it. It's if I don't do it, then there's a lag. I need to train. I need to do it because I'm mentally so invested in it now that when I don't do it, I feel like I've cheated myself in a day or
right.
I'm committed.
Right.
I'm committed to constantly building and reshaping and molding. I'm working on me. So when I'm not working on me, I don't feel like my day that's supposed to be about me is starting off with the biggest bang.
Right.
This is my advantage to starting off like nobody else. My day starts off before fucking worms and birds get up.
What time do you get up?
5.
5, and that's when you start working
I'm
out?
at gym 5:15, 5:20.
Really?
5:15, 5:20.
No food?
I don't eat before workout.
Yeah.
I'm not an eater before I work out. Never have been though. What I am now because I'm getting older, I'm more conscious of my body. So I'm big with sports massages. I'm big with, making sure that I'm not putting myself in a position to get injured and overworked.
Right.
So getting stretched, trying to do as much movement that as I possibly can. Like when I say I'm a little walking muscle, I really am. So my flexibility is limited. So right now, that's my biggest focus. So I'm about to start yoga, trying to do that. Things that can just kind of keep me in a position to not tighten up so I don't pull anything because I do so much.
You're gonna do hot yoga?
Hot yoga.
Yeah.
Hot yoga.
I do that shit all the time.
Do you
Love
really?
it. Love it.
Amazing.
Do it every week. Yeah.
Only thing that's kept me from doing it is the smell that's possibly in there. That's the only thing that's kept me out of it. I was like,
Yeah, you gotta move past that.
yeah, but listen, I hear it get pretty bad.
Yeah, sometimes it can. Yeah, I heard the place I go to is nice. You just gotta make sure that the people take care of themselves.
Where
You
you
don't
go
want to be
to.
around smelly people.
I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about myself. I don't know what I'm gonna get off.
Well, especially if you get there early in the morning, eat, you won't worry about farting.
Yeah,
But the people that eat breakfast,
they go in
Yeah.
there, they letting off and everything.
I explained that to Killer Mike. He was talking to me about farting in yoga class.
Oh my God,
You can't be eating.
no.
Can't be eating before
How
that.
early are you going?
I like to go either 6 a.m., which is rare. Most of the time, 8:30. Depends on which place I go to, too.
But you love it though.
Yeah.
You love it.
It's great for your head, too. It's 90 minutes of suffering. It's hot as fuck,
Yeah.
105 degrees, 104 degrees. When you get out of there, you feel like you did something. You feel
Really?
like, yeah. And it just changes the way your body feels, too, in terms of your range of motion, your flexibility.
Mhm.
All those weird connecting knots and everything just get opened up. And,
My question is, when you're just starting though,
yeah.
like I will be,
Mhm.
is it extremely tough in the beginning because
Yeah.
you just
Just got to bring a lot of ice water. Just bring a big old fucking 64 ounce, one of those, thermal flasks of ice water. Make sure you have enough water and
I'm
drink
telling
enough water
you.
before it.
I'm telling, put me in the back.
Yeah.
I'm starting out. I don't need to be where people can see me. Just where do they got like a section in the back?
Yeah, but you turn left, you turn right, everyone's going to see you.
That's what I'm saying. Can I be in a place where they don't see me in the beginning? Like I don't want anybody to see.
You're athletic, man. You're going to be fine. You're going to be tight. It's going to be difficult for you to pull off certain poses, but you'll be fine.
I'm definitely gonna do it. I'm
And
definitely
then
gonna
you
try.
realize it's a challenge.
I'm definitely 100% gonna try.
You ever fuck with jiu-jitsu?
That's next.
Yes.
That's next.
I want to hear that.
That's next. Just
That's
to
what I want to hear.
listen. This is what Rico was laughing because I say, yo, man, don't laugh when I tell you this. I've never thrown a kick. I said, so whatever you show me right now, this will be my first time doing it. I don't kick. I don't know how to kick.
Right.
So whatever you show me, this will be me processing it for the first time.
Ah.
And that day we did it, we worked on it. I think I threw a couple good kicks with boxing. I said this will be my next task, to learn how to properly throw some kicks and to move with my bottom half now that I've worked on my top. That's my next hobby.
That's your next hobby.
Yeah, you
What
gotta
about
keep
jiu-jitsu?
picking
Jiu-jitsu is like
That's the
chokes.
tussling and chokes
Yeah,
and throwing
yeah,
and stuff.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm talking about. You want to do that too?
there's stuff. As you get older, you have to find shit to do.
Right.
If you don't find shit to do, you're gonna lose your mind.
You would get addicted to that.
I just want to
guarantee
learn
you.
shit.
You would like it because there's so much to learn. That's the thing about it. It's a long
Never
journey.
ending.
Never ending. Yeah.
Never ending journey of shit.
There's so many different variations of each different individual move and entries into new moves and defense, and then the structure of it it gets so crazy. It's super complicated.
My son is heavy into boxing and karate. I got him into those, so he does them both. So the reason why I want to do it, I just like to keep up with him so we can, do things together.
Mhm.
I have trainers come to the house and we'll work out together. He loves it. So I just don't want to get left behind.
You
I
don't want your
can't
son to
do-
be able to kick your
Yeah,
ass.
I don't want that, he gets 17, 18. What you say, Dad? Hold on.
Oh,
hold
well,
on.
yeah, you
Boy,
don't want that.
Boy, you better back up.
Yeah.
When he starts getting that much confidence, I just want to be able to keep up and maintain. So that's why I like to do it with him.
Well, it's good for a kid too to have that in your head when
Just
you know how to
confidence.
defend yourself.
Confidence.
Yeah.
You need that for confidence.
It'll help you avoid things too.
Well, I tell my kids, your last name puts a target on your back that you didn't ask for. And we don't go and create problems. But you should always be prepared for problems if they were to occur. And if they do, I just want you guys to know how to defend yourself. So the things that I have my kids doing is just have the knowledge and understanding. The worst thing is just not knowing. They're growing up completely different than I grew up. Where I grew up, you had no choice but to know. You ain't know how to fight, that's your ass. Because you're going to get tested. There's no way around it. You're going to get tried. You're going to get robbed. You're going to get your book bag taken. Somebody going to try to take your sneaks. Like, it's the reality. It's not a false reality. That's real. So if you're not prepared for it, if you don't have any type of heart, you won't last. From where I grew up, heart was everything. And heart was sometimes saying, I don't care if I get my ass whooped. I'm not going to be a bitch. I'm not gonna allow y'all to think that this can happen. So I'm gonna lose today, but tomorrow I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna talk. Whatever that moment was, it was about establishing any level of respect that you could, and that respect eventually turned into friendship from all. So my kids don't know what that world is like. They're never gonna have it. So as a parent, I just have to make sure that you have all the tools that I can possibly equip you with, because my parents didn't have the ability to provide me with that. They weren't in the financial space to take me here and have this extracurricular activity and this extracurricular activity and learn this and learn that. It didn't exist.
That is the big conundrum of successful people. When successful people have kids, what made them successful is dry. I grew up poor too. We were on welfare and food stamps, the whole deal when I was a little kid. And that always stuck in my head, this thought, like, we might not have enough food.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember thinking that when I was little, like, what if we don't have any food? What if we run out of food? My kids will never feel that. They don't understand what that is. And everybody that I've ever met that's interesting came from some crazy struggle when they were young.
Yeah.
And that's the thing of you and I and most people that are doing well in life, you're raising your kids in a completely different way than literally what brought you to the dance in the first place. The hunger of not being one of those people that's left behind is what makes you successful in the first place.
And it's scary. It's scary because, my wife told me, she was like, I love that you're not hard on your kids, but you always make sure there's a lesson within your conversation. I don't yell. I don't yell at my kids. Nothing's going to register when I'm yelling. So I try my best to talk to you. Even when I'm at my angriest, I'm going to talk to you so you can process this, because you need to understand what's the problem. You need to understand what's wrong. And what I had to really realize is they didn't ask to be born into this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not their fault
that
they're coming up completely different than how we were raised.
Right.
And we can't have anger or frustration that's dedicated and thrown towards them because they got it so much better than what we had. How do we make sure that we pass down the proper lessons so that they appreciate and understand and not take for granted what they have?
Right.
For me, it's tough because I got good kids. They're good students. They apply themselves to school. They listen. They don't do dumb shit. Yeah, they want to play video games and stay up like any other kid.
Yeah.
But there's no signs of bad or crazy.
Yeah.
And the fear and panic is that you got to know that bad and crazy exists.
Right.
This fairy tale that we're in isn't real. And at some point, when I'm not around, when your mother's not around, when your friends or other family aren't around, you may get tested with the other side that's out here that you've never seen.
Right.
So I got to prepare you for the shit that you don't know exists. I got to take you to Philadelphia so you can see. I try to show my kids where I grew up, thinking it's going to be like oh my goodness, backfired. It's so cool. Can we live here? Shut up. Hey,
Jesus Christ.
Fuck you talking about. Everybody in the car right now. Everybody, we talk about this when we get back. This is not going the way I was supposed to. Oh my God, it's so cool, Dad. It's so different. Oh my goodness. Walk them around the neighborhood, and it's like, it's not a reality. You didn't have grass? Goodness, Dad.
Oh, that's crazy.
Where'd you play?
Wow.
Like, it's when you hear.
Yeah.
When you hear these things, it's so different, man. These were your steps. The steps are broken. How did you even play? Oh my God, Dad. So wait, where was yours? We lived on the top floor. Not the whole thing? No. This is 3 separate units. So the top floor was me and grandma's. The middle, that was somebody else. That was a neighbor. And downstairs was somebody else. 3 different people lived in this one thing. Together, y'all were strangers? Like, what? Hey, shut up. Everybody, this is my own answers. Everybody in the car. Get in the car. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say at this part. Get everybody in the car.
Wow.
But when you see that, that's the reality that you get hit with of, I got to make sure that I'm talking. I got to make sure that I'm constantly teaching.
Yeah.
If I'm not, then I'm not doing my part. I'm failing. You know, took them to the neighborhood and showed them how stores are in the neighborhood. That's where we got candy from. Here's where we get little sandwiches from. Y'all walk. We don't have no stores like this. We can't walk to stuff. It's a completely different world.
Wow.
It's a completely different world. See people standing on the street corners. What they doing there? They selling drugs. That's tough right there. Those are people that your dad still knows. They've been there forever. That's what you don't want to do. But they're forced with these decisions just because of what they have to do. You just need to see this. Dad is taking you here to see this. Drove them all around North Philadelphia, all around South Philadelphia. Made sure they could see it. You got to physically see. We go out the country. We go to these resorts and islands. Before we go there, we're going to drive around so you can see what exists. Before you get to this, this is why we have to be good people. This is why we treat everybody with respect. This is why your dad likes to give. Everybody doesn't have. I'm constantly beating my kids with that information. Because if you assume that everybody does, you come off like such an asshole when you're around people that don't.
Yeah.
What? How did you don't?
Also,
You don't
the
have-
advantage that they had growing up the way they are now, it's such a rare thing, and
So
they don't
rare.
understand it. There's no way they
Very
could.
small percentage.
Yeah.
A very small percentage. And that's something that I never want to let go of either. So I was in the back of my head. So how you're talking about how, are we going to have enough food when you were coming up? Chris Rock's joke is so great that he used to tell about how he keeps a bag packed at the front door because he don't believe that this shit is his. He said, I truly believe that at any point somebody gonna go, gotcha. You thought you lived here, didn't you? This ain't yours. And I was like, it's so real because even though you have it, you can't lose the sight of reality of where you once was.
Yeah. Are you comfortable where you are now, or do you still have those thoughts? Like, is this real? Because you're at this stratosphere of fame and success it's rare amongst the rare.
Mm-hmm.
It's like David Goggins said, you are uncommon amongst uncommon men.
I will be 100% honest and say I'm comfortable with the understanding of hard work brings great rewards. This is a reminder of the hard work and dedication that I put into everything that I've done. I'm not content because I know where I came from and I don't ever want to go back. That doesn't mean I don't want to go back to the city. That doesn't mean I want to go back to the people. That means I don't want to go back to living like I once was. I want to go back and I want to help. I want to inspire. I want to motivate. I want to show people that there is a way out, that there is a way to do more, to get more, to obtain more. But I personally don't want to lose all that I've been able to get. So I need to make sure that I do everything to keep it. So I can't be content. So there is an understanding, but I refuse to click on the switch of,
So even if you have more money than you'll ever spend for the rest of your life, that's not what it's about.
No.
It's about the inspiring people and the influence and constantly giving back and moving forward in a positive way. And the only way you can do that is to stay active.
It's the story, man.
Yeah.
We're all writing a book. What's your book look like? What does your fucking book look like? Like your life is a book. You got a bunch of chapters in your book, but when they close that book, how good was the book? How good was your book? What was the ending to your book? If the ending to my book can be so amazing because of all that was done, not the money, all that was accomplished, the the first to do, the man that did this. He caused the merger between this. Because of his commitment and growth to this, the communities were then given this, made education this, changed the way the schooling was, blah, 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 gave books, gave computers, gave all of the things that can be associated with you and your existence become a part of the chapters in your book. So my drive is about my book. I was a New York Times #1 bestseller. People would be done. They did it. I'm writing another book.
You writing the book right now?
Yeah, what's it happen? What happens if you are 2-time New York Times #1 bestseller? If you get to 2, what happens if you get to 3? Hey man, how do books become successful? Who publishes them? I want to start a publishing company, Heartbeat Publishing. Why not? That's the thing. All I'm doing is sparking the awareness in others to go, why not? Why can't I create? Why can't I start? Why can't I be a business? Why can't I be a CEO? Why can't I be a tech guru? Why can't I fucking create cooking products, lotion, scents? There's so much that some people just don't understand they can do. Let me be a spark to show how much, how many different, you don't have to do just one thing. When it's all said and done, my book is going to be full of all the shit that Kevin Hart did. Because I never was content with doing just 1, 2, or 3. Why not? Kevin, why are you creating fucking health and wellness products? Why not? I'm big on health and wellness. Why can't I try to create something that I feel is fucking great and jump into a space that I'm already in? I already give 100% of me in this space. Why not? Why can't I talk about financial wealth? Why can't I go back and educate those that don't know? Why not? You don't got time. I make time.
Well, you certainly can, but it's just so unusual that someone dedicates that much energy and time to giving back and getting involved with the kind of projects that you're talking about, as well as be super ambitious with your own career.
It makes me happy.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm genuinely happy. Discovery makes me happy. Like when you find different things to be excited about, it makes me happy. And it's weird when it clicks. In school, they used to tell you all the time, information is key. Read these books. There's so much knowledge. Man, fuck that book. Got time to read that book. I want to go home. Goddamn Sonic the Hedgehog. I want to play. I'm at level 3. I ain't got time to read this book. The information and stuff that was forced down your throat at a certain age, you just may not be receiving it correctly, but then it clicks. You may gain information differently, and what you do with that information is up to you. But people have different roads they can go down. The education wasn't my pick of choice. It didn't do it for me. But the knowledge and the common sense that I have naturally allowed me to gain information, apply it differently. It allowed me to grow smarts in so many different avenues, to where I said, oh my God, I found my niche, I found my talent. And now there's other things that my talent can take me to. I don't have all the knowledge and awareness, but I can allow myself with people to do that can teach me. Because now, guess what? Learning is cool.
Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have to do it anymore, right?
It's
when you're a kid, they force you into this school, you don't want to learn, but then when you get out, you realize, like, oh, this actually benefits me. This is making me a better person. This makes me wiser.
It's 100% the reality, and it's weird how it happens. But when you go, oh my God, learning and knowledge is power. Fuck, they used to tell me this when I was 10.
And you're like, what?
Yes.
Nonsense.
10, 11 years old, I heard that shit all the time. Now I finally get it. Damn, I'm about to be 40. Took me all this time to get the goddamn code, but I got it.
Yeah.
It hits you at a different time. And when it does, be excited about it, man. Be excited. I'm excited about what 50 is. I'm just now getting to 40.
Do you read books?
I don't read a lot of books.
Do you listen to books on tape?
I have listened to books. You know what I listen to?
What?
Tony Robbins.
He's great.
Tony's I like his approach to giving information. I like his attitude in general. I like podcasts. I like things that are real and that are presented in front of me. I like information that I can go to the source and touch and talk. So if I'm reading a book, it's a book that was recommended by such and such, and the person who gave it to me. And after reading that book, I learned more about the individual that I thought I already knew, and now I gain more. Michelle Obama's book, great book, great fucking book. I met her, talked to her. I've been in the same rooms. I've seen her success. What is her book gonna be about? Go read her book. Wow. I get it. I get why it's moving all the units that it's moving. I get why women are reading this book and walking away feeling better, feeling like they can. I get it. Oh, wow. Certain friends. Dwayne Wade wrote a book. Focus on being a father, his road to becoming a better father, what he went through with his kid's mother. He developed the relationship and the bond with his sons like nobody else. Wow. Didn't know that, D. That's dope. I love how you put it on page. There's certain things that you just want to know. Certain books help. I understand why people read books. I get what the information does. You know, the book that I'm working on now is all about the mental approach that you have with life and people not understanding that your biggest enemy is you. My whole book is about you battling yourself. People don't understand it's you against you. The only person that gets in your way is you. Nobody else. It's you.
Now, when you write a book like this, and especially about something like this is like the way you've managed to navigate through life.
Mm-hmm.
Do you write it out in essays? Do you have like bullet points that you think about, and then once you have those bullet points in your head, then you write on those? How do you do it?
I'll show you.
Keep it on your phone.
It's all voice notes and transcripts. Okay, so because of your time, you don't have the time to sit and actually write.
Mm-hmm.
So you need somebody that you can talk to for hours on it. Hey, I need an hour. Block out an hour for me. I got some stuff I want to talk to you about. Kev, what? What's that? All right. Book title ideas, subtitle ideas, my dedications, my introductions. Within my introductions, these are all powerful paragraphs and things that I've just said that are now transcript. I get to go back and read it. Let me see here. There's no conversation at all. I'm gonna read one of them. No conversation at all, and that's what the internet has allowed people to do. The internet has allowed people to skip steps 1 through 30. It's allowed people to jump straight to 100. Fuck you. Cut the job off. Take them down. You should be dead. Oh God, fucking can't stand this. Whatever the hate of the anger is. When I listen and I can change, I'm not that guy. We're doing these weird things now that people aren't taking the time to sit and think through. What I've understood is that what people are doing has nothing to do with me. I should always be a step ahead because I'm thinking differently, because I'm thinking about myself. Making myself better puts me in a position to make others better. Be the example, not the problem. The best way to take away the problem is to alienate yourself from it. These are just thoughts. Just fucking thoughts. I can go through and just read it.
So you just have these philosophies. This is the way you live your life, and you just speak it.
That's it. Just speak it. Damn. So now this is all transcript. Look how long this is.
That's incredible.
This is all fucking transcript. This is all. So I just go back throughout the day and I read it and I say, this is great. This makes sense. This did it. Let me reword this. Let me make sure that it's all flowing together. And at the end of the day, what's my reason for the book? My reason for the book is to make people better. My reason for the book is to make people understand, yo, we all are great. We all should think that we're great. There's no reason for you to not think that you're great. If you don't think you're great, ask yourself why. Why don't you think the highest of yourself? When you do, people have no choice but to follow suit. You got no choice but to follow suit.
A lot of people, they base it on their past. They base it on the life that they've experienced up until this moment.
Makes you better.
Yeah, it does make you better.
Makes you better. Makes you smarter.
Yeah.
Life
You
with
need
no
to hear a guy
rocks.
like you say it.
Yeah, man.
That's what's interesting about it. That's what's interesting about life. You can hear a guy like you say that, and then it changes your perspective, and then you'll go out and take action that you might not have taken before.
I got a 585 on my SAT. Confessions.
I didn't even take mine.
They
Confessions.
give you 400 for putting your name on the paper. It's a true story.
Wow.
I guessed ABACADA. I did abacadabra all the way down. True story. Swear to God. Hand on my mother's grave. ABACADA.
You just didn't
All
give
the
a
way
fuck.
down. I didn't care because it was a class trip that same day. I wanted to go Great Adventure. I was told that not taking my SAT seriously would prohibit me from furthering myself in life. That's what I was told. At the moment, I said, damn, maybe I should have applied myself. Maybe I should have did different. When I saw all my friends get their test scores back and they were ecstatic. 800s, 900s, 960s. Everybody's going to college. I felt like the biggest idiot in the fucking world. The biggest idiot in the fucking world. Because the same people that I went and rushed to go to Great Adventure with, they're taking their SAT the week before. They already got their work done. They did everything they were supposed to do. So that moment of fun was real fun for them. I was the only dumbass that didn't prioritize and take care of my shit. So I'm the only one going to community college. Everybody else off to Villanova, Temple University, Drexel University. God damn. I just got left behind. Why didn't y'all tell me that y'all did it the week before? How come y'all ain't tell me that we was serious about the college shit? Y'all ain't tell me y'all was trying to go to Temple or Drexel? Oh, wait. It's because my life is their life. They're focused on themselves. Wow, they're doing what they're supposed to do. Hey, jackass. Go sit by yourself and figure it out, because this is where you should be. Lesson learned. Any opportunity given should be taken serious from this point on. Because if not, you can find yourself feeling just like this. So I gotta get down on myself for the fucking moment. I learn from it. Now, if I gotta take a goddamn test, you best believe I'm studying for that fucking test, because I don't want the feeling like I'm the guy that didn't prepare. Now I got a story to tell my kids about what it feels like to be the kid in class that didn't prepare, that's got the worst grade when they give all those grades back. But it's because of my experience. I don't look down on those moments. You take those moments, you make the best of them, because they're life lessons. It's that simple. You're saying it's positive, but it's really just simplicity that's real. It's real.
It's real, and it's your life experience, and it's your life's lessons.
100%.
But the fact that a guy like you comes out and talks about it like that, that's where it makes it really powerful, because it's not just something that you learn from, but now other people can learn from your past too.
That's what I'm hoping.
And they look at themselves and they realize, like, we all start from a different spot.
You're not the same.
Yeah.
This is why I'm so candid. I'm so open. There is no, like, guys, I'm fine with being an open book. I'm fine with the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm fine being flawed. I'm fine with all the things that have happened to me that have been exposed. I'm fine with it all. I don't hide from it. I don't run from it. I don't avoid any of it. I'm fine. It's all right. It's a bed that I made for myself. I happily lay in it. And I'll be fine figuring it out, moving forward. Sun don't stop for nobody, man. Sun don't fucking stop. Sun gonna be up in the morning regardless. That sun is gonna be up in the morning regardless of how I fucking feel and how depressed I am. The sun is gonna fucking shine in the morning. And at nighttime, the moon gonna be there. And you gonna look up, these days gonna keep going by. So do you let the days go by and look up and you don't waste doing what? Or do you just pick it up? All right. I figured it out, made some mistakes. Life goes on. We figure out life from this point. I'm a life goes on type of guy.
You're a bad motherfucker, Kevin Hart. You're very, very, very inspirational. And I'm really glad you came down here and talked about it.
I'm more than glad. I think that it's too long, actually. And this is the first of what will be many, man. I'm
for sure. I'm a fan too. And I just think what you're doing is not just inspirational in terms of like you've been able to achieve and who you are, but also inspirational and how so dedicated to helping other people. a lot to me. It's very motivating. It's very powerful.
Well, I want all your listeners to know that it's not for talk.
No,
There's
no way it could be. If you were doing that just for talk, and be like, listen, just fake it and then become that guy because you're on something. If you could do that and just say it and talk, well, fucking forget about whatever it's fake or not. Just do it. Keep doing it. You're on.
No, I want you guys. Trust me, you will be seeing more. The financial fitness is real. This relationship with Chase, and us just making sure you put me in a position to give the information that I have and to the people that really need it. That's the priority. I will be sending more kids to college this year. Shouts out to Tony Robbins, who's matching my donation. So, I think I'm going to end up probably having about a good $1 million to 1.5, where we take and we just dedicate that money and we just provide free education.
That's amazing.
UNCF helps me as well. That's a priority. Like I said, this health and wellness side, you'll see more from me. ViteHustle.com. Get a part of this hustle. Go get yours. Irresponsible on Netflix. Jumanji, filming. We're about to come out with that in Christmas. There's so much shit going on, man.
Well, listen, if there's ever anything you want promoted, you want people to know about it, I'm your man.
I like this. I like the conversation.
Thank you, brother.
Thank
I
you,
really
man.
appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Bye, everybody. Four, three, two, one. Boom, and we're live. 12 rules for life. So without reading this, so what you're saying is, that's what I was like.
There's only 12 things you need to know in life, right? That's it.
Yeah. This interview that you just did with this woman, Kathy Newman, was that in the UK?
It was Channel 4, UK.
I just went. I felt bad, but I was also laughing. I went to her Twitter page to read, with each one of her tweets, no matter what she says, someone writes underneath it. So what you're saying is, and then some ridiculous. But by the way,
Next up, Robert Downey Jr.
Boom. So we're talking about losing eyesight.
Yes.
You actually take comfort in the fact that your eyesight is starting to dwindle?
You want to chase it? At first, I was like, I'm fine. Then I'm 42. Then it's like, let's try some ones. Then it's 1.25s. Then it's 1.5s.
What
Then
are you on now?
I stopped because I have so many fucking glasses. Some of them are 1s, some of them are 2.5s. It's like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
But what I appreciate is you know where you're at by what you're able to retain if you fight for it, and the things that are going no matter what you do. Now, I've heard there's some Israeli guy who's got this app, probably from Laird, got this app, and you do it, and you get your eyesight back. And sometimes it's about, I don't need to try to use something to hold on to everything. I want to pick the 5 or 7 things that I definitely want to hold on to, and I want to watch the rest of it go in and out with the tides.
I agree with that in some ways, but if there was a real thing where you could get your eyesight back, I would definitely be on that. I don't think there is.
LASIX.
It's not real. The
Okay.
problem, well, LASIX,
But I know
there's
people
several
that
problems. You can get it if you have problems with your vision, but we have macular degeneration that's coming from age-related macular degeneration. LASIX doesn't really fix that.
But I know people who were wearing glasses and then got LASIX and they don't wear glasses anymore.
That's a fact. But also,
But we never
sometimes
wore glasses.
they get one eye too close up and one eye for distance.
It's even more fun. Half the eye exams I've gotten wind up fucking me 2 weeks later. Like, these don't work.
Yeah.
What about the loss of a sense that you're accustomed to being fine annoys you?
What about it?
Yeah.
I like being able to see things. Read labels in particular. Like, how many of these fuckers am I supposed to take? And what's in here?
Yes.
Like, how many milligrams? What's in? What
But
does that
it's
say?
also-
You doing this shit.
But it's also funny to go up to like a little Lutron pad and have to go like that. To me, it's a gas.
Really interesting.
except the things you cannot change. Now, if someone comes in and says, Joe, Bob, I got it, we're done, come over here, it's easy, or it's a supplement, or do this for 2 weeks, or stop doing this, this, and this, then there's a trade-off.
Yes. Well, I'm down for anything that actually works to make your eyesight come back, but I've heard of nothing. Everybody that I've heard of,
This might be our project then, because you care and I don't, so we have a nice balance.
There's a guy named David Sinclair that I talked to. He's a professor at Harvard.
Yeah.
Is it MIT? Where the fuck is he? It's Harvard. They're doing some work with people that have serious eye diseases and serious injuries, and they're actually injecting some form of bacteria that has been encoded with some miracle cure for degeneration, and they can detach retinas, fix things, and
Incredible.
yeah. So they're working on some stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe in the future we won't have 2s and 1s and 1.5s.
Yeah, what am I going to I've alighted to greener pastures. I'm sure there's going to be other issues and hurdles that you're going to go, eyesight. I don't have fucking time to we got real shit going on here.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm concerned about that. That thing that you're wearing around your neck,
Yes.
being as you are obviously known as being Iron Man, are you concerned with wearing a large thing in the exact same spot? As that? Did you ever think of that?
Life is funny because I was doing this before I ever got fitted for the RT. So it was more of art imitating oddball stuff I was doing anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
but Iron Man, obviously, this is even more interesting because maybe you were born to be Iron Man because Iron Man obviously had that from the comic books.
Loosely prearranged destiny. And what's incredible is how far afield you can go from it and still find your way back.
Yeah. Well, there's been the whole superhero genre thing is so interesting to me because there's so many reboots and there's so many, like, how many fucking Spider-Mans have there been? How many Hulks have there been?
Yep.
There's only one Iron Man though. You got that.
Thus far. What year is it?
Get the fuck out of here. You're Iron Man, man. It's just like there's certain dudes just own a role. And if anybody else tried to be Iron Man, we'd be like,
Well, interestingly enough, East Coaster, a dad of some renown, very different. My dad was a kind of an underground filmmaker, auteur maverick. I grew up definitely being Bob Downey Sr.'s kid. Spent time on Long Island, which is, I think, where Tony was raised.
yeah.
But when Stan Lee was really thinking that through, it was the Vietnam era, and he was thinking about the military-industrial complex. He was thinking about, how about if I can throw a little bit of, not politics in here, but karma. And he gets shrapnel by the own thing, and it becomes, So, and then, of course, there was the whole demon in the bottle. I think he was the first superhero who ever, had the, almost hang up his jersey because he was hammered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, there was obviously, but again, once something goes your way, you can draw all the parallels you want. You can call it destiny. But it was something that I definitely felt drawn to, and I definitely fought for. And looking back on it, I go, why was I fighting for that? Because it turned out to be a pretty special thing.
Well, it's an amazing thing. I mean, you embodied it in a very strange way. I mean, it's inexorable at this point, which is why I thought it was cool that you're going to do Dr. Dolittle, because I love the fact, I'm a fan of your work. You've done a lot of great stuff.
Likewise.
And you doing Dr. Dolittle is like a cool, I don't want to say you're not taking yourself seriously, but you're taking a
trust
risk.
that I'm not.
But you're taking, this is a fun kids movie about a guy who talks to animals.
Yeah.
That's a great break. Because, if you're Iron Man, there's certain people that, for whatever reason, become a role, and that is it. That's what we will accept. You are that guy. And you're not doing that. You're able to, through your talent and through your ability to take chances, you're able to be a bunch of different things as well as be the Iron Man.
Yeah, don't we? I don't know. If I'm noticing anything now, it's that we need to shift, and we need new challenges, and just like MMA and society and politics, things are moving and morphing, and the information age is making things so. everything's learning and growing from everything so quickly, and improving or disproving or discounting whatever's happening next. But for me, I heard that this was on the table. My missus, who's my creative partner in all things, said Steve Gagan. I was like, I know Steve Gagan. Siriana, really? What did he do? He wrote. Wow, that's a big turn for him.
Yeah.
And then I said, but why do I want to? And I looked out, and we live on a rescue farm. We have alpacas and goats and kuni pigs, and it's just crazy. And I was like, okay, same way I did with Iron Man a little bit. I was like, all right, there's something here. And then before I signed on, I was just Googling like weirdest Welsh doctor. I just want to think of. I don't want to just do another English accent. So there's this guy William Price. He was a nutty Welsh doctor. He was a neo-druidist. He was, some believed like we could communicate with all nature and all that stuff. So I sent a picture of this wild-looking guy wearing like a suit with stars on it and like a staff in his hand. I sent that to Gagan, and he goes, "That looks right to me." I was like, "Great, let's do this movie."
Literally, that's it.
It's always it. You know what I mean? It's always that thing of you click and you go, "Here's my sense. What do you think?" And then the gal or the guy says, "Yeah, let's lean into that." And then you go, "But do this and that. Hey, will you give me some of this?" And you go, "Yeah." And all of a sudden you're in a synergy. It's like a good interview, like a good fight, like a good dinner. It just kind of happens.
The gentleman right there. That's a crazy look.
Yeah. To me, I just thought can Doolittle be like that? He goes, "Does he have to be that way the whole way through?" I go, no. When they find him, he's a recluse, and then the animals like clean him up, and then he looks less unhandsome or less weird for the kids for the rest of the movie. But let's find him like that.
This concept of things just sort of falling into place. I'm a big believer in that too. Yeah. What is that though? Is that you getting out of your own way? Like what is that?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way. And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin, invisible thread, but you can feel the tug. You just you have to be really gentle, and you have to pause when agitated, and you have to go for it when you go like, there's 4 walls in here. Which one has the map behind it? It's that one. And you knock down the wall and it's there.
Yeah, what is that though? That's a
synchronicity.
Yeah.
Intuition.
But labeling it is very dangerous because it's so filled with woo.
Yeah.
So it's, there's so many people that are hucksters that have like made a career out of sort of like labeling it, defining it, or teaching you how to get to it.
It's great because it's the commodity that you can't capitalize on, and yet if you don't show proof of its existence, you shouldn't even be qualified to speak on it. I don't know.
Right.
It's the big I don't know.
But when it happens, whether it happens with love or with friendship or with a career or with a path you're taking, you just know there's a smile, there's an inner smile, like, yeah, this is it. Well put. I found it. This is it. I'm supposed to be doing this. Here we go.
Yeah. And I really feel it's so funny at this point in my life and being, kind of middle-aged and all that. Well, I know I'm going to fly around the world. I'm going to sell some soap. And I know I have a new project, and I know I've just retired my jersey on this 12-year journey I've been on. And how do I want to start? And it came up, how would you like it? I go, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go have the Joe Rogan experience and kick off this year and this season and this new chapter by doing what I love, which is an interview as we're looking at each other, and there's a give and take.
Is the door to Iron Man totally closed? Because I don't believe it is. Oh, you guys can go through time now. You can go. You already opened up that door.
Well, let me ask you the question. If I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like,
no,
crap?
No. Oh. Here's what I think. They go through a few semi-lackluster Avengers movies without you. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here's the scene. There's a moment where the world's fate is at stake, and they realize they need a super genius. And then they figure out how to restart that time machine.
Great.
Come on, man.
Is that it?
The audience sees you when you step out of that thing.
Is this and you want a little arc on it too? Because if this is your idea, then you got to show up for it too.
I'll do it. I'll show up. What do I have to do?
I don't know.
I'll do whatever I have to do.
We all have to do whatever Kevin
I'll
Feige
hold
says.
the thing. I'll hold the fucking thing. Do they still have that?
They do. They do. It's digital.
I'll hold that digital thing. I'll do it. But the way people would freak out if you came back, come on, think about it. Take 2 years off. Do a few Dr. Doolittles, a couple more Sherlock Holmes.
You know, it's interesting watching Eddie Murphy in this last little period of time. And I was talking to Colin Jost last night, who got to sit next to him at the Golden Globes and was there and, on the show and writing for him, with him. When he hosted recently, and I go, it's just incredible. Our culture never encourages taking a break, never encourages saying, don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands. And I love the idea that if you're good at what you do, then it's not about time. It's about, it doesn't matter when you decide to pick up the mantle again. It's just about, but it's scary, isn't it? Could you imagine? Like if they just say, hey, Joe, just don't do the show for 4 years and then come back and do it again. You'd be like, it's a lifetime. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, with Eddie, what's interesting is he was arguably the greatest of his era and just stopped for 30 years. And no one does that. No one is good. And then when you see him, I don't know if you ever saw him, he received some award and he was on a panel, and sitting in front of a podium rather, and he was talking about Bill Cosby. He was doing this routine about them taking away Bill Cosby's awards. And it was fucking brilliant. And the timing was so good. And all of us, comics were just sitting there going, he could do it tomorrow. He could just get up there tomorrow and he'd be fucking murdering.
Yes. But it would be different.
It'd be different. He's a different human.
Yeah.
That's one of the more interesting things about it. It's him talking about some of the more homophobic stuff that he did in the past. Now it makes him cringe, and you just can't believe he was that person. But he was, when he did Delirious, I think he was like 22 or something crazy like that, which is just bonkers that he was that good.
Anyway, I've been thinking about him lately in relation to a bunch of things, but also just that, particularly nowadays, giving yourself permission to not have to jump because strike the iron's hot, all that stuff.
Yes.
And maybe it's just as a bit of an anxiety to the times, which I remember too. Speaking of past generations, I remember growing up in 1974, Nixon's black and white TV getting impeached. My dad and his buddies are whooping it up, but they're still pissed, and I'm going like, wow, it's not worse or better. It's different, but now it's on us.
Yeah.
So there's the bit of an urgency. And that whole thing, and just being able to say, like, so to answer your question, to me, starting up again is off the table. I feel I've done all I could with that character. There'd have to be a super compelling argument and a series of events that made it obvious to it. But the other thing is, I want to do other stuff.
Right, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, what you're talking about Nixon and people can lose themselves in current events. And what I mean by that, like, it doesn't necessarily completely, your life is more than what's going on in Washington. Hunter Thompson talked about that when he was running for sheriff in Aspen. He was talking about how local politics, like your neighborhood, that's real. And this actually can affect your life. Like what's going on in Washington, how much does that affect your day-to-day existence? It's very little. But for some people, it becomes an enormous portion of the real estate of their mind. It takes over most of their day-to-day consciousness, where they're consumed with it, and it becomes a thing they're cheering for or they're rooting against, and then your life revolves on something that you have very little power over.
Teams, turf wars, interests.
Yeah.
Think globally, act locally.
Right? Yes, it's a beautiful statement. It really is. It's one of those cliches that you don't even think about, but then
I didn't know that was Hunter in that picture out there.
Yeah.
To me, it looked like Joe Walsh.
Good as he easily been Joe Walsh. He moved to Colorado too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Way.
Oh damn if he didn't.
Yeah.
He once told me, I'll speak out of school. He said, Downey, you should just watch TV for a year, bro. I was like, thanks, Joe. And by the way, he's probably right.
Probably right. Look, if you just hung back and just did nothing but watch TV for a year, the fucking ideas you would have, you'd probably have a really rock solid idea of what's going on.
His was more trying to have enough things going on that I wouldn't have any ideas for a year. And then I give myself a break for a year.
Maybe that's good too. See, I think
right.
differently. I'm thinking like analyze the landscape. I think Joe Walsh is one of the most underrated guys ever because he changed the fucking Eagles. The Eagles were one thing, and then Joe Walsh came around, like Victim of Love. That's Joe Walsh.
Yeah.
He came around and all of a sudden there was a rock to it. It's like they were kicking down doors and lighting shit on fire. It was different. There was an edge to it, you know? He added crazy. He added crazy to this beautiful harmony.
And I love it when the guys that added crazy go up to the thin veil between dimensions and say, I think I'm going to stay put.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, they represent stability. They represent being okay, hanging up your guns.
Yeah.
And just being, you know.
Well, that's everything. Everyone has to accept that at some point in time, right? I mean, maybe that's you and your glasses, right?
Yep.
Because everyone has to accept that at one point in time, you're going to have to get off the ride. But when you're doing great and you're kicking it, like boxers are a perfect example. They always last too long. There's only been a small handful, like Andre Ward recently, Marvelous Marvin Hagler in his prime. They just go, that's it, I'm done. And they actually are done. Almost every one of them comes back and almost every one of them chases that dragon.
Here's why I love you. You're making an argument for and also the argument against me coming back and doing another picture.
Listen, I'm not married to anything except my wife, but I'm not married to any ideas. All the ideas that I have are just like, maybe that idea sucks. I love you as Iron Man, so I would if they opened up this time machine and you popped out, I just imagine the moment where everybody goes fucking crazy. It would be amazing.
It'd be great.
I would love that, but I would also love you hanging it up.
Yeah, it's just, first of all, it's 2020, and I'm not an OCD guy, but I keep thinking, see clearly. See clearly, even if your vision is going. And it's difficult because I feel like we all just get buffeted by feelings and ego or fears or little, chips of resentments or intuitions that are tied to something maybe higher, but you think is out of your reach or whatever. So it was a perfect time. And I got to go have dinner with a bunch of the Marvel folks last night and kind of have just a little bit of extra closure because, the movie came out and it was bananas, and the directors are sending me pictures of like people flipping out in theaters when Tony snaps. And I was like, whoa, this is kind of like a really big cultural thing. But then like Victoria Alonso, who's the head of VFX for all these movies, a literal super genius, or Kevin Feige or Favreau or Scarlett, or some people that I've just been there with it for a long time. We were there experiencing it all when it came out, and then we see each other on a red carpet and it's not intimate, and then we kind of hadn't really had a chance just to do nothing, just hang out, have some crudité and kind of talk shit. So it was really interesting being here today, because yesterday was this kind of, last night was this kind of real, like felt like closing the circle on things a bit.
That's got to be bittersweet.
Yeah.
But I like that you want to move on, and I like that you want to, and I like that you're doing something like Dr. Dolittle, because that like, you've done a lot of wild shit in your life. You've done a lot of wild shit in your career, but you sort of embody every new chapter with the same kind of energy, although there's a different result and a different piece of art. It's all the same you. And that's one of the more interesting things about people, and in particular actors, because actors get to be a bunch of different things. And it's one of the weirder things about that craft. Like when you see, a guy who's like Daniel Day-Lewis, who like embodies these different humans, like literally becomes different humans. But it's always Daniel Day-Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, even though he plays these, the There Will Be Blood guy and all these different psychopaths and various fascinating characters, it's always the energy. Like you're pumped to see him do it, right? And I think I feel the same way with you. It's like I know you're an interesting guy. There's a lot of shit going on in your head. So when you dive into something, whatever it is, whether it's your character from Tropic Thunder or whatever it is, like it's gonna be Robert Downey Jr. diving into something. So I would imagine it'd be kind of annoying, even though you were brilliant at Iron Man, to stay Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to find out. Right. It's just interesting too. Life is doing something, and I'm at this place. It's also it baffles me, confidence. What does it really mean? There was a period of time where I felt like I did the first Iron Man, and then I went and did Tropic Thunder, and then I was doing the first Sherlock, and I had my shirt off, and I was doing martial arts. I was all over the place, and it just felt like I was hitting triples no matter what I did. And then people are like, "Are you really as confident as you seem?" And I was like, "I guess right now I am, yeah." and I think this reminds me. We were just talking about the McGregor cowboy fight coming up. It's like
You gonna go to that?
I'm gonna watch it. How can you not watch it? Two brilliant souls who cannot lose. Neither one of them can afford to lose this fight. Wow, that is a matchup.
Yeah, particularly Cowboy doesn't want to lose.
No.
But there's this guy who's the poster child, the guy who's the one, right? The chosen one. That's Connor. And then this Cowboy who's like, I think I could fuck that guy up.
The journeyman.
Yeah.
So confidence, there's been times when I've felt I'm in possession of it, and then you want to let go a little bit because it's only ever the moment and life guiding you. The wind is so at your back that you're like, wow, are you just jumping over the waves and all that by yourself? And you're like, you bet I am. But there's a physics to the moment, man, moment, machine, whatever, and the wind's at your back. And then the wind does what the fucking wind does, and it changes. And if you're left there thinking, what, so I think it's great to be in full possession of what you would call supreme confidence, and then see what happens if you don't hold on to it so hard, because it's great, but it is a bit of an illusion, because like everything else, it's always changing. And every day, the reset button, the space bar gets pressed, and it's like, now what?
Yeah.
The reset button.
Yeah. You kind of have to have a confidence to jump into some of the roles that you've taken. But I see what you're saying. Like that, you don't want to hold on to it.
Because it can come and go. I remember Warren Beatty, who I learned so many amazing things from. I was doing a movie called Pickup Artist with Molly Ringwald.
I remember that movie.
Okay, and he was kind of the de facto producer of it, uncredited, and he taught me a lot about just acting and what it was. And he said, "What's your action in this scene?" And I was like, "Oh, no, he's asking me." I was like, "My action? I'm picking up girls." He goes, "What's your action in this scene?" And I was like, I'm driving a car. And he asked me, like, that thing sometimes when someone asks you a question and just you get caught flat-footed, and he goes, no, your action is you're trying to go to work, but you're getting distracted by this addiction you have to trying to get laid. So your action is you're trying to get to work. And I was like, oh yeah, he's right. And he said, always know what your action is, because then when you come in the morning confident, or when you come in the morning you can't hit your ass with both hands, you know what to do. So to me, one of the great lessons I learned from him was, oh yeah, just boil down what it is you're doing, whether there's a camera around or just what am I doing today. Today I'm showing up and I'm trying to be honest and also to listen and learn. But really, my action today is I'm beginning a process of promotion.
Warren Beatty's another guy who learned how to put his guns down. Yeah, he's okay. I remember watching that Madonna movie. Remember when he was dating Madonna?
Truth or Dare.
Yeah, and he's hanging around with her. And, she's in the throes of fame and everything. And he's like, "What the fuck is going on here? And he's,
like he's never seen it.
yeah, but he's an older gentleman now, you know. He's hanging out with her and just shaking his head, and that kind of marked it for me. Or Warren Beatty just realized, all right, let me step away real quick. If I had to talk to him, one thing I would ask him is, what was it like when Carly Simon writes a song about you? That's got to be a trip.
So many. I mean, we should do a whole session just about things I learned from Warren Beatty.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
I would imagine. He's a brilliant guy. Clearly. Do you think that you could do Tropic Thunder today? Would that be possible?
Oh, you could do. And again, like Eddie, I look back to me. That movie to me was a circle back to my dad's movie called Putty Swope, which I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen to see, about a black guy who takes over an ad agency in the 60s because everyone votes for him when the head of the company dies because they think no one else will. And it's about what happens when someone who is free-spirited takes over an essentially corrupt endeavor. And then he realizes and confronts his own corruption. But I remember I was probably 2 or 3 when that was being shot and when it came out, and it was so a part of my upbringing. And I just remembered some of the folks that were around my dad at that time. And so when Ben called and said, hey, I'm doing this thing, and I think maybe Sean Penn had passed on it or something like that, possibly wisely. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that, and I'll do that after Iron Man. And then I started thinking, this is a terrible idea. Wait a minute. And I thought, well, hold on, dude, get real here. Where is your heart? And my heart is, I get to be black for a summer in my mind. So there's something in it for me. The other thing is I get to hold up to nature the insane self-involved hypocrisy of artists and what they think they're allowed to do on occasion, just my opinion. And also Ben, who is a masterful artist and director, probably the closest thing to a Charlie Chaplin that I've experienced in my lifetime. He writes, he directs, he acts. If you had seen him when he was directing this movie, you would have been like, I'm watching David Lean, I'm watching Chaplin, I'm watching Coppola. He knew exactly what the vision for this was. He executed it. It was impossible to not have it be an offensive nightmare of a movie. And 90% of my black friends are like, dude, that was great.
What about the other 10%?
I can't disagree with them, but I know where my heart was.
Yeah.
And I think that it's never an excuse to do something that is out of place and not of its time. But to me, it was just it was a blasting cap on. And by the way, I think White Chicks came out pretty soon after that. Yeah. And I was like, I love that. Yeah. I was like, that was great. Yeah. So,
Well, it might be the last time we see that. Unless things change. It seems like no one can really, I don't think you could do blackface anymore. I mean, we almost lost the Prime Minister of Canada because he did brownface. He pretended to be Saudi Arabian, right? Yeah. He did Arabian Nights in high school or something like that.
It's an interesting and necessary meditation on where is the pendulum, why is the pendulum right?
Yeah.
Where is the pendulum maybe cutting a little into what could be perceived as heart in the right place, openness of its time. But again, I mean, there's a morality clause here on this planet, and it's a big price to pay. And I think having a moral psychology is job one. So sometimes you just got to go, I effed up. Again, not in my defense, but Tropic Thunder was about how wrong that is.
Yes.
So I take exception.
But no, I think you could do it today. I think you could. I think it could be done today. There would be so much outrage, but there would also be people cheering. And if we boiled down all the bullshit and got to the actual result of what the film did, It's fucking hilarious. To this day, I watched it again about a year and a half ago. It's a great movie. It's a great, fun movie. I mean, it's ridiculous, over the top, hilarious, and it worked. And your portrayal, I mean, it wasn't egregious. It wasn't. It was necessary. It made sense. All of it fit. There's square pegs and square holes.
I was just thinking square peg. I don't know why I was thinking. Oh, I was thinking about Sarah Jessica Parker on the ride over here. Isn't that crazy? I think I drove by. Is it that Warner Park near here?
Yeah.
I think she went to school over there when she was doing her show. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah, it worked, but it might be the last time we'll ever see a studio take a chance on a guy wearing blackface and the prolific use of the word retard. Those are two things.
And by the way, that's Ben. The funny thing too was all the heat got deflected to Ben and Simple Jack.
Yeah,
that's what people were pissed off about. And I go, great. But you never know when it's going to be your time in the barrel. You know, sometimes life just says, you know what? And I've been on both sides of that coin. Sometimes life just says, you're a symbol now.
Did you have anybody that was telling you not to do it? Were there a bunch of agents or anyone who was like,
my mother was horrified.
Really?
Bobby, I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling about this. I was like, yeah, me too, Mom. But anyway, how are we?
First day on set, when they put the makeup on you, how hard are you sweating?
There's been a couple times. I was all the night before, and we were in Kauai, and I was like, well, here we go. And I was just running. I think I had 6 lines that day. But I knew that there was going to be choppers, there was going to be squib fire, there was going to be choreography, there was going to be, it was going to be cacophonous. And the only thing that mattered to me, again, what's my action? My action as an actor in this movie is to know what I'm doing, even if what I'm doing is insane. So I ran those 6 or 8 lines I had 1,000 times, lying in bed over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So the next day, I was free to enjoy myself and not be struggling to wonder what it was I was supposed to be doing. And then that's what it is. It was just, it was one little mosaic after the next. And by the end of it, I had some pride that I had made it through. Forget that it was, blackface. It was special effects makeup. Day after day after day after day after day after day after day, except for the odd times when I would have my bleached hair and blue contacts in my eyes, or other characters, and it was just it was a piece of work that I was doing, and I cared about doing it as professionally and as honestly as I could.
So when you memorize lines, that's an interesting thing. You said that you're free to do it. Like, when you memorize lines, is there ever a part, like when you're acting, where you have to think, what am I supposed to say next? How much does that get in the way?
I have a very broad band of tolerances. I don't care if the people I'm with happen to not know what they're doing or don't know their lines or stepping on my lines or whatever, or want to change their lines and my lines. And it's always a different thing. It's like reading the room. It's like, if I was a fighter, you go into the octagon and they go, you ready? And you go, and then you just
do it.
You go in. But so I've had it where I would try to be off book before everyone else. I would get it down to an acronym. So if there was 1,000 words I had to remember, I would just remember the first letter of each, and I would put it on a piece of poster board, and then I would stand away from it, not as far as you and your archery setup over there, but far enough away to where I can see it, but kind of can't see it, back when my vision was a little more clear. And I would just run it. When I did the first Sherlock, we were rewriting it so much, and I would have pages and pages of stuff. I was like, give me an earwig. And it helped me with my accent. And then I started getting into what's so great? I can finish work, go home, hang out with my kids, or do whatever I want to do, go train. And in the morning, they can change it all they want. I don't have to trip unless it's some monologue that you want to really be committed to that's not going to shift. I would just go like that.
So you'd put those little earpieces in and they would feed you the lines. Yeah.
And now I've kind of gone as far as you can go with that, and I'll probably go back to a new method or a new version of the old method.
So it's basically improvisational. Like you in the moment, like you decide with whatever preparation you do for each role, how you're going to do it. Whether you're going to go and memorize everything obsessively, or whether you're just going to be a little bit more loose and free with it.
Yes, it depends on the script too. Like Tropic Thunder, Justin Theroux wrote that script with Ben. It was a really good script. I mean, my missus, who next to my mother, you know, probably more so, was the opinion I was really waiting on. And she was reading in the kitchen, laughing her ass off. She goes, "This is so wrong. This is so wrong." And she goes, "And it's so true. If you do this right, you're doing something it's about a bunch of self-involved idiots somehow or other becoming heroes." And she goes, "I love that. If that's what it stays, then it's going to be good." And so, like for instance, the never go.
Yeah.
Full.
You
Blah,
don't
blah,
want to
blah.
say it.
No. By the way, I guarantee you, I'm getting out of here. My stock is not plummeting when I leave here. I'm not smoking dope. I'm not doing a musk. I'm going to do everything right.
Stock went up the next day.
All right.
Drop 6 went up 9.
With who?
I don't know. I don't understand it.
I love that you now have it. Now it's a piece of art.
Yeah. With 6% in the smoke.
God bless his heart. Yeah, it just changes. It just changes. And I also know that I don't really know that much, and it's different every time anyway. But I really like when you have a loose concept of what you're doing. There's certain parts that aren't going to change much, and the rest you discover. So the first Iron Man, I mean, John and I and the writers, or John and I, we were just write. You write a line, I'll write a line, and then we were literally watching the puppies be born as we did it. Frustrating for people who, not Gwyneth, because she can look at a piece of paper and then go, "Okay, I get it," and she's got it all memorized. She's amazing. But what's for the highest good? Sometimes it's very self-indulgent to come in and hand out new pages or say, "Oh, I'm not saying that, so feed me that." You know what I mean? You need an environment of respect. But I like discovering things.
How much of acting is managing those weird relationships that you have with these other people that you're acting with? Like you've made some references to like people changing other people's lines and not being prepared. I got out of acting for that very reason. That was the thing that I went from a world of stand-up comedy, which are just a bunch of crazy people, to actors, which are a bunch of crazy people, but in a different way. And managing all the different characters and all the different personalities, how hard is that? That seems like that could really get in the way.
Well, yeah, sure it can, and it's like a thumbprint. Every time you're on a new project, it's a completely different, fingerprint. You never know what you're going to get, and sometimes projects seem blessed, and sometimes you could say they're cursed. But again, my Susan Downey Esquire was talking about this yesterday. She goes, "It's the only thing you can't overcome as a creative producer on a big movie or anything is, in principle, no matter what happens, you can fix it. Oh, we lost that light. Oh, the thunder, the weather came in. Okay, he got sick. Oh, she's pregnant. Okay, great. Let's change the costume." You can't overcome personalities.
Yeah, the relationships that people have with each other. Do you meet up before you commit to a role? Do you ever say, like, "I want to meet Captain America and find out what the fuck that guy's really like"?
By the way, I mean, I love that you think I'd have the authority. Did you cast this guy? All right, let me get a taste of him. I'll tell you if he can stick around.
I'm really interested in doing that, but can we all have a group dinner or something like that?
Yeah.
Can I meet these guys?
My MO is always, let's mind meld, let's get together, let's work weekends, let's spend time together, because you can't replace that familiarity. But so you have to try to build it, and sometimes it happens very naturally. Like, I adore Chris Evans. I can't even tell you why. He's a Boston guy. He's technically and such a brilliant actor, but he also doesn't take himself seriously. He's flaky, but he's the first guy you would want to have your back if something went down. He's and yet we're different enough where I feel like by being who we are and then both having those characters, we were able to. I think I thought Civil War was a special moment in the arc of the Marvel films about turning one against the other, what it meant, and so sometimes you just get lucky. As a matter of fact, the whole Marvel universe, possibly without exception, just happens to be a really well, what do you call that when you put together something curated group of souls.
Well, it's interesting because people take superhero movies seriously now. Like now, superhero movies are films that happen to be about superheroes. Whereas, you know, for the longest time, superhero movies were bullshit. You know, their TV shows were kind of clunky. They were campy. You know, it was Batman with the silly pants on and Robin. And
I bought it.
everything was bang, boom, bang. Remember, you'd see the big boom in front of the screen?
And yet, who was in the first Superman? Brandon.
Yes, right.
So there was always a seed of attempt to legitimize something that was otherwise two-dimensional.
Superman was probably the first film that really did that, right? And then Batman.
Yeah.
And then the Batman series. But again, how many goddamn Batman did that?
Right. I want to see what Pattinson does.
Oh, that's right. He's going to be Batman now.
I like that.
How many Spider-Mans have there been?
3.
Only 3?
Yeah.
And 3 Hulks, right? At least. 1, 2, 3. Not counting the TV show. Yeah.
Counting the TV show.
4. Counting the TV show.
Oh, you're right.
Eric Bana.
You're right.
Yeah. Norton.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo, who I think he's my favorite.
He was just born for it.
Yeah, it's perfect. You believe him.
Yeah. And again, his whole thing was, "What's my action?" Is like, you know what?
How do you guys manage this giant CGI thing? Like, how does that work? Like when you're on the set. That seems like one of the weirdest parts about acting in some of those Avenger films is how much of it is actually digital.
Yeah, you just kind of get used to it. I'll digress. I did a movie with Richard Linklater called A Scanner Darkly, and it was rotoscoped. So
Great fucking movie.
I love that movie. Love him. And Keanu and I and Woody and Winona, and it was this cool thing. And we would shoot these scenes, and he would say, "Oh, you can just leave your body mic on the outside because we're just painting the whole thing." So that rotoscoping is a great metaphor for essentially what the Marvel movies became. When sometimes you would even go and I'm supposed to come in and throw something, and it was off camera, but everything else was great. Oh, we'll just move your arm later, and you go, wow. So you never want to rest on your laurels and say, But after a certain while, I was like, why am I wearing this football suit? Just put some dots on my shoulders so I can move more freely. And they'd be like, all right. I go, honestly, what are you really using all this stuff I'm wearing for? They go, for reference. I go, great. So I'll wear it for one take, and then I'll take it off, and I'll relax a little bit. But then the people would be like, or Bettany would be like, I'm stuck in this fucking thing, God. It's painted purple. So everybody got to join in on the joys and the miseries of the technical challenge of doing it. And speaking of Ruffalo, by the end, because he's Smart Hulk, he literally, they're just making him big wherever he was, and they put a little, a piece of PVC with a big Hulk head up about 5 feet over where his head was, and he was just there in a green suit. So in a tracking suit with his package out, and he'd be like, let me just at least tie a little sarong around my, come on guys, whatever, And so I think Mark went about as far out into the ionosphere of CG as you can.
I didn't get the whole smart Hulk thing. I didn't get how he figured that out. It wasn't really Hulk is supposed to be Hulk.
Right.
It's supposed to be the alter. It's like one you can control, one is the genius scientist,
exactly,
and one is the beast.
But after so many times, and again, this is the genius of the people who break and shape stories over there. Feige and his teams, they go, oh, he's Hulk, and then he's not Hulk, he's Hulk, it's a big battle, oh, he's so conflicted. What if he could meet himself in the middle? And then what corner have we painted ourselves in by having him meet himself in the middle? Because then you can't, if that doesn't work, you can't go back to the way it was. You've done it, or you can go back to the way it was. So I just think that the real genius of the Marvel creative team is and the Russo brothers who did the last few Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame, is they go, we love writing ourselves into a corner. We love it because then it activates all of those. How do we get out of purgatory juices? And then you get the next right idea.
Now, when you guys sit down and when you first receive a script for one of these things, do they consult with you? Do they discuss this with you? Do they just lay it out and say, this is the character arc? How do you feel about this? What do you think?
Yeah, but it's changed over time. I think if you're one of the folks who has their standalone movies, like Scarlett has Black Widow coming out, I think you take a bit of a different tack in how much meaningful. I think the legal phrase for actors and studios is meaningful consultation, not script approval, because then anybody could hold a studio hostage because I don't approve this $30 million that you're trying to spend right now. So your schedule's fine.
When you say I don't approve, I picture a bathrobe and I picture fine china and teacups. That's what I picture. I don't approve, and then just storming off.
I've had my moments too because I'm so passionate about story. But again, after more seat time with the same people and new people coming in and getting a pretty brutal education on what kind of process these movies require, you just start trusting more that they're thinking on your behalf. And also, little things are easy to change. Big things become a inconvenience to the higher good. And at what point do you want to pull the air brake on something where the train's already leaving the station?
Well, I would imagine it would be a fine line that they want the actor to be comfortable with the character, and they want maybe some feedback would be beneficial, but they have a path, the vision that they've created.
Yeah.
And they would like to see you somehow or another at least morph slightly to get on this path.
Yeah, and by the way, after I had my second round of kids with Susan, I became both artistically, I had a bit of a renaissance when I was doing the third Iron Man. And then after that too, I was like, well, now I'm going to do this Avengers, and there's so many moving parts, and it's so difficult just to get all these schedules to coincide and get everyone together that I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm not feeling it. So again, it's that thing. It's sometimes, what do they say? Faster alone, further together. Sometimes you can only think about further because you got to get downfield. Other times you're thinking, hey, this is my moment to run, and I need a little help and a little approval, and I need a little leeway. But that's any creative endeavor.
I would imagine when you're involved in something that's so epic, when it's actually over, it probably almost seems surreal because the production is so massive. There's so many moving pieces. There's so many special effects, so many things that you have to sort of visualize while you're doing it. And then after it's all over, you're done. And what is a big Avengers movie? How many months are you involved in this?
Well, I mean, it could be some part of 18 months to 2 years, depending on how far out you are, and then 4 to 6 months of principal photography, and then additional photography, and then post, and then I always include promotion. From soup to nuts, I think is the phrase.
Soup to nuts.
Yeah,
How's that work?
that's a Joel Silver phrase. One of my great friends, and probably one of the greatest big movie producers of all time. We did the Sherlocks with him. He did the Matrix series. My missus was running his company for 10 years. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is, I think, in some ways the best film I've ever done, wound up being a calling card. It came out at Bond, but Jon Favreau saw it, and he said, this guy could do an action movie. And so that wound up being my calling card into the Marvel universe. But to answer the question, it can be anticlimactic like anything. I mean, this is surreal. I've maybe seen you around a little bit, but I feel like I know you because I see you all the time and I listen to you, and I'm a martial arts nut. And Yeah, isn't it? Sometimes when you get outside of the fortunate, interesting, creative experience you're having, you kind of go like,
Yeah. Yeah, my whole life's a dream. Yeah.
except for the ramifications. The ramifications.
Those are real. Those come back and bite you in the ass. You're like, yikes, this isn't a fucking dream at all. This is dangerous. Yeah, I used to. I remember the first time I met Phil Hartman. I was stunned that I was actually like sitting. We were at a stable read. I was sitting across from, and I'm like, how the fuck? You're a famous guy. Like, you're a really famous guy. Like, I've seen you in movies, man. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen you on television. Here you are, right there. How weird. You know, and it seems it's very hard to be normal, and then after a while that becomes normal, and then the fact that it becomes normal becomes surreal, and then it really feels like a dream. Like when I meet people like you, like we've just met an hour or so ago, and yet instantly I feel like I know you.
Yeah,
it's very strange. But also, you're not full of shit. You know, when someone's not full of shit, it's pretty easy to get to know them. You say something, I say something back. Go, oh, I know how he works. I see what's going on in there. This is an actual human. Here we go. We're talking.
it's a good litmus too, because you watch your show pretty, and I just love it too, because in your show you literally you start. It's a rolling start with you every time. You come into the show and you're already kind of thinking about stuff, so it feels very organic. And part of me, even this morning, was like, I hope he looks into my eyes and doesn't see a complete and utter foolish fraud, because I would probably believe him if he mirrored that back to me.
Oh no, that's a danger, right? Yeah, if you respect someone and they think you're a fucking idiot, you're like, oh no, I might really be a fucking idiot.
But there's been times when, in just being myself, someone who I respect has looked at me and said, What are we talking about?
Yeah,
what are you even saying?
sure.
And you remember that because it kind of it stiff arms you.
But part of those are good because it realized, well, you're probably off on a fucking stupid tangent.
Yeah.
And that's part of being a person. You know, part of being a person is like, I don't know what the next word out of my mouth is going to be right now. No one ever does. Unless you do, and if you do, it's kind of weird.
Some people are poker players. I respect some people that are that, because there's an ability to, maybe it's fear-based, but I always appreciate people who, those people, like, their icons or big shots, or that they hold a certain esteem, and all of their texts are very simple. It's like, yes, we should fix that.
Sure. Yeah, sure is my favorite.
Sure. Okay. On it.
Yeah. No periods either. Like, you don't have time to make a period.
It beats the all caps texts.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like those at all. Those people are weird. Although CT Fletcher, he sends me all the texts. Huh. I love him. But he's shouting at everything. Everything is a shout.
Yeah. But yeah, the surreal part is, I think part of the reason I'm still so interested, not just in life, but also, getting to do what I do, is I'm a fan. I love movies. I love creativity. I love music. I love culture. And the fact that I actually have a place in it while I'm observing it and digging it is like, it's an honor.
Well, that's a beautiful perspective, and that shows in how you carry yourself, and it shows in the work that you do appreciate it. One of the saddest things is someone who's in an amazing position who doesn't appreciate it, and that drives other people crazy too. Like, prima donnas drive people crazy for a variety of reasons, but one of the big ones is you don't appreciate how fortunate you are. Like, and people love when people appreciate good fortune and appreciate a well-earned position and are, engrossed in a beautiful life of something that they really enjoy and something that really inspires them.
Well, I need to be kept right-sized, because I can easily fall into self-seeking and depression and self-pity and judgment and all that stuff. It's kind of it's a bit of a default, but I spend enough energy, and I've had enough help over enough years to actually just say, oh, that's just awful, destructive behavior. you're entertaining in your head, you know.
Bad patterns, just bad thought patterns. Yeah. I think we could all fall into those. I'm ruthlessly self-critical. For me, sometimes it's very hard to step outside and just take a pause and recognize that not everything's going to be right the first time you try it. Yeah, I think that a lot of people that are really great at things, it's one of the things about them is that they're not very satisfied with their work. Like they're always looking to improve it. They're always looking for it to be better. And then that can start that cycle in their head of self-loathing and anxiety and anger at their performance or their work or whatever it is. And then that can lead to depression. That can lead to just self-hate.
Yeah. And what are your tolerances? Like, I'll be the first to tell you, like, you know, do certain movies, or we were doing Tropic Thunder, or one of the first, you know, Iron Man movies. I was like, I'd go over to the monitor, I'd be like, play that back again. That was so good. Dude, let me see that again. I need confirmation.
Yeah.
Because it's always a miracle. You stayed in frame. You got the line right. Your eye line was right. The lighting was right. The sensibility was right. And you just look at it and you go, oh. You know, it's like, I don't know, for me, it's like the play for the perfect Superman KO, and just go, show me that again.
Yeah.
Or when we were shooting Tropic Thunder, I had a little teaser clip for Iron Man. It wasn't coming out next year, and we were going to go to Comic-Con, and so I got to see it and show it to people, and they're like, oh, I think that movie's going to do pretty good. And then we went to Comic-Con, we saw it, but it used to be like that with music. I write music. I haven't for some time, but you would write something and then you just listen to it on a loop because you go, wow, that's not. I know that I was here and I did that, but it feels kind of inspired. And you want to get all that stuff. But yeah, self-critical is important as long as it doesn't bleed out into and over the edges and just make everyone miserable.
Right. Again, get out of your own way. Again, I mean, that's one of the many tenets of life. Learn how to get out of your own way with everything, including with creative endeavors. It seems like that thing that you said about music, most people who write things or create things say that it's they know they're doing it. Like if you make a great sculpture, you know you're doing it. But where is it coming from? Like what is the idea that manifests itself into this perfect thing that you could step back and look at, and it seems surreal that how did I create that? Did I? I don't know if I did. I mean, I definitely made my fingers move, but I don't know if that's me. Who wrote that music? Who performed it? I know you did, but there's a thing inside you that sort of like tunes in to this energy of ideas. And then it comes through you. And again, you kind of have to get out of your own way while you're writing something. And then when it comes out, it's a weird feeling. It's not like if you hammer a nail into a board, you fucking are very aware you did that. You're very aware. But there's something about the creative process that's you're not totally there. It's weird.
Yeah, because it is you and it isn't you.
Right.
What does you even mean? I love it. Well, you always hear it too in sports. It's like, how'd it go today, Federer? Oh, I was out of my mind. I was not in my mind. It was a beautiful day, and I think you saw the results.
Yeah,
You know,
sure. Yeah,
effortless, poetic.
Well, fighters talk about that all the time. That like, especially a counter shot. Like they land something and they don't even have any idea they're going to do it, and they did it, and then it caused the knockout. It's their training manifests itself in this one special, beautiful moment where bang, this thing happens, and then they see the guy drop and like, holy shit.
Oh yeah.
And then they walk away, and it's the work. It's things involved, right? There's so many moving pieces. You have to be working on your own mind to learn how to get out of your own way. You also have to be like really engrossed in whatever the activity is that you're doing, like obsessed, in love with it, passionate about it. And then you have to have the discipline to show up and actually do the work. There's so many different moving pieces, and it all has to be managed. And it's not solid. It's like a fucking raft on the ocean. It's moving around. You're always trying to like figure out how to keep it moving and functional. And it always seems unmanageable. After it's over, you're like, ugh, how the fuck did that even work?
Yeah, we call it the fader board.
Yeah,
weird thing,
right.
How do you get it all? And honestly, particularly in the last 15 years, when I started really taking martial arts seriously, half the stuff that I've been able to do right in my creative life are principles that I learned on the mat with my seafood. You know, guard your center, keep your eye on the lead elbow, get to the blind side. You know,
How often do you do that?
I started, I think I'm in the 15th or 16th year. Seafood was over the day before yesterday. So, you know, a bunch of times a week. And if I'm working on something or if he can make it to location, we'll have long stretches where we're doing it every day. And there's gradings. So you got to prep for those, you know. It's
So what are you doing? Are you doing Kung Fu? Like, is it a very particular style?
traditional Wing Chun.
Really?
Yeah. Which is,
Very underrated art form.
yes, also so many trade secrets and so different than how I see it when I'm looking at videos. And that in UFC, everything is out in the open and it's discussed. And you see in a lot of the Eastern stuff, there was a turf wars and we're not really going to show them our footwork. We're not going to do this. So, but anyway, it's been a real deep dive with my Sifu Eric Oram, who's Sifu my Qigong, was Grandmaster William Chung, renowned kind of Hong Kong rooftop fights, all that stuff. Amazing lore, but very technical, difficult to build, and easy to use.
You know, you very rarely see that in the UFC. One of the best fighters in the UFC uses it regularly. Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson uses trapping hands.
The mook jump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He grabs wrists and comes over the top with elbows. He does straight Wing Chun. He does it all the time. And he even practices on a wooden dummy.
I got my ass kicked by a wooden dummy for about 3 years, and then I finally understood the principle of don't fight force with force. And, you know, it's just nuts. So anyway, half the time, if I would be in a critical artistic situation, I would just say, because Wing Chun problems are life problems are Wing Chun problems, and I would just go back to how did this kind of relate to, because I don't like getting clocked and getting my teeth knocked in, because we tend to, sometimes we glove up, but we're not wearing mouthpieces. It's very,
Why are you wearing mouthpieces?
it's certainly not, because he's very good at pulling his punches, and he's also even better at making sure that I don't accidentally hit him. But we get as close as we can to what the real experience would be. But again, it's like everything. I'm sure, you know, a few clicks back down the road, there's things that instructors were doing that would be considered illegal to do to a group of students nowadays.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Not just a few clicks while I was coming up.
that's what I would imagine.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
They'd hit each other.
Yes.
Students would get beat up.
Yeah.
It was a normal thing.
Yes.
So did you start training for Sherlock Holmes, or you started training before that?
I didn't. It absolutely coincided with my recovery. And the two things just somehow or other seem to lock in and talk to you off the record and afterwards about any and everything to do with my recovery. As far as it locked in with this, it was an apprenticeship, and it was an apprenticeship that was contingent on me being in a certain headspace.
Well, it's a good thing too, because it's a very addictive thing. People get very addicted to martial arts, and it's a good substitute for sometimes negative addictions. You know, Bourdain, before he died, he was obsessed with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, became really obsessed with it at 58, and got really good. He was training every day, and he was trained twice a day every day. So he went from, when I first met him, he was chubby, he was smoking cigarettes, he drank every night, still drank every night, but you know, he just did enough healthy things to keep his body together. And then his ex-wife got really into jiu-jitsu, and then he decided to follow her one day to classes, and he was kind of mocking it and laughing at it at first, and then became obsessed, and then really got good. I mean, he was, and look at it, he won in a tournament, and I mean,
Oh my gosh!
yeah, he's fucking 60 years old.
Jesus H.
What's really crazy is a picture of him walking down the street. I think they were in Rome, and he has no shirt on, and he's fucking ripped. Anthony Bourdain, full 6-pack. Yeah, dude, he was obsessed. He would take a private every day. Look at him. Look at that photo. That's crazy. He's like 60-something years old there. So he would take a private lesson every day, and then he would take a class. So he would take a private lesson, sharpen up techniques, and then he would roll.
Yeah.
He'd take group classes too, which is very, very critical. You got to roll with different people.
100%.
Yeah. So he was in there, and it became a good thing for him to sort of become addicted to this positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it wasn't going to be golf. It wasn't going to be something passive like that.
Right.
I hear it's great, but it's just been a great gift. And it's also the thing where, you're never done. I made black belt 5 years ago for another grading, and now we're doing a lot of weapons stuff. And it's just,
That's
I just
awesome.
adore it.
Congratulations. Yeah, my Taekwondo teacher said something to me when I was very young. He said that it is a tool for developing your human potential. Yeah, and I never forgot that because I'm like, yeah, it's because it's really difficult to do. Like all martial arts are it's really difficult to get your body to move that way and to be able to be effective in a conflict situation. And if you can do it, and you can do it over and over again, and you can overcome that difficult thing, and you thought it was unsurmountable, and then you figured out how to do it, eventually you get to this point where you realize, well, everything in life is like that. Everything in life is like something that's a puzzle. You have to figure out how am I approaching it wrong? What can I do to make it better? How do I get more competent at this particular skill or this particular discipline?
And just the humility too. I mean, if I've noticed anything in the last couple of years, just in UFC, which by the way, I was doing a Robert Altman film called The Gingerbread Man back in the 90s, and UFC had just started off, and I was getting the VHS tapes and watching them. And so when they go back on the 25 years ago, I was like, I've been there from jump.
That's awesome.
But we watch, it's just that thing of no matter what you think, the tides are changing quickly, and you just got to keep working.
Well, that was a real wake-up call for a lot of martial artists, was the UFC, because a lot of the stuff that they were doing really wasn't effective.
Yeah.
They thought it would be if everybody was playing by the rules in the dojo and sort of following along but once you really saw an actual caged event where people were just going balls out, you realize, a lot of this stuff just doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I love how messy it was at the beginning too, because the style matchups were it was almost
crazy,
laughable until you saw the violence.
And no weight classes. Yeah. You and I share another passion, resto mods. Yes. You have was it a 1970 Mustang?
Yeah, I got that 302. I did with Speedcore, a couple other ones.
Speedcore does amazing stuff.
They're great.
Yeah, and when I saw that they were doing your car, I go, oh, this is going to be good. Yeah. You picked a unique color, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only. Oh,
look at that thing. God.
Yeah, that's back east right now. That's a good car for straightaways. That's a nice Long Island car.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But the beautiful thing about something like Speedcore is they're going to take that car and make it so that it's manageable. You can actually drive it. If you drove a real 1970s stock car, it's horrific.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how far we've come.
Yeah.
In those cars, it's like you're like blindfolded as you're driving. You're sort of aware of what the car is going to do as you turn the wheel, but not really.
No, to me it's like a crop duster without wings. Every time I start, I just you go, Jesus Christ, I got kids. I got kids. And also, since I threw my hat in the ring with this kind of green technology initiatives, I'm probably going to wind up auctioning them all off.
Yeah.
To be honest,
right?
Drove a BMW electric car here.
I saw.
I
started laughing when I saw it pulling the park. I'm like, oh, okay. I get it. You gotta do what you gotta do. I have a Tesla.
I'll hold on to a few.
Works. Yeah, you have to hold on to that one.
You got to. What is this?
That is a tarantula hawk that Maynard Keenan from Tool sent me from his farm in Arizona. It's we were talking about it on a podcast, and he's like, "Have you ever seen one?" I go, "No." And then a week later, one arrived in the mail.
Hold on, let me see what this says.
Yeah, you can't read.
By the way, have I been too far off mic this whole time?
No, you're fine, man.
Okay.
We're good.
You could give me a sign.
Jamie's a master. He knows how to handle this. I know you have a lot of other shit to do, so I'm gonna let you get out of here. But I just want to say it's an honor to meet you. A real pleasure to sit down and talk to you. Appreciate you taking your time, and best of luck with everything.
Just flew by, pal.
Yeah.
I'll be back. Trust me.
Okay. I hope you do. Come back. Bye, everybody.
You know what I wanted to get to? There's a guy named Bran Farron. Have you heard of him?
Getting bigger, but the video part is getting to a larger percentage. 3, 2, 1. Gentlemen, we're live. Here we go. Jordan Peterson, Brett Weinstein. How are you guys?
Doing very well.
Thanks for coming in.
To be here.
I'm excited to have you in.
Hey, it should be
Look at
fun.
you. You're spiffy. You make us look very schlubby. What are you doing?
What can I say, man? You know, I brought a limited number of clothes.
Well, good move. You look great. And good to see you guys, both of you. And so whose idea was it to do this, first of all? Was it just
I think it was Brett's.
Yeah, I saw a tweet of Jordan's about, or maybe it wasn't a tweet. I did see a YouTube clip that somebody tweeted. I don't know if it was you. Your perspective on Hitler, and your argument was that he was actually doing far worse than his reputation led us to believe. And it's funny. It harkens back to my first evolutionary project as an undergraduate. I was working with Bob Trivers, who's the evolutionary minds of the 20th century. I was lucky enough to have him as an undergraduate advisor.
pull this sucker right up to your face because you're going to turn sideways because we're looking at each other next to each other. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I did a project with Bob on analyzing the Holocaust from an evolutionary perspective. I wanted to ask the question of whether, at the time it was commonplace for people to say that Hitler was crazy, and there was something that bothered me about that analysis. I think there's something actually dangerous that we dismiss somebody like Hitler as crazy before we understand what they're up to. So when I saw your video clip, I thought it would be worth having a discussion so that we can figure out what perspective makes sense.
That sounds like an awesome topic. But before we get to that, I would really like to know what's going on with you, because you're at the center of this crazy controversy of Evergreen State College. You essentially left the area. You're suing the college now. So where do you stand now?
We have not yet filed suit, and in fact, I can't talk about what took place inside the negotiation. But we had our first sit down with the college yesterday, and this was an attempt to avert a suit. But I will say, from where I sit, as hard as this is to believe, it appears that the college has learned nothing from this episode, and that it is doubling down on the same foolish sets of beliefs and assumptions that got it into trouble in the first place. So that is not a hopeful situation.
No, and for anybody that's not aware of what this whole story is about, you would either have to go back to Brett's podcast that we did a few months back, or please just Google Evergreen State University and Google Brett, and you will be blown away by the insanity. It's social justice warrior gone amok. The whole campus, kids patrolling the campus with baseball bats. I mean, the whole thing is just completely bananas. The president of the university being told by the children not to use his hands when he's speaking because it's a microaggression. So he puts his hands down. The children start cheering and laughing. They don't realize they're being played. The whole thing is just some crazy grand game by the children. And I'm calling them children. I don't give a fuck how old they are. To have power over people. I mean, essentially what this is all boiling down to. And you really see it in that moment where they tell him to put his hands down. And he does, and they laugh and cheer and think it's amazing.
Well, they're educated to do that to some degree, because one of the tenets of the postmodernism that they're being spoon-fed is that there's nothing but power. That's the only thing that mediates relationships between people, because there's no real world. Everything's a social construct, and it's a landscape of conflict between groups. That's the postmodern world, and the only actual means of expression is power. That's why the postmodernists make the claim constantly that the patriarchy is a corrupt institution because they look at hierarchical organizations and they're stratified. Obviously, there's people at the top and people at the bottom. The only reason that there are people at the top is because they dominate by power. There's no philosophy of authority or competence. That's all gone. And so, and if you're cynical about that sort of thing, and you should be, you might say that part of the reason that the only thing that the postmodernists believe in is power is because that helps them justify their arbitrary use of it under any circumstances whatsoever. And I think that's right. I think that's exactly what happens. So it's not surprising that you see this manifested in the mob-like behavior of the students. It's right in accordance with everything they're being taught. So,
well, they're also being taught in this sort of any means necessary to get over the establishment. Like the establishment is this horrible institution, and they can justify pretty much anything.
Yeah.
This is what, like, punch a Nazi. Who's a Nazi? Everybody that doesn't agree with you. I mean, it's essentially what's being said ad nauseum in social justice warrior circles online, and you see, I've seen punch a Nazi so many times. I mean, but when it came down to Charlottesville, there was very little punching of Nazis. You know, the whole thing was like, it's all very insane. We see real Nazis, like those are real Nazis. You know, like go fucking punch them, please. You know,
well, we've also, I think,
don't even do that, by the way.
Right. Well, and I think we've already figured out, everyone, right from the right to the left, everyone's figured out that wherever the Nazis went, that was wrong. We've all agreed on that. We're not going there anymore. And so when someone pops up and says, well, we should go there, it's like they're immediately identifiable. You can box them in. And if you have any sense, like, you know, like many conservatives did in the aftermath of Charlottesville, they come out and say, well, in case it needs to be said again, we're actually not allied with those people.
Yeah, well, that was the most disturbing thing for many people about Donald Trump's reaction to it, that he didn't take a hard stance against these white supremacists showing up with tiki torches, walking through the street, yelling anti-Semitic phrases or whatever. I don't know exactly what they're yelling. I've read a bunch of different things, but the whole thing was it was an abomination. I mean, it was a horrific thing to watch. And, you know, Donald Trump comes out and says there was horrible behavior on all sides.
Yeah, well, I thought about that for a lot, because I got tangled up with that in a strange way in Canada. I was supposed to appear on a panel discussing the suppression of free speech on university campuses, which was then promptly canceled by the university that was going to host it in the aftermath of Charlottesville, partly because one of the panelists was going to be Faith Goldie, who was the journalist that was covering Charlottesville and got the footage of the car and the damage. But we were targeted immediately afterward with the Nazi epithet, and Ryerson shut down the free speech panel. So it's coming up again in November.
How were you
11th.
targeted you were targeted as Nazis?
Yeah. What happened was this person put up a Facebook page and used a swastika with a a circle with a line through it, and said no fascists at Ryerson, essentially. But she used the swastika, and she got a bunch of people rallied together to pressure the university administration into canceling the event, which they promptly did. And then they had a celebration party the night of the event. And here's something that was really interesting. So they got a couple of hundred people out to the celebration at Ryerson. And they were united under the banner of the hammer and sickle and were calling for revolution. And what was so interesting about that, and I really mean technically that it was interesting, was that the mainstream media said virtually nothing about the fact that these, let's call them counter-protesters, I don't know exactly how you term them, had come out under this murderous symbol. And that's made me think, like, I can't figure out why the swastika is an immediate identifier of a pathological personality, and the hammer and sickle isn't. There's actually a reason. It isn't just arbitrary. And I think maybe it's something like the Nazi is the guy who knifes you in the alley and steals your wallet, and the communist is the white-collar criminal who takes your pension. And you're actually more afraid of the first person than the second person, because the damage they do is more proximal and emotionally recognizable. But that's the second guy who takes your pension, for example. He's perhaps even more dangerous. But there's a bloodiness about the Nazi symbol and an immediate emotional impact that the hammer and sickle just doesn't produce. And some of that's because people are badly educated historically.
I think that's it. I
Well,
think
but
it's
it's
pure
just-
ignorance.
Well, I don't think it's just ignorance. No,
Do you think that the people that are wearing those Che Guevara t-shirts really understand the history of Che Guevara, or do you think he represents this sexy South American counter-protest character, a guy who stands up to the establishment as we know it, a guy who's wearing a green beret, wearing a beret, hiding in the jungle, fighting against the oppressive dictatorship of America? I mean, that's what they're looking at when they see that image.
Well, the fact that historical ignorance plays a role in this is absolutely certain, and I think the romanticization of people like Che Guevara is exactly. I think you nailed that exactly. But I do think there's a deeper question here. It's like I was thinking in the aftermath of Charlottesville, many conservatives immediately divorced themselves from the Nazis. Ben Shapiro was a good example.
Yeah.
And it was very much reminiscent of William F. Buckley divorcing himself from the John Birch Society back in the 1960s. The right wing seems to be easier for the right wing to draw a line around the Nazis and say, no, that's not us. Partly because the right wingers, conservatives, are better at drawing boundaries. But, let's say we wanted to draw a boundary around the radical leftists. Okay, point to something. Well, on the right, you say, well, you wore a swastika. Yeah, you're out of the club, man.
Right.
On the left, well, you believe, what's the smoking pistol? You believe in equity? It's like, that's a smoking pistol as far as I'm concerned, but it doesn't have the same emotional punch as you wore a swastika to the protest.
Yeah, you believe in equity and you refuse to define it. That would be
Right, but I mean,
to me.
right, but that's such a, there's no
you're
emotional
right.
punch in that. It's like, well, I'm not going to associate with you because you believe in equity. It's like,
it's too complicated.
That's right.
I do want to back us up here though, because I think we underrate the danger of, and I think Nazis are a red herring. There's something that actually does threaten to reemerge, and Charlottesville is a version of it. But I think because we have a cartoon understanding of what that protest was actually about and how many people are actually involved, we don't really see why this is a dangerous and contentious issue. And I think the answer is an evolutionary one that hasn't been spelled out. And because it hasn't been spelled out, it's very hard to point to.
I hate to keep interrupting you, but just get this right up to your face. It sounds good to us, but the people listening online are
Is that better?
Yeah, just when you turn to him, just turn the thing with you.
Okay.
Yeah, just get it. You always keep it a fist from your face. That's
Okay.
the best. Sorry.
That's all right.
So explain what you mean by this.
So my point would be that what took place in Germany in the 30s was a particularly visible, well-documented example of a pattern that is much more common in human history. And because this pattern emerges as a result of certain features of the way evolution functions in the context of humans, it is actually always a danger that it will reemerge. And knowing what to do about it is not so simple until you've seen why it occurs and what it means. What I've been saying in lectures I've given on this is that tyranny is the end game of prosperity. And so there is a pattern in which you will go through a period of prosperousness in which it appears that that thing is defeated once and for all. And there's no reason for people to be going after each other in this particular way. And then at the point that that pattern peters out, it reemerges and people don't expect it. It flies under a different flag or something like that. And so I do think that looking at the tiny number of people who were doing what they were doing in Charlottesville and saying, well, we all agree that this is wrong, misses the fact that actually, I think Trump is doing it cynically, but Trump was riding a wave, that there are ideas which are not permissible from the environments in which we all grew up that are going to become permissible again if we are not careful to recognize that that's the nature of history.
I think it's highly probable that that's going to occur. I mean, part of the reason that I landed in the political hot water that I landed in last year was because I was increasingly aware that this process of polarization was going to take place, and that the continual, in my estimation anyways, the continual clawing of new ground underneath the radical leftist rubric, especially in the universities, is starting to produce an extraordinarily dangerous counterposition. And that was manifest, at least to some degree, in Charlottesville. And so I think you're right, is that, well, don't want to be complacent, say, well, we know who the Nazis are and we're not going there, and so the problem is solved. The problem isn't solved. There's all sorts of weird activity in the non-radical left space, like on the other side of the radical left, whatever that is. And right now, what it is not obvious. You know, it's the alt-right, that's part of it. It's the Kekistanis, it's this peppy thing. It's some of it's comedy, some of it's satire, some of it's serious, some of it's the inversion of identity politics, which is very dangerous. And it's maybe the most dangerous thing about Charlottesville is that there's something extraordinarily dangerous about having people revert to identification with their racial identity. It's really not a good thing.
Well, there's the reversion to their racial identity. There's basically an outbreak of tribalism, which explains what's going on the far right. What's going on the left is a bit of a new twist. What you have is a coalition of different tribal identities that aren't large enough to marshal a force on their own, and so they're united. And together they are a formidable force. But what's going to happen is that's an unstable entity. At the point that that force gains power, it's going to come apart as internal dynamics rip it up. So it's not actually it's not capable of restraining the version that recurs on the right, the version that does manifest as white nationalism. That version is stable because it does represent an actual population that has an evolutionary basis for remaining cohesive. And I should point out, there's a danger when you hear an evolutionary biologist talk about evolutionary patterns. People often infer that if an evolutionary biologist is saying that something is a pattern that has evolved, that that's some kind of a defense, and it is absolutely not. We call this the naturalistic fallacy. So evolution is an absolutely amoral process. It has produced the most marvelous features of human beings and the worst features, and we are in some sense obligated to pick and choose which features to honor and promote and which ones to tamp down.
Something can have evolved as a virtue in some circumstances and still be of the type that, if magnified beyond its proper limits, becomes pathological. So let me tell you something I learned about Hitler, which really, I haven't recovered from my shock from this. So we've been looking at the relationship between political belief and personality. Okay, and your political belief is strongly determined by your temperament. So liberal left types are high in trait openness, that's creativity, and low in conscientiousness. But you can fragment consciousness up into industriousness and orderliness. And the real predictor for conservatism is orderliness, not industriousness. And you might think, well, that's no surprise. Right-wingers are more orderly. Hitler's call for order, let's say. But it's one thing to posit that, and another thing to measure it. And what's measurable. And it appears that orderliness is associated with sensitivity to disgust. And this is actually a really big deal. It's a really big deal. So there's a paper that was published in PLOS One about 3 years ago, looking at the relationship between prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian political attitudes. And they did it country by country and within countries by state or province. And the correlation between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian / right-wing political beliefs at the local individual level was 0.6. And so I want to take this apart a little bit. Okay, so the idea is that this is part of what you might describe as the extended behavioral immune system. And one of the problems with the interactions between groups of human beings in our evolutionary past was, well, exactly what happened to the Native Americans is, they came out and shook hands with the Spanish conquistadors, and then within a couple of generations, 90% of them were dead of smallpox and measles and mumps. And so it's been a truism in our evolutionary past that if you meet a group of if you're a group of isolated humans and you meet another group of isolated humans and you trade pathogens, there's a real possibility that you and everyone you know are going to be dead in no time flat. And so we have a disgust mechanism that produces this implicit, let's call it racial and ethnic bias that is part and parcel of the human cognitive landscape. But the problem with that is rooted in a disgust mechanism that actually serves a protective function. Now, when I was sorting this out, I was reading Hitler's Table Talk, and Hitler's Table Talk is a very interesting book. It's a book of his spontaneous mealtime utterances from 1939 to 1942. And I went through with this new knowledge because people think of conservatives as or fascists as afraid of those who are different. They're not afraid. They're disgusted. And that's not the same thing, because you burn things you're disgusted by. And so it was terrifying to me to read it, because then I also thought, oh, well, discuss sensitivity is associated with orderliness, and you need order in a society in order to maintain it. And the Germans are very orderly, and that was actually a canonical part of their civilization and part of actually what makes them great and powerful. And that just had to tilt a little farther than necessary. And all of a sudden, everything needed to get cleaned. And, you know, Hitler talked about cleanliness all the time, and he actually meant that. And so this thing that's emerging, you know, you talked about its biological basis, its evolutionary basis. It's part of this deeply rooted disgust system that protects us from dangerous pathogens that can manifest itself and does manifest itself in the political realm. It's not good.
So I don't know exactly how to tease this apart, but I agree with your point about there's an actual danger when populations meet like a literal pathogen danger, and that is liable to have produced a certain instinctive fear of the other, which doesn't have to be limited to that one thing, but that's enough to generate a selective force that would cause a certain reluctance to meet. But I want to point out that at least in the West, and probably universally, human beings, when they go to war, tend to dehumanize the other population. And, you know, so of course, calling the other population subhuman, vermin.
Hello, family man.
Hello, sir.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too.
We were just talking about like you have 2 kids now. You have a real family. You got to get an SUV.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had something, but just once you get the 2 car seats in the back, and then you know, with all the shit for the kids, and then all the shit your wife has, all of a sudden it's just like, oh, I now understand. Remember the Suburban?
Yeah.
Which was a long like Blazer, and you look at that thing like, who the fuck needs all of that unless you're like homeless and that's where you live? But then you're like, oh, I get it. If you have 3-4 kids, yeah, you definitely need one.
You definitely need one. They always bring a bunch of shit with them too. They want to bring stuff.
Oh yeah.
You have to have room for a toy or this or that. Those Tesla ones you were talking about, those are great. The X with the crazy doors.
Yeah, the Lambo doors.
Yeah, those are dope. Have you ever seen them dance?
No.
Tiffany Haddish had one. She was in the back of the Comedy Store.
I heard that.
And she set it to dance, and she puts music on it, and the wings start going up, and the car starts like turning left and right. It's actually pretty badass. It's fun.
She's one of the most fun people I've ever hung out with. So I wish I was there for that.
She had the COVID. She had it. She got it over it. She kicked it.
I'm surprised more comics didn't get it the way we're shaking hands and meeting people after shows. Yeah, I got my wife had the kids. We had to get tested, so I somehow. Yeah.
Big Jay Okerson got it. He had it. He's clean.
It feels weird to be talking about people that have it.
Yeah. I know a lot of people who got it.
Yeah.
I know about 9.
You're like naming names like Joe McCarthy over there.
They're fine now.
Well, I like people who've had it now because they have the antibodies. They think they can like walk on fire. It's like, dude, this thing is a brand new thing. I don't know if you want to be testing. You know, I got a buddy of mine ended up getting it, and then he was just like, "Well, I got tested. I got the antibodies." So now I think he feels like he's bulletproof. So
they don't even know if you can catch it again. They really have no idea.
Well, people are going to find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Yeah, because when I was driving over here, I actually got into a moderate level of traffic on the highway. Like I've noticed it's just at some point, I mean, considering people are just kind of doing what they want to do, and a lot of people were. After 2 weeks, everyone just sort of, depending on where your ego was, like, you know, the fucking tell me, this is all fucking something. I'm going to go outside. Those people, they just kept it going. So now I just feel like, well, you can't have 60% of the population go broke because less than 1% has something.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think we're just going to go back. I think we're just going to go back. And if you get it, you get it. And if you die, you die. And if you don't, you don't. And then eventually they're gonna get something that'll slow it down or stop it or something like
Here's
that.
what slows it down: your fucking immune system. They don't tell you a goddamn thing about that. They don't tell you how to take care of your immune system. There's no word about that. Just put a mask on, wash your hands. No one's telling you sleep more, drink water, take vitamins. There's none of that.
Yeah, and I know this one guy brought up vitamin D on his big podcast, and then you couldn't find it anymore. Dude, you're like fucking Oprah when she attacked the meat industry. I just saw a clip. Oh, this guy on Rogan. Of course, I didn't even research who the guy was. It was just like, take vitamin D. A woman. That's how much I pay attention. And then I go to the fucking health food store. It's all gone. And there's some of this bootleg vitamin D. It was like vitamin D plus. I'm like, what is that? What is that? I know that's probably gonna make me catch it. So I just take vitamin C and I try to get 8 hours sleep. And I've been doing a pretty good job of I'm pretty antisocial, like a lot of comics. So I haven't had a problem.
Keeping away from everybody.
Yeah, my wife. I quarantine in my house. Like my wife's like, you guys gonna sit down and have dinner with us? I'm always over in the corner. If I'm alone, no one can hurt me. Just leftover childhood shit. Just coming from a family of loners. So
do you feel weird not doing stand-up? What has that been like?
I did not miss it at all, but I think that whenever there's something like painful in my life, I think that's what I do. Is I just go, I don't care, I don't give a fuck. It's all. I really learned a lot more about myself during this quiet time of not running around and going to airports and kind of sitting with myself and being like, wow, I thought I was way further down the road working on myself than I was, but I have a lot of fucking childhood issues left over. I was like, what? Like I really started, like, all these puzzle pieces just started coming in, and I was able to look all the way back where I was to where I am now and how I got here, and these little fucking things that happened to me. You know, good things and bad that just sort of just knocked me down this road that I'm on.
Just sitting alone with alone time.
Yeah, well, you know, my wife was going through the third trimester, when you're just over it, and you're like, oh God, there's 6 weeks to go. I'm ready to have it now. You're like, oh no. I finally, get my daughter to bed, get her to bed. Everything was good. Make sure all the doors were locked. And then I was just sort of like, why, all these years of doing stand-up, I'm just up at that hour.
Right.
So I was just sort of, sitting kind of by myself. Like I don't know. I haven't been watching TV, like the news. You just brought up 3 things. You see, he's going on in Seattle with the fucking FCC, whatever he says. I don't even know what it is. What is Tifa?
Antifa. They call themselves anti-fascists, and they wear masks and carry sticks and helmets and shit, and
intimidate people.
Exactly.
To stop fascism.
They use fascism
to
stop fascism.
Yeah.
And they blocked off, I think, 6 blocks of Seattle, and they declared it a police-free zone. This is occupied by the people of Seattle, and you can't use money in that police-free zone.
Joe, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to end well.
It's not going to end well at all. The only thing that's going to keep it from ending badly is that Seattle is kind of a fucked up city. They tolerate a lot of homelessness. So Seattle's got a lot of weird laws. Like it's a I forget the way it's described. I think it's a mutual combat state. That's what it's described. So, like, if you're in front of a cop, say if I'm a cop and you and Jamie decide to duke it out, you could just say, "You want to fight, motherfucker?" And he'll go, "Yeah, I want to fight." And the cops will let you fight because it's some Wild West mining shit from like the fucking 1600s.
Yeah, settled it like men.
On the books. Yeah,
no lawsuits. I like it.
You can duke it out in the middle of the street. It's very dangerous, though. People getting knocked out on the street is fucking terrifying because they fall and they hit their head and they go unconscious.
And there's no ref to stop those last 9 hammer fists.
I think the cops are supposed to do that. The cops are supposed to act as a referee too. There's videos of guys getting into street fights in Seattle and cops just standing around watching. Yeah, it's real weird. In fact,
I don't have a problem. 2 people are willing to do it, and they know the risks. If you get hit, you're gonna fall and crack your head on the back of the curb there. I mean,
a lot of them are drunk though. They don't know the risks. There was one of them. This kid. I think his last name is Fodor. I think Carlos Fodor. He was a MMA fighter, and he would dress up like a superhero. See if you can find out. Do you remember his name? Anyway, he actually knew how to fight, and he was dressed like a superhero. So he's kind of baiting people to fuck with him. He's walking on the street, and these guys fuck with him.
That's hilarious.
They decide to go at it, and then he's bouncing around like a real pro fighter and starts slamming leg kicks in on this guy. You see this guy's face, like, oh my God, what the fuck have I signed up for? He's just some drunk asshole, and some dude dressed like a superhero.
Well, I don't have any sympathy for those people.
I think he called himself Phoenix Jones.
If I saw a guy walking around dressed like a superhero, I'd be like, that guy's out of his fucking mind, and I would give him a wide berth.
Yes.
hoping he was on his way to his place of solitude, whatever that was. Maybe he's on his way home to his ice house.
He's on his way to the Bat Cave or
Yeah.
some
But
cosplay.
if I was younger, yeah, I might have, you know, if I was standing in a crowd, yeah, I probably would have done some fucking punk shit like that.
A couple of whiskeys in, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Get my fucking orange wig slapped off. Yeah, probably.
So Seattle is it's run by a warlord, some one fucking dude, apparently, according to my friends, who's a SEAL, who's running this entire 7-block or 6-block area of Seattle. They spray painted all the windows on this.
Yeah, you know. Okay. Talk to me in 3 days.
It's been going on a lot longer than that.
It'll be fun.
You think so? What's
Yes.
going to happen?
Do you think this warlord's what? He's going to have 10 blocks and then 11, and then he's going to take over all of Washington? I mean, he's going to run out of men.
They have guns.
Okay.
That's the problem. The problem is that they're openly carrying rifles inside this 6-block.
I know, but they need to eat. Okay. And then no supplies are going to get in that 7 blocks. They're just going to wait them out. Or they're going to come in with superior firepower. It's not going to end well, Joe.
I don't think it's going to end well. I don't know how it's going to end.
All right, let's guess the scenario.
Okay.
All right, how many bodies? What's the
At
over
least
under?
4 people die.
How many are there? How many of them are there?
Those thousands. I think.
Thousands, and you're only going with 4. That's a good number. That's like a Vegas number. You're like, fuck. They just picked the perfect. Do I go over or I go under this?
The price is right. I don't know how many fucking people are in there, but the photos that I saw, the place is packed, filled with people, like they're just getting out of a Chappelle show. Look at this. These are the people. Oh, they took City Hall. They own City Hall.
Oh, now most of them are white, so I don't
What?
see the staying power of this.
Wait, what did you just say? They opened the door for them? They gave them City Hall. So this is City Hall they're walking into right now?
Yeah, this is. Yeah.
Well, this is going to be funny now when they get in and they don't know what to do.
Let me hear some volume on this, Jamie. You want to hear what the fuck they're yelling?
It's about Jamie Masada.
Close the Laugh
Jamie's
Factory.
got to go.
Yeah. The Laugh Factory in Long Beach got looted last night.
Oh, God, I can't imagine how many puppets they took.
Is there puppets in the Laugh Factory in
There's
Long
these
Beach?
giant, creepy fucking mannequins. That place is, I love that place. I love performing there. But some of the Jamie's decor, one of my favorite things to do in this business is shit on Jamie Masada. He knows I love him.
Buddy. Bill Burr.
Black Lives Matter, buddy. Don't burn down my club.
Yes, please, buddy. This business has always been weird like that. There's always
No,
been
that's why
people-
you're the king, dude. Because you got outside of it, but you're totally in it, and they can't get you. They can't get you. I piling up some stories here, being in the Matrix. I won't get into them, but it's the same. It's just the same old. Corporations only know how to do business one fucking way, and
Well,
it's just
They push their advantage. They push their advantage. They have their leverage, and they want the biggest slice of the pie. That's what they.
I don't have a problem with that. It's when they go beyond that and they just straight up steal.
Are they stealing from you? Right now?
Everybody does. Every time you get in business with like corporate guys, this is how it works. It's like the check. Okay, we're in business to make money from them, and then you get in business with them, and then the check goes to the corporate guy, and then you get your cut off of his checkbook. So right there, I am immediately in a situation where there's no way I can steal from him, but he can rob me fucking blind.
Right. And
Yeah.
you can add a bunch of expenses
Yeah, and-
on the things that.
Front end load
Yes.
expenses to make it look like they're losing money, and
That's Hollywood.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's stealing. It's stealing is what it
Yes.
is. They just call it Hollywood accounting,
Yes.
but it's not Hollywood accounting. It's corporate accounting. It's scumbag accounting. That's just, and it's how they do it. And they sleep at night. And they say, "Oh, it's over in the accounting section of the building. Now over here, we're in my yacht." I'm like this friendly. You know, I majored in fucking liberal arts in college.
Well, what was really interesting when podcasts started to take off, they started to try to get in with the old model and weasel into podcasts and buy pieces of podcasts. And like if you come on
your
my
deal,
network,
your deal is if you think the fucking industry is gonna sit back when they didn't get to wet their beak on that thing, I'm gonna tell every young comic when we get back to this shit, is what they're going to do now is what the music industry did, where they started signing straight across the board deals. They're going to get some young kid who's got no power in the business, and it's just like, we'll help you create a podcast. We're signed with so-and-so, blah, blah. And what they're going to do is they're going to own the podcast. The advertising money is going to go to them, and they're going to rob them fucking blind.
100%.
They're going to 100% going to fucking steal from them, rob them fucking blind, and then when they get audited and they get caught stealing, they're going to label that kid, that young comic, difficult to work with, meaning difficult to steal from.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I know guys young guys, I won't name any names, but they've come up to me and go, hey, I'm signed to this. They want to sign me, but they want a piece of my podcast.
No.
They want a piece of this, and they want it
There's
in
no reason.
perpetuity.
There's no reason.
Yeah.
You got to tell people that, dude.
Oh, I
Because
tell
you're the kid. You got to tell.
Oh, I
You
tell
got to tell people.
Don't give up anything. Don't give up anything. Don't ever. It's all you. It's all
Because they're
yours.
not going to do anything for you. What they're going to do is move the ball quicker
Yeah.
that first fucking 2 years, and then the rest is all going to be you. If you just hang in there and struggle a little bit, like
You've got to grind. You just got to hang in there and keep going. I mean,
Yeah.
I got a lot of offers to buy half of the podcast or to buy, and nothing. I won't do it. I'll never do it. But then Spotify came along and they said, we'll give you a licensing deal. So just put it on our network for 3 months, but you still own it.
Right.
I'm like, all right, we're in. And that's why we did it that way. But this comic that I won't name, he was telling me that this management company, they wanted to sign him. They wanted to own a piece of his podcast forever. And I'm like,
and what that
fucking
eventually
crazy.
will become, because what they're going to look at it is they're going to make it like if you started a podcast while you were with this manager or while you were with this agent, it'll be like back in the day when you booked a sitcom.
Exactly.
And then if you left the agency or the manager throughout the lifetime of that sitcom, you owed the commission to them.
Exactly.
But back then, that you needed them to do that. You don't need them for the podcast, but they're going to do that. So then you're going to leave this manager, and then for the rest of your fucking life, you're going to be paying this never-ending alimony.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be guys eventually, they'll try to take 50, 60, I own your podcast.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Managers will start, agents will start podcast networks because there's nobody regulating them to not do that anymore.
I got an offer just 5 years ago from a company that was a radio company that wanted 50% of the podcast. They were going to give me no money. They wanted 50% of the podcast just to be associated with them. And they're like, we're going to pull together all these advertisers and it's going to help your revenue.
No.
50%. So
No.
that
And they never
the same
deliver with
model.
what they say they're gonna, and then
can't.
they come in
They
and they
can't.
gut the thing.
Well, the beautiful thing about podcasts is podcasts all get big on word of mouth. Like, I've never advertised this podcast. I never did anything with it.
Right.
I never bought billboards or put ads up anywhere. It's just from word of mouth. And the way other podcasts grow is people get on people's podcasts and they say, hey, you listen to Bill Burr's podcast, Monday Morning Podcast, fucking hilarious. And then it just
Right.
grows.
But I think
from
it's the
people
job of
promoting.
people making money in podcasting to let new podcasters know, do not sign those deals ever.
Yes.
Do not let the fox into the henhouse because they are going to fucking rob you blind.
And you don't need it.
I one time on this heavy metal band Anvil, right? It's a crazy thing about this band that just was around forever and never quite made it. And there was I think it was that one. It's one of those ones about an old like metal band from the 80s. And this guy said like the truest shit ever when he was talking about the music business. And this goes straight across podcasts, everything. He goes, you're better to own something 100% and only sell 20,000 copies than you are to not own it at all and sell 20 million. Like you're literally going to make more if you just sell 20
crazy.
Yeah, no, they fuck. And then another thing that they do, oh my God, dude, another thing that they do is then all the people that they lose on, they dump that on you.
Yes.
Like I remember one time, I forget what I was with this network and I had a CD that was already made. I already made it and I just wanted them to put it out on their label. And they wanted to own the CD. And I was like, no, I'm not. No, I don't want you to own it. I just need you to like distribute it. I need you as a distributor. And the guy said to me, he goes, well, ownership shouldn't be that big a deal for you. It should be about exposure. I said, all right, well, let me ask you this. If ownership shouldn't be that big a deal to me, why is it such a big deal to you? And he started like stammering. And then he basically said, well, we get in business with something. He named a couple other comics whose CDs didn't sell. And we have to recoup those losses. It's like, that ain't my fault.
That's hilarious.
I could have told you not to sign that fucking jerk off. What is your... It's not my fault you didn't do the fucking work. So that's the way I had another one time I signed with. This is back when I made like CDs, and I did one, and I had a 60-40. I was getting 60, and they were getting 40, but their 40 was off the gross, mine was off the net, and all expenses for the album was on me. It's like I thought we were doing this together. Every fucking thing, the artwork, printing it, all of that, all of those expenses came to me. And in the end, that 60-40, 60 net, 40 gross, they made way more money than I did. It's just how you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm getting $6 on every 10. Yeah, plus, but anything.
It's just hilarious that they would come up to you and tell you that we did some deals with some other comics.
Dude, I got in business one time to make this TV show, and the fucking guy sends the bill for the whole fucking thing. I should be saying it, but this is a while ago, right? The guy was going to bill us $2,500 a month to use his copier machine, and another, I don't know, $4,500 to use his editing. It's like, dude, we have both of those things. We don't need those. Let's take that money and put it on the screen. We're trying to get this thing to go, and the guy, like, it's the funniest shit ever. He goes like, I'm insulted by those questions or something like that, which is my favorite thing ever. The offense, like what is the I don't know. You're a fucking thief, and you actually have the audacity to be like taken aback, like fanning yourself. Like, I can't believe it's such a. It's like, how many fucking shows are you charging $2,500 a month to go, fucking.
Use your copy machine.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's rent for a nice apartment.
No, fucking thieves.
Copy machine. How much does it cost to use that copy machine, really? First of all, the copy machine probably doesn't even cost $2,500.
He's probably renting it.
Yeah.
Probably rents it for a couple $100 a fucking month.
But even to buy a copy,
he probably has 9 shows paying $2,500 a month for him to go. That's it.
If you have like a really big one of those commercial grade copy machines, what does it cost? $10,000? How much could it cost?
I mean, I think he's bought a couple of houses off of owning that copier machine, and I just love telling these fucking stories, because these are the things that you like. What's great about podcasts is you can say this. This is for every person out there who has a fucking business, and there's that thing where you want to take it to the next level, and then these guys come in, and then they're all just like, yeah, well, hey, we're gonna take a piece of it, and they take a big fucking chunk out of it, and what they do is their risk is all the way down here, yours is up here, and then somehow they just, I'm telling you, like, you better just sell 20,000 copies, own it 100%, than 20 million and not own any of it, because you're gonna make more money. That's just how the game is played. And those fucking guys who steal from people, they sleep very comfortably.
But it's also just podcasts, just the stress of dealing with other people's eliminated. Just the stress of dealing with production people.
It slows it down. It slows it down. Yeah,
it slows it down.
It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing Spotify's ever done so far is ask, do you know who the first guests will be? And already I'm like,
yeah,
like they're gonna be who they're gonna be. They're gonna be great. I'm gonna try to get my best friends.
I call
the funniest people.
That's them justifying their desk. Like, I can't just sit here like Joe knows what he's doing.
Any idea? Well,
so I'd like to start a email chain, and we could maybe circle back later and have a conference call. And they're just trying to fill up their.
Yeah, they're just having to use time.
Yeah.
But the Spotify people have been great. They literally said, we don't want to do anything. We want you to just do what you're doing. Just do what you're doing.
Oh,
but even asking me who the guest's going to be, I was like, oh, no. Please make this be the only question.
Yeah. I'm never available.
And that's nothing, though. That's nothing. I mean, they're great. But could you imagine if you were doing that with a network? Like, imagine if you were in business with ABC or something like that, and they were helping produce your podcast. You'd have to go in for meetings. You'd have to go in and sign into the office. Bill, will you sign in here? You go and sit down and waste your fucking afternoon having some dopey conversation. You kind of complain a lot when you read these letters, Bill. Do you have to when people are signing the emails? Maybe you should be.
We can have read on the blah blah blah.
What do you think? How do you feel about product placement? Because we've got a great deal of Coca-Cola.
Look, I just wanted to tell a few of those for younger people out there, because it actually really bothers me that people do that to people.
Yes,
it really bothers me, and I love comics, and I love seeing new comics coming up that have talent, and I hate seeing them get fucked over. So hopefully people listen and they do it, but they're fucking worms, man. They're fucking worms.
There's a lot of worms out there, and there's a lot of worms that try to grab comics that they're talented but real raw, and they try to lock you up to some enormous lifetime management deal. And when you take off and you have something, say if you're,
Dude, I remember back in the day when when companies were like shooting specials before comics started shooting them, and the amount of guys that got that. Yeah, we only got enough money to shoot one. You know, you can only shoot it one time, but you gotta crush it, man. You got this hour down. We only got enough in the budget, and then they'd show up early and they'd be shooting another comic special deal to double them as a management company what they would get or agency. The amount of fucking times that happened
with the same audience.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Oh,
do you want to hear the best one I ever heard? Jim Brewer was filming a special, sold out this theater, and the people that were filming the special told him that the money for the ticket sales was theirs because it was all about the production. Because the money that people were paying for the production. He's like, the fuck are you talking about? This is my audience. Like, that's my money. His management tried to steal the money from ticket sales and say that it went towards production. Went all the way to court with it. His manager's on the way to court, has a fucking panic attack, goes to the hospital. Like, the whole thing's a nightmare. I think
he won. Yeah, of course he won.
Yeah, he won. It's thievery. It's thievery. Like, these are people are paying to see
million of those fucking stores. And but this is the thing. This is what kills me about a lot of this rhetoric that's going on out there, which I agree with 90% of it. But if you agree with 100% of it, like, you and I are not supposed to be having stories like this. We're supposed to be the ones doing it. And it's just like, you have to, like, as far as the whole, you know, oh, you're a white male, heterosexual, you know, doors just fly open and people like, hey, what do you dream? They like, I'm not saying, and I'm not obviously not bitching, but I'm just saying that like people will fuck you. It's all about money. They don't give a fuck, and they all those people that do that shit really. Yeah.
So there's a long history of Hollywood accounting. There's a long history of that. I mean, there's been so many stories about people who made killer hit movies and never got paid because Hollywood's like, look, you know, we had this much had to go to advertising, and this is the production.
Look how bad Elvis got fucked.
Oh yeah.
Elvis got fucked so bad, and then one of the main he only did one out of the country date. I believe he did Toronto. And he never traveled the world because his manager had something going on with his visa, and he was worried if he left, he wouldn't be able to come back. So that kind of like fucked him
Elvis in
out
America.
of a ton of fucking money and seeing the world or whatever the fuck he might have wanted to do. Keep doing these movies, Elvis. You don't want to go on the road.
That is hilarious. Well, the best version of breaking down how corrupt the music business is was by Courtney Love. They said she had a ghostwriter. I don't know, but she did. It's a great article that she wrote documenting exactly how much you get paid versus how much money gets generated and where it all goes and how they fuck you.
Yeah. No, it's.
They've always done it that way. I mean, that's always the way they've done it.
That's the answer.
Young people.
That's the answer to it. Is well, I mean, that's how it's done. So whatever. I don't want to fucking sit here bitching the whole time. I got some
cigars. Are you done?
I quit, but I smoke like one or two a month. Oh, God damn it, Joe.
Oh, I got these from Mike Binder. Good.
What?
Good. Yes.
Well, I guess I didn't quit today, did I?
Come on, Billy. Fun times.
Are we doing this?
Yes, let's do it.
All right.
Come on, we got to celebrate. You got a kid.
Yeah.
You have to.
There you go. It's my birthday yesterday, too.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're 38 again.
52, brother.
Holy shit, that's me too.
52 pickup.
Isn't that a weird number? Like you say, it doesn't seem real.
Well, I think in your 50s, nothing matters until the odometer flips to 60. Then you're just like, fuck.
Yeah, I know. 60. Guys in their 60s that
got a
fucking
cutter?
hang in there. Yeah, sorry. Guys in their 60s.
Is this the Ted Nugent one? Look at this with the fucking.
That's a serious one.
Yeah.
That's from Benchmade Knives. It's an awesome knife company. They gave me a good cigar cutter.
You sound like Bill Murray in fucking What About Bob, which I just watched the other day. You know when he's eating the food?
Movie.
That's a perfect movie. When he's fucking eating.
Did family movie night. Basically every day of the pandemic was first couple of months Basically every night watching a movie. Watch every single M. Sandler movie. Watch Groundhog Day again. I forgot how good Groundhog Day was.
These are delicious.
Shout out to Mike Mike. Yeah, they're very good.
Anyway. But podcasting.
Yes. Look, it's a great business. I mean, I started off because I was kind of depressed because I had to move back here from Colorado. I thought I had escaped. I thought I was gone. It's like I'm out. Fuck LA. I can't take this crowds and everything. I want peace and I want the wilderness. Live in the mountains.
I remember that. And then you had to have a Glock when you went out to go get your mail, so you would get eaten by a fucking bobcat or something.
Mountain lion.
Mile line.
Yeah. I saw one in the yard. So that could be an issue.
I know. It's basically a middleweight tiger.
It's a welterweight.
Welterweight. Yeah, 150 pounds.
147. Welterweight tiger. Welterweight boxing, at least. Welterweight MMA is 170.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird animal to see in the woods too, because if that thing runs at you, like you literally have no chance. They're scared of you though. They don't want nothing to do with you for the most part. If they're really hungry and really old, they'll fuck you up.
That's why I try to tell my wife whenever you're outside, I'm like, Mama Bear is next to the cub. Always. I go, there's coyotes and they're getting bold because everyone was inside.
Yeah.
And they come down every night looking for a little dog or a little fucking cat. You hear that shit going down in the hills. Everyone, like, once, two white so you just hear, which is basically the dog. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's gross. It's scary. The little cleanup crew goes around and catches animals slipping in the backyard.
Yeah, I don't understand people who let little dogs out because those fucking coyotes, they'll figure out a way.
Oh yeah. Well, they're very smart. They have to survive. They figure out a way. Yeah, little creepy fucks.
Yeah, they are little creepy fucks. All right,
they're everywhere. They're in every city.
Can I promote this movie?
F is for Family too.
F is for Family, season 4. It's coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow I got 2 big things coming out, and then that's it. I'm dried up because everybody in interviews are, what's next for you after these 2 things? It's it. It's the pandemic.
Are you gonna start going on the road at all? Clubs are opening up.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how you guys do.
Bill comes back with a cough.
I let you guys walk towards the atom bomb that they just. I mean, I got a little one at home, so I think I'm gonna chill until like September, unless it's just wide open. By chill, I mean if things go well, I'm gonna try to do some shows at the Troubadour because I know that they're hurting, and that's one of my favorite venues. All these bands that I love have played there.
The Troubadour on Santa Monica?
Yeah, so they're in they're in a bad way because of this. So I'm gonna try to do a little run of shows down there.
Are they available? You can do that?
Not available yet, but when they are available, I'm gonna try to do like a 3-night thing down there. Work for free, get the rust off, have people pay for tickets, buy a bunch of booze and some Troubadour T-shirts. And keep that place going, man.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, well,
I'll do that too.
Let's do it.
I'll do it. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah,
I went there twice this year. I saw Everlast there, and I saw Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah, and Steve Martin opened for Richard Pryor there. Wow. I read this great Steve Martin article where he was talking about opening for him there. So it also has like some comedy history there too.
When I was there, I was saying this is a perfect venue for comedy. It's like 500 seats. It's awesome. It's got a balcony. It'd be a great place for stand-up.
Yeah,
the store needs help too. Everybody needs help.
Right.
Improv needs help.
Well, I know the store's gonna once they can open up. I know they're gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I'm gonna be down there all the time anyway.
Yeah.
So as far as I think between now and September, if they start opening things up, there's a bunch of little theaters that are around that I would just pop in and do a night. Like I said, just work for free. Have the people pay, whatever for some tickets and buy whatever they're selling there,
knock the rust off.
Yeah, because I'm not going to have people pay full price. I mean, I haven't taken this amount of time off since I started.
Yeah.
My last gig was March 10th, the Dean Del Rey Bon Scott tribute. Dude, you should have come down for that, man.
I couldn't. I had another thing. It looked like a lot of fun.
Dean fucking murdered the band. It was fucking. We had a great comedy show.
A crazy voice.
He
so
does.
Good.
It really sneaks up on you because he'll sing in the car. You're like, oh, but then you see him when he's with the band and goes
the microphone and everything. When that video that you guys put on Instagram of him singing "A Whole Lot of Rosie," I was like, holy fuck, he's really good.
Well, he did it for like 15, 20 years.
You could tell.
Yeah.
I mean, he's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good time. And then it was over.
And then it was over. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, I got some gigs lined up. I'm gonna announce them next week. But I'm just gonna hit the road, do some fucking clubs, knock the rust off. It looks like the store is not listed as a bar. It's listed as an live entertainment venue, because they're opening up bars and restaurants and all these different things. And the store, they tried to put it as a nightclub. But Peter Shore is like, it's not a nightclub. No one's milling around. You sit down. You go in and sit down. It's more like,
right.
It's more.
So
like,
what do they need to be classified as to open up?
Well, they need a different distinction for comedy clubs. They don't really have one. And there's a real good argument that comedy clubs should be some sort of essential business because people need to blow off some steam. It feels good. It's really good for you. Look, if I was a guy working a regular job and I was used to going to the store every couple months to knock some laughs into me. I mean, I'd be fucking chomping at the bit to go see some comedy right now.
Oh, I think they're going to be packed. I remember I was in New York, during 9/11, and I was like, is anything ever going to be funny again? And it was like a 2-week lull, and then they were just fucking packed.
Yeah.
And it was actually became almost like a second like boom or whatever. Way back in the day.
I'm worried about a second wave of the corona. I'm worried about them locking things down. Someone's got to step in and stop them from doing that. Next wave, you guys got to be proactive. You got to do something about people's immune systems. You got to lock down old people and sick people. Let regular people do whatever the fuck they want. You can't just lock people's freedom down for something that killed a small fraction of what you thought it was going to kill. The whole thing is, it's just fucking creepy to have guys like Mayor Garcetti be in charge of telling people whether or not they get to work. Like, that's not what a governor is supposed to be. That's not what a mayor is supposed to be.
They're trying to look out for your best interests and trying to get 400 million people to all pull in the same direction. It's fucking. You can't get 40 comics to pull in the same direction. So they had like an impossible. They did and they didn't. There was people fucking right the whole fucking time. There's been fucking assholes on my street walking around no masks. Not quarantining like the people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house.
You want people to walk down the street with a mask on?
Let's not start this, John.
Do you though?
Let's not start this. Okay.
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? Still mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization.
Yeah, but they didn't say that initially. They didn't say it initially.
No, they didn't.
They did. And then it gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking masks. This is like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed, and then there was that one fucking homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people are fucking sitting there. Well, you don't have the body type for it, dude. Your fucking knuckles would scrape on the ground, even with that extra 2 inches. I just love how wearing a mask became like this fucking like soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. Being courteous. What is it for bitches? That was so stupid.
First of all,
oh God, you're so tough with your fucking open nose and throat, G. Joe, and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man right here. A man doesn't wear a mask. Why does it always become like that? It's always like the man versus the bitch.
That's what men do. We make fun of things. Anything that seems like you're not taking chances. Right?
I don't have a problem with that unless you were already wearing the mask and then you're acting like you didn't. And all of a sudden people watch your thing and then they all pile up. Oh, look at this bitch wearing the mask. It's like, you were fucking doing it 2 weeks ago.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. Like when everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was convinced. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, you have like 9 elk in your basement. You were the one person I knew was fine. Tom Pop is making bread.
I've got plenty of food.
I knew he was
That's not
fine.
what I was worried about. I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt like my breath is coming short. I did. I had like psychosomatic issues thinking about it.
Got
who's
over
the
it, though.
bitch?
Got over it.
Guy had a fucking panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a fucking panic attack,
in
and
the
then,
sauna.
and then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. And that's how the hatred starts, and that's right now why 7 blocks of Seattle, you can't go now. You get yourself.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drop off free food for those folks, those fine protesters.
Joe, there's a major American city where 7 blocks, the people have took over it, and I had no idea what you were talking about. So
That's
just
great.
anything that I say, I don't watch it
I envy you.
at all.
I envy that you just do that. You just shut everything down. Me, every day I check what part of the world's on fire right
I
now.
don't like hysteria. I don't like making decisions with hysteria. And I when I first became a dad, the hysteria of other parents, but I wasn't listening because that's what was the tone of everything was saying. You know, better get some sleep now. And you'd be like, and then anytime you say anything positive about your kid, how old's your kid? 7 weeks. Oh yeah, how is? It's great. Oh, wait till 7.5 weeks. It's like, dude, maybe you suck at it.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, you're sitting there with your fucking legs trembling, right?
All nervous and shit.
Yeah, I don't like, you know, I'm already fucked in the head. I don't need 24-hour news network. Like, who's that guy on Fox News? I always joke with Neil.
Tucker?
He's got great hair, but horrible points. Like, if his points were as good as his hair.
Which guy?
He looks like a Kennedy. I mean, he is the white guy's white guy. He was talking about black people going, and when they come for you, and they will, they're going to, you know, it's just like, what are you fucking talking?
Is it Hannity?
I don't know who he is. No, it's not Hannity. Hannity was the guy who they put with that fucking, that like rooster at the end, a chick in the end of his life looking guy. Like, here's your liberal. Dude, and all my relatives who are conservative are like, I mean, look at him. I mean, he's so meek. It's like, this thing is cast like a show.
Yeah, who was that guy that he was with? Hannity and Combs. Remember
Hannity and Combs.
And the one guy looked like he was on death's door, and he was the liberal.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great. And the other guy looked like a football hero, astronaut with the square
big, thick
jaw,
face.
nice fucking head of hair. The
nice
other guy with
head
the
of
little
hair.
glasses. He looked like Mr. Burns, right?
Yes, and he had no spine. It wasn't strong arguer.
He was there. He was the Washington Generals. And the other guy was the Globetrotters. Conservative point. And then you put on CNN, and you got all those fucking nitwits with the Situation Room and all of that.
How about Momo and his brother?
This is why I wish that there was a comedy club, because there's a bit that's already come and gone. Was what I loved was when Colin Kaepernick, when he was taking the knee, right? All the liberals were just like, well, hey, man, it's just like his opinion, man. This is a time to listen, man. It's like, shut the fuck up and play football, you fucking piece of shit. Don't disrespect the flag, right? And then Drew Brees tweets something conservative, and then all of a sudden everybody on the right's like, hey, man, this is just like his opinion, man. And then everybody on the left's like, you fucking racist piece of shit, I'm going to fucking cancel you. They literally do this. Everybody believes in, like, freedom of speech as long as you're saying what they want to fucking hear. It's basically, and that's why I fucking hate both of those news channels. It actually,
Very divisive.
It makes my blood boil when I walk into a house with people I know, and if they're watching CNN or Fox, like, I can't get past like when people watch like the Kardashians. It's like, why would you do that to your brain?
It is what it's like. I mean, it's very toxic. It's very toxic, both sides, and they never see any good points that the other side is making.
And every video on the internet starts after the thing happened, and it's like you're always like, it's like you're getting 8 episodes, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like you don't know what's like. If you watch the last scene of Jaws, you're like, why the fuck did he kill that shark? There's enough sharks dying out there. You didn't see that this thing was specifically targeting human beings, and he needed to do this, right?
How does that relate to the news?
I'm saying when you watch the news, people don't like, they're not filming what leads up to whatever fucking confrontation happens.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So you're getting a very skewed, you don't know what happens.
You know what a good version of that is?
What they're saying happens could be what happened, or a bunch of other shit. I don't understand how I'm supposed to watch something, you know, like there's obviously obvious shit. Like that shit in Minneapolis was the most obvious shit ever. that guy's a murderer, and those other 3 guys sat around and just watched him fucking do it. When guys calling out, I can't breathe, and all of this shit, calling out for his fucking sickening as a monster, and have audacity to have a shocked look on his fucking face. That guy's terrible, right? But what I'm saying is that thing had all of this. You kind of had the whole fucking thing. When it came up, you had the whole thing. There's so many. I'm not talking about cop stuff. I'm just talking about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a little piece of somebody's stand-up routine, or a politician says this, or he voted no on this, and what it is the shit that it's usually the shit that was attached to it, which is something I don't understand with politics. Like, why can't you just vote on what you're voting on? Like, should we have clean water? Yes, we should. And then, like, the shit that's attached to it. But we can still fucking dump toxic shit in here. And then when the guy goes to, or the woman goes to run, it's like, oh, this person voted against the Clean Water Act. This is your tree hugger? I'm Joe Blow, and I approve of this message.
Well, here's a good version of that. Remember the Covington school case? There was the kid had a MAGA hat on, and the Native American was beating the drums. The kid was smiling, looking at him, and they took it, pretending that this kid walked up to this Native American beating the drums and was smiling in his face and mocking him. What really happened is these kids were on a field trip for high school. They're selling MAGA hats. The kids are 16. They're being jerk-offs. They buy these hats and put them on. They're just having fun, right? Very little supervision. While they're there, these Native Americans are beating their drums, and this guy walks up to the kid and gets in the kid's face and is beating the drum. Now, CNN, all these people went with this narrative. These kids were mocking. They just stood there smiling while this Native American got in his face. But the photo of the
it's
kid
disturbing that those, there used to be rules on ownership of media.
Yeah.
I think way back in the day, it was like a rule of 7s, like no one person could own 7, any combination of radio, TV, because you could literally influence public opinion. And that's why, like, I've watched, and I do. 12 years ago, I went down the Federal Reserve fucking rabbit hole. I became the guy you didn't want to talk to.
About the Federal Reserve.
All of that shit. The private thing is this Federal Express. I went down.
Island.
Yeah. All of that shit.
Yeah.
And, like, watching, I just feel like in the last, I don't know how many years, where it's just all of a sudden they stopped being just sort of, everything they were, I think, reporting was always perverted to some level.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just you're sort of watching like op-ed pieces. So I don't know. This is somebody who doesn't watch anything and reads, like, autobiographies of football players in the 1950s. So
in this Covington school kid case, they sued. The kid sued and won. They, the CNN painted him out to be a monster. They were getting death threats. The kid just stood there smiling.
Did CNN also, issue a retraction?
I don't know what they did, but they paid him. I don't know what they. But
that's why I don't like either one of those channels because of that, and it causes, I think, rational people, like that guy, the fat dude in the bicycle suit, ripping those pieces of paper out of those girls' hands.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ!
That guy. That is the result, I think, of watching one of those channels 24/7, and then going on Facebook and writing in capital letters.
Could you imagine if you were there watching that guy rip pieces of paper out of a little girl's hand like that he didn't even know, yelling at her, running up to her where the mother is yelling, "You stop touching her! Get your hands off her!"
That was the mom? I thought that was a friend.
Whoever that was. It sounded like a woman. It sounded like a woman yelling.
The guy he was doing everything but growling.
Yeah.
And then it gets to the point of, like, what is in your head that you're trying to do? Like, that's a guy, but then everybody vilifies the guy, which I would rather sit down and talk to that guy and be like, let me ask you this. When you watch that, Floyd video, like, what is it that you see? Because just yelling at somebody, canceling him and making him lose his fucking job, you're just going to make the guy even more angry. And he probably has grandkids that he's going to fill their head before he dies.
So what's the solution? Sit down and talk to him?
I think that should be part of it. Like, buddy, let's just sit down for a second. You were on a bicycle. You wanted to burn some calories. You're obviously into it by the way you're dressed. Okay? You're enjoying America's great parks.
Right.
You come across these kids. Do you like kids? Have you ever attacked a kid before? They're just putting a piece of paper up with the point of view. Like, do you think led up to that level of a response? Because I have to be honest, like, we've all fucking snapped and done shit. I would like to think I have. And afterwards, I'd be like, what the fuck? Why did I argue that? Why did I say that? Why did I do that? And the only way to kind of prevent from you being a fucking asshole again is you have to kind of walk back and look at it.
Right.
So going at the guy, which I totally understand, because it was so bad it was almost comical, because he was borderline growling at them. And at some
you know what was
point,
really bad? He didn't even get the paper from the girl. Grabs the girl. The girl clenched her fist down and held onto the paper.
my favorite part was the sound of the bottom of his shoes that clip into the pedals. He sounded like a little show pony. He was trying to growl like a tiger, and he sounded like My Pretty Pony, like somebody should have been combing his hair. So, and I was sitting there going, look at this crazy old guy. And
Okay,
I don't know I didn't think how old I thought he was, but then he was like 60. I was like, this guy's like only 8 years older than me. So he graduated high school like 8 years before me. So like, this guy is almost part of my generation. Like, what experiences did he have that he looks at this whole thing like, you know, I mean, I'm not that thing saying all cops are like those guys. It's like, no, it's like you have to get those guys off of the force. That's what I think. So I just don't understand, like, and that was, from my understanding, what they were putting up there was specific to the Minneapolis case. So my thing is, as a human being, how could you have issue with somebody trying to put something, you know, honoring that guy or something positive about that? Like, that's what I was confused.
I don't know what she put up. I'm not sure what she put up. It was definitely about the George Floyd protest. You know, maybe.
See, that's a great point. I couldn't see what was written on the paper, and I filled that in when I watched it. But I really couldn't get over the sound of his shoes, though. That was really fucking funny. And when he started walking faster with the bike, it was almost like a great movie trailer for a horror film.
Yeah.
No?
But could you
The
imagine?
60-year-old fat bike rider?
Imagine if that was your daughter.
I mean,
Imagine if your daughter, you're sitting there, and that guy runs up to your daughter, and he's grabbing the paper out of her hand. He's running at her, grabbing the paper out of your, while a woman's screaming at him to not touch her. Don't you touch her.
Yeah, I mean,
Imagine.
yeah. I mean, there's only one response as a father.
Yeah. Murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like murder.
No? What do you like?
Mean. I want him to remember that he did it.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's another level.
Start with a blown out ACL, and you go from there.
Yeah.
Beat him with his stupid shoe. Why do people wear? I actually had to look up why people wore those shoes.
They clip in.
I know they do, but I'm like, what is the advantage of that?
Is there an advantage?
Yeah, I think it's when you're coming up this way. You can still pull with your legs, so you're getting more of an efficient
That makes
motion.
sense.
This
They wear
guy's
those for
really
spin
this guy's
classes.
really into biking and not putting paper on trees. Don't put their dead relatives in their faces.
Just a man that would run up to a little girl like that and grab paper out of her hand. There he is.
Click, 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 click.
That's before he grabs her, Jamie. Yeah, back it up from the beginning.
Now, as far as you, with your martial art background, you got to be impressed with the way he's using his bike there.
No.
He's sort of like trying to be a little herd.
Bicyclist in Maryland, Takata, what does it say? Rewind it? See right there. That's where a bicyclist was caught on video earlier attacking teenagers who were posting flyers. Is that a teenager? It's a little girl. Is that really a teenager? She might be 13. He runs up there, he's yelling at her.
I mean, look, he's towering. Oh my God! Look at her though. Good for her.
Yeah. See, I don't know if that's a woman or her friend. But that girl's got balls or ovaries.
I like the little skip step too, like a cornerback.
When he's running at the guy with the camera and knocks him over.
The man achieved his goal. Okay, as much as you don't approve of what he's doing.
He achieved his goal. No, she's still got the paper.
I know. I'm joking.
He grabbed her arm. Whatever happened to that guy?
I don't know, but they're promoting my movie right there.
Look at that. The King of Staten Island. What are the odds? On demand everywhere Friday. Yeah. I would be in the news. With a big old fucking orange jumpsuit on if that was happening to my daughter.
Oh my God.
It'd be a real problem. If I caught someone doing
Dude, you
that
would
to
be
anybody,
like a fucking badger on that fucking. Your biggest problem would be, what do I use? I almost think for half a second, like you You know, the elbow. What do I do? Choke him. What do I fucking do? That spinning heel kick I saw you do. If you ever hit me with that, I have to learn how to talk again. Yeah, Joe, it didn't happen. It didn't happen to your daughter, right?
I know.
You just went to a dark fucking place there.
I go there all the time, Bill. It's a real problem with me.
I know. I do too.
I go there all the time.
I do think talking about police protests, I think something really positive is going to come out of this because of the fact that so many white people are also and getting involved in it, and so many cops were vocal saying that they shouldn't do that. So I think something good is going to come out of this. I couldn't
agree more. I really do.
I do, and I hope so too, because it's been wrong for way too long, and I also hope that that a bunch of other groups don't use this as a piggyback thing to then do some other shit, which will then
escalate.
Will make people who want things to stay the same, they'll be able to shift focus of like how they try to make like the protesters and the rioters, like the looters, the same people.
Right.
Where it's just there's only you did that, and then at night you did this.
No.
Yeah, the way that. So I don't know. They're gonna do it anyways.
I think there's once the looting died down, you're seeing peaceful protests that are very encouraging. I think it's great. I really do. I mean, that downtown LA one was amazing. 50,000 fucking people filled the streets, and no crime, or very little, nothing I heard of. It was just mostly people chanting and holding signs. Yeah. They look promising. Look, they gotta. The thing that disturbs me is this idea that they should defund the police. You can't get rid of the police. What you need to do is spend more money and train them better and have higher standards, and do it the way you do the military, where it's very difficult to get in when you weed people out that are weak. Like, that guy was a pussy. That guy leaning on that guy's neck like that guy's a monster. There's no way that guy.
Yeah, because he knew he was being filmed too, and he just had no. Yeah, I mean, that's like hands in his pockets, like he was just fucking, waiting for an Uber or something like that. Makes you think. Yeah,
he's a monster.
Yeah.
And that guy had been doing that forever. There's new evidence that they worked together and they fought. They argued about the way that cop was treating customers. They worked together as security at the same club. And that cop was a fucking asshole to people at the club. And they argued about it. So they had a personal issue. And there's some people that wanted to be elevated to first degree murder because of that he did it on purpose.
He knew
that guy.
Oh man, I mean, it's just
they argued when they worked together. Apparently, one of the guys that worked with them said that George Floyd was always telling that guy he's a fucking asshole the way he treats customers, because he would mace people and shit, that kind of stuff, pepper spray folks. He just was the first guy to use violence right away. He had
escalate this.
He had a history of complaints back to 2006. My friend Joe Schilling, the kickboxer, I'm talking about him again, but his fucking page is the most disturbing page right now, because all he's done over the last 5-6 days is post videos of police brutality. And it's police brutality on black women, white old men, black old men, young guys. Oh, it's just police brutality over and over and over and over again. There's a problem of racism in this country for sure. There's also a real problem with people that have the kind of power the cops have, that are weak people, that are sociopaths, and that's as much of a problem as any of this.
Yeah.
You tack the racism onto it, you got a horrible situation. But those people are psychopaths. They're monsters. That guy did that as a
reminds me a long
monster.
time ago. Like, I remember talking to a security guy, and he said the best guys are the guys that they de-escalated.
Yeah.
Because this guy used to put together crews of guys to, I think it was for like rock concerts and stuff. And he said you didn't want to get guys that wanted to fight. You didn't want to have those guys, because those guys would be a fucking headache, and every night there was going to be something, and there was going to be lawsuits. Like what he was saying you ultimately wanted was nothing to happen.
Yeah.
So I remember, because I was joking with him, I remember a long time ago, the Grill 93, this old Dick Doherty room.
I remember that joint.
So two guys were about ready to go at it in the club, and the bouncer gets them outside. Okay, and this guy's trying to say his point of view, and he put his hand on his shoulder, and he goes, no, all I was trying to do, he barely went like that on his shirt. And he goes, okay, first of all, don't touch me. That's what the bouncer said. And just immediately it was here, and then it went to here, and then those two guys started yelling at each other, and then I don't know what the fuck, he just twisted the guy up and took him out. And I forget who the fuck I was with. We were fucking dying laughing. it just became a catchphrase between us. So he would come by, hey, Bill, you working this weekend? Okay, first of all, don't touch me. You immediately just escalated where it just becomes a what the fuck. And then, first of all, don't touch me. From 90% of guys is immediately going to put you in your ego, where it's like, oh fuck, now he's on top of me and I'm the bitch. I gotta at least get a little get at his eyebrow level. I have to come back with something else. It was inevitable. The second he said that, first of all, don't touch me, I did like the 3 slide steps down, because I learned that young watching fights. You don't want to have a really good seat. It's like a tornado. You don't know where it's going. And you think you're like 20 feet away. It happened to me at Bruins game, the old Boston Garden. And it was like one of those, just everybody smoking. I probably smoke in the garden at that point. But I just remember like those smoky bars. And we went in there and everybody was hammered. I was hammered, drinking like fucking half. I first remember the green nets, right? Dude, this is like 6% alcohol. So some like one of those 2 rows of fans fighting, which is always great. Because like the people that are a row up are just throwing down. These guys get fucking pounded. There's always a loafer laying there, right? Mike Milbury picking it up. So I remember the cops ran up there, and I ran up too to watch the fight, and they started grabbing guys stairs, and it was the Boston Garden. There was nowhere to go, and I just remember this big stairs. He literally had a handful of this guy's neck. It was like his whole neck and his jugular. This guy was colors. I just remember he was going trying to push me down the stairs, and he came down like. And I was trying to get out of the way, and I think the guy who he had grabbed, like his knee, fucking hit me in the back. I just got caught by the debris of this guy running by, and that's when I kind of learned, like, how to watch your fight. Which you watch your fight, and you're looking at your exits, because, like I said, it's like you don't know where it's gonna fucking go. And I had learned that lesson. So when I saw that guy say that, first of all, don't touch me. I was just like, okay, sliding over here. Let some other people settle in front of me. I can do. I like doing that.
Yeah, that's the same as if, you want to be above, slightly above, looking down at all the altercations. Get a better viewpoint there anyway.
Yeah, I suck at it, dude. I stopped fighting in like junior high. That was it. I just knew. I was like, this is not my thing. I can't slip a punch. I am slow as shit. I got a big head. I got a huge target. This is not going to go 3 rounds. It's just not. I fought up until like around 6th grade. I think I probably had my last one. And then all of a sudden, kids started to get 120, 130, 140 pounds, and they started being blood and fucking people missing a couple days of school after a beat down. I was just like, you know what? Okay. I think I'll be the funny guy.
It's weird how things go sideways like that when there's like a feeling in the air. Whenever chaos breaks out like that, and there's a real melee, there's a feeling in the air. It's like you feel it. It's like, oh, this is nuts. Like, this is really dangerous.
Yeah.
Like there's a mob mentality feeling that you get. It's real weird when things go crazy.
I remember it took me having to leave Boston for about 7 years. I was gone for 7 years before I finally walked into a bar and just felt the normal energy. I think the city's changed a lot, but like that sort of that tail end of the craziness. I walked into a bar and you could just feel it. It's like somebody's gonna get suckered. Like not now. It's about 90 minutes away. You could just feel the level of drunkenness, the energy.
Guys would go out looking for fights. Some guys would go out looking for fights.
Yeah, I know.
There's a guy who used to train Blight. He used to work at the ROTHSCHILD. He was a bouncer. He would wrap his hands. He would wrap his hands on his way to work.
I knew a guy.
Tape his wrists and shit.
I knew a guy who was a bouncer, and he used to bring a mouthpiece to work, but he used to carry it all the time. And I remember when he would get in a fight, he would fucking. It was something where it was a mouthpiece. He would bite down. It wasn't like what you guys wear, but it would totally psych the other guy out. Like he would come out and he would just put this thing in, and the guy would be like, "This guy brought equipment. Like, what the fuck is going on here?" And I remember one time he got suckered. He knew it was going to be a fight, and I figured, well, for some dumb reason, he sat down on the stairs, and the guy was standing above him, and one of his friends jumped down and just punched him, and I saw the mouthpiece. It was like fucking Buster Douglas Tyson. I saw his mouthpiece fly towards us, and then just, I shouldn't tell these stories, because I don't know, because it's my version of what, it was a long, like,
you're not naming names.
It was like 30 years ago, and what happened was we were in an off-campus apartment, And I can't believe I'm going to tell this story. I'm going to tell the quick version. Tell the whole version. No. 2 of my buddies left to go upstairs. It was one of those, those old fucking Boston. It looked almost like a 3-family house, but it wasn't. It was one of those big ones that has all apartments in it, right? So they left up the party we were on the first floor, and then they went upstairs. And like 20 minutes, they came back. One of my buddy's shoulders was separated. The other guy, fat lip, and he had a flat top too. Remember, he had this big fucking gash coming right down here, blood coming down his face. And we were like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? He was like, we just asked this guy for a drink, and the whole party started beating on us. So this whole mob goes up the stairs to go fight the party, right? And I'm going upstairs like, what the fuck am I doing with my big fucking head? I'm going to get knocked out here. But I have to go because of my friends. So we fucking go up there. And we hear the party. So my buddy, the mouthpiece guy, like the most innocent boy ever, knocks on the door. He goes, hey. It's like, is there a party going on in there? Right? The fucking door opens up. And it was like a fucking Wild West movie. Like a saloon fight. Just fucking haymakers. I remember I didn't even want to go in. I was so scared because I was like, oh my God, this is going to be fucking nuts. And just the mob just sent me in. And it's just like everybody's just throwing. I remember this dude jumping over my back, punching me in the face, right? And the smoke fucking clears and it all settles. It was all like fucking 15-second melee and it all fucking settles. And we look at the party and there's like 6 or 7 guys, 6 or 7 girls, and there's like a board game that's tipped over. And we had gone to the wrong party. Swear to God, I know this sounds like a joke. The real party where they got hit was upstairs. And I don't remember what happened, but they were actually rich kids and they sued my friends for going in, whatever the dumb shit they did.
Oh,
but
no.
We all went into the wrong party. And they were in there having like a couples thing. And they were playing like fucking Monopoly or something. And all of a sudden there was a knock on the door. Hey, is there a party? And then everybody just came fucking running in.
Can you imagine them?
That's what I'm saying. No, that's why I didn't want to tell it, because I felt really like, yeah, it felt bad.
When I was in high school, the first real brawl that I ever saw was when I was like 17. I think I was a senior in high school. And there was a rich kid that moved into the neighborhood. He wanted to make friends. So he put on this crazy party. He just invited everybody. So kids from all kinds of different high schools were coming.
That's always good.
Yeah, North, Newton, South, a bunch of kids from all sorts of other places. And I happened to be at the right place at the right time when I saw it pop off. People were already robbing this guy. I saw people taking stuff out of bedrooms, running down the stairs with it. It was real sketchy. There was way too many people for this guy. But then this girl, I still to this day don't remember what she did. She either slapped this guy in the face or she threw a drink in his face. I don't remember. I think she slapped him. But what I remember is he uncorked a perfect right hand on her. He knew how to punch. Like, I remember thinking, wow, this guy's trained, because he snapped it.
Joe, always the commentator.
Listen, I've been doing it for a long time. But whatever she did, I'm pretty sure she slapped him. But he went like this. Blah! I mean, it was a perfect right hand. Hit her right in the face. Her head goes back. This guy behind her catches her. She's totally unconscious. And then, blah! Chaos. Chairs flying. Bodies piling it up. And I'm on the stairs. So I'm watching this through the railings. I see the guy punch the girl as I'm coming up the stairs. I see it all play out. I'm like, holy fuck. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. I didn't hit anybody and nobody hit me. It was like a movie. Like, excuse me, pardon me.
Crawling out.
I fucking dodged everything. Meanwhile, I was fighting at the time. I was traveling to tournaments all over the country and fighting. So my friends were looking for me. They're like, go get Joe. And there's piles of people brawling, and I'm just ducking the piles, and then I ran into my friend Jimmy, and I'm like, where is everybody? And we gathered our friends and got in the car and drove off. We were laughing our asses off. But it was like, when we left, the cops were just starting to arrive. There was piles of kids beating the shit out of each other on the lawn.
Dude, I remember my friend who separated his shoulder in that fight. We popped it back in, and he went back up, threw a punch with the same arm, and missed. It came out again, and I remember him flopping on the ground like a fish out of water. And afterwards, we said to him, like, dude, why didn't you throw the other hand? And he goes, because I wanted this hand to get its revenge. I swear to God. Like he had made his part of his body like a karate movie. Like, he had to avenge his shoulder's death. Dude, and I have to tell you something. when people talk about, you're a funny comedian and blah, blah, the characters that I grew up with, and what I loved about what they did and what they said was they weren't trying to be funny. Like, he was dead serious.
He wanted revenge for this car.
Yeah, and then we were driving home hammered, and we were three abreast in the fucking the pickup truck. It was this guy's dad's truck, and he had the flat top, so he's got dried blood on his forehead. We're just driving home, and nobody's saying anything. And the dude in the middle has got these sunglasses on, and he's just sitting there like this. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just fucking goes like that, scared the fucking shit out of me. And I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes, sorry. He goes, I took a little acid. He goes, I was looking at this bug. He goes, I thought it was on the windshield. He goes, it turned out it was on the inside of my glasses. Now, I don't know if that was true, but dude, there's no way you could ever reenact how much he flipped it, like how much you would freak out on acid if you thought a bug was over there, but then your mind told you that it was on the inside of your fucking glasses. And I just remember all three of us just crying, laughing, driving home at this, just the whole fucking situation. That was like every weekend of my life for probably like 2.5, 3 years, every single fucking weekend. And we used to go in to there was this club in this bar in Chelsea.
Oh boy.
Yeah, well, I was such a baby face. That was the only place where you get served, right? So
it's a rough place.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And they were like selling fucking blow out of there. So they didn't give a fuck if you looked like you were 12 years old, like I was when I go up to order my vodka Collins. It was like the only drink.
How old were you?
I wasn't of age, like 19 or 20, probably 20. And I would go in there, and I just remember one time standing outside that bar, and there was this fucking dude who looked like Rob Halford from fucking Judas Priest, just fucking totally gapped out of his fucking mind, standing in front of his motorcycle. And he was telling this story about riding his bike and his drug thing. He got stuck. He just kept saying, I'm going around the apex, man. Go around the apex right now, fucking hammered. And I'm like making fun of the guy in front of him to my buddy. I'm looking at my buddy, and I'm so shit-faced. I go, I'm going around the apex. I'm going around the apex, and he's hitting me because the guy's staring at me. Oh. Yeah, no, it was a, and I didn't understand, like, because I never did coke, so I didn't understand what was going on. I'm gonna leave it at that. I didn't understand what was going on, but all I knew was I just seemed to be the guy that wanted to go home first. I'll leave it at that.
That was a fucking dangerous place. Boston was dangerous.
No, this is when I figured out what the fuck was going on. It was one time I went into the bathroom by myself to take a leak. And it was one of those things you walk in, there was a sink, there was a stand-up urinal, and then there was a stall, which just had one toilet. And I walked in, and there was two fucking guys in there, and I was like, what the fuck are those guys doing? And so my dick's already out, I'm taking a piss. And they opened, like, the thing, because it didn't have a latch, opened up, and they had, like, they were doing blow. And I was taking a piss because it was weird. There was two guys in there, and I kind of glanced over. As I'm already pissing, I look over, and this guy's all fucking hammered, like a little werewolf. Like, what the fuck are you looking at? And I was just like, pee. Didn't wash my hands after that one. No, there was a lot. I don't know why. Because a lot of, like easy targets really got hit, and I was beyond an easy target. Somehow I just never, I never asked. I did, because I would have got really. I was not as tough as my friends were. My friends were fucking lunatics, But my grade was cool, but like the grade above me and grade below me, they were like some fucking. They were crazy.
But I talked to friends that grew up in other places. They didn't have the same amount of fight stories. I think Boston is a particularly fighty place.
Fighty.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what. Yeah, there was something going on. But I mean, I think a lot of those East, like New York and, fuck, this thing's going on. A lot of those, like I find the people in like New England, Long Island, tri-state area, it's all sort of the same.
Savages. Savage children of immigrants. That's what it is.
Yeah, but you go out to the Midwest, and that's like German, a lot of Slavic people, Polish people. So I mean, that's I don't know what. I think they just had more space out there, so it wasn't as intense. You weren't so like packed in.
You're in a cornfield. There's something about Boston, though, in particular. I think even more so than New York. Boston was just a lot of fights, man. My boxing coach got his finger bitten off on a fight. He was on PCP. This guy bit his finger off, and he had his toe removed and replaced his finger with a toe. Did I tell you this?
No, I remember that was the move back then.
So he had it curved permanently so that he could still throw right hooks. So when you would shake his hand, he would always give you one of these. He was like,
yeah, I knew a guy from Boston too. He had this weird looking nose, and some guy bit it off and had it reattached. This guy's lost ears. Dude, that's why I'm saying why, you know, it's right around 6th grade. I was just like, yeah, this is like becoming blood sport. Like, I'm gonna try to be funny here, but yeah, there was a lot of. There was also a lot of, you know, the sports scene back in Boston is just.
Well, hockey
was insane.
Hockey,
yeah,
and hockey was in Boston, and hockey's the only sport that was actual fight. It's the only sport where fighting part of the sport.
I'm reading this book right now. I got 3 sports books I'm reading right now, right? I read a few and then I read a couple chapters away. I'm reading this one called Bartnick gave it to me, The Code. And it breaks down for anybody who never understood, which I never quite understood either. I just know I liked it. It's just, and how players have to police the game. I'm not far enough into the book, but it's really eye-opening, like what goes on out there. And they have all these enforcers talking about it. Like, because sometimes you had to fight. Sometimes guys would just skate out. They put him out, just the guy being out on the ice. Sometimes he'd say something like, hey, we don't settle it down out here, boys. Somebody's going to get hurt. A guy would just say it, and then people are like, all right, let's fucking sticks back down. Everybody play old-time hockey, whatever the fuck you were supposed to do. All-star hockey. And just as far as like how there's this whole code of, and there's like, you know, the heavyweights, like a heavyweight only fucks with a heavyweight unless some middleweight is doing some shit and you gave him a warning and he didn't, then he has to take a fucking beating. And if he doesn't take the beating and turtles up, that means one of his fucking teammates is going to get the beating, and then he's going to be a fucking asshole in the locker room. I mean, it is this whole web of fascinating shit, because everybody just looks at the sport and they just think, oh, drop gloves, fucking beat the shit up. There's a whole fucking thing that is going on out there that actually, because of that, it keeps the game safer, which I don't understand. I don't understand
it either, but I just think it's fascinating that there's this one sport where it's okay to fight. Like,
what are you talking about? The sport you do, that's all they do is fight.
But that's the whole sport. That's the sport itself. But there's no fighting in basketball. There's agreed upon fighting in hockey that doesn't exist in any other sport, where everybody backs off and these guys go at
lacrosse. You can do it in lacrosse.
Who the fuck plays professional lacrosse?
I don't know, but I wouldn't want to say that. I wouldn't want to say that to one of them. This full fucking cage. I wouldn't say that. But
those guys are savages for no reason.
What about the cross country skiers? And all of a sudden they got a rifle. They're doing like they're in a gun range. I mean,
that's different. That's that stupid. Fucking what is that? That's not the decathlon.
You know what that's like? That's like Tex-Mex food.
Right.
Asian infused fucking Americana. That's all it is. It's just people are you know, doing their version of cross country skiing. Like that's like.
Yeah.
I like that cross-country skiing where you then shoot. That's like the beginning of a lot of James Bond things. Right. They always seem to be in the snow.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is the elevated heart rate. It's hard to control your shot. Because I think they're supposed to shoot offhanded, too. You know, they're not supposed to have a rest.
I know. See, I don't know shit about hunting. That's the thing that I lived for in the hunting shows.
What?
Was when the guys, after the kill, and then they just be, oh man, I was so scared. I had to just saying all this fucking shit. And it's so, I did if you're shooting like a lion.
It's a nerve-wracking thing because you don't want to fuck up. And you know it's like
people are going to make fun of you?
No, because you're going to hurt an animal. You don't want to wound the animal. You want to kill it. You want to kill it cleanly. And you have to keep it together while you're pulling the trigger on an animal. You're going to end its life. It's very nerve-wracking.
Can't you just give him the second one?
Second bullet?
Oh, you're saying if he runs away and then the thing suffers.
If you nick it, you know, you shoot it in the leg or something like that, it's very likely it's going to get away, die slowly, get eaten by coyotes or something. It's really bad.
Dude, I got one for you. Because you got me watching those fucking videos animals eating other. First of all, I love bears, but I can't watch them kill anything because they
Did you
don't.
see the recent one?
They don't.
Bear
I
took
know.
down the buffalo.
They
in
don't kill it.
Yellowstone.
Why won't they kill
He
it?
killed it.
Well, they kill it because they start eating it before it's dead.
Yeah.
They just hold it down.
And start eating.
Yeah.
That's what bears do.
I got one for you.
Okay.
Have you watched the praying mantises videos?
Oh, yes, I have. You see the one where the praying mantis eats the lizard and tries to eat him?
Well, because he fucking alligator armed it. He was like, I'm going to kill you. What is this? He kind of did the little flicky. He gave him a little jab, and then that thing just grabbed him. He was like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
he like
and then starts,
licked at him. Like
then started,
yeah.
but
Eat his jaw.
But if he let his hands go, as you guys say, with his tongue, I think he could have pulled that thing in and crushed him.
No. A praying mantis is so fucking strong. They're so much stronger than you would imagine them being because they have these little stick arms.
Yeah, I watched one eat a
Yeah.
hummingbird.
Oh, yeah. They eat all kinds of shit. They eat everything that they get a hold of. We're lucky they're little. Praying mantises are amazing. I fucking love those little things. They're crazy. What they can do to a bird or something much larger than the lizard was the most impressive because the lizard thought it was going to eat him.
And the thing was totally immobilized.
Yeah.
It was like, it reminded me of watching the shit that you say, where he's past his guard.
Yeah.
Now he's going for this. That thing was just like,
It's exactly like that because their clamp is so. It's like somebody got you in a darce. It's the same thing. Someone gets like this grip and then cinches it up to a darce choke. You're like trapped in there. That's what it was like. There it is. This is poor fuck. Look, he thinks he's gonna get him. And he's like, bitch, you ain't getting nothing.
but look how he holds his mouth open. And he's like, oh, dude, I feel
The
so.
strength.
But this lizard, he gets away.
He gets away for a second. But this is what's
For a
crazy.
second?
Yeah. Look at he starts eating his mouth. He just starts slowly.
I know what he's
pulling
doing,
him apart.
Joe. I know what he's
I
doing.
love it. Have you ever seen praying mantis versus a murder hornet? You know, everybody's afraid of murder hornets. Look at him. He's like, fuck, what did you do to my face? Oh, Jesus. He's like in pain. He's shaking it off. And the praying mantis is like, bitch, I'm not done with you yet. Like he's in agony. He's spazzing around. And the praying mantis just locks onto him again and slowly starts pulling him apart. And at the end, he's dead. He just starts eating his brain. Look at that. They just can pull that skin apart and bite right through it. But it thing's so much bigger than him. It's like you eating a cow. It's like you holding a cow down.
I
its
wouldn't
head.
do that to
Look at that. He's eating its fucking brain. Lizard's dead as fuck.
Well, that part's not a problem for me right here, because now it's dead.
Yeah, but it died this way.
I know it did. That was the part I
I love it. I'm a big fan of the praying mantis. I like the technique.
Hey, I'm not going to begrudge you. I don't need to
Pull
see
the video of the grizzly taking down the buffalo. It was only 2 days ago. It was in Yellowstone.
It linked me to a 30-minute video of it just fucking up all sorts of animal bird.
Praying mantis?
Yeah.
I'll put that
Oh,
on.
by the way, there's so many fucking people.
Here it goes.
What's he
It's
fucking up this
all
one?
kinds of things. Leaf bugs.
What is that?
It's a leaf bug.
Oh wow, what a weird looking creature. The praying mantis is pink. He's camouflaged himself. Oh wow, now he's the color of the leaf.
Yeah, this is a good like 10 million views on this praying mantis video.
They're amazing animals, man. What were you gonna say? What were you mad about?
I wasn't mad about anything. I'm just like, I love bears, right?
Yes.
I love when they ride the bikes at the fucking circus. Right?
I love when he rides a bike at the circus. Oh.
This is my thing about that. What did they have to do to that bear? When you see what this thing can do to a bison, what did they do to that bear to get him to get on a fucking bicycle?
Give him food. That's how they train him.
Is that how you did it? You got a bear in the back? You just the confidence, the way you said that.
Because I've seen them
Have
train
you,
them. I've seen them train bears. Yeah, they can train
are
bears.
you one
to
of
a
those
bunch
guys who
things.
doesn't need any sleep? Like of all the random fucking things. No, I've seen it.
This is the one with the bear.
Okay.
freaks out.
Oh, with the
No,
whip,
it's
whip, that little whip there.
I don't think he's beaten the bear.
I'll tell you right now, that guy's not dressed to to be attacked by a bear.
No. Well, the bear's got a muzzle on, and it's a little ass bear. But the bear's still
Dude,
fucking
fuck you, man.
fuck you.
They got the Freddy Krueger claws. He got 4 of them.
He's on a Vespa now. Look at that. Wow.
I mean, could you humiliate a bear even more? He's got to wear that frilly outfit. Now you got him on didn't give him a
You're the
motorcycle.
one who's a big fan of the bears riding bikes.
I was joking.
Me
I was
too.
joking. I I didn't know.
Maybe
I
the bear should have a mask on.
actually watched a whole training video of how, like, where do you find, what part of the internet are you on?
Well, I don't know. I was trying to figure out why people. What the fuck? That guy's got a giant grizzly bear on the back of his bike.
Playing a horn.
And it's playing a trumpet. Because he got any volume on this trumpet? Let me hear this. Up. Back it up there.
That sounds the best.
This person that's filming this is an idiot. You think it can't break out of that seatbelt and just you see the bear flipping them off? That thing has on a fucking lap belt.
Yeah, what is the bear doing? He's just. Imagine, this got to be Russia, right? It's the only way they would allow this is in Russia. Yeah, look at the language on the back of that truck.
He's yelling at the fucking traffic. Jesus Christ, let's fucking go!
The size of that fucking thing. My God. Just throwing his arms up, just thinking about ripping a person apart.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's thinking like I used to be in the woods. Fucking eat whatever I wanted.
The weird thing about bears is if you train them when they're young, they're like almost like dogs. They become your buddy. It's weird.
The day somebody tells that bear that it's riding bitch, that guy fucking, that guy riding the motorcycle, he's gonna be in trouble.
He's riding on the side cart.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble.
Remember those side carts? Whatever happened to those? You never see those. Motorcycle with a side
You ever
cart.
see the racing?
No, they do side cart racing.
Sidecar racing, and when they go around a turn, okay, and it's on the side where the guy's riding,
The side is lifted up.
that guy, he has to stand up. Dude, they're going like, I don't know how many fucking miles an hour. He has to stand up and lean over, all the way over on this side of the bike because of the weight of the sidecar
So it
plus
doesn't
his
fall
weight.
off.
So it doesn't, yeah, they can go through the turn at a higher speed. I mean, it's bad enough when you're the guy in the car with the map. You ever seen those when they have two cars?
Yeah, the one guy's yelling, turn in 100 yards, left,
Yeah.
right, left. Yeah, those are those rally drivers, right? I never understood that. Do you know what they're doing? They're yelling out directions of the road, right? But they have notebooks that tells them, like, what's the next turn right, next turn
I would
left.
guess the course is so long that they can't memorize it. Or maybe it's just through a fucking
No, it
town.
must be. Yeah. This is sidecar racing. Wow, they're going fast as fuck. Oh my God. You're the one who turned me on to those bike races in the Isle of Man.
I was supposed to go to that this year.
Oh, you would be on the side?
Oh, no fucking way. No, I planned to befriend some people in town with a balcony. Even then, like, God knows, some part of the bike could come flying up. But I want to go to that before they outlaw it. And
outlawed? Just because people die every year?
more people have died than years they've had it.
Whoa.
And it's still like,
Look at these motherfuckers.
yes,
They
this
are
is
So
insane.
more than one person dies every year. That's
Well,
what that would mean, right?
yeah,
Basically
well,
average.
Yeah, and I think way back in the day, way more people died. Like the safety equipment is much better, but as you see, they're going by brick walls and trees, and like there's just no.
Jesus Christ! When you say safety equipment, like what the fuck kind of safety equipment is going to save you?
They have an airbag, which is a really amazing piece of technology. Whereas you fall, it can tell when you've let go of the bike and you're falling like instantaneously, and it protects your
organs.
Yeah, but obviously your brain's in the fluid, so it doesn't protect that. I tell you, but the best racing out there, MotoGP, is the shit.
It's better than this.
Well, I don't know. I would actually say, because I like the passing. There's so much passing. But kind of what with Formula One, where the Mercedes and Ferrari are just so much better than everybody else. It kind of comes down to the two of them. And every year, since I've been watching since 2015, so I'm new to the sport.
Italian GP right here.
Yes, that's Dovizioso, Mark Marquez, I believe.
You know these guys?
Yeah, wow. So Mark Marquez, the guy in second place, is like he's the Jordan of the sports, right?
Really?
Dovizioso is actually in third. I don't know who's in first. So those that's a Ducati, a Honda Ducati, and I think a Suzuki.
Do you ride?
I did for 3 months out here. I always wanted to ride. My parents would never let me. So finally out here, I took a motorcycle safety course. I got my license and everything. And then I had a bike for like 2 months. And it was just, LA is not the place to learn how to ride. And everyone was texting while driving.
I want to go to Wyoming.
I think I want to get a dirt bike. But this is the type of shit, like with this racing, what I like is like 3 or 4 races last year on the final lap, there was like 2 guys that would pass each other like 4 or 5 times. Like that shit right there. So then you try to come on the brakes, the latest on the brakes, but not overshoot the turn. I mean, there's just so much shit that's you sort of learn as you're watching. I still don't know shit about it, but these guys are fucking incredible.
Would you be into going to a track? Learning how to ride on a track? That seems like the safest way to do it.
Absolutely. That is the way to do it. And then wear all of that gear and then have fun, and you can like open up. Dean sent me a video today. This guy in a Porsche that can go 200 miles an hour. But he fucking does it on a highway. And it's just like, you're going to kill somebody or kill yourself. It's like, take the thing to the track.
Yeah, don't do that.
And God forbid, get some debris. What's going to happen to your car? Like, I think there are a lot of people that buy high performance shit going to a track either is not available, it doesn't enter their mind. Like somebody like myself, like it wasn't until I started watching racing, I learned a little bit about it. I'm like, oh, there's like a track, out in the Inland Empire. There's a day where the general public can come down or whatever. You can pay to rent the track, and it's kind of like, a lot of these guys you see driving around in Ferraris. The only time I ever drove a Ferrari was I drove one on the track. It was fucking unbelievable. Like how hard you could stomp on the brakes without the thing locking up, and you're trying to impress the guy you're riding with, and you think you just want to be like flooring it and blah blah blah. And what you really want to be doing is smoothly going around. The smoother you go, both on the gas and braking, then it becomes like this really like finesse thing where it looks like you just grab it by the fucking throat, and like I said, I only did it one time, but I immediately learned like. Made me appreciate what they were doing a lot more. Plus, I only went around 5 times. My fucking brain was like
the G-force and all that.
Yeah, like I almost felt a little bit like not sick. I just felt a little fucked up. Like I think I'm gonna sit down here for a couple of seconds, not say it to any of the guys I'm driving with. Hey, fine. We could do that all day.
Jimmy, pull up Porsche rally driving. The dirt road Porsche drivers. Those are the guys that are reading left, right, left, right. Right, they have like a notebook. You need a driver next to you that's got a notebook. That looks like a lot of fun. Apparently, that's a great way to learn how to really drive too. Is on the dirt. Same with dirt bikes, because you slide a lot. So you learn how to counter steer, and you learn how to handle the weight out back. The guys that's kicking out, you learn how to counter it.
I have this weird thing where I am fascinated by machines, and I want everything that I see. I want to learn how to drive it or fly it or whatever. But I'm not a speed guy. Like I'm just not into like
smart.
Going fast is I don't know.
It's dangerous.
I like chilling.
Yeah, these guys. See the guys. Here's the guy with the book. This is a regular road. Look how fucking. So it's got a digital thing telling him what gear he's in.
And here's what fascinates me is the trust between those 2 guys.
Oh yeah.
Like this guy is driving like a fucking lunatic, and this guy's looking down at his paper. When your friend says driving like a lunatic, you're looking at him going, dude, slow down.
This is a road, people and trees and cars and houses on both sides. This guy's flying down this fucking road, and he's going sideways all the time. You see him counter steering all the time. We see his ass end kick out, like all the time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh my God. And how are these fucking people that are so confident they can stand on the side of the road while these maniacs are fucking...
I used to think racing was just this stupid, mindless thing, and now I think it's one of the coolest sports out there.
Oh, it's a very cool sport. I like driving cars just to feel the mechanical, just the gears moving and all the things that are happening. I have an old Porsche, a 93, that's no power steering, doesn't have a radio, doesn't have anything. And it's all air cooled, so it sounds like it's really mechanical. You ever see it? I'll show it to you after we're done.
That red one?
Yeah. I wish I had the key with me here. I'd let you drive it. It's fun, but it's not fast. It's the slowest car I have, but it's fun. It's so fun to drive. Like you feel everything. You feel every bump. There's nothing between you and the wheels in terms of steering. There's no power. You're steering the wheel all by your hand. It's really hard to steer. It's not that safe either.
Yeah.
You can't make quick turns. Like you gotta really muscle that motherfucker.
I'm into like.
Look at these guys. Oh Jesus Christ. But when I drive, look at these fucking crazy assholes standing by with this
I like the guy with the propeller hat. He's just like, yep, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm enjoying this stuff.
Look at the fucking height, and this guy catches the ground with 2 wheels. Oh my God, does it land good? It does land good. That's amazing. But I drive that car to the comedy store. That's my if I want to do like if I'm really working on something or I really want to be jazzed up for a set, I'll take that car to the comedy store because it's so loud and fucking smoky and everything's like your whole body. You feel it. You're excited when you get there. It's like you're on a stimulant.
Yeah,
You know?
no, it's fun, man. Like all of that stuff.
Woo! These guys.
You should like.
Christ.
You know, since the last time I did this show, I got to finally fly an A-Star, which was what the cops and the news guys fly, and that was the coolest thing.
A-Star helicopter. We should tell people.
Is the coolest thing I've ever flown as far as like just the power it had compared to what I fly these little fucking egg beaters or whatever. But like, well, I did until all that bullshit happened. But I got one of the last flights I did. I got to fly. A buddy of mine who was training me to get my instrument. Like I passed the test, and then after you pass the test, you have 2 years. So I still have 2 years. I have to December of next year to pass it. So I got to finish that part of it. You know.
Did we do a podcast since you took me up? Have you done one since you took me up?
I think we did. Yeah.
Did we, Jamie? Yeah. Fuck, that was fun. We went over downtown LA and you realize how many of those buildings have helicopter spots on the top?
Yeah.
That was fun, man. It's crazy to me that with a helicopter you can just kind of go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
You just fucking float around. Just go wherever you want to go.
You can just stop. But then what it is you give up speed.
Yeah.
For that design, you have all kinds of drag and just the way it's designed for what you want to do with it. You give up speed. So I get envious of planes where even if you get like a Cessna, like they can just fly. I mean, I think even like some of the smaller ones can fly faster than some of the faster I mean, you'd have to have like an $8 million helicopter. Maybe that could fly faster, but anything that I've fucked with, you can't come anywhere near. Like most of them, 120, 130 knots, and then it depends on headwind and tailwind.
What's a knot to a mile an hour?
Well, it's like it depends on how the wind, because you can literally be flying 90 knots and have like a fucking 50. No, but not what I fly, but like a significant headwind. This is all shit you have to know on the test, and the second you take the test, I forget. But you'll actually be going slower. I've had times like, especially out like Palm Desert and stuff, where there's like a Venturi with the way the mountains are, and when the wind comes in, which can be really fucking scary as far as how it throws you around. You're looking down at the highway with what I fly, and they're going faster than you, and you're just sitting there like, and then that's when it sucks. Because also with a helicopter, you the whole time, you can't just like take your hands off of shit.
Right.
So you have to, you're literally, it's like your Porsche, like like I imagine like trying to parallel park that car, even though it's a lighter car.
It's a nightmare.
I have a 68 Ford F100 when I first had it. I didn't have power steering, dude, and it was just like,
I remember when you brought that thing to the ice house. That thing's the shit.
Yeah.
I love that old truck.
That's kind of my thing. I like the trucks, and then I like old, like, not pimp cars, like the guy who is a pimp, but he's not a pimp. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not literally a pimp. He doesn't have a stable of bitches, but he's crushing life. Like, I like that car. Like if I was going to get another car, I would get a 67 Cadillac Eldorado. And it's actually the color that I loved that was in the Tarantino movie, but somebody was selling one. And I swear to God, if by the time I saw the YouTube video, it was already sold, I would have bought that fucking car. It's the most gangster man's car. Like, just the back end of that car, it's perfection. I absolutely love that fucking car.
It's a beautiful car. 67 Eldorado. Would you get a convertible or regular?
No, I hate convertibles.
Do you really? All convertibles?
Yeah, I'm a little sexist with the convertible.
There's one convertible that I like, the one that I have, the 65 Corvette.
That's
a 70.
No, that's
what year is that?
It's the car that the woman playing Margot, what's her name? Margot Robbie. There it is. Right there. It looks like it's green there, but I think it was blue.
Not that one.
No, not that one. Over the guy with the suspenders, right to the left of that. Yeah.
That one there?
That car.
Oh, wow.
You got to see the back end of that car. That's the 67, 68 or something like that. But the back end, look up 67 Cadillac Eldorado rear end. This is what I do while you're learning how to train a fucking bear to ride a bicycle. I look at this shit.
Oh, wow.
Click on that first one. Click on the first one. You see a little bit of the side of the car. I mean, look at that.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. You need one of those in your life, Bill.
I do.
I need you driving one of those.
This is what I love about my wife. As I'll show her that. I go, what do you think about that? And she's like, that's a fucking good looking car. She would be cool if I got something like that, I think.
For sure. Yeah.
But look at that color. I'm too fair skinned to drive that. You need olive skin or more.
You can pull it off. You can pull it off. You need one of them paperboy hats, though.
Now that thing would blend too much in with my beard. I just look like it'd be the Ginger Mobile.
What color would you get?
There's a year they got there's a blue that they have. It's not that blue. It's more of a.
Oh, look at that red one. Click on that red one in the middle.
But look at the front end of that. When your lights are flipped out, look at that thing.
Oh my God! Look how good that looks in red. That's a fucking beautiful car. Oh,
but the lines on that car, that's just like, and then that's the kind of car. I mean, you're not going to smoke a cigar driving down the street riding that fucking thing.
You have to.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
I think I'm going to get one.
Get one.
I know. Where am I going to put it? Then I'm going to be that guy with the fucking garage.
Put it here. You can park it here. I'll give you a key. I got plenty of room.
Hey, all right.
Dude,
this is why you're the #1 podcast in the world.
I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to encourage irresponsible behavior.
Yeah, and if you continue to own your podcast, you can buy something like that. And if you don't, your fucking agent will buy them.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I love them. I love Cadillac convertibles too, though. I don't like muscle car convertibles after a certain. Like mine, that Corvette that I have out there. You've seen that silver one. Yep. I love that in a convertible. But that has a aftermarket suspension and aftermarket frame.
I've seen all those cars.
The fact that the old ones, those frames, there's too much bounce, there's too much shake and wiggle. You have to have like an aftermarket chassis. It's far stiffer and make it so that it's like very, very rigid. It doesn't bounce around nearly as much.
Yeah, then they used to make like a sway bar or something that you would put in there. Because I know in my truck, when I take a turn, I have to grab underneath the seat and hang on so I don't slide into the door.
They can upgrade your coilovers and stuff like that and put a better suspension on it so it handles it.
I have a nice balance of a little bit of modern on it and still fighting it, so you feel like, because it still shifts on the column, which I think is badass. But then when I get on the highway, I got to stay in the right lane, you know.
3 on the tree, right?
Yeah.
Do you have disc brakes on it? Do you swap disc brakes out?
I had it had just the shoes on it, and then the drum brakes, yeah. And then I converted those. Christopher Titus helped me with those, and then what did I do after that? I switched out the radiator because they tended to run hot, so they put an aluminum one in. And what else did we do?
Titus used to have
power brakes and then power steering.
Titus used to have a sweet, I think it was a 55 Chevy that they made for him on the show Rides. It was incredible.
Oh, that Chip Foose car, right?
Yeah, I think Chip Foose made it. Yeah, it was incredible. Just, I don't know if he still has it. He might have lost it when he got divorced and all that jazz. But it was.
No, I think he got it back.
Did he?
I think he got it back. But I like those. I like those resto mod cars. It's sort of the perfect.
There it is. There it is. Look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Damn, that is a work of art. God, it's beautiful. It's all very modified too. 56 Bel Air, custom by Chip Foose. Go down, Jamie, and that one on the left hand right there. The Titus right there. I think that's him. Yeah, look at that. Fuck.
I mean, that's a badass car.
Fuck. That is incredible. Yeah. That car is incredible.
Like, when do you, like, look at that or drive that and not smile?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know. I like also, I'm into those cab over engine fucking trucks. I like weird shit.
What's a cab over engine? What is that?
Look those up. Those were the trucks, 40s and 50s, and the reason why they had that was there was some weird law where they didn't want trucks to get too long. So then that affected so they kept the tractor trailer long, and then they put the engine. It's cab over engine is what it stands for.
Oh, so the engine's below you while you're sitting there.
Yeah, so if you look at some of the ones that people have fixed up, they're fucking wild.
That is wild. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the thing is, if you do a gig in like Wyoming, you can find an all original one just like sitting in like junkyards and shit.
Look at that fucking thing. God damn, that's beautiful. Like,
I always wish, like, on one of those car shows like Fast and Loud, the ones that I've watched throughout the years, I always wish that somebody would do one of those.
I had that guy on the podcast. He was awesome.
Yeah.
He brought his own tequila.
Oh, there's another great one from when I was a kid. That yellow one down. That's a Ford. Yep. I love those because that was like the fire engines looked like that thing. But it's like, what would you do with it? But that
Drive around.
that
Take
thing
it to the store. It's for sale. Gateway Classic Cars.
I know, but that's like the dumb shit. I like those.
I like those kind of.
The GMC RV from Stripes, and you got to do it in the Palm Desert fucking the Ron Burgundy green.
You like very odd cars. You have very
Yeah, well,
odd...
at first I think you're into Mustangs and you're into fucking like the GTOs and the ones you're supposed to like. Yeah. And then I'll ignore what you just did there. And then I mean, look at that. You got to get the interior on that fucking thing.
It's a Scooby-Doo mobile. It's the Mystery Mobile.
No, they had a van. Okay, click on the one. You're on the right, the lower left, all the way to the lower left, from the cluster on the right. Yeah.
Is that it?
Click on that fucker. No, that's not it.
Is that one there?
No.
Which one?
It's the one. It's the best green one they have. Just click. There it is. Look at that. And inside, it looks like a Ron Burgundy suit, like it's the green plaid type shit. Get a little humidor in there. Drive around, do some fun. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Come on, man. That's the fucking shit.
So you like those old cars, like GTOs and
I like all of those,
like
but like what I don't like about them is the baby boomers like them, and they have $1 zillion. So then all of a sudden it's like, you know, this is a Mustang Shelby. I'm gonna start the bidding at $250,000. It's like, oh fuck yourself. So I like, I like a '65 Ford Galaxy. That's what Frank Murphy, season 4, episode Family. That's what he drives. I like station wagons.
Have you ever seen those Icon Thrift Masters? Do you know what that is? Jonathan Ward, the guy from Icon, he takes an old Thrift Master and redoes it, and they completely from bottom up. It's the fucking most incredible car. It drives like a car, but look at that. It looks insane. Look at that thing. They do it from bottom up, so it's all like modern brakes, modern suspension, beautiful interior.
That's what I love. But then when you go inside, I want it to look like the year that truck was.
Look at that silver one, the one that's above your cursor. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Fucking
yeah. I've seen. Actually, I looked at one. I accidentally came upon that one.
God, that's beautiful.
I got another one. It's a weird one. Look up GMC. I always forget the name of these things. Parade of Progress.
That's what it's called.
I think they would drive these things like elephants into town. They were like a living room, giant like truck / RV thing. What the fuck are these things called? Yeah,
Parade of that thing?
Look at that fucking thing.
What the fuck? How do you even know about this? So
the great thing is you open the door and there's like a spiral staircase where you go up, and in there what they usually had was back in the day, because they would open it up on the side. They would drive them in like elephants and make like a semicircle, and people would walk in.
What is that?
I don't know what they have in there. That's an airplane engine or something.
Why is there an airplane engine in the middle of that?
I don't know, because somebody
they customized it.
Power for the air age. I think they were. No. It was this weird sort of after World War II. See, there they are, the black and white. There they are, like driving them into town. And look at the steering wheel. You were right in the center, and there was like a little spiral staircase that you walked up. Because those things go for like, I forget how much, like $2-3 million or something. Oh, that's 1936. It says Parade of Progress. So it shows you what I know.
Look at that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's just
Holy
weird.
Shit. That's what you want. One of those, a rolling podcast studio.
No, that shit is too weird. But I appreciate it. Like when you know that old BMW where the whole front of the car opens up and you got the steering wheel like goes out, like disconnects and goes out with the front of the car.
That one.
All right. it would help if I knew the names of the cars.
The steering wheel disconnects.
BMW said, I didn't know Steve Urkel had it and feeling that.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's how, look at this.
So how you get in is you like open the front. Oh yeah, click on the red one. There it is. Yeah.
Whoa.
See, and there's the steering wheel. Oh, does it disconnect? There's something weird.
No, it seems like the steering wheel stays put,
stays
but
there.
it looks like it disconnects.
Well, maybe like it adjusts. It comes back.
You enter through the front. So if you get in a front end collision, you got to kick the windows out to get out of the car.
Yeah, and it's 3 wheels too. There's one wheel.
Urkel. I forgot about Urkel.
Well, his came off.
I met him one time. He's like the coolest fucking guy
I
ever.
heard he's really nice.
I guess it bends over there. See how it's turned down the side.
Oh, it bends, and then you step over it. Whoa.
Yeah, I knew there was something. There was something about the steering wheel. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit out there.
But you like weird stuff. You're not necessarily like you.
You know what this is like?
To cool things.
No, it's like if you get into music, if you really get into a band, like if you're into AC/DC,
Right.
can you really listen to "You Shook Me All Night Long" again? Okay,
Right,
you're
right.
like, no, dude, you got to listen to "What's Next to the Moon," "Get It Hot," some of them, you know, or like COD.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like. After a while, you just like, all right, you know, like I would say, "Shook Me All Night Long" is the Mustang GT of AC/DC songs, and it's just like if you're out here, there's a zillion Mustangs, but it's like you. After a while, you want to see, you know, it's part of human beings. You want something a little bit different. It's a little different. It's cooler. Like I kind of learned from Fast and Loud that the was it the Ford Falcon or something? It had the same chassis as the fucking Mustang, but like it's just a way cooler car because everybody goes for like the Mustang. You know what? You want to spend all that money, and then some other fucking asshole shows up and he has one too.
That doesn't bother me.
Bugs me. It's like when you're in a comedy club, and it's even if somebody just touches on the topic, you're like, fuck, I can't talk about that.
Yes, I get that.
Because then it becomes like, oh, they all do that.
I get that, but there's a reason why everybody loves Mustangs.
I love them too, but I have this weird thing where I love the interior up to 66, but I like the back end on 60. With
67, 68.
Yeah, I like that back end, but I hate. But that's when they got the shit steering wheel. Like the steering wheel in the 60s looks like an old school steering wheel. And that one that they have in 67 or 68 was when they first came out with that one. That one starts to look like, oh, cars are going to get ugly now quickly. The last muscle car that I like that I vividly remember, like the last year, would probably be the 70 Camaro with like that shark nose front too.
Yeah.
I like that. And then there's a Buick Riviera, the boat tail from the early 70s that I like. I'm really into those big two-door sedan, sort of like, you know, he's his own man kind of car.
Riviera type
Oh,
deal.
yeah, I love those cars. I
Yeah.
fucking love those cars. And, you know, I'm trying to think, like, there's a few cars in the 80s. It really tapers off, though. But I like Ford trucks right up into 86. I didn't like when they did that first design of the aerodynamic headlights. I didn't like. But then there was one in the early 90s. The one OJ had, that front end on his Bronco. That one is the shit.
Yeah, I saw one yesterday. Exactly like your OJ's. Like totally restored. I like muscle cars up into 71. 71 seems like the last year. Like 71 Barracuda is still a really nice car. Then it gets into 72, they start looking sketchy. 73, they look sketchy.
The worst thing was they kept the model name, and then it was just completely deballed.
Yes.
Like when your friend starts going out with just some total cunt, and all of a sudden you can't hang out anymore. Like there was that era. You know, the Mustang 2 Cobra.
Oh yeah. Once
like
they got
shit.
into the 80s with Mustangs, they were useless. Late 70s, early 80s. And once the gas crisis hit, they started making economical Mustangs that didn't need so much gas. They were useless. It's a hard fall between, if you go from 67 to 77, it's like, what the fuck happened to you?
Then also the Mustang got all fat, like the Mach 1 and everything. It was like, kind of got into its Elvis years, you know. Hey, I'm the Mustang. I'm resting on my laurels here.
Well, there's no pizzazz to them. You know, like late 70s, 79 Mustang. There's no pizzazz.
This is how bad it went. It became so quickly. If you watch, like, remember when they had the Game Show Network?
Mm-hmm.
I used to love that because I was fascinated with prices, you know, and like they would be like they actually tried to pass off a Chevy Vega as a sports car.
Really?
And these people were losing their minds. And I remember the Chevy Vega, like a lot of like, you know, guys who knew shit about cars back in the day, they would try to like jam Corvette engines into because they couldn't afford a Corvette, but they knew about, you know, how to build cars and stuff. So there was
Vegas were real light too.
Yeah, there was always somebody who had one of those, like an El Camino up on blocks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish that someday, man.
Yeah, El Camino's a rare breed of person that wants a pickup truck that's fucked the Chevelle. That's really what it is.
Right.
It's like a Chevelle front end. It looks good in the front, and then you get to the back, like, oh.
And then the early 80s.
Look at that Vega.
Yeah, that was considered sporty.
That's back before girls had butts.
Well, girls with butts didn't get put on TV.
Not funny.
Yeah.
That's another amazing thing. Like, how do we? What happened when we realized? Was it Sir Mix-a-Lot? Like, what
Yeah.
woke us up?
Yeah. He made the ass mainstream. I'm gonna give him credit.
Might have been. Before that, who else was it? Like,
It was all about tits.
Yeah.
White guys were running shit, and it was about tits. I don't know why. It was all about titties.
Something happened, and it became asses became really important.
But then I think, like, yeah, because now the fake ass, I think, is probably more prevalent than the fake titty. Like, remember by the 90s was like sort of the apex of the fake titty? You'd watch porn and the tit almost looked like bloodshot. There'd be like veins on the side, like they'd stretch the skin.
You see, yeah.
That was really bad. That was a really bad.
Fat Bottom Girls before that.
Yeah, but I don't think.
just a song.
I don't think. Yeah, they didn't. He was still Freddie Mercury prancing around in the video. I think.
Yeah, good song though. Yeah, what was it? Like, who was like? No, it wasn't Jennifer.
Well,
Lopez
God bless.
known for
God
the first
bless
big
him.
ass.
Because I was always an ass man. Always. I always just felt like that was the nucleus of a woman. If she had a nice ass, the rest of her body was going to be nice. I didn't give a shit. You got eat cup tasty, great. They won't be hanging on your fucking knees when I'm 50, bald, smoking a cigar, doing a podcast.
It's weird though that the shape caught on. It's very strange. Like what guys are attracted to changed.
Well, I think because white people were so dominant with fucking owning everything that their idea of beauty became the standard, and just
but
generally
white guys'
speaking,
idea of beauty changed too. That's what's strange. It's like,
I would say it's somewhere Yo MTV Raps, somewhere around there. I'm just making up shit. Somewhere around there. I'm gonna give Ed Lover and the other Dr. Dre credit.
I think it happened around the same time girls lost their pubes. Because when we were in high school, everyone had pubes. Even in college, everyone had pubes.
The apex of pubes was the 70s.
But in the 80s they had it
But
too.
you were proud of your pubes
The
in the
70s.
70s.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember like you'd go to the fucking public pool and the chicks had like the bikini. There was like shit coming out the sides. And I remember thinking while I was a little kid, like, oh my God, I can see her pubes.
Yeah, pubes were
Yeah.
hot. Now pubes are disgusting.
There was muffs.
Yeah, if you're a girl and you got a full bush now, you're a dangerous woman.
But then I would say that was probably Dr. J and the ABA crossing over. Made women proud of their muffs.
What?
I mean, there's no research. We just started talking. Just making this up.
There is a clear shift that happened. It's just like, what happened? What made that clear shift? Porn caused the people to get rid of the pubes. That's definitely what happened. Because porn led the way. They trimmed the pubes first, and then everybody trimmed the pubes. Now it's
Then it went too
universal.
far.
Yeah, now no one has pubes.
No, then it went too far. Yeah,
Too far.
Yeah.
You like a little bush.
Yeah, I would like. Yeah, you should look like a woman.
Yeah. Not like a cancer patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, listen, if you're banging me, I'm just happy. Happy you showed up. God bless you. Take it on for the team.
Yeah, you can find beauty in everything. But when I was a kid, I mean, everyone had pubes. It was a thing. That's a weird moment in our culture. And we all just decided pubes are disgusting.
I think more that they need to be maintained.
Yes.
If there's going to be a camera an eighth of an inch from it. And then
Gynecological.
yeah. So
what's this movie you did?
I did this movie's called The King of Staten Island. Judd Apatow, Pete Davidson.
Look at your mustache.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you need one of those in your life. Why don't you grow one of those? Keep it.
It was really annoying to eat with because Club Soda Kenny told me he was the guy I was saying, am I doing this right here? Because there's a whole way to grow it where it's like, he goes, all right. He goes, if you're gonna do the cop fireman one, he goes, the hair has to go over your top lip. And Kenny had all these great old IDs from when he was a cop. And
what is this movie about?
It's sort of autobiographical of Pete Davidson's life, where he's playing a kid whose dad is a firefighter who died in a fire. It's not 9/11 like Pete's real dad, and it's basically his mom hasn't dated. They just sort of froze, which I think was something that kind of happened in his family. And then all of a sudden his mother started dating, and it was weird for him. So basically, his mother, through whatever circumstances, I don't want to ruin it, I end up meeting her after me and Pete, his character, I don't like his, and I'm coming to his house to fucking yell or whatever, and then I see his mom, played by Marissa Tomei, and then all of a sudden, we click or whatever, we start dating, whatever, and then he fucking hates it. The comedy ensues. But it's, it's got a lot of heart, it's not 100% comedy, but Marissa Tomei, Dom Lombardozzi, Steve Buscemi. No, it's streaming everywhere except Netflix. It's going to be like it's like that kid movie Trolls. Whatever they did is what Universal's doing with this one, where it's going to be anywhere where you can stream movies.
So it was supposed to be in the movie theater.
It was going to be in the movie theater, and then all of this stuff happened.
Yeah.
So then people who make movies are deciding we're going to hold on to some of this stuff, which they're doing with some movies. This thing, fortunately, they're going to put out. There it is.
Oh, Apple TV, Verizon, YouTube, Google Play, Amazon Prime. Basically, why wouldn't Netflix hop on board with this? Come on, Netflix.
I don't think it's a come on Netflix thing. I think eventually it'll probably end up there. But I think first they do this. This is the way they're going to get their box office, I guess.
You get it on Microsoft. How many people are buying movies on Microsoft?
You'd be surprised.
I would be. That's why I'm asking.
There would be. I would think. That's such an easy answer. You'd be surprised. That was like a political answer.
Yes.
I had no answer for you, so
Let
I
the
went
record show. Many people are buying it on Microsoft.
So,
do you think this is a good thing that movies are being forced to stream? I kind of like it. I mean, I don't want movie theaters to go under, but I do like the option of being able to watch a newly released movie at home.
Yeah, I think everything's going to adapt, but I don't think the movie theater is ever going to go away, because I still enjoy going to the movies. It's also it's a way to get out of the house. You get a sitter. You reconnect with your wife. That's right. We're friends.
Popcorn.
This is fun. All of a sudden, your jokes come back.
Right. You're having fun.
I mean, anytime I hang with my wife, like if we get like a couple days away, the magic instant comes back, and then when we get back to the house, it's the grind again. We just start laughing. Well, we got to remember those 2 days. So the key is to have those 2-day little things enough that you don't forget it, so you don't get fucking growing apart.
Do you guys do date nights?
Yeah.
I did date nights with my wife, and we were doing them. I was at the store all the time when comedy was up. I was doing them on Saturday night because she didn't have to get up early in the morning for the kids, take the kids to school, so she could be rested and refreshed. Didn't have to go to school the next day, so didn't have to get up on Sunday. So it was a good day. So I just would take Sunday off of stand-up.
Yeah.
We do date nights.
And this is the thing. As much as women seem impossible to guys, especially someone like me with all my fucking issues, it's like just something like that does wonders for your connection. And then we also had like once a week we were doing like before we got pregnant again, we were doing a family dinner, and that was the best. And what we were going to was a bunch of like just mom and pop places in like the Valley and out in Pasadena and stuff like that. These places that are just legendary in that area, but they don't have a chain. So it's cool because you feel like you're giving regular people money and business. And we would go there, and that was a big thing when I was growing up. Before you had all these screens and all of this shit, going out to dinner with your family.
Yeah,
I remember being excited. They used to have this chain in Massachusetts. Remember Pewter Pot?
Yeah.
They made muffins. Somehow they were a chain that made muffins, and then they expanded into having full dinners, and everything was made out of wood. It was very 70s, and that was like a big thing. My dad came out, we're going to Pewter Pot tonight, and you were like psyched. And I would always get whatever, like cheeseburger and fries, and then a blueberry muffin. Such a weird order, but I was a kid, and you wouldn't get fat. It was fucking awesome. So I want have a little bit of that sort of. I don't know, probably romancing it, but I think it's because it was from my childhood, but I think it's an important thing to do shit like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of mom and pop restaurants. There's a place we used to go to in Woodland Hills called Brandywine, and the owner, Peggy and Chris, the owners. There was the owners. The female owner was the chef, and the male owner was the maitre d'. And they were a married couple. They've been together forever. And they when we met them, they were probably, I want to say, in their 70s, like pretty deep in their 70s. They were already fairly along,
Pretty far down the road.
And then they eventually sold the place. They sold the place when it was sad, and then some new people bought it, but I think it went under now. But it was a great little place, a small place. It didn't seat very many people.
I get over that sadness? I get over, because that shit really used to depress me. What I look at was like, when they opened this restaurant and they were young, there was old people that were upset about whatever they cleared out. And it just happens, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I was just upset that I couldn't see them. I just enjoyed their company. It was always, we had been going there for 10 years. It was one of those places.
Well, what I do is I take the humanity out of it, Joe.
It's the cycle of life. Yeah. It's just like the praying mantis and the lizard.
I know, dude. I tell you, this whole quarantine thing really, I never realized what a fucking idiot I am.
Yeah, you're telling me this, that you were...
Just everything I'm doing. Why the fuck did I just do this? Why did this need to fucking be on here?
You want?
Why, Joe?
No big deal. You're a clean freak or something. Give me I'm cutting up his ashes like it's Coke.
Yeah, that takes it back to Chelsea, going around the apex.
I have a cocaine memory from, I never did coke, but of this lady doing it. I was coming home from Kelly's roast beef.
Joe Rogan on coke. Wow.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm smart enough to realize it's not for me.
Well, what about me? Yeah.
We were trying.
I can snap on weed. I don't need to be doing coke.
Weed and an espresso. You're ready to fight. We were driving back from Kelly's roast beef. Do you remember Kelly's roast beef from Revere?
Yeah.
Great.
You know what's so funny? I don't think I ever went there.
Really?
I drove by it a million times. Always going by Cappy's Liquors on the way up to the Kowloon.
Kelly's roast beef was great.
Remember Cappy's Liquors?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, near the Kowloon. Yeah,
you drive up
there.
Yeah.
Kelly's roast beef had clams too. Didn't they have clams? Those fried clams?
That was one of those places I meant to get to. I always meant to get to that, and then that steakhouse with the giant cactus.
That's right. I'm gonna eat place. What the fuck was that place
Hilltop
called?
Steakhouse. Yes. And I was gonna eat there someday. I always ask I just love the cows, the fake cows out front. And we were living on the North Shore then, so we would drive my dad into work, and we would always go down Route 1, and we would go by that, and I would think and there was also a hockey rink up there that had a Bruins emblem that they were allowed to use before, all the corporate people were really you can't use our logo. So that Bruins thing, and I was convinced that's where the Bruins practiced.
I went to Hilltop Steakhouse once, and it was, for some reason, I have it connected in my mind with a boxing match that was on TV because I was so bummed out. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terry Norris. And
I know that name, I should say.
Terry Norris was a monster. So was Sugar Ray when he was in his prime, but he got older and he fought Terry Norris. And Terry Norris was just a demon. He was so good, and Sugar Ray just had no business fighting him. And I remember eating food, just being bummed out, just thinking, "Fuck, is this just what happens to all these guys?" Like they all decide one more fight. Let me do it. Came back and beat a few. See if you can find that.
Can you imagine if your body broke down and around 35 you couldn't do stand-up anymore? You'd definitely try to go for one more set.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different.
It is. I thought it was the same. You're right. It's
Terry Norris
is totally different.
Was in his prime, and he was just so fast and elite. Sugar Ray was just, I want to say he was 38 or something like that. I don't know how old he was, but it was hard to watch. Madison Square Garden, New York City.
But that's not something when I think of Sugar Ray Leonard, I don't think. I mean, what about that division he was in?
Oh, my God.
Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Leonard. I mean,
well, he fought Hagler long. He came back and fought Hagler, and then Hagler retired after that one loss. He just I'm good. But it was just watching Terry Norris.
Yeah, he went to Italy and started making movies.
Yeah, hilarious movies.
I got a buddy of mine that is convinced that fight was fixed by the Italian mob, and then his payoff was they gave him a movie career in Italy.
It might be true. Your buddy might be right. There's something about it that I've watched. I'm like, man, it almost looks like Hagler's taking something off of his punches. And also,
I just don't see him doing that.
I don't
see him ever doing that. That's why
But I also didn't see him retiring.
I think he might have gotten fucked on a decision on that fight, because that fight I really felt could have. I was such a Hagler fan, and I also what about Tommy Hearns being as tall as he was, but could make that weight?
Mm-hmm. When he fought Sugar Ray, I think he was only 22, and he was 147. Sugar Ray stopped him after Angelo Dundee gave him that speech in the corner. You're blowing it, kid. Remember that? I'll never forget that.
You know the one I remember, one of the greatest ones I saw, corner guy, was that Corrales Castillo fight.
Oh.
And when he gets in the corner and he'd been knocked down for like, I don't know how many times, kept spitting out his mouthpiece and they took away a point or something. He goes into his corner, and I remember his manager or whatever you call the guy is in the corner. He goes, you better fucking get inside now. I don't even know what that means. I forget he said that. And then this fucking guy, Charlie Murphy, rest his soul, told me about that fight. He's like, Bill, you got to see this fight. He goes, I woke up my whole family.
It was a wild ass fight.
And Charlie, he was such a funny guy, man. He hurt his foot. That's how much he was into it. Like when he came back after getting knocked down and then knocked out the other guy. I always forget Corrales Castillo. Corrales is the guy who won that fight, right?
Well, they fought more than once, I believe. Diego Corrales.
Yeah, he's the guy, and he died on a motorcycle.
Exactly,
I think, right?
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I'll tell you an underrated fight. Back when I had time, I used to watch this shit, was Evander Holyfield versus Michael Dokes.
Oh,
you remember that fight? That was a great one.
That was a great fight. Holyfield had so many great fights. What do you think?
That guy was a warrior.
He is.
Yeah.
He's coming back. Do you know that?
I want to see that.
He's training. Mike Tyson's training. They're both training. In their 50s. Yeah, here it is. Michael Dokes. Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just amazing how much longevity Holyfield had. And Holyfield started as a cruiserweight. I remember when he beat Dwight Muhammad Qawi for the cruiserweight title, and then gained all this weight to go up.
I remember when he was a cruiserweight in the 80s when I was lifting and I was young and all that shit. I was like, that's the body I want. That's what I'm going for. Of course, I couldn't get it, but I was like, that's the shape I want to be in. You know how stupid I look if I fucking look like that?
Oh, you look amazing.
Going on stage, telling jokes.
Just wear something that covers it up a little bit.
What, a poncho? like going out with a big square body.
Josie Wales.
Yeah.
Outlaw Josie Wales poncho.
Yeah, you flip it over and you got a Mikey to take it out.
Yeah, oh my God, this is round 10.
Look at the people standing up. I mean, this shit was just, they just,
man.
Now watch Stokes.
Oh, right hand, that's it. They stop it.
That was
Richard Steele. Richard Steele was the same guy that stopped Julio Cesar Chavez and Meldrick Taylor with like 2 seconds left to go in the final round. When Meldrick Taylor was up on the fight and Julio Cesar Chavez dropped him, Meldrick Taylor got up and Richard Steele was like, Are you ready to go on?
Dude, he has more muscle in his trapeze, whatever the fuck that's called, than traps I have in my whole fucking body.
He was a specimen. Holyfield was a specimen. What's interesting about Holyfield too, he was like the first guy that ever really put weight on successfully. Like he had this crazy strength and conditioning program that he did to go up to heavyweight, where, you know, he was fairly thin when he was a cruiserweight and started lifting weights. And lifting weights back then, most people thought lifting weights was terrible for you.
There was a big thing in basketball. Don't lift weights. It's going to fuck up your shot. They thought you were going to, like, send the ball past them.
But you know what it is? It's from being stiff and sore. When you're stiff and sore, it does fuck you up. It fucks you up in boxing. It fucks you up in everything. But it's a matter of doing it correctly so that your body recovers enough so that when you actually fight, you're not stiff and sore, but you have all that extra muscle.
So this is great, by the way. Cars, fights, cigars, praying mantises.
Men stuff.
Come on.
Yes. I love it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that era of boxing, man, those are the golden era when we were kids. My God, you know, ABC Wide World of Sports.
Yeah.
Get up and watch the fights.
Yeah, I remember watching the Leon Spinks, Muhammad Ali. They showed it on TV. It must have been a replay. I remember watching that and just kept thinking Muhammad Ali was going to come back. It was the one that he lost against Leon Spinks. I also remember the Mike Tyson, Michael Spinks fight. And I remember the pizza didn't even get there. And I remember my buddy was all excited. Dude, my dad ordered the fight. And they had just finished their basement. And we went downstairs and we were sitting there to watch it. It was over in like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
And I just remember my buddy got off the couch and he was on all fours, like an inch from the TV, just screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Because we didn't understand. There wasn't the education, mainstream education of what a body blow did to you.
Mm-hmm.
So unless somebody got hit in the head and the mouthpiece went flying, we didn't understand because that last shotty was a hook to the body. And you didn't understand. Like literally their internal organs just slammed to the other side of their rib cage. You didn't understand that was happening.
Here it is.
Here's the whole fight.
Yeah, this was an amazing moment because Spinks was another guy who went up from light heavyweight, beat Larry Holmes, and then became the heavyweight champion. Then was fighting Tyson. But
yeah, we were
just
yelling
was
at
too
Spinks
small.
Jinx because we just wanted to, we were rooting for Tyson, but we wanted to see a fight.
Spinks had a good right hand, but you could see he's paralyzed here. I mean, he's fighting a guy that's just so much bigger than him. He's getting smashed. Mike Tyson was just such a force of nature at the time.
Yeah.
Spinks just really had no business fighting legitimate heavyweights. He fought Larry Holmes when Larry was past his prime. And, he beat Larry by
bad.
decision. But
Oh, I thought he beat him bad. I thought like that was like, oh no, you know what I'm thinking of was the time Holmes fought Ali.
yes,
And
that
he was
bad.
looking over at the ref like, what the fuck, are you going to stop this?
That was bad.
That was.
And people to the end of Larry Holmes' career didn't appreciate him because of that. They loved Ali so much. So he hurt him with this right hand here, and then he's swarming on him. Oh,
I remember seeing this video of Muhammad Ali promoting.
Here it is right here. Boom, body shot. He goes down. Spinks gets up. Referee gives him an 8 count. He says, "I'm fine."
Oh, I thought he went down on that one. That one
No,
was it.
that was a body shot, and then
Okay.
he gets hit with a right hand right here. Tyson steps, bang, there it is.
Oh, that was
Flat.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
He's just like, fuck this, man.
Fuck
Fuck
his
this.
body's like, fuck this.
Dude, do you realize the fucking balls it takes to fucking walk? Oh, you do. You did it. Jesus Christ. I mean, those guys, you walk into an arena shirtless.
It's scary.
That's fucking amazing.
What's really scary is it's like you think about it for weeks and weeks up to it. And obviously, I never did it at this level. But at that level, when the whole world is watching and you know that this is just an enormous moment and you just got waylaid by one of the greatest heavyweights of all time and flattened. That was a crazy
You know, I
knockout.
was watching about he was so fun to watch because he annoyed so many people because he was so cocky. And he had such a weird style. Was that Prince?
Nassim
Oh
Ahmed.
my God, is that
Yeah.
guy fun to watch?
Oh, he was amazing. You know, Tyson had syphilis in that, or not, something like that in that fight.
No, that was
Yeah,
Buster Douglas.
Did he?
Yeah, the clap or something.
I think it was this fight. I think it was the fight he won. Yeah, the fight when he fought Buster Douglas, he just didn't train very hard for it. Just really was just dominating everybody and just took it for granted. And Buster, he still almost won. Still dropped Buster. And to this day, like if you watch that fight when Buster's down, it's more than 10 seconds.
Yeah,
He
but
do
the
the
thing
10
was, he
count.
didn't go to the corner fast enough, I thought.
Mhm,
And he
something like that.
picked up the count. I thought he would have got that. I don't know. I remember where I was when I watched that. I remember all of that shit. I was at my buddy Mitch's house. We were upstairs and it was on his fucking square TV. And I was like, you know, because you cheer for the underdog. And he was all bummed out, going, I want to see Mike lose. And I was like, I didn't realize what I had lost as a sports fan because you're losing greatness. Not like it's not great, but you know what I mean? You wanted to see that undefeated,
Right.
keep going thing. And then afterwards, you know, it's a weird thing.
But the Buster Douglas in that fight, do you know the whole story behind it? His mom died.
Yeah.
And he was devastated. And so he was always a really, really talented guy that just didn't work hard enough. But that fight, he trained like a motherfucker. He trained like a real champion.
Probably because
He
he
came out.
didn't want to think about it, so he probably just focused on.
Suppose that maybe also he was like doing it. He was dedicating it to his mom. But he
Once
threw
again, the
some
human
beautiful
element that I
punches.
just remove.
You just
I'm
you're
a
into
robot.
avoidance.
I am.
Is this what you're finding out from the pandemic, being locked up and having too much alone time? Like that you're
Yeah,
a
I
robot?
understand. I understand my anger now. I don't know how to fix it, but I
Well,
understand.
what is it? What is your anger?
It's feeling like I'm not going to be heard, and things are going to go in a way I don't want them to be. So the second there's a suggestion different than mine, I catastrophize in my head, and I don't just be like, well, you know what? Actually, I can't do that because I'm doing Joe's podcast. Maybe I could do that tomorrow. I just hear the information and feel like I have no power, and then I go, "Oh, what the fuck?" And then my wife's like, "I just asked a question," and then I am so fucking up here. I have to like, it only takes me like 2 minutes, and then I come in, I put my head to the side of her head, and I just go, "I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you, you married a fuck up. You blew it. You're not good at reading people. You have no one to blame but yourself." Like that, I apologize like an asshole. No, but and that's another thing too. There's another thing too. Is I also in this have never loved my wife more. You know, gave me a son, and it's just like it's one of those things where, you know,
that's a beautiful
you
thing
really
about the
sit there going like I am way more of a fucking asshole than I thought I was. I knew I was, but I didn't think I was that bad.
So you realize you've got issues, but you don't know how to solve them. That's what it is.
I realized that I had issues that I thought I was past. That's what fucked me up. But see, you feel like, all right, so I've taken care of that. Now I can focus on this. And it's like, no, this is still in this pile. You thought it was 6 feet high. It's 12 feet high. And it was demoralizing. So
don't you think knowing is part of the way to fix it, though?
Yeah, but then you have to go through the torture of it, because it's not like you know, like the Dr. Phil episode. You need to understand, you know, fucking yellow people, whatever the fuck. And oh, okay, thanks, Phil. And like you're just gonna go do that. It's like then you have to do the fucking work, and it's so easy to just go back into your.
Yes.
It's a deep groove worn into your personality, and you're trying to get out of the rut. And it's just easy to go back into it and just be on autopilot. Asshole autopilot.
That's why people like psychedelics, because it separates you so much from who you are. You get a chance to look at yourself. It's one of the things that comes out of it.
I should have done that when I was younger.
Can't do it now? Like right now?
On this podcast, I don't think
a little bit
very professional. I'm supposed to be promoting one of these feature films.
We've already done it. We promoted it. Looks great. I'm excited. I'm excited to see you with a mustache.
Oh, so you're saying I'm done and then I can now do this?
You can do a little drugs. Just a little mushrooms. Be good for you.
Listen, Joe, I know you're an influencer, but you ain't going to win on this fucking
Influencer. Influencer. That's a dirty word to me.
I will be... kids get out of the house and they're fucking great people. Hopefully, if I did the job, then...
So when they're 18? Okay, we'll go. When they're 18, I'm going to take you somewhere.
All right, but I'm 70 and you're 71.
Yeah. We'll get blasted together on mushrooms.
Yeah, I'll finally get that Cadillac.
Go to the Pacific Northwest, which will be burnt to the ground once the looters take over those 6 blocks. They're eventually getting expanded to 12. There'll be no more Seattle. The trees will regrow.
I love Seattle. Don't say that. How great. You ever play the Moore Theater?
Love it there. It's great.
I love Seattle.
I love Seattle. I'm a big fan. I used to love that Bellevue place. The pool hall. It was a pool hall connected to a comedy club. Remember that? Did you ever do that place?
I never did that one.
Went under real recently. It was fucking great. I'm trying to remember the name of the place, but it was in Bellevue. And I first went there with Callan. Callan was the one who told me about it. I was like, this is my dream. A pool hall connected to a comedy club. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard of.
Oh my God. He's one of the fastest minds. That's unbelievable how fucking funny that guy is.
He's a very funny dude. There it is. The parlor. Yeah. Permanently closed.
Talented guy, too. I saw him one time with a bow and arrow, just talking all of this shit. And somebody hit a bullseye, and then he did the next one, and he split his fucking arrow. Talking shit the whole
Brian
fucking
Callen?
Yes.
Where'd you see this?
At this guy's house that had one of those things.
That was dead luck. Brian Callen's a terrible archer. He doesn't know jack shit about archery.
Hey, listen. I know what I saw.
Were you just dreaming?
No, I saw this. He talked shit the whole time, and he did it. It was fucking great. It was like I was watching a movie.
I bought him a bow.
Listen, I gotta tell you something. I think you need to move him a little bit higher up in your brain.
He's one of my best friends.
That's how you talk about him.
I love him. I bought him a bow. I bought him a Hoyt Carbon Spider. Really nice bow. Never used it once. He goes, wait, I gotta use that bow. I gotta use that bow one day. I'm like, get a
He's
fucking
probably doing
target,
fucking. He's probably standing on the string doing curls, knowing him.
Maybe. He boxes. Likes to go to the boxing gym. Likes to mix it up. He goes in there and spars. I'm like, Brian, you're gonna get brain damage. You're 53 years old. You can't be getting punched in the face.
Yeah, but he's like a Jason Statham, 53. because you have to know that, dude. Now that we're these old fucks, okay, we're hanging in there. Because you see people, I see at this point. I remember that's when I first felt old. Was when I would meet people after shows and I'd be like, oh, this guy's got at least 5 years on me, and I'd find out they were 5 years younger than me. Like I'd be like 33, I'd be like, you're fucking 28, and he was like a real 28, married, 3 kids, and I saw what that looked like, you know. You know this fucking business. This business, you get shit on. Like I love the harassing to a point on social media.
Harassing?
Hey, hey, Billy Booze Face, hey, Billy Fat Tits, and all that shit. Like that motivates me. Like that, you gotta honestly look at yourself. Like they're right. Yeah, they're hanging a little bit. I need to do some push-ups. They will fucking bully you into getting in shit. It's all how you process the information. No?
Yeah, there's something to that. Yeah, look, you talking about fat shaming.
I'm telling you that if I wasn't in this business, I would be a fat fuck. I get those blonde Oreo cookies, root beer floats. I would be fucking hammering that shit.
So being in the business
and then, because then on Twitter I would just have the fucking the pussy picture, just the egg one. You know, when nobody knows who you are, and I could be a fat fuck being like, you know, just giving people shit. You got a little fatter since the last movie. I would have a blast doing that.
How's your shoulder?
It's great.
It's better?
Because I've been, I finally, that was another thing, is this, like, the shoulder thing also caused me that I had to slow down. And, like, the patience you need to rehab it, like, you're sitting there with, like, at first it's just the weight of your arm doing the crawls up the wall. Then you lay on your side, then it's just the weight of your arm. Then a tuna can. Then I went into a can of clams, and now I'm up to the pink weight, the 1 pounder. And then this is the big tipping point. When you go from 1 pound to 2 pound, as ridiculous as that sound, you're increasing the weight load by 100%. And that's when you get hurt, because you want to get, like, I used to be able to do like 15 pound, 20 pound, 25, those sets you used to do. Yeah. And now if when it's really hurting, I reach for some salt. I'm like, it resets it. So what I do is I just slowly work my way up to 3 sets of 20. And then when I go to 2 pounds, when I do it, I'll just do 3 sets of 3. So I'm way beneath the weight load that I did. And then you gradually, it requires all of this patience that I don't fucking have.
What is wrong with it?
This one I had a bursitis. This one I fucked up something else. And this one is totally fine now. But I'm not using it as much because I'm not using this one. So I do the rehab on both sides just to keep them equal. I've been doing a lot of core work, a lot of back shit that I never did, which is how my shoulder got fucked up, because I just did the 80s things. Did everything up here.
Right.
What I could see, I worked on. So all back here was like, we can't fucking hold this shit. So everything, my shoulders bowed in, and one was higher than the other, and then eventually it just got pinched. Yeah, just do these fucking things. I know that's for this, but I didn't do anything
for your shoulders too.
For the middle of my back or lower back, all of this shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
You ever use bands?
Yeah.
Bands are a good way to not get hurt. I'm a big fan. There's a product called Crossover Symmetry. It's a series of different weight bands. I'll show it to you out here. I have it attached to one of the bars, one of the cages. And these bands, they come in 15 pounds, 25 pounds, 40 pounds, a bunch of different weights. You take these things, and I do a whole series of exercises with my shoulders. It's great. It keeps everything strong, and you're not pushing it to the same weights.
Yeah, I'd like to look at that. I'm not going to do it, but once I get to a certain level of strength.
But the thing is, you can do it. It's not going to hurt you, because you're just doing it like this.
You got a lawsuit coming your way, buddy. Look, this is. Oh, I just thought of something. I just forgot something that I learned about myself with that shit. That'll come to me. As far as like
with rehabilitation.
Yeah, but it also came into my personality, just something that I kind of. Oh, this is what I learned about myself, and why I didn't miss stand up, because it was freaking me out. Is because what I experienced as a kid, straight across the board, made me go to this mental place of like, I don't care. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't need it. I don't give a shit. And that's what caused everything to get walled off. And that actually feeds into rehabbing injuries, because it was a big moment for me where I got this fucking console thing that I'm trying to put in my podcast studio, and they're supposed to deliver it and bring it in there, right? So the day they were going to deliver it, my wife went into labor. So I went to the hospital, and then they showed up, and I didn't want them going out in my garage. I got all my memorabilia and shit. I just didn't want people in there unless I was there. So I said, I just had them drop it off. I thought it was going to be a box, and it was already assembled. It was fucking big, right? And it was also the weight load of it. I was like, fuck it. If I keep my arms in like this, it's mostly biceps, and I was going to do this. And I was going to do this stupid German-Irish. Fuck it. And what it was going to do was going to set me back. Once again, like I had a big setback in February. I had an acting gig, and they said, hey, it was just a stupid little action thing. There's a wall, put your hands on it, hop over. Can you do that? I'm like, yeah, my shoulder feels pretty good. And the second I went like that, I felt like lightning go down my shoulder. And I was like, fuck. Right back to the fucking tuna canning and all of that shit. So I actually had a friend come over. We were going to do it. I said, you know what, dude? I owe you a fucking dinner or something. I'm not doing this. And I called up this guy that I knew was a construction company. I go, you got a couple of strong young guys that can just move this thing in there. And I just had them do it. And that's like something that I'm pushing through where it helps me as a comic. And it also helps me deal with highly emotional shit because I can just shut shit off and just do what I have to do. Which works like back in the day when you're going to do Letterman, which was fucking terrifying. It's freezing cold. And you just have to be like, fuck this. It's just fucking people. This is just a different shiny floor that's freaking me out. And there's an icon sitting at that desk. I had the tools to shut that off, which is great for that moment. But it's terrible for the rest of your fucking life. Like there's shit that's like, I just realized there's just shit in me that I needed to, that I have not dealt with. Death of friends. All of that shit is just sitting in here. And I think that's also like when people then go like, oh, hey, can you do this? Oh, what the fuck? Like it's not all just that I'm not going to get what I want. A lot of that is like you get all of this shit that you're sitting on. So you're sitting on all that and you haven't addressed it. So then it the only way for the steam to come out is like for you to snap or whatever. So, which is really not fair to the people around you, to be honest with you. So, I don't know.
Have you gone to therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about meditating? You ever meditate?
Yeah, but I find the guy's voice is fucking annoying.
You don't have to listen
He won't
to a
shut
guy.
up. Every time I'm getting there, he starts fucking talking again. And then he's using this really soothing, caring voice that makes me face all of that shit that I didn't get growing up, which makes me angry at this person that's trying to help me. Wow. Yeah. Quarantining is not a bad thing. If you
For what it's worth, you're always fun to hang around with. I always enjoy your company. I don't have any issues with any of your crazy
because I have a crushing need to be liked. So I tone down my cuntiness when I'm around you. Listen, my wife knows me. Hang out with her one time. She'll tell you some fucking stories.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, the you that I get, I like. That helps you.
Yeah. You know the deal. You don't know anybody till you live with them. No. I will not accept your compliments. It's not part of my personality.
Who's the guy that's running the meditation app that's annoying you? Do you know whose app is it?
I don't want to put the guy to blast, but yeah.
Okay. Let me know
And
later.
he's great.
He's great.
He's great. He's trying to help people.
I understand.
Yeah.
You should do it without an app.
Dude, I have a story. I can't say what I said nowadays. I can't say what I said, but I remember one time I was playing pickup hockey. I suck, right? But I'm having a good time out there. I'm just, out there trying to get a sweat going, right? And, I'm having my head down, and we're playing no contact. And because it was really my fault. I had my head down, and this guy fucking knocked me down on the other team. He goes, "Are you all right?" Yeah, what I said to that guy, I still fucking regret. I was so mad at him that he was caring in that moment.
Wow.
And that's one of those things. It was like, what is wrong with me?
Wow. So you're really trying to come to grips with all this shit right now.
Yeah, because I don't want to pass this shit on to
On
my
your
kids.
kids.
That's
So,
what happens. And
As
it's
they're
just
growing
like,
up, you
yeah,
realize,
when people are like, if people say my kids are not like me, like I'm like, good. That's weird, but I do think that a lot. If they're like, oh yeah, he's, you know, she's like, you know, happy go lucky, like great. Like I forget what somebody said one time about my daughter, because she's this angel, right? And they made some sort of, you know, comic, made the comment, you know, thinking it was gonna hurt me, and I was like, yeah, dude, that's fucking music to my ears. I don't want to, I don't want her to be like me. Don't.
Do you think they were trying to hurt you when they said it?
No, it was one of those comic things where they don't have kids, so and it was a guy, and they don't know what to say, so then they gotta like make a fucking joke. Like I had a buddy of mine, a comedian, on my birthday. He goes, "Hey, happy destroying your mother's uterus day." And I just remember laughing, going like, "Oh, this guy has to do a little more work than I have to."
Or you
I can say, I know, but I mean, I know what it is. It was a Boston comic, and he couldn't just say happy birthday because that would be gay.
Right.
So he has to go to so overcorrect that, has to go to that level. It's so fucking stupid. It's probably why guys die before women. You hang on to shit, and there's all that stuff, you know. You can't say you enjoy sunset, Joe. You can't do that.
Why can't you?
Shut up.
But
You know why. I know you do. I know, but the thing about you is you can also beat the shit out of most people in a fucking room. So you got that. So people can be like, oh, wow. You know, they actually want to hear that from you. When they see you spin and heel kick, they want to know that you enjoy a sunset. Because, like, I don't want, if this guy's as angry as I am and can do all of that shit, what are my odds of getting out of here? So you want to see that out of a guy like you.
A guy like you don't want to see it. Don't want to see you enjoying the sunset.
Joe, I don't fucking know I don't know what it is. I am too in here to understand me.
This is interesting.
I have a very weird thing. I have an alley of my personality that works that I somehow turned into a living.
Yeah.
But the rest of it looks like Fred Sanford's yard. Old radiators and bed frames and shit. It's a fucking mess.
It's interesting because I've never seen you this introspective, where you're really trying to work it out. You're really thinking about it more than I've ever seen you think about it before. You've always joked around about it, you know. In all the years I've known you, it's always been a part of the things you talk about. But it seems much more at the forefront of your consciousness right now. Like it's something you really need to work on. You really realize, like, I gotta fix this.
Yeah, I think it started last year doing the movie. Oh, he brings back the movie. There was a bunch of shit that I had to play that I never had to play before. You want me to be a loud fucking asshole? I can do that. But then all of a sudden, like, I had a lot of anxiety about a lot of the stuff. Like my character had 2 kids, and like the first time I meet the kids, it's classic acting, where it's just like you just show up. I remember I took this acting class. This guy, Brendan Hughes, he was great. He was saying, like, he was talking about what it's like to go on a movie set. It's just like how you have to have access to all these emotions because you're showing up. And it's just like, okay, you're this guy, and this is your dad, and your mother just died, and action. And it's just like, what? Because that's the way it goes. It just goes real quick. So, yeah. So I have to play like this. So I got 2 kids here. So the first day I met them, we had to do the family photo. They wanted to have one of those things in the background for a scene. So you have to, and I'm sitting there going like, fuck, you know, I gotta act like I love these kids the way I love my kids. Like, and that was really confronting for me as far as how I'm wired. Well, fuck you, I don't need anybody. So I had like a fucking panic attack before, like, really? Even that thing, like just being like, just that comic thing where you're just like, dude, I stand on stage, I do shit jokes for a fucking hour, you give the check, and then I fucking leave. I smoke a cigar, just fucking leave me alone, right? And this thing here, it's like, no, you're now on a schedule. Somebody tells you where you have to be. So, like, you know, I was like a cat on a leash all of a sudden, like, I have to be all these places. So I was freaking out about that. And then I had to do the picture with the kids. So what I did was I got myself into a really silly mood. And I was joking with all the other actors. I was making fun of myself. I was joking with anybody that had anything to do with the movie. I got this really silly, stupid movie, and I just, to get myself in that headspace. And then I met them. I started joking around about what I looked like, and this is what your dad looked like. And then they started laughing. So when they took the picture, we were actually laughing about a joke I was making about myself. And then I looked at the pictures, and they looked real. They looked like I love these kids. So I got over that hurdle. So like throughout the shoot, you know, obviously the shit yelling at Pete, it's like I can fucking do that all day. But all that other stuff, and it's like, okay, and you know, Jeb would be like, okay, and then you meet Margie, and you're smitten, and it's like smitten. I've never had. I've been smitten in life, but I've never, you know, as a comedian, I don't think you ever really go on stage. And if you were to do something where you were smitten, you're making fun of that emotion and the stupid things that you do. It's like, no, we need you to play this real, like you really have just. And I'm like, oh, so I'm like into her. He goes, no, you're love struck, like a lightning bolt. And I'm just like, and it's like, oh, jeez, like I don't know how to fucking do this. And you know, fucking, oh my God, I'm in my head. This person's won an Oscar. I think I suck. You know, just going through all of that shit. So it took me probably 2 weeks on the film. I was 2 weeks in. They had shot enough of my shit where I was like, all right, they're not gonna fire me. I can kind of relax a little bit. And then after that, I had a great time. I had a fucking great time. Best time I've had on any acting gigs, and I've had a lot of fun throughout the years. So I think that's what sort of started it. And I was kind of like, you know, trying to communicate it to my wife. And she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She's like, you're doing a movie. This is fucking great. She has access, you know, opposites attract. So she has access to all of that shit. She's actually, a fucking way better actor than I am and stuff. So she helps me out a lot. So after those 2 weeks, I was able to chill, and then I had a great time, and I got over a bunch of hurdles, and I was kind of like, oh, this is like growing as a comic, where it's like, okay, I know how to do this as a comic. What if I try to act something out? Oh, that's not my safe space. Now I start feeling like an open micer again. They're not going to like me. I'm not going to stop getting spots at the store. Go home, live home with my parents. I start doing that shit. Yeah. The whole show going on up here, Joe.
Did you watch it after it was done?
Yeah, I watched the initial cut of it, and then I saw the final version of it and everything.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's one of those things. You just you know everything that was there and wasn't there, and like especially with jokes, like there was some. You know, there's always going to be stuff that oh God, why did they cut there? I wish they put this in. But like, as far as like the movie itself, I loved it, how it worked and the way they put it together. And there's the opening scene that's in the movie initially was in the middle of the movie. And somebody, Judd, I don't know who came up with the brilliant idea to put that scene first. And it totally changed the tone of the movie. And that's when it like took off. Because I saw a real raw cut and it was like, this is a bunch of funny shit. And like everybody I've ever talked to who edits a movie, like when they watch their first cut of the movie, they're like, "Oh my God, I'm never gonna work in this business again. I just wasted my fucking." You know, I was actually talking to one of the actors who had directed one of my favorite movies, Trees Lounge. Steve Buscemi made that movie, and he told this fucking hilarious story about, when the first cut that he watched of it, like he just like went home like a zombie. You know, like going, oh my God, like how am I going to make it? And it's such a great movie by the time he was done editing it, but his first like look at it. So that helped me out. A guy as good as him having that type of thought. And I was just like, oh geez, I think that shit all the time. You know, this guy's an icon. If he thinks that, then this is normal. So like, all right, I guess I'm kind of normal to think this shit. So yeah. So I think that started it. And then I just kind of would have just been happy to get through the movie. And then that would have been it. And then I had to be quarantined. But we all got quarantined. Self-involved me. Everybody's quarantined. And then that just became me sitting around. And I was like, I'm not watching TV because this is just going to fucking make me feel like claustrophobic watching all this news and shit, trying to be informed. So I kind of went away from that. And then I was just in the house with me, just sitting there. And everybody was asleep. It was fucking just thinking. But not in a bad way. I don't think. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's a bad way. It seems like you've isolated some of the things that you have a problem with that you need to work out. I mean, that's one great leap on the way to figuring it out, is knowing what you're trying to work on. Some people go their whole life not understanding what the fuck is wrong with
I'm
them.
jealous of those people. I grew up with a lot of those people.
Those people watch TV all the time.
No, they are who they are, and they just fucking do that. There is some. I have actually. It's so fucked up. There's people, like, when I look at people that just do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know, like, who doesn't want to just fucking eat a large cheese pizza and then finish it off with a pint of ice cream? Like, those people that do that, I know they pay for it, but there is something to be. I'm reading this book right now on Bobby Lane, who's a quarterback for the Detroit Lions, and there's all these legends. Like, his story is so legendary, you don't even know where the legend is and where the truth is. But like, this guy Art Donovan used to tell a story about, you know, he was on the other team and he sacked him, and you know, he's getting up and Bobby breathed on him. He goes, "Jesus Christ, man, where the fuck did you go last night?" And Bobby allegedly said, "Last night," he goes, "I had a couple of pops at halftime." You know, these guys were fucking lunatics. And he lived this life where he had this wide array of friends, really progressive, where he like, you know, through playing sports, he had African-American friends. And if they were to go in some place and they said, "Your friend can't come in," he goes, "No, we're not fucking going in." I mean, this guy was doing this in the 50s and 60s, right? And he was always like that. But he died at like 58 or 59. And it was hard for all of his friends to see him, you know, not being like the legend. But there's a great part in the book where he's talking about his life and like knowing that, you know, he probably should have gone easier, but like this big smile came on his face that he kind of did it the way he wanted to. Because believe me, dude, I would love to go home and kill a bottle of bourbon right now. I would love to smoke another fucking 5 of these fucking things, but got too many people dependent on me. But there is something to be said about living. You know, those people, they just like, I like booze. I like getting drunk, and just if I want to do it every night, I'm fucking gonna do it. I live at home. I want to get a pizza. I'm gonna have a fucking pizza. You do pay for it, but there is. I made me think of like, well, what's
from Motorhead?
Well, what's that life like?
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, well, you know, I got to make sure I eat my Brussels sprouts and I play, and you kind of inch your way to death, as opposed to just being like, fuck it, pizza tastes good. I want a pizza. Fuck it, I'm having one. Let's try every bourbon. I love that in the Lemmy talk, when he just had all those bottles of bourbon. The greatest thing in the Lemmy thing was when those guys were saying, Lemmy goes, "Hey, you want some Jack Daniels?" They go, "Yeah." And he takes a bottle down and then hands both of them their own bottle. Drinking out of this like he's having a Coke. Gene Del Rey said something fucking hilarious about when he watched the Lemmy doc. He goes, "Dude, if I saw that thing when I was in my 20s and I knew Lemmy was going to live to be 70, he goes, I never would have stopped."
His last days were rough, though. I remember.
I think everybody's last days are rough, unless you drop dead.
But his last days on performing. I mean, he basically performed until the wheels fell off. There's a video of him, like one of the last shows that he did, where he had to walk off stage in the middle of his performance.
He was such a fucking badass. Even like just the way he had the microphone, the way he would sing, he just came in, the fucking face was all low.
Yeah.
Can't teach that, man. That guy was fucking in his DNA.
Well, he lived it, that's for sure, and he is a legend. And there's something to be said for that. It's all what you put your energy to.
Yeah, it's kind of how you, like, you know what it is? It's the balls to live that life.
Yeah, indulgent and wild.
Yeah, where like there's all this heroicism to sobriety, but which there is.
Yeah.
Being sober and taking life in the face every day is fucking hard. And I think to see somebody that had the balls, even with all this surgery gen shit, as I'm sitting here smoking a fucking cigar, looking at a toothpick if you have one.
No? The stick right there.
I fucking stick it in here. This is why I had to stop cigars, because I'll smoke it right down my fucking teeth. Jesus Christ. Oh, is that the way you're supposed to hand somebody a knife?
Well, I was gonna.
Oh, you were gonna do it?
Yeah.
I don't need you, Joe. I don't need anybody.
You need a roach clip. You want another cigar so you don't have to do that? We have
No,
plenty.
this is the best part.
That's the best part of the cigar?
Yeah, it's the most flaky. The smoke goes right through it.
Yeah? I feel like we're in therapy.
Listen.
I feel like I'm a therapist.
Listen, don't switch to kid glove tone with me, all right? I'm just fucking around.
I'm sorry.
See that?
Just trying to assess the situation.
How are you? Is that what your training has taught you? You talked all these whack jobs on your fucking podcast.
The Lemmy thing is, that's one of the things that people love about him, right? Because everybody knows you're supposed to eat well. Everybody knows you're not supposed to get fucked up every night. Everybody knows you're supposed to be responsible, mature, and smart. But what he did was just wild. It didn't work. No,
it's going to be slipping.
Look at him there. He was just wild to the end. And
and I think you need people like that.
You do.
Because you can get a lot out of the way that they live, where every once in a while you be like, you know what, fuck this. Let's be Lemmy today.
Yeah, you get great art out of those people too. Those wild people, the Bukowskis and the Sam Kinnisons, the Lemmys, and the people that just fucking go hard. There's something to that.
Yeah.
There's something to that too.
Yeah.
And there's also something to people that are stoic. What's interesting to me is the range of people. I get things out of people that just drink water and meditate, and I'm fascinated by them. I'm fascinated by people like I was watching some. Do you know Russell Simmons? He lives in where does he live in Bali or Indonesia or something like that. He was doing an Instagram live, and he's doing it cross-legged with some crazy yoga shawl over his knees and shit, and it looked like an ashram. And he's basically talking like a yogi in an ashram. This guy was the head of Def Jam.
Yep.
And he got really, really into yoga. And now he lives in some country somewhere. Fucking does yoga. He's doing Instagram live talking to people. Like a guru.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go that hard.
I'm not either.
I'll do a yoga. I mean, I kind of do my own version of yoga, just shit that I've learned.
Do you do a little yoga?
I stretch all the time.
Yeah.
I have to, because you just get to a certain age. If you don't,
Yeah, I love stretching.
Yeah, you kind of got to do all of that shit. So, anyway, enough of that.
You ever take a yoga class?
Yeah.
Like hot yoga? You ever do that?
I just felt like I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And I remember too, also my back was fucked up. That's why I went to the class, and the position she started out with, the twisting was happening too quickly. So I kind of just went down to the mat, and I was doing all the thing, and the teacher got all freaked out by it.
Really?
She's like, "Come on, try to stay with the class. You can't be busting out all these different asanas." And I just started fucking laughing, where I was just thinking this is all supposed to be about listening to your body, and you're like the oil man in here trying to control. This is your own little fucking economy. And just the fact that you're walking around like you got it all figured out. You got 99% of people here all doing what the fuck you say. And one guy goes down to his mat because his back is fucked up, and you process it like I'm fucking with your authority in a yoga class. So with my broad brush, I said, fuck hot yoga.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, yoga teachers like everything else. Some of them you're going to enjoy. Some of them are going to be really good at it. And some of them are going to annoy the fuck out of you. What annoys the fuck out of me is when they start giving you motivational advice and telling you how to live your life. You've got to learn to let go of things. Like for me, and then tell some personal story. And so what I got out of that, Jesus Christ, can we fucking move on here? I didn't come here to hear your first grade.
I used to go to this one
psychology.
It was a great class. But the dude, it was fucking awesome. After a while, I was just psychologically breaking this guy down. And something happened to him at a Gold's Gym. I don't know what happened to him he just was forever making fun of muscle heads. And I was thinking, because
had the hybrid thing going on. Like back before I fucked up my shoulder, I loved lifting weights. I loved going to the gym and all that shit. And I liked the energy in a gym. I liked it. And the old school ones, right? When the guys used to walk around with the towels tucked into their fucking, that shit. And he was forever shitting on it. And then another thing that he would do was he would also somehow steer it toward like a subtle comment about lovemaking in the way to, and he was putting out like his vibe that he was good in bed at the same time.
That's a yoga guy move. Oh.
And he had the little ponytail and shit. It was fucking, it was like a Will Ferrell character. It was fucking funny. It was like a real life, like Will Ferrell, like just really, just like I know everything kind of vibe. He wasn't as bad as that, but it was just the whole.
I get it. Yeah.
It was funny though, and I used to sit there. This was like this dude in New York. I remember it was fucking hilarious, and what was hilarious was I was bad at yoga. You're not supposed to even say that. If you're doing it, man, you just wherever your body's at is where you're supposed to be, right? And I just remember when he would walk around the class and he would adjust people. He'd always skip me and then adjust some hot chick who was way more flexible than me. And it's just like, really? I'm doing it right as I'm sitting over here. For some reason, I never needed an adjustment.
Of course.
And this was like the 90s, so you could get away with this shit. There was a lot of adjusting like this, almost cupping a titty and fucking shit on the hips and stuff. Yeah. Hey, God bless him. It's like a Pied Piper. You got all these hot chicks in there and you get them all stretched out before he banged them, and it worked. So I couldn't hate on him for that, but it was, I to get through the class, because I have such fucking ADD, I was just, there was like a comedy show going on within it, like house, and then like a couple buddies, like, you gotta go. We'll do like a bet when he's gonna shit, how many times he's gonna shit on the gym.
What does he say?
What would he say? He would talk about the muscle heads coming in there, and they had no flexibility, and and how everything was all like overdeveloped. But we'd always be doing some fucked up pose or something, and he goes, "This works on your psoas." Like, what machine in the gym? Is there a psoas machine? Like, I can't remember. It's like fucking. It was a long time ago, and at first it pissed me off. It's just like, well, I like fucking doing curls. What's wrong with that? And then it just became funny to me.
There's a specific type of guy that's like that. I went to a yoga guy once who used to sing classes. He wound up banging this lady that was there.
Oh, there was a lot back in the day. You can't do it now. Yeah, there was a lot of banging back then.
This was like, I guess this was late 90s, early 2000s maybe. And he would sing in class. It was so cheap. It was so disingenuous. Boy, like he would do these like yoga songs. I'm like, you are so gross.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
No, yoga guys are famous for that.
There was some really good ones that I found.
Fuck yeah.
I found out, some.
Yeah, there's some really good ones. This guy I go to. I mean, you hear him talk, you think he's going to be annoying. He's got pierced nipples, the whole deal. But he's really sincere. He's really into it. He's so gay. He's so gay. It's like oozing when he talks. But, he's just so gay.
You know what that means?
The way it's so gay. Like the way he talks, we're here. We're here. You're supposed to be here. Let it go. But that's who he is. Like, he's comfortable.
That's the thing.
Love his class.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
As if it's genuine.
Yeah.
Then it becomes this great thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's who he is. He's it's like whoever the fuck you are, if that's who you are, like I like it. I don't want you to try to sell me on who you are. Like the guy with the love making.
It goes the last 2 hours of this podcast.
The selling you on who they are is where it gets really gross. Pretending to be something they're not. I like flaws. It's good. We all have them. So my favorite people are all flawed. I don't mind. And it's not even that guy was flawed. He was just he was just like normally you would think if a guy was talking like that teaching a yoga class, like this is not gonna be fun. But it was great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are really good at it, man. It's just finding them, you know. So I like the place that I go to. I just look at the schedule. I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I'll take her class. I like him. He's fun.
Yeah.
And there's this one dude. He has weird tattoos, like real strange. Like,
It always has to be clean too, because there's so much sweating going on. I hate when you go like those hot yoga classes. There's just no way to get the floors were sweating. Like there's just no way to.
You just gotta accept it. It's so good for your body. It's so good for your stretching too, because you can get into positions when you're doing hot yoga that you're not going to get into, and it's like really stretching that tissue out, extending your range of motion. I love it. I'm a fucking evangelist for it. I tell so many people to do it. A lot of people have listened, but more people just get annoyed.
Well, I love that when you guys do the Sober October.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I watch Segura and fucking Kreischer dry out, and then like 3 weeks in, they start looking like movie stars and shit. That's always.
Well, when we did the fitness one, we did one Sober October fitness challenge. We all wore these straps, and we had to like compete to see who can get the most fitness points and stuff like that. Ari got a fucking six-pack. Like Ari got shredded. Like he doesn't even work out. Before that, he was never working out. And over the course of the month, by the end of the month, he had a legit six-pack. He looked great.
He's always pretty wiry though.
Yeah, he got thin. Yeah, he got fat at one point in time because he was eating nothing but candy. He was literally eating candy all day long. He was always like a bag of gummy bears with him and shit like that. But then
I gotta play. I don't know if I still have the message. When we're done with this, I gotta play the message. Him congratulating me having a kid. It's so arty. It's so fucking funny.
But yeah, he dried out with that, and then he never gained it back, but he never had that six pack again. He was shredded because he was super competitive. He was really trying to win. It was really interesting. It was interesting to watch.
I liked how Bert would do it too, where Bert would have like he would always have like a crazy buildup that was totally against. Well, he told me this story about him running the fucking LA marathon and like drinking the night before. It's just like, dude, you could have fucking died. And
no, he never really trained for it.
But he's mentally strong. He just got himself in this mindset of put one foot in front of the other, and I am not stopping until I get to the finish line.
26 miles.
Fuck.
Fucking hell of a haul for a fat guy. He did it.
Yeah. You won't catch me doing it.
No marathon running?
No.
Did you ever run at all?
No, I was not. I used to ride a bike. I did that for a while where I got so into it. And one time I actually was drinking in the afternoon and I still had to go on a bike ride. I got on a bike shit faced. It was sweating. This is the 80s too. No helmet, no nothing, and just fucking rode like 12 miles. And I never had heard the expression. I never felt hitting a wall. And like whenever the electrolytes were, there was just nothing left. And I was like 6 miles. This is East Coast, so there's all kinds of hills and shit from my house. And I was like, I don't think, what am I going to do? There was no cell phones. Like, what am I going to do? So I just kept riding. And then it was like this 5 minute, like, I'm going to die. I'm not going to get through this. And then I just got to the other side where I think my body was just like, all right, there must be something, like death must be chasing us. So we need to go into something else here. And I pushed through into that.
That's what they say happens when you do those ultra marathons. Those people, they get to a point where they think there's no way they can keep going. They're doing 100 miles and they're 38 miles in and they're ready to quit. But they just manage to just keep left, right, left, right, left, right. And eventually you get into a zone and you cross the finish line. 20 hours later.
Hey, God bless them. Now that I would just say, well, that you have all the people handing you cups of shit and you can just tap out.
Eat. There's a lot of things you have to do in those 24-hour races. You have to eat. You can run dry. It's not a regular marathon.
No, I'm not.
Triathlon. Delbert, it's been a great therapy session.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
Season 4 coming out tomorrow.
How do you have time to do that? How do you have time to do this for family, as well as stand up, as well as all the shit you do? Drums.
Delegation.
Yeah.
You surround yourself with super talented people. You do your job, they do their job, and you're able to do that. Able to do it. But I needed this break though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I needed it too. I didn't think I needed it. I thought it was fine.
But now I am like fucking chomping at the bit to get back on stage. I can't wait. And I miss hearing people laughing and hanging with comics and hearing the crazy shit they say.
Next time I see you, I hope it's at the store.
Yes. Or the Troubadour.
The Troubadour.
That's
Either
right.
one. Either
Okay,
or.
cool.
I'm in.
All
Bill
right.
Burr, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Bye, brother.
All right. All right. Is that good?
Here we are again.
Hey, Joe.
Hello, Jordan.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. You have the schedule that you have and the amount of energy and enthusiasm you maintain with the schedule is very remarkable because you're not stopping. You're not slowing down. I mean, you've had your foot on the gas for like 2 solid years now. I guess that's how it is. Is that how you feel about it?
Well, when you have an opportunity that's completely preposterous, you're a fool to take it for granted.
Yeah, I guess that's
so.
Right.
And so Tammy and I have been to a city since January. So everywhere, and part of what keeps us going. Well, first of all, I have a really good crew. Like the CAA guys, they're really good. Live Nation's been really good. They make sure the theaters are smooth, and we've had no problems at all. And then I have lots of people who are helping me with my scheduling, and Tammy travels with me. And then the lectures themselves, well, I really like doing them, partly because I do a different lecture every night. And so that keeps me sharp, and it makes sure that I'm thinking about new things all the time and trying to formulate my thoughts more precisely. And they're also unbelievably positive. So that's also something that makes it a lot easier to do, because I go to a city and there's 1,500 to 2,000 people waiting for me there, which is like staggering in and of itself wherever I go, and they're all there listening intently, and it's a sophisticated discussion, or at least as sophisticated as I can make it. And I'm communicating directly with the audience, and all the people are there to try to get their lives together. And so the feeling in the hall is really, really positive. And then I usually talk to about 150 people afterwards, and all of them, many of them, they just say hi and they're polite, and we have a photograph and all that. But lots of them have stories about how they've been putting their lives together, and they're thrilled to death about it. That they're out of the hole they were in, or they've started a new business, or they've sold a new business, or they just decided to get married, or they're going to have some kids, or they fixed up their relationship with their parents, or they quit drinking, and they're not addicted. I talked to one guy in Europe. He'd stopped. He was addicted. I don't remember what to, but it was something that wasn't good. He'd stopped for 9 months, got 9 of his friends to quit too. So he comes up, he's just like bouncing, he's so damn happy that his life is better. And not only that he had this additional positive effect on other people. So, and it's so fun because I have these conversations with people. They're brief, but they're very personal and they're very intense, because you think people have to trust you to tell you that their lives weren't going so well. And then they have to trust you even more to tell you that they're going better now, because of course, what you want when you tell someone that things are going better is you want real encouragement and real sense from the person you're talking to that they're happy for you. And I'm absolutely thrilled to hear these things. Like I was in Whole Foods this morning. I went down near where I'm staying, and 2 of the guys that work behind the meat counter came out to talk to me, and independently, and they'd both been reading my books and watching my lectures. And one of them said he had a 7-year-old son. He really wanted to do right by him. He was looking for ethical and moral guidance, and he found the books really helpful, and then it was helping him put his life together. And so our guy at the car rental place last night told me the same thing. And so it's so exciting. It's so ridiculously exciting to go everywhere around the world and to go into airports or to walk down the street and have people come up and say, I've been watching you on YouTube. They often mention you. I've been listening to what you say. I've been developing a vision for my life. It's really helped me out a lot. Thanks a lot. And Jesus, like to be able to have that happen time after time, day after day, all over the place. That's just absolutely, it makes going to 100 cities like continually energizing because it's so positive. And then there's all this weird crap in the press, about my dangerous followers and all this alt-right nonsense. And it's so ridiculous. I've talked to 250,000 people in 7 months. We haven't had one incident that was negative in that entire time. Not one, nothing. No misbehavior on anyone's part. We had one heckler who was obviously not a fan of mine, given that he was a heckler. That was it. Other than that, the audiences behave perfectly. They all dress up. They come in suits, which is really cool. A lot of the young guys, they dress up. So they have a little suit competition with me, which is quite fun. So that's an additional bonus. And yeah, it's pretty damn good, Joe.
I think it's really fantastic, and I think what's going on is it makes me very optimistic, because I think that one of the things that new media has provided is these new avenues for information to get out there, and these new things like these lecture circuits. When was the last time you saw public lecture circuits that were popular to the tune of thousands and thousands of people? I saw the ones that you and Sam Harris did on YouTube, and Sam's doing them with a lot of other people as well. You're doing them with a lot of people, with Dave Rubin as well. This is a very unique thing.
That's for sure.
And also this desire to understand new paths of behavior and patterns of thinking, and that these are corrective paths and patterns that can lead you to a more fulfilled and happier life.
Yep.
And recognize the pitfalls of certain types of behavior that people just fall into.
Yep.
And I think oftentimes the difference between someone who lives a fulfilled life and someone who lives a life filled with disaster is following incorrect patterns and not knowing what the correct ones are.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good people out there that live shitty lives, and they don't do it because they're just dumb or because they're bad. They do it because they've been influenced by certain patterns. They've fallen into patterns, whether it's because of the people that they surround themselves with, or the neighborhood they grew up, the people that are around them have this way of being, and they kind of fall into that, or it's drugs or it's alcohol or whatever it is. But then they find a new one, and then they can slide right into that new one, and all of a sudden they feel energized when they wake up in the morning instead of hungover. They're getting exercise in, they're eating healthy, they're starting to think about things correctly and do good things, and the momentum of them doing those good things leads them to feel good about themselves and energized. And these are all things that you promote, and I think are genuinely really significant, really important. The thing is, it gets maligned. You get pushed into this weird camp, what we were talking about before the podcast, by a small select group of people. It's a very small but vocal minority that wants to misrepresent you. And then there's the periphery that listen to this small group, and then they sort of parrot those words out without any real thinking about what you said.
Well, one of the things that I have made a mistake about in the past that I just realized in the last couple of weeks was that people often accuse me, and they say, well, most of the people that listen to you are men. And I think, when you're accused like that, your automatic response is, well, you wouldn't be accused if you weren't doing something wrong. So there must be something wrong about that. It's like, why isn't it 50% women? And so I've said things like, well, 80% of the people who watch YouTube videos are men. And so the fact that 80% of the people who watch my videos are men isn't that surprising given that base rate. But then about 3 weeks ago, I started thinking, well, what the hell am I doing? It's like, is there something wrong with talking to men? Is that actually a problem? It's like I didn't set out to do that specifically, but if that's the way it's working out, and there is a majority of men coming to my shows, say, then why is that all of a sudden supposed to be a bad thing? I'm asking men to be more honest, and especially in their speech and their thinking, and to be more responsible for themselves and for their family and for their community, and to grow up and to shoulder their burden and to live a responsible and meaningful life, and putting those two things together conceptually. And it's like, and then there's an accusation about that as if there's something wrong. And I thought, well, why am I even playing into this? It's like, fine, I'm talking to men, I'm encouraging them, and I am absolutely thrilled. Like every time someone comes up to me, and that's happening, maybe 100 times a week or something like that, and tells me one of these stories about how they put their life together. It's like, I'm absolutely thrilled about that. And so I don't see, it's just a sign of how pathological our times have become in some sense, that there would have been any guilt about that to begin with. Because how is that not a good thing, man?
It's weird. I think a lot of that has to do with this concept that men are running everything and that men have this massive advantage. There's a white male advantage and privilege that we all enjoy and share, and that men have this advantage financially. There's disparity in terms of the gender gap in pay, and income, and that if you were really a good person, you would be looking out, you would be trying to balance that out, and that you wouldn't be trying to pump up the winning team.
Right, well, and that's the funny thing. Well, that's it, and that's part of that narrative that, well, if there's winners, there has to be losers, and the reason that there are losers is because there's winners, and that's complete bloody nonsense. Because as far as I'm concerned, and I really believe this, is that every single person who sets out to put themselves together ethically is a net positive to everyone around them. There's no downside to that, and my book has been criticized by people who've read it very poorly, especially chapter 1 when I talk about hierarchies, that I'm somehow supporting the idea that power in a hierarchy is the right way to be, and there's absolutely nothing in what I've written that suggests that at all. I'm suggesting that human hierarchies are very complex, and that the way that you win in a human hierarchy is by being competent and reciprocal. And so I mean, for example, even if you're selfish, let's say, you got to think very carefully about what that would mean if you were selfish in a way, because you have to work to take care of yourself and what you want, say, in this moment. But then there's you tomorrow, and there's you next week, and there's you next month, and next year, and 10 years from now, and when you're old. So because you're self-conscious and because you're aware of the future, you're actually a community unto yourself. And if you're selfish and impulsive, all that means is that you're serving the person you are right now, in that impulsive way, but not the person you're going to be. And so that's not a good grounds for any sort of ethical behavior. And I see that if you serve yourself properly, there's no difference between that and serving your family properly and serving your community properly. Those things all mesh in a kind of a harmonious manner. And one of the things that's really been effective in the lecture tour is a discussion about that idea and its relationship between that and meaning and responsibility. Because one of the things that strikes the audience as silent constantly, because I'm always listening to them to see, when the attention is maximally focused, is whenever I point out to people that the antidote to the meaninglessness of their life and the suffering and the malevolence that they might be displaying because they're resentful and bitter about how things have turned out, the antidote to that is to take on more responsibility for themselves and for other people, and that's aspirational, which is kind of cool. The conservative types, the duty types, and I'm not complaining about them, they're always basically saying, well, this is how you should act, because in some sense that's your duty, right? That's how a good citizen would act, and that's a reasonable argument. But the case that I've been making is more that, well, there is value distinctions between things. Some things are worth doing and some things aren't, and you can kind of discover what that is for yourself, and then you should aim at the things that are most worth doing. And what you'll find if you watch carefully is that the things that you find worth doing are almost always associated with an increase in responsibility. Because if you think about the people you admire, for example, you spontaneously admire people, and that's a manifestation of the instinct to imitate. Again, people are very imitative. You don't admire people who don't take care of themselves. Like, unless there's something wrong with you, you at least want an admirable person to be accountable for themselves. And then if they've got something left over so they can be accountable for their family, well, then that's a net plus. Obviously, that's someone you think is solid. And then maybe they take care of some more people. They have a business, or they're involved in the community in some positive way. You see, well, that's a person whose pattern of being is worth imitating. And that's all associated with responsibility. And it's so interesting because it's as if everybody kind of knows this, but that it hasn't crystallized. It's like, well, you should be responsible because that's what a good citizen is. It's not, no, you should be responsible because you need to have a deep meaning in your life to offset the suffering so you don't get bitter. And the way you do that is to bear a heavy load, to get yourself in check for you now and for you in the future, and then to do the same for your family and your community, and that there's real nobility in that, and there's real meaning. And more, the other thing that I've been suggesting to people, and I also believe this, is that, and I think that the guys that have come to talk to me, especially the ones that have had real rough lives, they really understand this, if you don't get your act together and you let yourself slide, then what kind of moves in to take the place of what you could have been is something that's really not good at all. So it's not only that if you're living like a dissolute life, that you're not aiming at anything positive, and so you don't have any real meaning. You're subsumed by anxiety and all of that, and hopeless. But some kind of hellish moves in there too to occupy that place, and so then you end up making things worse. And when one of the things I learned about studying totalitarians, whether they were on the right or the left, was that part of the reason that the totalitarian horrors of the 20th century manifested themselves was because average people didn't take on the proper responsibility. They shut their eyes when their eyes shouldn't have been open, even though they knew it, and they did and said things they knew they shouldn't have done and said. And that was what supported those horrible systems. So, if you don't get your act together, then you leave a little space for hell. And I really believe that.
Don't you think when things are happening, like something like Nazi Germany, I would imagine that during that time, the people that were not in support of it felt helpless. Whether you're in Germany, you're a part of this country is turning towards this horrible situation where Jewish people are being put on trains, and the people that didn't speak out in that, I don't necessarily know if it's a lack of discipline or just complete fear and paralysis,
it's a fear for sure. I mean,
knowledge of how to deal with it or what to do, and
too,
wanting to protect your family as well, so not wanting to step out of line.
Absolutely. Well, that's the thing. The problem is that if you're going to forestall that sort of thing, you have to do it early. Because the longer you wait, the higher the price you pay for it.
But isn't it? It's hard to take that jump early because you're not exactly sure where it's going.
That's true, and you're also likely to be jumped on.
Yes.
I mean, you can see that happening in our own culture. You make a mistake on Twitter, or even something that isn't a mistake, and you could pay what feels to be a pretty high price.
Right.
Now, whether it is a high price or not is hard to tell because Twitter is so weirdly fictional. It's so hard to get a grasp on exactly what's going on.
Well, it's also your comprehension of what is your emotional reaction to people that you don't know being mean to you. Like this is like, what is that price?
Well,
and some people want to dismiss that as being not just nothing. It's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal. It causes people to commit suicide. I mean, it has, absolutely. Bullying online has caused many people to commit suicide.
Well, the thing is, the weird thing about that online communication is that, like, I find that I tend to react to a negative Twitter comment as if it's someone sitting across from me talking to me that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not, and I don't even know if the person is real, or because the accounts are often anonymous, right? So that person isn't really real. But your emotional response is still, well, someone's gone out of their way to be harshly critical to you.
Right.
And that doesn't happen that often in your day-to-day life. And so, if you're a reasonable person, you're very sensitive to criticism,
right?
Because it's rare and because you might be wrong, especially if there's a lot of people criticizing you, because you kind of have to be psychopathic in order just to brush that off. It's like, well, 100 people think I'm wrong. There's nothing to that. It's like, well, if it's 100 people out of 100 million, but you can't tell on Twitter,
right.
Then it's irrelevant. But if it's a mob of 100 people that show up outside your house, which is quite kind of what Twitter feels like, then you think, well, God, I must have done something wrong because otherwise, why would all these people be here?
Right.
And I think that's why so many people are driven to apologize. When they do something on Twitter or do something and then the Twitter mobs go after them, they think, oh God, I must have done something wrong. I should do some soul searching. And so some of that's not even fear. It's more like it's in a sense, it's a morality that's misplaced because of our inability to calibrate the social messaging. I mean, I've almost completely stopped reading Twitter comments in the last month, and I'm definitely better for it.
Yeah, it makes you really happier, right?
Oh yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
Crazy.
It's too crazy.
Well, what is your number up to now? The number of followers?
About 1 million on Twitter.
That's when it's about time to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm still following people and reading what people are posting, but no, the comments, I'm just
not worth it.
No, it's not. And I think it does have something to do with the technology itself. Like I do believe that small limit facilitates angry, impulsive responding.
perhaps
So-
because you're trying to get people to respond to you. But the alternative is Facebook, where you have these long posts that are just rambling first drafts that people put out, like when they get good, when they start ranting about politics or what have you. I just can't get involved. They're just too big. And then people jump in and comment on them, and often their comments are massive as well. It's just too verbose. Whereas the good thing about Twitter is it makes you boil down what you're trying to say to a very succinct thing. Although I do enjoy when someone has a good Twitter thread. Like there was a really good Twitter thread. What was that gentleman's name? Respectable Lawyer? Respectable Law. He wrote a long history of the Sentinelese people that there's that uncontacted tribe in the Indian Sea where they this gentleman went there to try to convert them to Christianity and shot him full of arrows. Yeah, and he wrote this long history of these people and what they've had to endure with being, a few people going to them and doing some awful things and diseases and stuff like that. So I enjoy when someone will do that, like these long, like every now and then someone will use it in a novel way. I really like that. But there's, a lot of it is just people just trying to get a reaction, and what's the reaction they can get by pissing you off? That's like the best one.
Well, they also might be the ones that are most like we don't exactly know what motivates people to respond on Twitter, and it might be that the fundamental motivation for a Twitter response is anger.
Yeah.
Rather than the desire to share something, because we don't know anything about how these new communication techniques function psychologically. Right. Like maybe Twitter is skewed 90% towards people who are impulsively angry at that moment. It could easily be. We don't know. Like, if you're driving in your car and someone cuts you off, you curse. Or at least I do. And it's often a situational issue rather than a personality flaw on the part of the other driver, even though it's easy to assume that. But you respond impulsively. I mean, God only knows how much of our social media networks are set up to differentially reward impulsive behavior. And it's also not that easy to hold people accountable in some sense. And maybe there's some utility to that, but with anonymous accounts and all of that, the anonymity is also problematic because it certainly enables people to allow their worst to manifest themselves, especially if they're resentful and angry.
So the only benefit that I can see to anonymity is it gives you the opportunity to explore controversial ideas without pulling back.
True. And I
If
think
it's used correctly.
well, that's it. I think that's true. I think there's some utility. I mean, I don't think that it should be forbidden, but like most things, it has its advantages and its disadvantages.
Yeah, like most things, it's not entirely negative to be anonymous.
Hey, so I figured something out that I thought I'd tell you about. This took me like 30 years to figure out, and I figured it out on this tour. So there's this old idea, that you have to rescue your father from the belly of the whale, right? From some monster that's deep in the abyss. You see that in Pinocchio, for example, but it's a very common idea. And I figured out why that is, I think. So imagine that we already know from a clinical perspective that, if you set out a path towards a goal, which you want to do because you need a goal and you need a path, because that provides you with positive emotion, right? So you set up something as valuable, so that implies a hierarchy. You set up something as valuable. You decide that you're going to do that instead of other things, so that's kind of a sacrifice, because you're sacrificing everything else to pursue that. And then you experience a fair bit of positive emotion and meaning as you watch yourself move towards the goal. And so the implication of that is that the better the goal, the more full and rich your experience is going to be when you pursue it. So that's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons for developing a vision and for fleshing yourself out philosophically, because you want to aim at the highest goal that you can manage. Okay, so you do that, and then what you'll find is that as you move towards the goal, there's certain things that you have to accomplish that frighten you. Maybe you have to learn to be a better speaker, a better writer, a better thinker. Or you have to be better to people around you, or you have to learn some new skills, and you're afraid of that. Whatever, because it's going to stretch you if you pursue a goal, and so that'll put you up against challenges. Okay, so all the clinical data indicates the opposite of safe spaces, as Jonathan Haidt has been pointing out, that what you want to do when you identify something that someone is avoiding that they need to do because they're afraid, you have them voluntarily confront it. And so you break it down. What you try to do if you're a behavior therapist is you break down the thing they're avoiding into smaller and smaller pieces until you find a piece that's small enough so they'll do it. And it doesn't really matter as long as they start it, then they can put the next piece on and the next piece. And what happens is they don't get less afraid exactly, they get braver. It's like there's more of them. And here's why. So imagine you do something new, and that's informative, right? There's information in the action, and then you can incorporate that information and turn it into a skill and turn it into a transformation of your perceptions. So there's more to you because you've tried something new. So that's one thing. The second thing is, and there's good biological evidence for this now, that if you put yourself in a new situation, then new genes code for new proteins and build new neural structures and new nervous system structures. Same thing happens to some degree when you work out, right? Because your muscles are responding to the load, but your nervous system does that too. So you imagine that there's a lot of potential you locked in your genetic code. And then if you put yourself in a new situation, then the stress, that's the situational stress that's produced by that particular situation, unlocks those genes and then builds new parts of you. So that's very cool, because who knows how much there is locked inside of you. Okay, so now here's the idea. So let's assume that scales as you take on heavier and heavier loads. And more of you get more and more informed because you're doing more and more difficult things, but more and more of you gets unlocked. And so then what that would imply is that if you got to the point where you could look at the darkest things, so that would be the abyss, right? That would be the deepest abyss. If you could look at the harshest things, like the most brutal parts of the suffering of the world and the malevolence of people and society, if you could look at that straight and directly, that would turn you on maximally. And so that's the idea of rescuing your father, because imagine that you're like the potential composite of all the ancestral wisdom that's locked inside of you biologically. But that's not going to come out at all unless you stress yourself, unless you challenge yourself. And the bigger the challenge you take on, the more that's going to turn on. And so that as you take on a broader and broader range of challenges and you push yourself harder, then more and more of what you could be turns on. And that's equivalent to transforming yourself into the ancestral father. Because you're like what would you call it? You're the consequence of all these living beings that have come before you. And that's all part of your biological potentiality. And then if you can push yourself, then all of that clicks on, and that turns you into who you could be. That's the re-representation of that positive ancestral father. So that's why you rescue your father from the belly of the beast.
So you think that this ultimate goal of sacrifice and of risking your life in order to save someone who's truly important to you, that this somehow or another maximizes your potential as a human being?
Well, I think you can think about it religiously too. So you think about it this way. So in the Christian story, for example, you have Christ does two things that are messianic. One is takes the suffering of the world onto himself, because that's a weird idea. Okay, so what does that mean? Let's think about it psychologically. Well, maybe it means that, that's your job. The world's full of suffering, and you should accept that as your responsibility, past, present, and future. You're supposed to do something about that, as much as you can about it. And maybe you start with your own localized suffering, put yourself together, but then you expand that outward and you decide that you're not a victim of that, even though, you're part and parcel of it, but you're the potential solution to that. And so you accept that as a responsibility. So that's part of taking on a load. That's part of bearing a cross. You could look at it that way. The cross is sort of a symbol of the place of maximal suffering. Okay, so you accept that as a challenge, not as something that you're victimized by. Maybe you accept that as the price of being. Okay, so that's one responsibility. You're responsible for addressing the suffering in the world. So that could give you some meaning, seems to me. And then the next thing is, there's a story, of course, that Christ met the devil in the desert. And so that's the encounter with malevolence. So that would be the other thing, because the two major problems that people face, obviously, are suffering, tragedy, and malevolence. And so that's the other thing that you're responsible for, is that you're supposed to look at the capacity for human evil as clearly as you possibly can. It's a very terrifying thing. That causes post-traumatic stress disorder in people that aren't accustomed to it. And in the mythology that's associated with the encounter with evil, it's almost always the case that the entity that does the encountering, even if it does it voluntarily, is hurt by it. So the Egyptian god Horus, for example, who's the eye and the falcon, the thing that can see and pay attention, when he encounters his evil uncle Seth, who's the precursor of Satan, he loses an eye, because it's no joke to encounter malevolence. You know, it can really shake you. But the idea would be that if you can face that malevolence and you can face the suffering, then that opens the door to your maximal potential. And then the optimistic part of that is, and this is why it's so useful to peer into the darkness, let's say. The optimistic part of that is that although the suffering is great and malevolence is deep, your capacity to transcend it is stronger. So what you get with the most negative viewpoint is the most positive possible consequence. Because one of the things you'd like to know if you wanted to know something deep about yourself is that you face the worst that there was and prevail. And I believe that's capable. I believe that people are capable of that. I think that despite how tragic life is and how malevolent things are, that fundamentally our spirit, let's say, has the capacity to confront that and to fix it. Like psychologically, so to confront it courageously, to bear up on it if you do it voluntarily, but all to address it. Not only to deal with it psychologically, but to deal with it practically. And then we can make things much better.
There's always the striving towards utopia, right? This is the ultimate goal. That if you ask people, what would you like out of civilization? Well, I'd like everyone to be happy and everyone to get along and there'd be no war, nothing, no suffering, no anything. But in order to really truly learn about yourself and about life, you have to overcome adversity. You have to experience things. And I firmly believe that in order to truly appreciate love, you have to understand and really have felt hate. And to really appreciate camaraderie, you have to feel loneliness. So this is just a part of being a person for whatever reason. Like,
yeah, well, maybe the other thing that I've been thinking along the same lines is that, you know, it isn't. So in the biblical stories, in the Abrahamic stories, for example, Abraham basically hangs around his dad's tent till he's like 80. He's one of these guys that fails to launch, you know, in a big way. And God eventually gets sick and tired of him, like, you know, playing video games in his basement and says, get the hell out there into the world and have life. And so he does. He leaves his father's tent, his community, and his country, which is what he's commanded to do. And then he goes out and has an adventure. But, you know, the first thing he encounters is a famine, and then he encounters a tyranny, and then he encounters a bunch of people in the tyrannical state that want to take his wife. And so you can imagine that Abraham's response to that is like, it was a hell of a lot better sitting in my dad's tent playing video games. But what's cool about that story, what I realized when I was doing the lectures on it last year, was that was a call to adventure. You know, and that the right way of conceptualizing what we're talking about isn't that utopia would be a place where everyone was happy. Because and I think because of what you just laid out is you need that polarity, you know, and people need a load, and we need adversity, and we need difficulty. We need all of that. So maybe what you want is an adventure, the greatest adventure that you could have, and that would involve, you know, something to push against. It would involve real challenge. And so just see, Dostoevsky knew this because when he wrote Notes from Underground, which I would highly recommend to everyone who's listening. It's a great book, and it's a very short book. He criticized socialist utopia back in like 1860, way before it became the sort of widespread idea that it is now. And what Dostoevsky said was that, well, human beings are these very peculiar creatures, and if you gave us a utopia so that we had nothing to do but eat cake and busy ourselves with the continuation of the species, that was his line, that the first thing we do is smash it all to bits just so that something unexpected and troublesome would happen, because we're built for adventure and not for peace and happiness.
Well, we're designed to overcome the natural world. The natural world is filled with that. The natural world is filled with things trying to eat things. This is just everywhere you look, that's all you observe. You observe predators and prey and animals eating vegetables, and that's it. And I think that this concept of overcoming adversity is it's so human. It's so a part of what we are that I want to bring it back to you. Because one of the things that I've been considering is that I've said this many times, and I just had a conversation with my good friend Steve Vanella the other day where he brought it up independently. He said, I think Jordan Peterson is the most misunderstood and misinterpreted guy in the world. He's like, people are always like, not just misinterpreting, but misstating what you believe and misstating what you say. This opposition to you this, I mean, like we were talking about this GQ interview, which I thought was, I thought that woman was far more intelligent than and her approach was far better and far more reasoned and well thought out than some of the other attacks on you before. So they're bringing in the varsity level players, is what I'm saying. It's like, but I think this is important. I think this is part of what forges this message is that you are, and and this is one of the things that Eric Weinstein and I had said about you, is that you're essentially the Hoist Gracie of the intellectual dark web. If you don't know what that means, is the early days of the UFC, no one knew what the best martial art was, and the idea was like there was all these martial arts that are running around independently, and they were all claiming that they had the best technique, and let's see what happens. And Hoist Gracie was the one who represented jiu-jitsu and went out there and beat all these people with superior technique and superior strategy.
South American?
Yes, he's from Brazil.
Brazil, yeah, okay, I know about him, yeah.
And he launched this Brazilian, and his family launched this Brazilian jiu-jitsu empire that has since taken over the world of martial arts. But you are the one who's consistently engaging in these people. You're the one who's involved in these Vale Tudo events where you're debating these people who are coming at you hostile with notes. And I think as uncomfortable as those moments are, like, who was the woman that said, so what you're trying to say is...
Kathy Newman.
Yeah, I think her approach... I think she misunderestimated you. I think she underestimated you. I think she misinterpreted who you are, and she thought that she could come at you with this straw man sort of article and argument, rather, and frame your positions in a very unflattering way. It just didn't work.
No.
It was like the early days of Hoist Gracie. Guys would come at him flailing, and he'd get him in an arm bar, and they'd tap out, and they'd go, fuck. That's kind of what happened with you. But now this woman who you had this conversation with in GQ, she was much more skilled.
Yeah.
She was better verbally. Her arguments made more sense.
Yeah.
She seemed more reasonable, more well-read.
Yeah.
She was able to think on her feet quicker. But still, these are really important conversations.
Well, it was a funny day because I went to the hotel room in Baltimore, and I went out of my way to do it, and she was hostile to me the second I walked into the room.
Really?
Yes, and that really kind of put me off.
How so?
Well, she basically told me that we were going to have a war, and not so many words but there was a coldness to her and a distaste for me that was sort of radiating from her. So she was animus possessed from a Jungian perspective. That's the right way of thinking about it. One of the ways of thinking about that is that she had a chip on her shoulder in relationship to me. So she'd already formulated who I was in her imagination. Right. And it was also maybe a form of projection. So like I was the embodiment of all the things that she found distasteful. And that's who she was. So there was no willingness to consider on her part that I could be different than her preconceptions of me, right? And so she was hostile to me in the way that you would be if you were prejudiced against someone right from the beginning. And so by the time it was uncomfortable in the room, and by the time and there was a photo shoot, and so by the time the conversation started, I was more impatient than I would normally be, because one of the things that I do expect from journalists, and Kathy Newman was like this, by the way, and so some of the other people that have gone after me, at least they had the professionalism to be civil before the interview started, because there's a certain amount of politeness, I would say, that not that I'm owed, but that someone you're interviewing is owed if they come out of their way to go talk to you.
It's just human decency.
Yes.
There's no real conflict, right? Until you have this conflict, it's just hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Two human beings interacting with each other.
Yes, on relatively professional. Yes. Well, even just professional, right? Even just professional grounds. It's like, well, we're both here to do a job, and I've agreed to come, but no, there was palpable enmity in the air right to begin with. And when I actually thought at the end of that interview, I thought, geez, maybe I've done enough interviews, because I found that I was more impatient than I would have liked to have been. Now, luckily, it doesn't seem to have gone overboard, because I've been watching the comments on that GQ interview, and I think it's got about 4.5 million views, some ridiculous number of views. And people have said that I was more impatient and a little harsher than usual, which I think is true. And I thought, God, maybe I'm starting to run out of patience, which isn't good, right?
Right.
I don't want to run out of patience.
Because then it will flavor the message that you're putting out there.
Definitely.
And people will take it in the wrong way, and they'll take it in with that bitterness.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and, one of the things that I think is very important is that you don't become resentful. Like, and when I'm on this tour, for example, like, there's no resentment for me, because you might think, well, this is a lot of work, and I've been running around like mad, and it takes a lot of organization, and it's quite demanding, and all of that, and that's all true, and that none of that is a complaint. And I decided with Tammy right at the beginning that, well, first of all, that this was going to be work, not a vacation, because we're not stupid. We know you can't have everything at the same time. If you have any sense, you're lucky if you get some things that are good at once, So we're very grateful to have that opportunity, and that I was going to continue to do this as long as I was thrilled to be in front of the audience. And then when I meet people afterwards, that I'm not looking at the end of the line to see when the night ends, because I want to be sure that every single person that comes to meet me, I'm, present for. Absolutely. Because I am actually quite taken aback and thrilled, I guess is the right word. Grateful. That's better.
Yes.
That they're there. It's like, God, man, some of these people, like I was in, they're coming from all over the place. People flying from Australia into Europe. They've flown. It's lots of Eastern Europeans came to England. They're making huge treks. There was guys who came from they took them like 12 hours to get through Russia to come to Finland to watch the talk there. And then not just a few people like that. People are really going way the hell out of their way, and then they line up, and it's not inexpensive, because these venues are expensive and all of that. And I'm doing, and it's the same with the damn interviews. It's like I'm doing my best to not take any of this for granted and not get annoyed about it. And that goes for the conflict too. It's like, well, I've tried to have my agent screen out maybe the more egregious interviews, the ones that would just be nothing but combat, because I find them quite stressful, though I wouldn't say I'm hiding from them. But you don't know to begin with how an interview is going to go, and I can just say, well, I'm done having interviews for a while, but I can't help but see that the conflict is a necessary part of this, even though I don't find it pleasant. Like, people think, they accuse me of being a provocateur, of enjoying the conflict. It's actually not true at all. I don't enjoy it at all. It usually takes me about 3 days to recover from a particularly contentious interview, because I find conflict, interpersonal conflict, quite stressful.
Yes.
But I think
everyone does.
Yes.
And to pretend you're either a sociopath or you're a liar.
Yes. Well, there are people who seem to enjoy that kind of intellectual combat, that they and the political types are more like that, but
I think they still afterwards feel it, and if they read the comments and people are against them, it's just the unease, it carries.
Well, you would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how people deal with it, because I'm being fortunate, because although I've had a fair bit of negative press coverage, the comments on YouTube in particular, which is where the bulk of them are, and I would say among the general public, have been overwhelmingly positive. I don't know what the hell it would be like to be in a world where that was reversed, where the majority of people are against you.
I've seen it happen with guests that I've had on the show, where I've met them afterwards, and you see a physical effect on them. You see them beaten down, like, Jesus Christ, those comments are so mean. I'm like, you can't read those. You can't read those. And you see how it's affecting them. Like, they can't sleep. They read it.
Yeah.
It fucks with them. They'll stay up for nights. It's not good. It's you're taking in all of these opinions of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that you don't even know. You don't know if they're coming from a healthy place, and most of those opinions, they would not express it that way if they were talking to you. Even if they could get the same message across, like, I think you were ignorant to these facts. I think you're biased in your perceptions. Even if they had an opinion that was unflattering, the way that they express it to you, they'd be considerate about you and your your feelings as a human being. And if they weren't, you wouldn't take into consideration what they're saying because like this guy's just an asshole.
Yeah, right.
But when you just see it in type, we just see print. It just doesn't. It could be a smart person. It could be a psycho. It could be a fool. It could be anything.
Well, it's also funny too because the negative comments that are part of social media seem to be just as potent as negative comments in real life, but the positive comments don't seem to be as positive as the positive comments in real life.
Yes.
Like, and they don't seem as real. And I guess that's partly because we're wired, to be more sensitive to threat and to negative emotion because we can be hurt.
Well, it's also healthy too to not stroke your ego too much. If you're just like concentrating only on the like there's something distasteful if you go to someone's page and they just retweet all the positive things that people say to them, because then it has this sort of reinforcing side where people know that if I say something really positive to Jordan, he's going to retweet me. Like there are some people that they engage in this sort of commerce. Like you say something positive, they retweet you, and it's a little too strokey,
right?
People get really into that, stroking their own back.
Yeah. Well, I guess the danger of that is that possibility of that ego inflation that you really want to avoid, because that's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea.
Well, you've done a wonderful job of avoiding those waters because this is new. This for a guy who's in his 50s. Who becomes famous out of nowhere and doesn't just become famous, becomes this culturally significant sort of lightning rod. I mean, that's how I view you. And a lot of these talks that you're doing, a lot of these dates like you're having with this woman at GQ or some of your interviews, what you're doing is you're expressing yourself in a brave, very controversial way, and a lot of people are paying attention to this. Then you're backing it up with your research, you're backing it up with real science, you're backing up with a tremendous amount of history of the human race and of religion and of the scientific studies that have been done that show correlations between different types of behaviors in human beings. And all this is rich. It's very rewarding if you could take it all in. But when it goes against what people have, their preconceived notions or their own set of beliefs that they're bringing to your conversations, to your debates, then it creates this hostile battle where what you're saying is very contrary to the way they've been living their life, or
really saw that in Scandinavia. Yeah, well, I was there. I went to Stockholm twice, and Oslo twice, and Helsinki twice, and Copenhagen once in the last month, and I spent there was a lot of interviews and a lot of discussion about the so-called gender paradox. That's a very interesting thing because it's really put their tails in and not in Scandinavia. And that makes sense because the Scandinavians are going to have to deal with this first because they've gone the farthest down the road for making their society gender equal.
But explain that to people.
Yeah,
they don't mind.
I will. Okay, so imagine first of all that there's two kinds of equality that you might pursue. One would be equality of opportunity, and so that would mean that there's wide range of talent across people regardless of their type, whatever that might be, sex, gender, race, ethnicity. There's talent distributed everywhere, and it's a kind of a truism, and I would say a truism of the West in the deepest sense that each of the individuals within those groups should be put in a position where their talents they're encouraged to manifest those talents, partly because that would be good for them spiritually and psychologically, but also because that would be of obvious benefit to the community, right? I mean, talent's rare, which people don't understand. There's lots of different kinds of talent, but in each domain it's rare, and so it's to everyone's benefit to exploit talented people to the maximal possible degree. So even if you're just selfish, you want to push for equality of opportunity because the more talented people there are out there, the more cool stuff you get to have, and hopefully the more diverse and interesting your life is. So you can pursue equality of opportunity policies, and the Scandinavians have done that, especially trying to knock down barriers for women in the workplace. And by all accounts, by all standard theories, the Scandinavian countries and places like the Netherlands, Canada to a slightly lesser degree, have gone farther than any other countries in pursuing those policies. Okay, and part of the consequence of that is that some of the differences between men and women have been minimized. So obviously there's far more women in the workplace than there were 40 years ago. And in many occupations, there's actually dominance by women. There's dominance in the universities, there's dominance in the healthcare fields. And so women have poured into the workplace. And hypothetically, there's problems with that because it's put a lot of stress on family structure. But hypothetically, that's for the best. And because it gives people a broader range of choices and it gives everyone access to more talent. So, and then also if you look around the world, you see that one of the best predictors of the probability of economic development in developing countries is the attitude in those countries towards equal rights for women. And it looks causal. The more positively the country is predisposed to female rights, the more likely they are to develop economically. And maybe that's because that indicates that they're open to new ideas or something like that, or open to transformation. So, okay, so that's one kind of equality. Open up the playing field so that everybody has a chance to compete and cooperate and land where they will. But then the other kind of equality is equality of outcome. So, and that's often described as equity in today's language. And so the ultimate equity utopia would be take every job, every conceivable kind of job, and then stratify that by every conceivable level of authority within every job. And then ensure that every single category of person is represented in precise proportion to their prevalence in the population. So every job should be 50% women and 50% men, and say 13% non-Western ethnic minority, and whatever that happens to be, and then you could break that down. And so, and otherwise there's evidence of systemic prejudice. Okay, now, first thing to say about that is that's impossible. And the reason it's impossible is because there's no limit to the number of ways that you can categorize people into groups. So, you know about sex and ethnicity and race, maybe those are the obvious ones, but now you have gender, and then you have ethnicity, and, and then there's attractiveness and intelligence and temperament and height and age and socioeconomic background. And I mean, let's say there's 20, but there's a lot more than that. There's no possible way that you could ever regulate a society so tightly that every single one of those groups was equally represented in every single one of those occupations at every single level of the hierarchy. That is impossible.
Concentrate on the significant ones, men and women and race.
Well, yeah, but who's to say those are the significant ones? That's the other thing. It isn't even obvious that they are, because I would say that like a more significant one is cognitive ability, because that's a way bigger predictor of long-term life success than sex or race. So I don't even think that we've necessarily identified the canonical groups. We've just decided that gender and race are maybe they're the most obvious.
Right, but isn't there a problem is that people don't, that what they don't do is they don't take in terms of cognitive ability, they don't get on a team. They don't get on, like, there's people that are sexist, but it's very rare that someone is elitist in terms of their cognitive ability.
Well, hard to say, Joe. I mean, I think one of the reasons that...
I shouldn't say elitist, prejudiced is a better word.
I don't know. You could be right, but look, I think one of the reasons that, like, here's something that's kind of peculiar.
That doesn't even make sense now that I'm thinking about it. Of course they are.
There's one thing that's quite peculiar about the United States in that regard. It's like most working class people, let's say, are far more irritated with the intellectual elite than they are with the wealthy elite. And that's because they think they could become wealthy, and they could, but they don't think they could become part of the intellectual elite. And it isn't obvious to me that the intellectual elite, so those would be the liberal left-leaning types that dominate the media and academia, are particularly positive in their attitudes towards the typical working class person. I think they're prejudiced and elitist. I do believe that that's the case. And I think they're also what would you call it, patronizing. And I think that the typical working class person, say, who voted for Trump, is very, very sensitive to that. And so they're much more concerned with the 1% who are the cognitive elite than they are the 1% who are the economic elite, because at least they think that's a game they can play. So, anyways,
it's not also because there's caricatures, right? Of the 1% of the economic elite, you just think of people that are in these lofty positions that are in control of the financial institutions. But the 1% of the intellectual elite, you think of in terms of like some of the more preposterous things you're hearing out of universities now, and safe spaces, and
there's that too.
Yeah.
There's that too.
Things that
there's no. Well, there's no appreciation on the part of the intellectual elite for the pathologies of rationalism.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing stupider than a smart person who went wrong. You know, like you can tangle, and I've seen this in my clients, you know, frequently. Like if I have a particularly smart client who's particularly disordered in their personality, that's often just so difficult. It's almost unimaginable because they're so good at rationalizing, for example.
What is your approach to handling someone like that who's super intelligent but yet completely their life is in disarray?
Well, you know, I usually take a very practical approach. Like, you know, we try to identify, because I start always in my therapy practice. I always start with behavioral principles. It's like, okay, well, let's see if we can identify a few areas, you know, through negotiation that are really causing you grief and misery. You know, like what's wrong with your life as far as you're concerned. And so that often takes a lot of discussion, and then we might try to figure out what's causing that. And that's often very difficult to figure out too, because it might be something physical. You know, you might be sick in some way, because lots of depression is autoimmune related, and anxiety can be a side effect of all sorts of physiological disorders, or eating improperly, or sleeping badly, or not exercising, you know, enough to kind of keep yourself regulated. So you try to figure out what's causing it, and then you try to sketch out some possible solution that we could both test. And then with the more intelligent ones, you know, often they can come up with all sorts of reasons why none of this is going to work, or 1,000 reasons why. Usually 1,000 reasons why none of this is going to work. And then with people like that, sometimes it's useful to turn to their dreams if they dream, because one of the things that's cool about dreams is that even though they're hard to interpret, they never lie. And so sometimes you can take someone who's hyper rational, they'll have a dream and they'll tell you the dream, and then you can work through an interpretation, which is a tricky business. And the dream will tell them something, and there's just no denying it. It's like, well, it's a statement from nature. So what are you going to do? You're going to pretend that that's not the case, you know? So that's often extremely useful. So back to the equality issue. So here's what's happened. So psychologists have, and this is what's putting a tail, not in the tail of the Scandinavians, psychologists have come to a pretty decent agreement about standard personality models, right? So there's extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, openness, and conscientiousness. And they look fairly stable cross-culturally. And that was all done by asking thousands of people hundreds and hundreds of questions and then grouping them statistically. So it was atheoretical, basically. Took computational power and statistics to find out that these are how traits group. So extroverted people are sociable and happy, and neurotic people experience a fair bit of negative emotion. So that's the positive and negative emotion dimensions. Agreeable people are maternal, and disagreeable people are competitive, and there's a fair bit of male-female difference there. Conscientious people are dutiful and industrious and orderly, and the open people are creative. And so those are your basic 5 dimensions. Okay, so that's been established, and everyone more or less agrees on it. Now, maybe there's 7 dimensions, and we've got a questionnaire that breaks the 5 down into 10. That's called Understand Myself. But basically, there's good consensus on the 5. Okay, so now as soon as you have the 5 basic traits, you can ask some questions like, well, do men and women differ? And so what you do is you just give the questionnaire. You can either fill it out yourself or have other people fill it out on your behalf. So, and it could be a teacher, it could be a parent, you know, and that's all being done. And what you find is there are systematic differences between men and women. And the biggest differences are that women experience more negative emotion, and that they're more agreeable than men. So, and that's borne out by the psychiatric evidence, because higher levels of negative emotion are manifested in depression and anxiety, and women are diagnosed with higher levels of depression and anxiety all around the world. And with agreeableness, that's also borne out by the clinical literature in some sense, the medical literature, socio-medical literature, because disagreeable people are more likely to be incarcerated, because it's the best predictor of being incarcerated, even though it's not a very good predictor. And men are incarcerated at about a 10-to-1 rate compared to women, and are more likely to be antisocial and conduct disordered. So the personality differences are mirrored in the socio-medical literature. Okay, so there are differences, but then there's a question. Are those differences a consequence of socialization, or are they biological? And the answer to that is tricky, because how much something is social and how much it is biological actually depends on the social circumstances. So, well, here's an example. If you have a society where no one has enough to eat and people are starving, then there's a huge cultural effect on people's intelligence, let's say, that's mediated by economic factors, even though it's got a biological origin, right? The starvation. So the relationship between biology and culture is actually partly culturally dependent, so it makes it complicated. But in any case, here's how the scientists decided to address this. They thought, well, why don't we rank order countries by how egalitarian their social policies are, which you can do with a fair degree of reliability. You know, you put the countries where women are second-class citizens at the bottom, and you put the Scandinavian countries at the top. You can get good reliability across raters for how you'd rate those countries. And then look at the magnitude of the differences between men and women by the egalitarian social policies. And so then you'll find out, and here's the hypotheses. If the differences between men and women are primarily social, then as cultures become more egalitarian, men and women will become more alike. That's not what happened. The opposite happened. The more egalitarian the society, and it turns out the richer the society, because that's also being discovered now, the more different men and women become. And so the differences are not huge. So with agreeableness, for example, if you took the average man, if you took a typical man and a typical woman out of the population just randomly, and you had to bet that the woman was more aggressive than the man, you'd be wrong 60% of the time. So there's quite a bit of overlap, right? Because you'd be right 40% of the time. But the problem is that a lot of selection takes place at the extremes. Maybe you're only concerned about disagreeable people would become violent, and maybe it's only the 1 in 50 most disagreeable person who's violent, and they're all in. So you can quite a bit of similarity at the average level and big differences at the extremes. And the extremes is where people do things like employment selection. So the biggest difference that's been discovered between men and women, and this is the one that gets biggest in the Scandinavian countries, is interest. Men are more interested in things, and women are more interested in people. And it's a big difference. It's one full standard deviation. And so what that means is that if you were a man, you would have to be more interested in people than 85% of men to be as interested in people as the 50th percentile woman. And you'd have to be more interested in things than 85% of women to be as interested in things as the typical man.
And how do you define things? Objects?
Gadgets.
Okay.
Gadgets.
Oh,
things. Okay. Non-animate things.
Cars.
Yeah. Tools.
Yeah.
You know, technology.
Right.
STEM fields. Because the other thing that's happened is that the more egalitarian the society, the fewer women go into the STEM fields. The fewer.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So now this unravels in a big way. It's like this is a hugely relevant issue politically, because it means that you cannot have equality of opportunity and equality of outcome at the same time. It's not possible, because as you make your society more egalitarian and you open up the opportunity for equality of outcome, you increase how different men and women are, and that changes their occupational choice. So if men are more interested in things, which they are by a substantial margin, then way more of them are going to be engineers.
Wouldn't that possibly support this idea that an enforced model of equality would allow people to be themselves more? I mean, this is almost what you're saying.
Well, that is the optimistic viewpoint. Like, look, it's so funny because the Swedish foreign minister told me to go climb back under the rock that I came out from under when I was in Scandinavia, because I was describing this science.
I read that, but I'm not exactly sure why.
Well, she regards me as misogynist because I think that because I've been putting forward the evidence that there are genuine differences between men and women.
But she should be held accountable for that, because that's just a flippant thing to say. Like you should have, especially in a position of power like she's in, you should have a very specific argument saying, like, for a leader, to have such a base thing to say, such a crude, dumb thing to say. Crawl back under the rock that you came from.
Well, I thought she was
What
making
is
a joke about lobsters, but I don't think she was.
The lobsters go under rocks? I guess they do. They go in cracks.
Yeah, and the bigger lobsters have better rocks.
That was another very interesting thing in the GQ thing, where the woman was challenging you on your neurobiology, your neurochemistry, understanding.
Yes. Well, hardly any psychologists understand that serotonin is associated with hierarchies. It's like a truism. It's been known for 30 years. So
we need to get back to that. But I'm very curious about this, because this idea of enforced equality, right? Ensuring that there is such a high emphasis placed on equality, that have the equal amount of men, the equal amount of women, and the opportunities are absolutely available as much to women as they are to men. This is enforced. This creates an environment where there's less resistance. Now, an environment where there's less resistance, perhaps women don't feel as compelled to say, "I'll show you."
Yeah, that is what seems to happen.
This is
here's an example. So there are fewer women mathematicians in the higher echelons. Okay, but here's something interesting about mathematical ability. First of all, it's very rare, so that's the first thing to keep in mind. Now, it looks like, if you look in junior high, that mathematically gifted men and males and females are approximately as common. Now, there's a little bit of debate about that, because there is some evidence that maybe at the very upper extremes there's a male advantage, just like there's a male disadvantage at the low end, because the male distribution for intelligence might be flatter. And so that's the greater male variability hypothesis. There's been papers putting that forward that have been retracted as a consequence of pressure from politically correct people, even though greater male variability is actually quite common in the animal kingdom for a variety of reasons. Men are more expendable, that males are more expendable in some ways, or you could say that males are more likely to pursue high risk, high return strategies. You could look at it either way, and it's certainly possible. In any case, the males in junior high who happen to be mathematically gifted are less likely to also be verbally gifted, whereas that doesn't seem to be the case for the females. And so if you're a male math nerd, then math is a pretty logical pathway for you, because you don't have as many other options. Whereas if you're female math nerd, you have other options, because you're more likely to also be verbally gifted. And so that's enough to, at least in principle, account for some of the reason why there are fewer women mathematicians than men mathematicians.
They have other options.
They have other options. And there's lots of complex reasons like this. And so we have this reflexive idea, and this is very much the case, because this is like the core idea among the feminist neo-Marxist types, is that if there's differences in outcome, that's proof of prejudice, and that's support for the idea of the patriarchal tyranny. And that's like the core axiom of the radical left, is the patriarchal tyranny. As far as I'm concerned, that's God for them, the patriarchal tyranny. It's like, well, if it turns out that many of these differences in outcome between men and women aren't a consequence of the patriarchal tyranny, in fact, even get bigger when you reduce the tyrannical aspect of the patriarch and even the patriarchal aspect to it, then it makes that theory not only wrong, but opposite of the truth, which is the worst kind of wrong. And so, if men are more likely to pursue careers in the STEM fields, which seems to be the case, under conditions of optimal freedom for men and women, then that's going to drive income disparities, because the STEM fields pay more. And they pay more partly because they're scalable. Like, it's really hard to scale care for people. Like if you work in a daycare, you're going to care for 3 infants. You're not going to care for 50, because you can't. It's not scalable. But if you're like a software designer, it's infinitely scalable. And so there's a much wider range of possibility for generating much larger income pools and much larger pools of wealth. And men are also more likely to work longer hours. And if you work 10% longer hours, you make 40% more money. There's a nonlinear return on. That's a good thing for everybody who's listening to know. If you have a job, you want to be the guy or the woman who's working that extra 10%, because the return on that is nonlinear. So that's a really useful thing to know. Men are more likely to work outside. They're more likely to work in dangerous businesses. They're more likely to run full-time businesses rather than part-time businesses. And they're more likely to move in pursuit of their career goals. And that all contributes to differences in among Uber drivers, they make 7% more money because they drive faster. So anyways,
That's not good though.
well, no, but it's a high risk.
I
It's a
understand what
high
you're
risk, high return
Yes,
issue, right?
It's a pattern male, the common.
It's more risk. There's more risk in it,
Yes.
so there's more return as long as you don't get hurt.
Right.
And I think that's a pretty common male pattern. Is there's more risk, there's more return as long as you don't get
The
hurt.
problem seems to be when discussing these things in any way romanticizing or glorifying male behavior, or putting any emphasis whatsoever on there being a positive aspect to a lot of the things that we think of as being negative, like aggression or ambition or competition.
Well,
The competition amongst men is fine. Competition with men against women is often thought of as cruel.
Well, yes, well, and there's a certain amount of reason for that as well, because obviously physical competition it's easy for that to border on cruel.
This is why we're talking before the show that instead of calling people men and women when referring to because there's this very disturbing, in my opinion, trend of transgender women entering into these competitions now with women who are biologically female and dominating them. And that instead of calling people men and women, let's dispense with that.
You can be a man or a woman. You can be a man or a woman. That's your choice, and you can change it whenever you want. So you're a man or a woman, and that's your choice. But we're going to have a new rule, which is that if you have an XY chromosome, so you're an XY person or an XX person, then if you're an XY person, you don't get to engage in physical combat with an XY person.
Yes.
Men or women.
XX person.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
How would that be?
If you're XY, you can't engage in physical combat with XX.
That's right. XYs cannot hit XXs. How's that? And maybe they can't running contests against them, and maybe they can't play tennis against them. And maybe that's just reasonable.
It is reasonable.
Yes, it is certainly reasonable.
It is reasonable, but if you talk about that, especially someone like you, who you were against this bill that was going to enforce these pronouns, compelling the use of these pronouns, that you're thought a transphobic person because you feel like there maybe should be some rational discussion about the physical limitations of certain body structures, because that's what it is. If you're talking about my field of business, you're talking about combat sports.
Right.
I've been involved in combat sports my whole life, and there is a difference. And it's not to say that females aren't competent. And I mean, I had Miriam Nakamoto on yesterday. She's an 8-time world Muay Thai champion. I mean, she's a monster. But she doesn't fight against men, and she shouldn't fight against men, although she probably could beat a bunch of them.
Right.
It's not. She shouldn't have to, and she's
a tough woman can beat a variety of men.
Oh yes,
but a really tough man can beat all women.
Yes,
right. So that's the problem.
That's the reality.
Yes, and that is definitely the reality.
You know, and people don't like to hear these things, and they want to pretend that you can even out the playing field with hormones. No, you can even it a little. There's certain things, like I've always said, if you gave Brock Lesnar a sex change and put him in a dress, he's going to run through every woman that's ever lived in the history of women. There's not a single woman that's going to be able to deal with that bone structure and that mind that guy has had with testosterone pumping through it for 39 years. It's just
preposterous that we even have to have the discussion. It's so absolutely ridiculous.
It's the one thing that I was attacked on more than anything in my entire life, is saying that I think it's ridiculous to have a trans woman compete against women in mixed martial arts. I was like, you want to have them do it in chess? You want to have them do it in something that's non-physical? Sure. You want them to be a woman? Yes. Okay. You want them to be recognized as a woman? You sure. But as soon as you're compelling people, like here's one that's going up lately. If you don't want to date a trans woman, then you are some sort of a bigot. That if you're a man, even if you want a family,
you remember in Brave New World, in Huxley's book, it was considered immoral to reject anyone's sexual advances because it was prejudicial.
Oh yes.
And the thing is, it is prejudicial. That's the thing. Now, but so that makes the question even more interesting, because the question is, at what point do you have the right to your prejudices?
Right.
And one of the things that we seem to cling to, and I would say rightly, is that we're allowed to be prejudiced when it comes to who we interact with sexually. and who we choose as friends, and that's right. That's the right to association. And you say,
But
well,
only up to a certain point.
well, that's
This is because this new logic is kind of leaking into
Yeah.
even sexual preference
Yeah.
now. Like if you have a problem with someone being overweight,
yeah.
then you're a sizist or something like
Yeah.
that. Like what is that?
Well, the thing is that you can't have preferences without having prejudices.
Of course. Yeah.
Right. So that's a big issue. So what does that mean? You don't get to have any preferences? How's that going
Right.
to work out?
In terms of like what you like to eat or what kind of films you enjoy or what kind of books you read, you're allowed to have these preferences. But when it comes to what you're sexually attracted to, there's new emphasis now trying to draw that line and saying, like, man, but it's preposterous people that are pushing this, and almost everybody's pushing back. But I find it interesting when these
Well,
things
it's a
come up.
logical conclusion to all these other things that have been happening, because
Yes.
that is where the rubber hits the road. It's like, I've seen this in debates that I've had publicly where people, talk about prejudice, and I've pointed out to them that they have prejudicial attitudes with regards to their sexual preferences because they don't just sleep with anyone who asks them.
Right.
So it's like, well, how's that not a prejudice? Well, of course it's a prejudice. Well, then the question is, under what circumstances are prejudices justifiable? And that's a conversation we don't like to have because we believe that there are no circumstances whatsoever under which prejudices are acceptable.
There's a big difference between prejudices and discrimination. I think those two get conflated.
Yes, there is a big difference between prejudice and discrimination.
Right.
There's,
and also,
hopefully discrimination has to do with setting your standards in relationship to the task at hand.
yes.
Right, that's what you'd hope for. That's the appropriate form of discrimination. That's like intelligence.
Sure.
Everything isn't the same about everything all the time. So you discriminate, you rank order things, and you need to rank order them even to pursue things that are valuable. This is one of the problems with the people who are so anti-hierarchy, like the radical leftists. Well, there shouldn't be hierarchies. It's like, okay, then why do something?
Well, that argument is so foolhardy that it's difficult to take seriously, but you do have to engage in it. And I think when you engage in it, it's really fascinating to watch because it's like you're playing a game of chess with someone who only has a couple of pieces. They have the strong move that they do, but you've got all these other pieces. And you're like, well, let's keep this game going until this comes to this logical conclusion, which is checkmate. There's hierarchies all throughout nature. It doesn't mean oppress people. It doesn't mean people shouldn't have rights. It doesn't mean people should enforce themselves or force themselves on other folks. That's not what it means.
It also doesn't mean that the hierarchies, especially if they're human hierarchies, then or that they're only, that's right, not that they're good necessarily, or that they're predicated on power. Like one of the most pathological elements of the postmodern types, especially people like Foucault, is their insistence all hierarchical structures are predicated on power and that there's nothing other than power. And that's completely preposterous. I mean, I use examples of plumbers in my lectures more recently because it's rather comical. It's like, well, on what basis do you hire a plumber? So imagine that there's a hierarchy of plumbers ranging from very successful to very unsuccessful. Okay, and you say, well, what makes plumbers successful? Well, the power theory would imply that there are roving bands of mafioso plumbers who like come pounding on your door at 3 a.m. and tell you that if you don't get their particular posse to fix your pipes leaking or not, that they're going to come and burn down your house. Of course, it's completely absurd. When you go to hire someone like a plumber, well, the first thing you want to know is reputation. Can they actually fix a pipe? Because you actually want your pipe fixed. And then you want to know, well, do they deal with you fairly? And part of what's tangled up in that, in all likelihood, is do they deal with their employees fairly? Because that's going to make their business function properly. And so the hierarchy of plumbers, which is part of the patriarchal tyranny, is almost entirely predicated on competence.
Yes.
And almost every enterprise in the West is like that. Because I keep wondering, well, where the hell is this patriarchal tyranny? Like, is it massage therapists? Is it nurses? Like, most nurses are female. If you get females organized into a hierarchy, which you do in nursing, is that all of a sudden, is that part of the patriarchal tyranny? Or is it the fact that now all those people are women? Does that mean it's no longer, well, it's still a hierarchy? Is it no longer a tyranny? Is it no longer patriarchal? Like, is it patriarchal only because there's men in it? Or is it patriarchal because it's a hierarchy? All this stuff is so incoherent that it just, all you have to do is think about it, and that hasn't been done to any great degree, and it just dissolves in your hands.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that if you're entering into a job straight out of college, you leave university, and now you're entering into your first year in the workplace. It's just a natural fact of life that there's going to be people that are further ahead in this race than you.
Because they're better at what they do. Some of them, because
they have more experience,
and some it might be some of them are more crooked and sneaky too.
That's possible as well.
Because
but it's the agreeing, everyone agreeing that this is a game.
Yes.
This is some sort of a competition.
Yes.
And you're going to have hierarchies and competitions. You're going to have people who win. You're going to have people who do better.
Yes. No matter what. Well, that's the fundamental issue. As soon as so we could look at it this way. As soon as let's assume people have problems. Everybody can agree on that. And then we could assume that people would like solutions to those problems. So we could agree on that. Then we could say, well, then if you implement a solution socially, so with other people, then you're going to cooperate and compete in relationship to the solution. And that's instantly going to produce a hierarchy. Because no matter what the problem is, some people are going to be better at solving it than others. And then if you have any sense, you put the people who are good at solving it at the forefront, because then they solve it faster and cheaper and better. And then everybody benefits. But then you get a hierarchy.
Right. The people who solve those problems get financial incentive to solve those problems.
Yes, and they do that because the rest of us are greedy and desperate. It's like, we want the people who are good at solving the problems to keep solving them, and so what we're trying to do is to reward them so that they'll keep doing it even if it's difficult.
Yes.
To give them some
Reward
status.
Them extraordinary.
If necessary.
Yes. When you look at the people that are the head of giant industry, the CEOs of super successful companies, they're the ones who have the giant yachts and the big houses, and this is the incentive for people to try to get to that position. And the idea that there's no incentive and that there should be no incentive, but yet you're still going to have all this innovation is ridiculous. It's not how it works. It's not how human beings work. If human beings are going to work really hard, there has to be some sort of a reward, and it can't be an equal reward.
Yes, and then what you could say, so the right, that would be, roughly speaking, a conservative position. And then you can take a left-wing position that's reasonable, and you can say, yes, there are hierarchies, but we have to stay away because they can degenerate into power-hungry tyranny. Yes. So that it's no longer competence. It's political machination and game playing and tyranny that produce the positional differentiation.
Right.
So we got to stay away to that. And so we got to criticize the hierarchies, not the fact of hierarchy, but the structure of hierarchy, so they stay honest. And then we also have to be careful, because when you do set up a hierarchy, then a lot of people collect at the bottom. That's the necessary consequence of a few people collecting at the top. And so then you have to be concerned about those people at the bottom. And so there's a variety of things that you would do to express that concern. Is one, you might want to have a lot of hierarchies, so that people of different talents could play different games. And a complex society is pretty good at that. But you're still going to have people who stack up at the bottom of all hierarchies, right? Those are going to be people who are sick, mentally and physically, and maybe people who are cognitively impaired, or who've experienced some kind of catastrophe in their life. And then you want to set up your system so that those people don't suffer unduly, partly because that's bad and partly because that destabilizes your whole society. And so you could say, well, that's the left's place, is to speak on behalf of the unjustly dispossessed. And the right's position is to stabilize and maintain functional hierarchies.
And encourage competition.
And encourage competition that's of benefit to the whole.
Yes.
And to the individuals within the competition. And then the political dialogue is a continual discussion between the left and the right, saying, well, this hierarchy's getting a little too steep and a little too rigid. And that's, for me, that's also the fundamental reason for the necessity of free speech. It's because
that's the only way to discuss this.
It's the only way of working it out. Yeah. And it is the case. You're going to produce hierarchies. If you're going to pursue things of value socially, you're going to produce hierarchies. And they're necessary.
And it's also, I have a giant issue with the concept that these things are mutually exclusive, that you can't have competition and also
this is a blind spot for me, and I promise to do more due diligence and more research. Target has been selling almost 5 million candles over last week, and Burn Hazard, the week often packs about 4.9 million black star candles from the brand ROTHSCHILD, a top debt ceiling negotiator for housekeeper McCarthy, has signed the first clause on talks to raise the debt ceiling. He says negotiations with the White House will come to an abrupt standstill if not productive to continue at this pace. Officials in the UK say the government will invest $1.2 billion in the country's semiconductor industry over the next 10 years. The goal is to boost the domestic chip industry and help keep supply chain disruption and protect national security. From the Sacramento area, Toyota dealer shop is let's celebrate Easter. Shop on 605 in
What circumstances would you be obligated to cooperate with an FBI or U.S. Justice Department investigation, for example? What exactly? I get plans to invade Switzerland in the coming months. Yes, I'd like one. No crime, no crime. See, that's what I used to do back in law school. Champagne up on the dude. Yeah, recognizing people lying. I'm asking you, Swiss, is all you going to fuck me over? I understand perfectly. You're American. The only way I'm down to cooperate with a foreign legal name is if the crime being pursued is some crime in Switzerland. But there will be a few Swiss laws which apply to your practice. You're not French, say. The analogy is fantastic, right? If the U.S. Justice Department doesn't submit it, it would become a pit event. Harassment. Of course, this investigation in the subject, which is a crime here in Switzerland, correct? It would have to be cooperation on your part, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's fine. Assuming that bounties on there, you know. If it were another name, friends, you what I just heard? Did you just say good what you said? Yes, yes. You telling me you was a fucking rat? A U.S. rat would never get into Switzerland for all that money. What I needed was a rattle with a European passport.
How you doing? This is a question for Logan. Logan, are you available? Excellent. You had a 51-hour not too long ago. May I ask how you were able to get it so long and what kind of device you used? Were they iOS or Android devices? Very well. You answered the question. So you use Android devices? Excellent. And I just wanted to say you had a really great space the other day with Dr. Mishlove. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. Yeah, that was a good one. I don't know. They both sounded the same to me. So you answered my questions. Thank you so much.
An IT worker is suing her boss for sexual harassment because she believes that his use of
First thing we needed was brothers, guys with sales experience. So our sold filters, sold tires, Rabbi, anything he could get his hands on. This is Brad. And Brad's the guy I really wanted to bring. I did
over here, more than 20 doctors, because they all treated me like I was crazy. Well, it was all due to a freak accident in 1965. She was 8 years old at the time, and she was playing with a garden hoe in a field. So set that aside. Attack that 8-year-old playing with a garden, I don't know. She reportedly struck a rock, causing a piece of it to break off and fly into her eye. She said significant bleeding ensued, but when she went to the doctor's office, they said no. They were downplaying her concerns. There was a rock stuck in her eye. Over the time, she said she visited good different doctors. All of them gave her similar prognosis, which is from zero. Get back in the game. Don't do anything. I like the way the New York Post wrote this up. They said it was a Sisyphean saga. Like Sisyphus, you have to roll the rock up the hill. Yeah, that's it. And there was a rock in her eye. Right? Oh, it's a thing. There's the joke. All right, it's the thing. It's the thing. It's the thing. It's that joke thing. That was a good joke. I gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's time. John, I can't show us coming up next. See you on Monday. Don't forget, by the way, our news is coming up this week from today. We're going to be live at Bravery Brewing. I'm Pastor from 9 to 1. Be out there. Stands there for essential science. They all claim you really care that any of their You have said, or you suggest that the platform create a Nancy ETP to capture the attention of talking if I have a speaker. Nancy Pelosi stuff. Have you received any feedback? No, that's the first time. Yeah, at least on the very public scale. Do it legitimately, so I'm going through the regulations of different places where we're like, to actually create a security unit. Or to actually pull it up, go through the steps. So I haven't received any feedback yet. I have just a few minutes ago. But yes, the idea is to capture something that's really impressive returns from, the Pelosi families. Which has very attractive returns. I think there's synergies between the momentum we saw with Wall Street bets and the momentum we see behind cryptocurrencies. New generation as it embraces Bitcoin or whatever, because we see it as a decentralized system outside of the Fed. And again, something's working. Do you see synergies there? I do. There's a lot of similar language that's even when Bitcoin started. There was a whole sentiment against the central bank and printing money on the players. But I definitely, I don't think it takes one of that extreme, and people do want to have the people do want to be able to empower themselves by having. I don't necessarily think that separating away is going to be necessarily productive, but certainly this excitement about the possibility is not any longer. Let's talk about Jamie as the investor. What is Jamie like? The person who I love commission ETFs that is right, so I'm actually investing for the music power. If I'm doing it correctly, diversify by leave it in there, places to do it, just keep up our relation. I'm happy with that. I do also take it as a speculative status, side, but I don't call that investing, I call that trading. Can you share any companies you're in right now? I do because I live in Mexico and it's tricky for me to use US programs, which I would need to use. I'm expensive. I stick to doing leverage trades on the index funds and currencies. So I'll take the S&P or NASDAQ, whatever it is, but I'm extremely bullish. Right? So these are these short-term trades that they're taking. The 10x on trade, so it's risky, obviously. It's not like investing. But it's very bullish right now. It's continuous. Yes, when you hear talk of the massive correction, I've been hearing massive correction for years. Question ignores the fact that we just had one, right? I think people forget we got downward so quickly. The stock's probably 80% last year. That's correction. I think it's safe to assume even pricing of currencies is more favorable once you think about others. Yeah, right now I'm focused on ones that are legit that exists, and this is the big ones, the big ones in Ethereum, various protocols that are more established finance, things of that nature. I will occasionally go into some of these more speculative ones, like there's ones like as simple as an FTD, what it is a currency developer and an NFT platform beyond finance. So bullish FTAs, a combination. Fascinating, and I mean, look, it's an incredible story they're making. Based on your life and this experience, we're talking a lot of stuff as I have been front end. Yeah, and I've got it. I've got polar projects. I can see that. Awesome. So I'm going to give you the last word. We have, a great audience. A lot of them are those meme investors. Just some parts of them. Have fun. What you want to do with positive attitude of wanting to learn, right? Speculative or if you go in there and you buy some things and you're curious about it, just get your hands dirty and if you can put a money, if you make a little bit of money, and you have whatever luck or whatever skill, that's the way that you learn. You have opened investing to a whole new group of people who never thought of it before. And so whether you agree with them or not, that in itself is a great thing. So thank you, Jacob. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. Much more information. Be sure to stay tuned. That's very investor. Continue your coverage here.
summer vacations over back in school. Just like sort of because when the activity gets to pick back up, there'll be something to retail trading back January 2021. That's kind of we're down a little bit when it goes in cycles, just like the regular economy. There's no way that we can keep momentum going the way that it is required in order to make these types of moves. So not surprised. I was kind of expecting at some point we'd see something. I didn't expect to see the exact same replica we saw last time. And the dilemmas, they weren't all the same. The drivers appear to be the same, right? Like we're still kind of early on, and this has just been going on for a few days. We have the main component that we're most talking about, the channel enthusiasm. You have the stock that is sort of the distressed. You have high short flow. You have Ryan Cook giving his hands into this particular stock and giving his latest touch to it. So it's got a lot of the same components. So
Is Ryan Cook like the king of the beats here, or are there other people that traders are looking out for to really follow into the fray when it comes to making the bets?
I was tempted to tweet something to the last night when Ryan Cook really is becoming a look. There's no one individual. I think that if high-profile individuals decide to get into the stock or just add to the overall thesis to find some confirmation bias, then it's always helpful. It can be him or it can be, I wasn't much fun with shenanigans. We have all sorts of different working public figures or CEOs or otherwise that have influence in the stock market. So it's hard to pinpoint. I think retail trading industry has is a collective, right? I think there's no captainship saying this is where we're sailing. The power comes from the numbers. The power comes from the fact that there's collective decisions that are made. So there's no individual that makes that choice. You said what kind of ideas into it, which kind of what is happening pretty fast. It has a couple legs. It's a sustainability story. It's nice we don't have much last time. Sorry, I didn't say all of my book. I think we probably have lost the chance to keep going. It's impossible to tell, right? I was asked recently as to whether or not I'm buying it, and I'm not because I don't believe in it. It's because in order to be profitable, you need to have a strategy around these moments, and I personally don't have one yet. Me and other people haven't figured it out. That's it. I have no idea. I just think it was going on. Nobody's seeing numbers about this is the context to talk about. Price range being in these 60s, and knowing just not
I'm kind of curious here about how much of this is a lot more about the feeling behind it, fighting against the institution, Jamie, because some of this was a frustration when people were going short before, but some of the same funds are not behaving in the same way now. They're not shorting as aggressively. Some of this is born out of frustration for applying Citadel securities. Does that sort of thing still exist, or has some of that abated?
I mean, it still exists, but like I said, towards the beginning of the segment, I'm surprised that this is able to be replicated, right? Like when I asked previously asked what the next GameStop was going to be, my answer was the market is blind. They will adapt. They will not short as much. They've done whatever I should. They do decide to short sell. And they haven't done secretly short selling, etc. But I'm surprised that they have the mechanism in place, not naming regulators, naming the other participants like the stock options market makers that increase the implied odds to make it more expensive, basically in newspapers. So I am surprised they're allowing the same thing to happen, but it is actually happening, even if these institutions are now shifting their approach. But it doesn't matter the backdrop is different. The Fed is tightening. People talking about worrying about a recession. Inflation is a theme. People are talking about that. Have seen this be a bad money. Clearly, I'm sure they're now okay. Does the backdrop make sure we're united? That was all I'm saying. I'm sure that
renaissance, if you will, but it's not rising like you're seeing this really big trainers around. I'm curious as to what you're seeing as the next big trades for this group.
Shout out to ViralRabbi. He's actually a big fan of Wall Street bets. But I always had a criticism towards ETFs, at least the way that they're currently structured, because of certain regulatory constraints that exist. And I'm not super enthusiastic about the concept of buying because a meme stock comes and goes and it's quick. An ETF has to restructure, rebalance, file for changes, add a thing to it by which time the meme stock is over. So I think the concept behind these ETFs is good, but the execution is, and as you just pointed out, I doubt Bed Bath & Beyond is the problem going on. It's that one or any of the other ones. I got a name for my account. I forget, but it's a lot of people trying to go for that, and the execution is just not quite there on the mechanics. Jenny, why am I not saying the same thing in crypto? Like Bitcoin's up with its lows, but not much. I want to know why Bitcoin was up and then inflation is going through the roof, right? I don't know the answer to that. I can say that it's also supply and demand, but you also think that the enthusiasm behind retail traders, which tend to also gravitate heavily towards crypto, would be doing that as well. I don't know the answer to that, and I would love to.
She got that.